In Handong Province at Hanjiang No. 5 High School. April. The afternoon gradually grew stuffy with sparse cicadas chirping. The second mock exam of senior year mathematics. At seat No. 1 in exam room No. 1, Chen Zhongce lay on his desk, his head splitting with pain. By then an hour and 10 minutes had passed since the exam began. Chen Zhongce had finished his paper and was resting on his desk. The invigilators, long accustomed to this, already regarded him as the top candidate for this year's Handong Province champion. But now Chen Zhongce lay on the desk, pale-faced with sweat drops the size of beans trickling down his cheeks. In just a few minutes his clothes were soaked through as if he had been pulled out of water. The completed math test paper was dampened by his sweat. The two invigilators remained oblivious. Torrents of information flooded Chen Zhongce's mind. Countless lights and shadows surfaced and rapidly shifted. Awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics to Chen Zhongce of China for his monumental contributions to controlled nuclear fusion. Awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine to Chen Zhongce of China for his monumental contributions to industrial synthetic starch. Awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry to Chen Zhongce of China for his outstanding contributions to carbon nanotube fibers. This is the 17th Nobel medal Mr. Chen Zhongce has received. Congratulations. All kinds of past life experiences flashed through Chen Zhongce's mind. Countless honors research details surging like a tide. Struggling against his splitting head, he lifted his eyes to look at the test paper. Handong Province Top 8 School's second joint mock exam mathematics paper. Chen Zhongce rubbed his eyes hard. He looked out the window. Yes, it was still as he remembered. Many people after half a lifetime wish they could just wake up from a nap at a high school desk, stacks of papers, and that familiar deskmate. No wealth or glory can compare to the breeze of youth. Yes, Chen Zhongce had been reborn. In his previous life, he entered China's top university as the Handong Province champion, completed 2 years of undergraduate and 3 years of direct PhD, becoming a world-class scholar before 27 and a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences at 28. Over 10 years, he successively broke through cutting-edge technologies in theoretical physics, experimental physics, engineering, chemistry, and biology, trampling the coveted Nobel Prize underfoot. He won 17 Nobel medals in a decade, a rare feat in the world. Chen Zhongce stood at the pinnacle of Chinese science, and even the world's science, always leading the Chinese scientific community in its confrontation with the entire world. Almost single-handedly, he elevated human civilization to the level of interstellar civilization. Mortal flesh rivaling gods. But who could have imagined that the Western camp led by the United States, unable to compete with Chen Zhongce, academically resorted to underhanded tactics. They threatened him with his beloved Pei Qingli, demanding his newly developed antimatter technology in exchange. Chen Zhongce refused. His beloved perished on the other side of the ocean. Then the land sank, the central plains were in turmoil. Countless people were displaced, countless families destroyed. Chen Zhongce died of grief. Not this life. He would not let that figure leave him again, nor let the entire nation be humiliated by anyone. Thinking of this, Chen Zhongce turned sideways. Not far away in the same exam room was the girl he had loved for a lifetime. Sunlight fell on her face through the window, her high ponytail shimmering with faint gold, serene and gentle. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Zhongce's mouth. A wave of drowsiness crashed over him like a tide. With a thud, he collapsed on the spot, desk and chair toppling over. The two invigilators panicked. Chen Zhongce was the school's hope for the top spot this year. If anything happened to him, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Chen Zhongce, are you okay? The homeroom teacher arrived. Lying on the sickbed in the school clinic, Chen Zhongce tried to respond to the teacher's concern. I'm fine, teacher. Sorry for worrying you. It's not just me worrying. You need to take responsibility for your health. There are only less than 50 days until the college entrance exam. If you fall ill, it will ruin your future. Homeroom teacher's son, Qing asked with concern. Teacher will be careful. Chen Zhongce nodded hurriedly. After all, teacher son's concern was for his own good, though also for her own prospects. Ah, this child. The doctor said it's just overthinking, nothing serious, but I'm still not at ease. He'll call an expert from the provincial hospital to examine you again. Homeroom teacher's son, Qing, in a professional suit and light makeup, walked gracefully toward the door. Chen Zhongce glanced at teacher son's back, then quickly averted his eyes. After all, he was now a 17 or 18-year-old young man full of vigor, easily stirred. Creak. While he was recalling his past life experiences, the clinic door quietly opened and a girl with a high ponytail peeked in. Zhongce, are you feeling better? Hearing this simple sentence, Chen Zhongce felt like he was listening to heavenly music. This was the voice he had yearned for his entire previous life. Hearing it again in this life, he almost couldn't hold back the tears. Qingli, why are you here? Chen Zhongce tried to keep his voice from trembling. The math exam ended, so I came to see you. What happened to you? You looked so scary in the exam room, pale as a ghost. Pei Qingli gently closed the door and walked to Chen Zhongce's bedside. Suddenly Chen Zhongce reached out and grabbed her slender hand, holding it tightly, unwilling to let go. Pei Qingli's autumn water eyes were full of shock, then her face flushed crimson. She struggled symbolically twice before stopping, letting Chen Zhongce hold her tightly. Zhongce, what are you doing? Pei Qingli asked softly. It's nothing, I just missed you, Qingli. Chen Zhongce's voice was warm and mellow. At the same time, he silently added in his heart, Qingli, I missed you. Not long, just a lifetime. Although it was strange, Pei Qingli didn't pull away. A pure smile spread on her face, a dimple appearing on her left cheek. Intoxicating. Ahem. Homeroom teacher's son, Qin Qiqing, returned coughing loudly outside the door. Pei Qingli, like a startled deer, quickly withdrew her hand. Teacher son, you're here. I was just checking on Chen Zhongce. They'll leave now. Pei Qingli, this startled deer, fled in a panic. After she left, homeroom teacher's son Qin Qiqing gave Chen Zhongce a sidelong glance. It seems you're fine. You even have the energy to bother your female classmate. Zhongce, let me tell you, the competition for the top spot is a matter of every point. Don't get distracted these last few days. Besides, Qingli's mind can't be distracted either. She's also one of the top students in the class. Teacher son Qin Qiqing's chest heaved up and down, clearly a little displeased with Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli's recent behavior. I understand, teacher son. Chen Zhongce lowered his head. Then rest. There are still 2 exams tomorrow for the second mock. If you don't score above 710, it'll make you pay. The homeroom teacher wrinkled her nose lightly, threatening softly. Leaving Chen Zhongce alone on the sickbed, now truly beginning to get a headache. 710 points. How the hell was he supposed to manage that? If Chen Zhongce hadn't been reborn, it would have been easy. Even though these knowledge points weren't difficult for him now, this was a mock college entrance exam. An exam rhythm he couldn't recover overnight. Chen Zhongce could start from 112 and deduce the entire mathematical theory system by hand. From the Pythagorean theorem, to calculus, to more profound Diophantine equations and Riemannian analytic geometry, all at his fingertips. But he couldn't finish a college entrance exam math paper in 2 hours under the current circumstances. That was the result of years of training. Even the annual top scorers after they got their PhD, if given a high school math exam, wouldn't have a 100 guarantee of scoring above 130 within the time limit. Same for the science comprehensive exam. Chen Zhongce could deduce all theorems and formulas of classical physics and quantum physics by hand and all theorems of genetics. But he couldn't score above 290 in 2.5 hours under the current circumstances. Worrying. Chen Zhongce lay on the sickbed and sighed. How was he going to manage this? Should he pretend to be sick and skip it? But he could dodge today, but not tomorrow. He still had to take the college entrance exam. The next day, the comprehensive science exam. Chen Zhongce still sat in the exclusive seat that had been his alone for 3 years, his brows tightly furrowed. What the hell was all this? He began to work through the problems one by one, occasionally getting stuck. In the past, he could finish all 21 multiple-choice questions in half an hour and get a perfect 126 points. But today an hour had passed, and he was still sweating over the last physics multiple-choice question. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Most people in the exam hall had finished most of the questions and were pondering the last 2 parts of the physics problem. But Chen Zhongce was still working on chemistry, and biology hadn't even started. 5 minutes left, the invigilator announced. Many eyes turned to Chen Zhongce. He was the only one still writing furiously, how everyone else had already filled in their answer sheets and was doing final checks. In Hanjiangno, 5 high school seats for mock exams were arranged according to the previous exam's grade ranking. So this exam hall of 30 people were essentially the top students of the entire senior year. Over the past 3 years, no matter how the seating changed, Chen Zhongce always sat in his exclusive first-place seat. Collect the papers, the invigilator gave the final order, and everyone stopped writing. Chen Zhongce rubbed his numb right hand. After so many years, he wasn't used to writing so frantically. Looking at the many blank spaces on his answer sheet, he smiled bitterly. Even the invigilator, while collecting the papers, gave him a puzzled glance, wondering what was wrong with this top student today. Why had he left so many questions unanswered for the first time? Was this still the former top student? The invigilator shook his head involuntarily. Chen Zhongce packed up his things, preparing to go to lunch since the English exam was in the afternoon. Zhongce, how are you feeling? Pei Qingli asked from behind. I'm fine, all good. The doctor said it's just overthinking, a bit of rest will do, Chen Zhongce explained casually, not choosing to reveal the real reason. After all, rebirth was too incredible to understand even for a top scholar like himself, let alone Pei Qingli, who was just a high school student now. Pei Qingli hesitated, then asked, Zhongce, I saw you didn't seem in good shape during the exam. Any problems? How did it go? Pei Qingli had seen his state and was very concerned about his health. Not great. I'm afraid teacher's son will be furious with me this time, Chen Zhongce said helplessly. Let's try harder next time then. Pei Qingli clenched her small fist and waved it in front of Chen Zhongce to cheer him up. God, Chen, seems like you didn't do well this time. The questions were actually quite easy. A hoarse voice came from behind. God, Chen. This was the respectful nickname classmates gave Chen Zhongce. For 3 whole years, he had dominated everyone in the grade, never once falling from the top spot. Even many teachers were a bit intimidated by Chen Zhongce. There was a joke on campus in science class: Chen Zhongce usually buried his head in reading books or doing problems, rarely listening to the teacher. Whenever he stopped reading or doing problems, the teacher on the podium would get nervous, wondering if they had made a mistake. Thus, classmates gave him the title God Chen. Just an off day, Chen Zhongce said casually. This isn't the level of our God Chen. Could it be that next time our God Chen wants to experience the scenery of exam hall no. 2. Li Tianquan, who sat in seat no. 2 of exam hall no. 1 spoke. Li Tianquan, what do you mean? Pei Qingli caught the tone and immediately defended Chen Zhongce. I mean, without being the top scorer, without entering a top university, Chen Zhongce doesn't deserve our luoyu. Li Tianquan looked at Pei Qingli, who was already showing signs of stunning beauty, and said. Chen Zhongce sensed a hint of meaning, so this guy was upset about him being with Qingli. Chen Zhongce pulled Pei Qingli over and said coldly to Li Tianquan, what the hell is it to you? If you have any ideas, wait until you can get the top score. Qingli, let's go eat. Li Tianquan watched the two walk away shoulder to shoulder, his eyes full of anger. Chen Zhongce, what are you so cocky about? Do you think you can still get first place in the grade with this performance? If you can't, do you think the school will still be so lenient with you? After saying this, Li Tianquan crumpled his draft paper into a ball and threw it away fiercely. Next, English. Before his rebirth, English was Chen Zhongce's relatively weak subject. With math and comprehensive science nearly perfect, he only scored over 130 in English, slightly lower than some top students. However, after years of scientific research and overseas presentations, his foreign language skills had improved considerably. Although the essay wasn't written according to exam standards, the objective questions should be fine. He finished and handed in the paper. A group of people returned to the classroom. Godchin, what was the answer to the last physics multiple choice question? Back in the classroom, students from different exam halls started asking each other about the answers. It wasn't recommended to discuss during the exam, but after it was the traditional time for answer checking. Chen Zhongce was a bit confused. It was a multiple choice question that he had spent a long time on and still wasn't sure. He had even marveled at how ingenious the question setter was, using classical physics knowledge to such a brilliant degree. But such problems were not beneficial for cultivating scientific thinking. They were the pinnacle of exam-oriented testing. But now it was awkward. As Godchin, he couldn't tell everyone he wasn't sure about this question. After a slight hesitation, he still said, it should be B and D. Pei Qingli widened her eyes. Could Chen Zhongce have gotten this wrong? Li Tianquan, who entered the classroom after Chen Zhongce, laughed and said, Godchin, did you get this question wrong? His laughter was exaggerated, as if he wanted the whole class to know. How could Godchin be wrong? We must have made the mistake, the first student replied. Godchin, how did you solve the second to last multiple choice question? Can you explain it to us? That student asked again. Previously, Chen Zhongce was very happy to share and learn with classmates, so students often came to him for help with problems. Chen Zhongce hesitated for a moment, then took the paper and began to share. Admittedly, his foundational theory was very solid, and his explanations were clear and logical. The listeners had to admit that Godchin's grasp of knowledge was indeed clear. So the answer should be C, Chen Zhongce concluded. Many people looked at him with strange expressions. The student who asked hesitated. Zhongce, did you get it wrong? According to your analysis, the answer should be A. Godchin, you used the right knowledge points, but the teacher explained this trick last week. It's the question setter's misdirection. Didn't you even see through it? Li Tianquan's chubby face was full of smugness. Chen Zhongce glanced at Li Tianquan, said nothing, and walked calmly back to his desk. This was a real problem. How could he take the college entrance exam in less than 50 days in this state? Under the current system in China, if he didn't get into a very good university, it wouldn't completely ruin his scientific research path, but it would certainly add many obstacles. Chen Zhongce didn't want to waste time. He wanted to replicate his past achievements as quickly as possible and give China an absolute advantage in the upcoming technology race. He pondered countermeasures at his seat, feeling a toothache. A day later, the results of the second mock exam came out. Chinese 131, Math 150, Comprehensive Science 193, English 124, total 598 points. A full 112 points short of the 710 required by the homeroom teacher Sun Qingqing. Chen Zhongce's class was a key class with 51 top students. Perhaps a score of 598 was enough for a good university for ordinary students, but for Chen Zhongce, it was the lowest possible. Among the 51 students, Chen Zhongce ranked 42nd, and 187th in the grade. From 3 years of being the top student to dropping to 187th, with many basic mistakes, classmates wondered what had happened to him. Today the god Chen has fallen. Chen Zhongce, what is wrong with you? Class teacher Sun Qingqing was on the verge of a breakdown upon seeing Chen Zhongce's score report and test papers. He was the student she had meticulously cultivated for 3 years, her chosen candidate to challenge for the top spot in the college entrance examination. With less than 50 days remaining, this unexpected turn of events was devastating. Despite her anxiety, Sun Qingqing struggled to maintain her composure, not wanting to transfer her worries to Chen Zhongce. However, her long legs crossing and uncrossing in rapid succession betrayed her inner turmoil. Perhaps I didn't perform well. Chen Zhongce couldn't explain the surreal experience of rebirth that had befallen him. Didn't perform well. Sun Qingqing asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. Chen Zhongce tried his best to keep his gaze from drifting towards teacher Sun's legs clad in black stockings. I'll grant you 2 days of leave. Go home and rest properly. The teacher still cared deeply for her student. Thank you, teacher. Chen Zhongce quickly excused himself from the office. Zhongce, are you alright? Pei Qingli stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Zhongce in the corridor outside the classroom, a gentle breeze playing with the strands of hair at her temples. She exuded youthful vitality. Chen Zhongce felt a little intoxicated. In his past life, he had remained unmarried after Qingli's death, dedicating his entire life to a goal he never achieved. Now in this life it was within his reach. Qingli, don't speak. Let's just stay like this quietly. Chen Zhongce reached out and gently stroked Pei Qingli's head, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. The fifth high school had extremely strict rules. Such intimate behavior between students would result in parents being called in, or in severe cases immediate expulsion. Yet Pei Qingli didn't hesitate for a moment, her gaze fixed firmly on Chen Zhongce, seeing only him. The teacher in charge of discipline, due to Chen Zhongce's notoriety, chose to turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. Qingli, if I don't become the top scorer this time, will you still stay with me? Chen Zhongce asked after a moment. Almost without hesitation, Pei Qingli replied, I love you for who you are, not your grades. Whether you're the top scorer or not, I'll be by your side. What if I don't get into Yendu University, as we agreed? Chen Zhongce pressed further. Then I'll wait for you there. I don't believe you won't make it, Pei Qingli stated firmly. Then I will not let your trust be in vain. Qingli, will you believe in me no matter what I do? Chen Zhongce asked. Pei Qingli turned her head, her autumn water-like eyes meeting his. Then the always well-behaved girl made a remarkably bold move. She gently stood on her tiptoes and softly kissed Chen Zhongce on the lips. It was warm, fragrant, and tender. After a long moment they parted. In the strictly disciplined fifth high school, this was her most resolute declaration of choice for him. What if it isn't our school, beauty Pei? Isn't this kind of behavior a bit inappropriate in public? A teasing, annoying voice chimed in. It was Li Tianquan, his tone sour. What's it to you? Why don't you go tell the discipline teacher then? Pei Qingli glared back like a provoked little leopard. Li Tianquan let out a dry laugh. Qingli, if I become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, would you consider choosing me as your boyfriend? He asked tentatively. Impossible. You won't have that chance, Chen Zhongce stated bluntly. Come on, Chen, everyone knows the state you've been in these past 2 days. You're making mistakes on even the simplest questions. Many teachers are wondering if you've lost your mind. If you can still get the top score in this condition, I'll call you dad 3 times in front of everyone. Li Tianquan spat on the ground in disdain. Then get ready to call me dad, Chen Zhongce said coldly, pulling Pei Qingli away as they turned and left. Li Tianquan watched their retreating figures, a cold, sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Zhongce, you're back. His mother's concerned voice reached him. Looking at his mother young as he remembered her, Chen Zhongce felt another surge of warmth in his heart. In his past life, he was often involved in classified projects, leaving home for months or even years without any news, leaving his parents to worry about him at home. He had truly failed in his filial duties. Fortunately, this life gave him a chance to start over. Mom, I'm back. Teacher's son granted me 2 days off to rest properly, Chen Zhongce explained casually, not wanting his parents to worry. I heard from teacher's son. His mother started, then quickly stopped herself. It's good to rest. Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're just a simple family. No matter which school you get into, we'll still eat our meals. Don't wear yourself out. His mother patted Chen Zhongce on the head. Though he was now much taller than her, he was still that little child in her eyes. Son, I heard you've been under a lot of pressure. Come fishing with your old man tomorrow, it'll help you relax. His father's gruff voice boomed. His mother gave his father 2 annoyed swats. The delicate atmosphere she had carefully built was instantly ruined by this clueless partner. Ouch. What did I say wrong? Why are you pulling my ear? His father yelped in pain. Chen Zhongce smiled knowingly. His parents were ordinary working-class people, but they showered him with all the love they had. Chen Zhongce clenched his fist tightly behind his back. It was just getting into a university after all. How could this small matter stump him, a brilliant scientist from his past life? For the sake of his concerned teachers, his beloved, and his parents, Chen Zhongce absolutely could not lose this battle. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'm just a bit tired these past couple of days. Give me 2 days of rest, and I might not guarantee being the top scorer, but I'll definitely bring you back an acceptance letter from Yendu University. Chen Zhongce said with a smile. Yendu University, the #1 prestigious school in the entire country, was a place one could only get into with incredible luck. Yet in Chen Zhongce's mouth it sounded as casual as going downstairs to buy 2 caddies of soy sauce. After dinner, Chen Zhongce laid down in his room deep in thought about his next steps. Although the knowledge tested in the college entrance exam was simple, mastering the test-taking skills would still require some time to adapt to. It was hard to have 100% certainty. He needed a safety net. As for competitions and independent recruitment, Chen Zhongce remembered from his past life that he had arrogantly given up the opportunity for direct admission just to chase the title of top scorer. That time had passed, and it was too late for regrets. He truly had been his own worst enemy. What about writing recommendation letters? Chen Zhongce questioned himself. People did this every year before the exam, but they were all tossed into the trash by admissions offices. Write to his past life mentor. Send over a research achievement. Not to mention that his mentor was now an academician at Yendu University, completely inaccessible to him as an ordinary student. Even if he did write, it would likely be dismissed as the ramblings of a crank and thrown away. What the hell was he supposed to do? Chen Zhongce felt helpless. Here he was a great scholar who had won 17 Nobel Prizes in his past life, worrying about the college entrance exam under the current system. He got up, turned on his computer, and logged onto the newly emerging forum Jihu. He casually posted a question: senior in high school here. If I invented controllable nuclear fusion, could I get direct admission to Yendu University? Perhaps Chen Zhongce's question was too absurd, quickly drawing widespread attention on Jihu. Within half an hour of his posting, the query had surged into the top 100 of Jihu's trending list. Among the replies were many witty remarks that broadened Chen Zhongce's horizons, leaving him exclaiming that his own vision was too narrow. History will remember you, and the people will thank you. Not only would you be guaranteed admission to Yendu University, but even after your death you could pick any spot on Mount Babao without issue. Others get 1 square meter, you could have 1,000 square meters without any problem. You're just like that guy who won a Nobel Prize and asked if he could transfer to a vocational college. No, there's no need for that. They'd build a university in your name and appoint you as its president. If the president of Yendu University didn't recruit you, he'd regret it so much he'd slap his own thigh until it turned black and blue. A country boy, right? Let me put it this way, even if you committed a capital offense, someone would die in your place, let alone getting into Yendu University. Still a high school student after all. You don't even dare to dream big. Your daydreams are too timid. You could be an emperor in modern society and no one would bat an eye. You could go up to the president of Yendu University, pat him on the shoulder, and he'd smile and say you did a great job. Chen Zhongce was utterly amazed by the wit of these netizens. They were truly brilliant. He stayed up until the early hours reading their replies. In less than 4 hours, the question had climbed into the top 10 of the real-time hot list with nearly 1,000 answers beneath it. Amidst all the clever responses, Chen Zhongce spotted a familiar name: Yuan Lanfeng. According to his current profile, he was already an associate professor at Yendu University. At just 32 years old, Yuan Lanfeng could be considered remarkably accomplished for his age. Most importantly, in Chen Zhongce's memory, this teacher was a subordinate of his own mentor, commonly referred to as the junior lab instructor. In the current academic environment, most academicians don't directly mentor students. They serve more as figureheads, securing projects and resources for their teams. These projects and resources are then handed over to the junior instructors and graduate students under them. In his past life, Chen Zhongce wasn't very familiar with this junior instructor, as he was the supervising teacher of another group under his mentor Chang Wenyi, and their interactions were merely casual nods. He never expected that the teacher, who usually appeared so serious, would be so lively online. Under the ID, Yuan the technologist, Yuan Lanfeng, his comment on the question began with a lengthy professional explanation covering what controlled nuclear fusion was and the scenarios that would arise if it succeeded. Then with a twist, he made a witty remark: "Young student, you're still too naive. If you really managed to achieve controlled nuclear fusion, your family would place you in the center of the ancestral shrine, right alongside your ancestors. The first incense stick would be yours, and no one would dare to compete with you." That was too mischievous. Chen Zhongce nearly laughed himself breathless. He gently tapped his mouse, lost in thought. Finally, he made up his mind. Since that was the case, he would start with controlled nuclear fusion. So he sent a private message: "Professor Yuan, if I manage to create controlled nuclear fusion, could you help me arrange a meeting with your mentor academician Chang Wenyi?" On the other side of the screen, a distinguished man with thinning hair let out a surprised sound. "Oh, so you're actually knowledgeable." He quickly replied in the private message: "Forget just meeting academician Chang. I'd be your beast of burden, no questions asked." A sly smile crept across Chen Zhongce's lips. "Then prepare to be my beast of burden." He swiftly replied, "It's a deal." Yuan Lanfeng felt a flicker of surprise. Could this kid actually have some real skill? Soon he dismissed that absurd notion from his mind. Could a high school student really turn the world upside down? That would mean not just auspicious smoke rising from the ancestral graves, but the graves themselves would be on fire, perhaps even exploding. Chen Zhongce didn't care whether his ancestral graves exploded. Now that he had a way to contact his past life mentor Chang Wenyi, it was time to get to work. He pulled out a stack of draft paper from his pile of homework sheets and wrote a bold line at the top: "Feasibility study and technical route for controlled nuclear fusion engineering." He closed all his browser tabs and launched a commonly used scientific research plotting software and a data processing program. Thanks to the advances in computer technology over the years, civilian computers now possessed remarkably high performance and computational power. The desktop computer Chen Zhongce was using, equipped with an i5 processor, could perform about 10 billion floating point operations per second. In contrast, the main computer used by Huawei during its nuclear bomb development, the 104 model, could only manage 10,000 floating point operations per second. This was the foundation of Chen Zhongce's confidence in attempting to derive and refine the first major achievement of his past life: controlled nuclear fusion, right at home. He then downloaded a series of professional books from the internet: Plasma Physics, Condensed Matter Physics, Introduction to Superconducting Materials, Introduction to High-Field Magnetic Materials. Chen Zhongce couldn't help but sigh. Huawei really needed to strengthen its online supervision of such books. If someone with malicious intent wanted to, they could probably piece together a complete set of instructions for building nuclear weapons. After all, what boy hasn't dreamed of building a nuclear bomb? With all the materials prepared, Chen Zhongce disconnected his computer from the internet, turned off his phone, unplugged the landline, and entered a state of complete seclusion. The vast amount of information etched into his mind from his past life surged like a tidal wave, gradually coalescing into a complete scientific research framework and theoretical structure. Controlled nuclear fusion was the first world-class problem Chen Zhongce had solved in his previous life. In that field, he had left his peers far behind, establishing the foundation for his status as the greatest scientist of the era. In his past life, Chen Zhongce had led an entire team in charging toward this goal. Now he was advancing alone toward the same grand objective. The difficulty of solving such a problem alone was more than 10 times greater than that faced by a team. In his mind, the fusion of deuterium and tritium began with 2 atoms. From these 2 atoms, he constructed the entire reactor model. From 2 points, then to countless points, atoms emerged in a void, followed by the appearance of magnetic fields. The entire ion stream shifted from disorder to order, then became chaotic again during collisions, only to return to order once more. Then around these ion streams, the concept of the reaction chamber began to take shape, followed by various auxiliary facilities and the supporting power generation equipment. Like gathering sand into a tower, like building a 100-meter skyscraper out of playing cards on flat ground, he refined it bit by bit. In this new life, Chen Zhongce immersed himself in the world of scientific research with such complete devotion for the first time. Controlled nuclear fusion is not a theoretical conundrum, for nature itself has provided the ultimate proof, the brilliant sun hanging in the sky visible to all. Yet the sun's fusion is rendered controllable only through the immense gravitational pull of the cosmos. Nuclear fusion itself is no mystery to humanity. Thermonuclear reactions have long been achieved, as demonstrated time and again by the detonation of hydrogen bombs. The true challenge lies in the word controlled. Containing ion clusters heated to hundreds of millions of degrees under millions of atmospheres of pressure, forcing them to collide and fuse within a confined space. This is a feat of extraordinary difficulty. Controlled nuclear fusion is an engineering problem of monumental scale. It synthesizes challenges across physics, materials science, mechanics, electrical engineering, and manufacturing. Overcoming each individual hurdle is difficult, but integrating them all into a cohesive, functioning whole is the most daunting task of all. If scoring 710 on the college entrance exam represents a difficulty of 100, then single-handedly conceptualizing and validating the technology for controlled nuclear fusion is a 1000. Chen Zhongce worked through the night without rest. As dawn broke, his mother pushed open his door, finding him still hunched over his desk writing furiously. "Son, studying this early?" his mother asked, puzzled. In her memory, he had never been this diligent. "Mum," Chen Zhongce replied, absently lost in his world of scientific research. "What do you want for breakfast? Free delicacy, tofu skin, or hot dry noodles?" she asked, planning to prepare his meal before heading to work. "Mum, what are you mumbling about? What do you actually want to eat?" His mother grew annoyed at his inattentive response. She opened the door wider to see what her son was truly doing. She was stunned by the sight. The entire 20-square-meter room was covered floor to ceiling with Chen Zhongce's draft papers. These papers were densely packed with formulas and sketches. Only then did she realize he hadn't just woken up early to study. He hadn't slept at all. Son, what's wrong with you?" Her first thought wasn't for his achievements, but for his well-being. Grades were secondary. Her only wish was for her son to be healthy and sound of mind. Chen Zhongce snapped back to reality, dazed. "I was just working on a problem. It's a bit difficult." "Nonsense. Working on a problem until you can't sleep." His mother glared. "Just a little longer. He'll be done soon." His mother let out a long breath, relieved that he wasn't losing himself to obsession. "You silly child," she said, patting his head affectionately. "Remember to eat breakfast and get lunch outside." She instructed him, and he gave a simple, "okay," before diving back into his intense calculations. At noon, he ate the now cold hot dry noodles she had prepared, his hands never pausing as his fingers flew across the keyboard. By afternoon, he had filled every available space in the room with formula-covered papers. He was like a fully drawn longbow taut, and at the peak of his power. And he was the arrow loosed from that bow, hurtling forward with all his might on the path of fusion research. When his parents returned from work, he was still immersed in his work. They offered no pressure, quietly preparing his meals. At 3 in the morning, his light was still on. He had consumed all the coffee and strong tea in the house to maintain his fervent focus. Time was of the essence. If he couldn't finish this, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance exam. He didn't want to miss any time with Pei Qingli in this life. The computer's fan whirred loudly, straining under the load of various programs and scientific software, pushing this ordinary home machine to its absolute limit. The fan seemed to be crying out in agony. Chen Zhongce prayed his computer would hold out until the calculations were done, while carefully observing how each program processed the data and formulas. To a layman, the screens full of data would be dizzying, but he navigated them with ease. It was like meeting an old friend after decades. He touched his own head, feeling it was as hot as his computer. If his mother looked closely, she would see his eyes were bloodshot, filled with a relentless, almost fanatical devotion to science. One cannot achieve mastery without a touch of madness. Chen Zhongce placed a cold, damp towel on his forehead and pressed his temples during brief program lulls as a form of rest. Despite having completed most of the technical framework, he was still troubled. He had severely underestimated the difficulty of the entire technical process. In his past life, it had taken his top-tier national team nearly a year and a half to complete. Each technical framework and detail alone required immense recall and deduction. The sheer volume of data and technical details in such a massive project could only be described as vast as an ocean. Yet he had managed to recall all of it in such a short time, organizing and categorizing it into a seamless, rigorous technical standard. He had promised himself a 2-day holiday, but that was long forgotten. After 3 days of relentless work, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep at his desk. Most of the software had finished their tasks, with only a couple of projects still running, data likely to conclude soon. Completion, 99. The only clear space left was a small corner of the desk where he slept using blank papers, as a pillow, a soft snore escaping his lips. This was his first sleep in nearly 60 hours. In his sleep, he felt someone draping a blanket over him. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he murmured, "Mom, it's fine, I'm almost done. He'll sleep soon." "Huh. Qingli, is that you?" He was startled to see Pei Qingli at home. "Why are you here?" he asked, confused. "Why are we here? If we hadn't come, were you planning to skip school?" His homeroom teacher's son, Qin Qiqing, snapped angrily. Chen Zhongce was jolted, suddenly remembering he had completely forgotten the 2-day deadline he had agreed upon with his teacher. Chen Zhongce scratched his head sheepishly. "Teacher, I lost track of time." "Humph," son, Qin Qiqing snorted. She then surveyed Chen Zhongce's bedroom and remarked, "Tell me, Zhongce, is this what you've been doing at home these past few days?" "Yes, I've barely rested," Chen Zhongce answered truthfully. "You're usually a sensible child. The college entrance exam is only 50 days away. Couldn't you have chosen another time to tackle difficult problems? Why must it be now? You're gambling with your future." The homeroom teacher's expression was severe, believing Chen Zhongce was wasting his time. Chen Zhongce, however, was unconcerned. Outwardly, he nodded and smiled, conceding that the teacher was absolutely right, but inwardly, he had already made up his mind and had no intention of changing course. As they were speaking, the computer behind Chen Zhongce let out a soft ding. 100%. The simulation data for the final indicator of the controllable nuclear fusion project had been generated, the most critical piece of data. Q, the gain factor. It represents the ratio of energy produced to energy input. Generally, only when the output-to-input ratio exceeds 1 is there a net gain in energy. A value above 10 is typically required for commercial viability, making the construction of a commercial reactor feasible. On Chen Zhongce's computer screen, a line of crimson characters appeared. Q36. 859. 2763. Chen Zhongce let out a long, slow breath. The result was nearly identical to his predictions, diverging only after the 6th decimal place. It was almost as if his projections were infinitely close to the calculated outcome. The technical roadmap for controllable nuclear fusion could be declared complete. Not only was it complete, but the Q value of the roadmap Chen Zhongce had devised reached an astonishing 36. In the current timeline, as far as Chen Zhongce knew, the Q values in mainstream laboratories mostly ranged between 0, 2, and 1, with no credible results surpassing 1. This meant that Chen Zhongce's technical roadmap was not only exceptional, but could also bypass the laboratory research phase entirely and be directly applied to commercial operations. Overjoyed, Chen Zhongce nearly jumped for joy, then turned and planted a kiss firmly on Pei Qingli's cheek. Smack! Under the watchful eyes of homeroom teacher's son, Pei Qingli's face flushed crimson. "Ahem, I'm still here." Son Qing coughed dryly, signaling the two to restrain themselves. Chen Zhongce let out an awkward chuckle and dared not say a word. "Chen Zhongce, so this is what you've been doing day and night for the past 3 days at home?" Homeroom teacher's son Qing asked, staring curiously at his computer screen. In the current province of Handong, computer classes for students were either taken over by main subject teachers for lectures or used by students to play games and relax. Only basic computer knowledge was taught, and no one could so effortlessly master such a wide array of software. Though son Qing couldn't understand what she saw at a glance, she was profoundly impressed. From this small glimpse, it was evident that Chen Zhongce's proficiency in computers and data processing was far from ordinary. Even the school's computer teachers who boasted degrees from prestigious universities might not be as skilled. "Yes, teacher," Chen Zhongce replied, candidly, seeing no reason to hide it. "Can you tell me what exactly you've created?" Clearly his work had piqued the homeroom teacher's curiosity. "It's a secret," Chen Zhongce quipped, tossing out the 2 words with a cheeky grin, which left son Qing grinding her teeth in frustration. "However, teacher, rest assured. Now that I've completed this, even if I skip the college entrance exam, I can guarantee you an acceptance letter from Yindu University," Chen Zhongce declared with unwavering confidence. "Really?" teacher's son asked, half doubtful. "Really?" Chen Zhongce answered with absolute certainty. "All right, since you finished this, you still need to study hard from now on. Not just for the sake of the 3 years I've nurtured you, but also for this girl here. She insisted that I might not know your home address and volunteered to be my guide for this home visit. As your homeroom teacher, how could I not know where you live? Teacher's son said with exasperation. Don't think I don't know what you two are thinking. I just choose not to say it, teacher's son said, shooting a stern glance at the two youngsters. From an angle Sun Qingqing couldn't see, Chen Zhongce winked at Pei Qingli, and Pei Luoshan returned a sly smile. Everything was understood without words. Chen's mother rushed back upon hearing the news. After a flurry of warm greetings, she promised to fully cooperate with the school, paying special attention to the enthusiastic and pretty female student. Sun Qingqing and Pei Qingli politely declined Chen's mother's invitation to stay for a meal and left Chen Zhongce's home. Son, did your mom do well today? Chen's mother asked, winking at Chen Zhongce. Mom, you did perfectly, no question. But could you please not be so enthusiastic with the female classmate? You scared her off. Chen Zhongce said with mock exasperation. What do you mean female classmate? Don't think I didn't notice. That's my future daughter-in-law. Where would I find such a caring female classmate? I think this girl is great. She cares about you so much and even had the courage to come to our home. For that alone, you must never treat her poorly in the future, Chen's mother said seriously. I know. Chen Zhongce's mouth twitched. Even after living two lives, he remained rather obtuse in such matters, never expecting his teachers and parents to be so perceptive. After dealing with his mother, Chen Zhongce let out a long, deep breath. With the controllable nuclear fusion technical roadmap in hand, he had secured a fallback plan for himself. The preliminary verification was complete, so the next step was to organize all the work into a standardized technical report. It went quickly. Within 5 hours, all the textual materials were sorted, numbered, and compiled, with all electronic data archived into a formal report and data analysis system. After completing the full report, Chen Zhongce prepared another document containing only an outline and the first quarter of the technical points. This was the one intended for Yuan Lanfeng. Finally, Chen Zhongce employed a cold storage method. He disconnected the home computer from all wide area and local networks, uninstalled, and deleted all files and programs, then overwrote the drive with his family's inherited collection of videos, repeating the overwrite and formatting process multiple times. This ensured that even the most advanced data recovery software couldn't fully restore the data. He stored the complete and the truncated versions of the data on 2 separate USB drives, then physically removed the hard drive from the computer, completing all the work. Even under such basic conditions, Chen Zhongce's sense of secrecy was taken to the extreme. Chen Zhongce logged onto the long-visited Jihu forum, where someone was waiting to serve him. Meanwhile, in a laboratory in Yindu, Yuan Lanfeng, who had just completed a condensed matter physics experiment, sat in his office. The experimental data was unsatisfactory, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Why can't I break through, he muttered. He opened Jihu to find some entertainment. After all, the people there spoke pleasantly and were all quite talented. Moreover, Yuan Lanfeng couldn't forget the high school senior who had asked a few days ago about inventing controllable nuclear fusion. A high school kid who could come up with such a question was simply too amusing. Yuan Lanfeng muttered to himself. Sigh, this kid probably reads too much Yilin magazine and has been too influenced by pseudoscience. After all, what can't those pseudoscientists do? One day they'll have Newton flipping in his grave, the next they'll claim to have disproven all of Einstein's theories, and the day after they'll invent some ghost-driven perpetual motion machine. What the hell is all that nonsense? Ah, here he comes. Yuan Lanfeng's eyes lit up. The high school kid had actually reached out. Chen Zhongce initially planned to write, Teacher Yuan, are you ready to serve me? But then he thought better of it. After all, he was a civilized person and shouldn't engage in such arrogant behavior. Mainly because they might cross paths again in the future, and it could easily become an embarrassing part of his personal history. He silently deleted that message and typed, Teacher Yuan, can you now help me contact academician Cheng? Then Chen Zhongce sent over the truncated version of the technical roadmap. He actually has a plan. This high school kid is quite bold, that alone deserves praise. Holy crap. Yuan Lanfeng let out a thunderous roar in his office, crushing his phone in his grip. He actually managed to do it. Equation. However, Chen Zhongce knew nothing of all this. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering why there was no response to his message. Could it be that the other party had no integrity in gambling? Not willing to be a beast of burden? He shook his head. What kind of person was this? Forget it, sleep was the most important now. Anyone who worked tirelessly for nearly 72 hours would be exhausted. So Chen Zhongce was like a fully drawn bow suddenly released, requiring a long rest to recover. The next day, Chen Zhongce, who was fast asleep, suddenly sprang up from the bed. 937. Oh no, yesterday he had promised his beautiful class advisor that he would be at school on time today, but now he had been slapped in the face at lightning speed. The morning classes had already begun. This was no longer a matter of being late, but the rhythm of skipping class. He threw off the blanket hastily, put on his school uniform, finished washing up in 2 minutes, grabbed 2 steamed buns in 1 minute, and dashed towards school. At the school gate, Chen Zhongce hesitated, afraid to go in. Rushing in would surely earn him a scolding. Suddenly, he spotted the security guard Grandpa Qin and decided to get some information from him. So at the small shop by the school gate, he obtained a pack of Huazi cigarettes, as if in an underground deal, and when no one was looking, he tossed it to the gatekeeper. Grandpa Qin busy. Chen Zhongce called out. You little rascal. Obviously Grandpa Qin, the gatekeeper, knew Chen Zhongce, since the school's celebrity often appeared on various honor rolls, making it hard not to know him. Grandpa Qin, have you seen the grade director and our class advisor teacher's son? Chen Zhongce asked tentatively. Grandpa Qin nonchalantly pocketed the huazi that Chen Zhongce had thrown over and said lazily, just now your class advisor came to ask me if you had come today. What? Chen Zhongce was instantly stunned. Kid, if you go in now your class advisor will probably have a talk with you. Grandpa Qin squinted, watching the female students walking around on the campus during activity class. All you've Well, I still have to go? As usual, Grandpa Qin, don't mark me as late. Chen Zhongce pried opened the gate and swaggered into the school. Hey, that teacher's son's figure. Grandpa Qin squinted, his expression full of enchantment. Old pervert, Chen Zhongce cursed inwardly. If he remembered correctly, teacher's son should be teaching Chinese class at this time. Going to the classroom now would be asking for trouble. Chen Zhongce didn't want to run into that bad luck in front of the whole class. Chen Zhongce decided to turn passive into active. Before his class advisor teacher's son Xingxing could react, he would go to her office and wait. Even if he got scolded, there would only be a few teachers around, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing. So Chen Zhongce wandered around avoiding the academic affairs teachers and found his way to teacher's son's office. Entering the office, Chen Zhongce found that there were only a few teachers inside. Only a teacher sat opposite teacher's son, bent over writing something. It wasn't until Chen Zhongce approached that the teacher seemed to wake up from a dream, as if she had been deeply immersed in a difficult problem, pondering hard. Zhongce, why are you here? Asked a light, ethereal female voice. Chen Zhongce stepped closer and saw that the teacher was wearing a beige short-sleeved sports t-shirt and a pair of tight white shorts. Her waist-length hair, like a waterfall, was gently tied back into a ponytail. Her fair jade-like legs needed no stockings to enhance them, and she wore a pair of light yellow sneakers. She didn't look like a high school math teacher at all, but rather like a college student. The math teacher, Lu Meirong. Nothing much, teacher. It's just that teacher's son asked me to wait here. She has something to tell me later. Chen Zhongce was too embarrassed to admit that he was hiding because he was late. Oh, I heard from your class advisor that you've been in a bad state these past 2 days. How are you? Have you recovered? Asked the delicate-featured math teacher. Not bad, I've rested enough. I'm just looking for teacher's son to discuss the next review plan. Since he had nothing to do, Chen Zhongce chatted desultorily with the beautiful teacher. But he kept having to adjust his posture, which made Chen Zhongce a bit uncomfortable. Teacher Lu, what problem are you studying? Chen Zhongce asked, curiously, glancing casually. The problem teacher Lu was working on didn't seem to be a high school one. It's nothing. I'm thinking of going back to pursue a PhD after teaching your class. My advisor told me to think about the NS equation when I have free time, not necessarily to solve it, just to keep my brain active. Clearly the problem was extremely difficult. The beautiful teacher had been frowning for a long time with no clue at all. Navier-Stokes equations? Chen Zhongce asked tentatively. You've heard of this difficult problem? Teacher Lu's eyes lit up, surprised that this big boy in front of her had heard of this mathematical problem. Teacher Lu, I remember you're a top student from the mathematics department of Haiqingzhendan University. But how could your teacher do this? Giving you a world-class problem like this to practice? Torturing you? Chen Zhongce said disapprovingly. It was one of the 6 most difficult unsolved mathematical problems in the world, with no one having solved it in decades. Letting teacher Lu use it as a practice problem. Wasn't that ridiculous? What? You don't believe your teacher can solve it? Teacher Lu wrinkled her delicate nose and gave a soft hum. I believe whatever the beautiful teacher says, I believe. However, Chen Zhongce's shaking head betrayed him. He knew how difficult this problem was because it was essentially the last obstacle to the final and most difficult piece of the puzzle in traditional physics. Only by solving this mathematical problem could the turbulence problem be explained most accurately and traditional physics finally be perfected. In his past life, Chen Zhongce actually didn't want to touch this problem at all, but in order to study the airflow tail flame of a fusion engine, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. He gave it his all, working for a full 4 months, and with the help of a supercomputer, he finally managed to solve this problem. I don't believe you at all. You're not sincere. Teacher Lu laughed. Could Chen Zhongce tolerate such criticism? Chen Zhongce walked over and from beneath the beautiful teacher's heaving bosom pulled out the white paper with the problem written on it. He gently recited. Given an initial velocity in 3-dimensional space and time, does there exist a smooth and globally defined vector velocity and scalar pressure field to solve the Navier-Stokes equations? For some reason, hearing Chen Zhongce softly reciting the problem, teacher Lu's heart suddenly calmed down. For Lu Meirong, she couldn't find words to describe this feeling, as if she were listening to her own prolific mentor offering guidance. Peaceful and serene. Chen Zhongce was all too familiar with this problem. In his past life, he had recited it countless times over 4 months, memorizing it, until he could repeat it backwards in his sleep. Miss Lu, do you know what solving this problem would mean? Chen Zhongce asked, looking down seriously at his beautiful teacher after reading the question. Miss Lu blinked her phoenix eyes, gently crossing her long slender legs, and murmured, Isn't this one of the 6 hardest unsolved math problems in the world? What else could it mean? Chen Zhongce sighed. Teacher, you're truly a product of the mathematics department, but you can't seem to break free from the confines of mathematical thinking. Miss Lu was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with her being from a math background? Miss Lu, the Navier-Stokes equations are two nonlinear partial differential equations that describe the motion of three-dimensional fluids. They are a set of two equations that link the velocity vector field and its rate of change to the pressure field. In other words, to the forces acting on a liquid or fluid. Miss Lu, if we were to create a simple real-world simulation, it would look something like this. As he spoke, Chen Zhongce's eyes lit up when he noticed a cup of freshly brewed black tea and an unopened carton of milk on Lu Meirong's desk. Ignoring Lu Meirong's bewildered expression, Chen Zhongce took the tea bag out of the cup and tossed it straight into the trash. "You," Miss Lu said in annoyance. Chen Zhongce paid her no heed. Next, he used scissors to snip a tiny opening in the milk carton, then slowly poured the milk directly into the center of the cup of black tea. From the side of the glass, one could clearly observe the milk's trajectory as it flowed through the tea, followed by its diffusion pattern. As the milk swirled and spread through the tea, it formed a pillar of milk that continuously shifted and transformed its shape. Do you see it, Miss Lu? The Navier-Stokes equations are meant to describe how these fluid shapes evolve over time. Chen Zhongce tapped the rim of the glass, lightly producing a crisp, clear sound. Lu Meirong, meanwhile, stared in astonishment at the trail of milk dispersing through the tea. She had been working on this problem for so long, yet it had never once occurred to her to think about it this way. To be honest, Lu Meirong was not merely surprised that someone could approach the Navier-Stokes equations from such an angle. She was even more astounded that Chen Zhongce, a mere high school senior, could possess such profound insight into a world-class problem. Even the most prodigious talents, the provincial and municipal top scorers, the math competition winners who had secured direct admission to Yendu University, none of them could match Chen Zhongce's level of mastery. If one had to describe Chen Zhongce's approach just now in a single phrase, it would be concise and incisive. If the average high school student's math level is a 6, and the provincial top scorers is a 10, and Miss Lu, a graduate researcher from a top-tier 985 university, is a 50, then Chen Zhongce's problem-solving mindset was looking down from a height of 100. A textbook case of dimensional reduction. Miss Lu, what are you spacing out for? Chen Zhongce was a bit confused. This wasn't the reaction had expected. Had he gotten something wrong? Chen Zhongce held up the half-empty carton of milk, and without even asking his teacher, he put it to his lips and started drinking. Miss Lu was somewhat irritated. This kid really had no sense of boundaries. Had just helped himself to her breakfast milk without so much as a word. With that thought, Miss Lu abruptly stood up. She absolutely could not let this brat look down on her, or how would she ever teach him again? Chen Zhongce lowered his head and caught sight of Lu Meirong's long legs, fair as jade, pressed together so tightly that not a sliver of space showed between them. Chen Zhongce's face flushed instantly. It was because he had drunk too much milk just now, and certain parts of him were feeling rather uncomfortable. "Zhongce, you weren't just pulling my leg, were you? A high school student like you, no matter how brilliant, couldn't possibly know the Navier-Stokes equations this well. Come on, tell me, which popular science article did you dig up to prank your teacher?" Miss Lu still didn't quite believe him. She wanted to bluff and see if the student would crack. Miss Lu will drop the act. I might as well come clean. Chen Zhongce slammed the empty milk carton down on the desk, producing a sharp snap. "What? I am a peerless genius. It's just the Navier-Stokes equations, isn't it? I can solve them." "You?" Miss Lu was skeptical. How could that be? This was a world-class problem that countless top mathematicians couldn't crack, and a high schooler was claiming he could. Absurd. No matter how gifted you are, it's absolutely impossible. These are two completely different dimensions. "Teacher, what if I do solve it?" Chen Zhongce countered. "If you solve it, then ill." Miss Lu stopped mid-sentence. If he really did solve it, what could she even do? Chen Zhongce smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across Miss Lu's slender swan-like neck and delicate collarbones. He casually picked up the paper with the problem written on it, and sat down across from her at the desk of their homeroom teacher, Sun Qingqing. Lu Meirong was momentarily stunned. What did that look from Chen Zhongce just now mean? Before she could figure it out, Chen Zhongce's clear, resonant voice reached her. "First, we can write out a standard partial differential equation to give this problem a simple description. A valid solution to this problem has two conditions. First, the total kinetic energy must be bounded. In mathematical terms, the integral of the squared norm of V over the entire space is bounded." Lu Meirong gasped. Just from the specialized terminology Chen Zhongce had used, she knew her initial judgment had been wrong. Chen Zhongce was definitely not trying to fool her with a few popular science articles. It was highly likely that he genuinely knew how to solve this problem. Listen carefully. Chen Zhongce kept his head down, avoiding her gaze, and spoke softly. Second, the vector field V and the scalar field P must be globally defined and continuous throughout the entire space. Therefore, the Navier-Stokes problem can be reduced to one of two scenarios. Which two? Miss Lu had already abandoned all pretense and leaned in close to Chen Zhongce, her waist-length hair cascading down from her shoulders, adding a touch of intellect and gentleness to her demeanor. The first is the forward formulation: given F0 and an initial velocity field, there exists a velocity field and pressure field that satisfy conditions A and B. Note that the two given initial conditions must themselves satisfy certain requirements. The second is the negative formulation if a velocity field and pressure field fail to satisfy conditions A and B, then there must exist an initial vector field and an external force field that lead to such a result. Chen Zhongce dissected the problem with the precision of a master butcher carving an ox. His grasp of the solution's logic was crystal clear, and he even explained it in terms that Lu Meirong could easily follow. It was evident that Chen Zhongce had not just solved this problem on the spot today. He had very likely cracked this world-class conundrum long ago. Moreover, his immersion in this subject ran deep, and his mastery far surpassed that of ordinary people. Lu Meirong gazed at this young man who wasn't even 18 yet, and only then did she truly understand what it meant to be stunned. She had a strange feeling that even her own mentor, a man who had already earned the title of academician, could not hold a candle to Chen Zhongce at the same age. Ultimately, within a given range where this partial differential equation holds true, a definitive solution to the Navier-Stokes equations is guaranteed to exist. Chen Zhongce's fluid, effortless writing came to a halt. He tapped the tip of his pen twice at the conclusion of his derivation, emphasizing his result once more to Teacher Lu. He let out a long breath. "Teacher Lu, do you understand?" Lu Meirong gave a gentle nod, but then shook her head vigorously. Chen Zhongce was taken aback. Did she understand or not? "Although I still don't follow some of the steps, I still think you're incredibly brilliant." The delicate-featured Lu Meirong's lips curved into a slight smile. "Phew, that's a relief. Teacher Lu, solving this problem means the final piece of the puzzle in traditional physics has been put into place. With this resolved, the future of chaos theory and dynamical systems will no longer be shrouded in obscurity. There will be boundless potential." Chen Zhongce spoke his judgment on this field with the certainty of a prophet. It meant that whoever solved this problem would etch their name into the annals of history. Lu Meirong looked at this young man, not yet 18, and saw in his eyes nothing but unwavering resolve, a near-fated devotion to science. Perhaps some people truly have light in their eyes. As a woman of exceptional beauty and intellect, Lu Meirong found herself momentarily entranced. Some people's charm truly has nothing to do with age. "What topic are you two discussing so intently?" Head teacher's son, after finishing his class, came to the office and saw Chen Zhongce and Lu Meirong huddled together over a draft paper. "Hello, head teacher. We're working on Teacher Lu's graduate research topic," Chen Zhongce replied, casually, hoping to downplay the situation and get off the hook so he could head to class. If he could just get out of this door without trouble today, the head teacher wouldn't criticize him in front of the whole class again. "You have the nerve to look at Teacher Lu's graduate research, but have you even figured out your own college entrance exam questions?" the head teacher said with exasperation. Chen Zhongce stuck out his tongue. "You're still laughing? What did you tell me yesterday? Didn't you say you'd be on time for class today? How come I didn't see you this morning?" Sure enough, there was no escaping it. Chen Zhongce said with a grimace. "I've been in the office helping Teacher Lu with her research the whole time. Isn't that right, Teacher Lu?" As he spoke, he turned his back to the head teacher and winked at Teacher Lu, silently pleading with her to cover for him. "Ah, yes." The beautiful teacher, still immersed in the shock of Chen Zhongce, just solving the Navier-Stokes equations, replied, as if waking from a dream. "Xiao Lu, we can't do this. If this kid messes up his college entrance exam, wouldn't all our efforts and his 3 years of hard work be for nothing?" the head teacher said, annoyed. "The student doesn't know any better, but you're a math teacher, a top-tier graduate from a prestigious 985 university. Surely you know better." Teacher Lu snapped back to reality. "Teacher Chen Zhongce is a prodigy. If he doesn't get into Yinda University, they'll contact my advisor to arrange for him to attend the top-tier Zhendan University in Haiqing." "Huh." Teacher Sun was also stunned. "I asked you to help me persuade this kid to study hard, and you're undermining me. Forget it, forget it. Hurry up and get to class. You've had your fun and your wild moments. I hope you can get yourself back on track quickly. After all, the college entrance exam is a major event in life." With the exam approaching, Teacher Sun didn't dare put too much pressure on Chen Zhongce. All right. Chen Zhongce cheerfully said goodbye to both teachers and dashed out of the office, even taking a moment to carefully pick up a stack of exam papers he had knocked over on his way out. After Chen Zhongce left, head teacher Sun Qingqing asked with skepticism, "Xiao Lu, were you being serious just now?" "Oh, you've reminded me. I need to call my advisor," Lu Meirong said as she left the office, leaving Sun Qingqing standing there a bit bewildered. Haiqing Zhendan University. The new annual National Mathematics Symposium was underway. As the host and leading figure, Li Tianquan wore a genial expression, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of ennui as he looked over the young researchers. They kept researching the same old topics with virtually no substantial breakthroughs in the most cutting-edge fields. As a leading figure in Chinese mathematics, he couldn't help but feel disappointed with the current state of research. In recent years, apart from Wei Dongyi in the capital, who could be considered exceptional, there really wasn't any standout talent among the younger generation. Li Tianquan felt a pang of regret. He had mentored many disciples over the years, but almost none had emerged as leaders in their own right. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Tianquan took it out and saw it was a call from his disciple Lu Meirong. This girl should know he had an important event today. She shouldn't be so impulsive as to call him at this time. With that, academician Li hung up the phone. But unexpectedly, just 2 minutes later, his disciple called again. Academician Li frowned, but patiently answered. Teacher, someone has solved the Navier-Stokes problem. That simple statement was like a thunderclap exploding in Li Tianquan's ears. It was one of the 6 Millennium Prize problems. Solving any one of them would immortalize one's name in the history of mathematics. Are you sure? The academician's voice trembled slightly. Teacher, I still can't quite understand some of the steps, but from his explanation, I felt his logic was extremely rigorous. At least within my knowledge, it seems correct. Teacher, Lu said with some frustration, kicking at a pebble by the roadside to vent her feelings of inadequacy. He explained it to you? Academician Li noted this detail. Yes, teacher. Xiao Lu, are you with Wei Dongyi? Academician Li asked. No, I'm in Hanjiang City thinking about the problem you assigned me. Lu Meirong was a bit puzzled. What? It wasn't Wei Dongyi who solved it. This time it was academician Li who was bewildered. Could there be another mathematical prodigy in the younger generation that he didn't know about? No, teacher. Send me the solution process first, I need to see it. Academician Li found it hard to believe that someone else in the country could have solved this world-class problem. The steps Chen Zhongce had just written were sent over via WeChat. Then there was a long silence. Lu Meirong didn't dare hang up waiting for her teacher's response. Half an hour later, a gasp utterly unbefitting of his status came from the mentor, who was over 60 years old. Holy shit. On the other end of the phone, academician Li asked in an aged and trembling voice, Xiao Lu, who exactly did this? Teacher, it's a young man, to be precise. He is your academic grandchild, Lu Meirong said. Academic grandchild. This identity left Li Tianquan somewhat perplexed. Xiao Lu, are you saying he is your student? Academician Li exclaimed in surprise. Yes, teacher. Xiao Lu, if I remember correctly, you are teaching at Hanjiang now. 5 middle school. And you're teaching a senior class now. Teacher, your memory is excellent. Through the phone, teacher Lu could hear her mentor drawing a sharp breath. Xiao Lu, are you saying that the person who solved this problem is a high school senior? Even though Lu Meirong had already explained academician, Li Tianquan still found it hard to believe. Absolutely true. A genius. Where is this genius now? I must meet him. Having witnessed such brilliance, the empty reports before him now seemed utterly insipid to academician Li. It was as if he had entered a state of post-euphoria. Xiao Lu, my seminar ends the day after tomorrow. Book me the earliest flight to Hanjiang City the day after that. I must see this young man with my own eyes. If I can take him under my wing, he can be my last disciple. Li Tianquan's voice came through the receiver, the excitement in it utterly undisguised. All right, teacher. Lu Meirong understood her mentor's attitude all too well. It was already a tremendous restraint that he hadn't abandoned all the attending mathematicians today. Given his mentor's usual personality, he would have already arrived at Hanjiang No. 5 middle school by this afternoon. Yindu. At the National Key Laboratory of High Energy Physics of Yindu University, Yuan Lanfeng, who had just gotten a new phone, was incessantly sending messages to Chen Zhongce on Bihu. However, how could Chen Zhongce, whose phone had been confiscated by the school, see these messages? From the moment he got the new phone until now, Yuan Lanfeng had sent Chen Zhongce no fewer than 1,000 private messages, all of which vanished into thin air without a trace. Yuan Lanfeng was a bit numb. What on earth was wrong with this guy? He hoped nothing bad had happened. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he thought that since Chen Zhongce was so familiar with his boss academician Chen Zhongce, it was very likely that his mentor might have some impression of this young man. When Yuan Lanfeng placed the technical roadmap for controlled nuclear fusion written by Chen Zhongce before academician Chen Zhongce, his mentor remained silent for a long time after reading the entire document. After nearly half an hour, Yuan Lanfeng cautiously asked, Boss, what do you think of the feasibility of this report? Chen Zhongce came to, as if awakening from a dream. The man in his 60s exploded with strength far beyond his age, grabbing Yuan Lanfeng's shoulders. Lanfeng, humanity has hope. Interstellar civilization has hope. Quick, who gave you this report? You must find him. His voice was full of urgency. Before his words had even faded, Chen Zhongce seemed to think of something. He immediately grabbed his phone and called the leader of the security department in charge of confidential affairs. Vice Minister Wang, there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your department's involvement. There is a very important research report. Please ensure it is silently erased from the entire internet. It must be undetected absolutely. Also help me find the author of this report and protect him. Finally, Chen Zhongce added in a grave tone, Vice Minister Wang, you must protect him. Even if something happens to me, not a single hair on his head must be harmed. Whoever harms him will be a sinner against all humanity. Listening from the side, Yuan Lanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. In all these years, he had never heard his boss speak with such solemn and serious tone. Moreover, on the other end of that red confidential phone was the deputy minister of the security department responsible for the entire Wagwo's overt and covert security work, wielding power rarely matched. Received, academician Chen. Before we arrive, do not disturb him. Give him a safe and familiar living environment. At the end, Chen Zhongce specifically added this to avoid disrupting Chen Zhongce's normal life. Good. The voice on the other end also turned serious. Lanfeng, you'll prepare the materials first. Help me contact the leaders of the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry, preferably the top officials. Tell them I have extremely important matters to report, and ideally, we can meet this afternoon. Lanfeng, remember this matter is extremely important. Also, the data in your hands must never be leaked. Cut off the internet and power in the lab. Cheng Wenyi made a decisive move without any hesitation. Teacher, isn't this inappropriate? There are still many important projects in progress. Yuan Lanfeng reminded him at the right moment. Important, my ass. Everything we've done in these years combined is not worth these few thin pages. Cheng Wenyi didn't care about his image anymore and directly cursed. You heard what I said to the security department just now. This document will likely be classified as top secret very soon. If it leaks from our hands, that would be treason. Cheng Wenyi, as expected of someone who had seen the world, possessed a sensitivity that Yuan Lanfeng was far from matching. Yes, teacher. Shaken by his teacher's serious expression, Yuan Lanfeng also became cautious, shedding his initial flippancy. That afternoon, in a confidential meeting room of the Ministry of Science and Technology, a group of bigwigs gathered for a secret meeting. The Minister of Science and Technology, the Minister of Industry, Academician Cheng Wenyi, the head of the Sun Island Project, the director of the Southwest Nuclear Industry Research Institute, the chief engineer of the Nuclear Industry Group, and 11 senior professors. Together, these dozen or so individuals could be considered the top echelon of Huaguo's current controlled nuclear fusion field. Pick any one of them, and the entire Huagua academic community would tremble. These people, especially the professors responsible for technology, were like 3-year-olds who had just received candy, unable to hide their excitement on their faces. Old Qing, you're really something, pulling off a big news quietly. The old professor with graying hair patted Cheng Wenyi on the shoulder. In front of everyone, Cheng Wenyi felt a bit embarrassed. Old Qing, this wasn't done by me. What? Professor Qin was full of surprise. Everyone in Huagua with the ability and equipment is here today. If it wasn't you, who else could have done it? Professor Qin's eyes widened, thinking Cheng Wenyi was joking with him. Old Qin, I really wish I had done it, but I have no face to claim this credit, Cheng Wenyi said with some emotion. I'm telling you, old brothers, we've been friends for so many years. Give me the bottom line. Who exactly did it? I, Qin Qiqing, can say I've devoted my entire life to controlled nuclear fusion without achieving much. I must thank this old brother properly. Old Qin, disregarding etiquette, began to speak out in the meeting. All the bigwigs present today had signed confidentiality agreements to attend the meeting. Although Old Qin's approach was somewhat inappropriate, everyone could understand his devotion to the controlled nuclear fusion he had dedicated his life to. Silence. No one present picked up the thread. After hesitating for a long while, Cheng Wenyi finally spoke. Old Qin, it wasn't done by anyone here. Then who? Is there a researcher in Huagua even more accomplished than all of you? Old Qin was astounded. Old Qin, I can only tell you that it's a young man. Saying more would violate the rules. The water in Old Qin's cup spilled all over the floor. Ahem. Lin Gang, the Minister of Science and Technology, interrupted Professor Qin Qiqing's line of questioning. After all, if he continued, it would violate confidentiality regulations. Professor Qin, you've dedicated nearly 4 decades to the field of controlled nuclear fusion. How feasible do you think this plan is? Lin Gang returned to the main topic. Minister Lin, I've carefully reviewed this technical roadmap. The integration of various technologies is remarkably rigorous. Based on preliminary assessments, I'm over 90% confident that this path is viable. We'll need to run the specifics through a supercomputer for a more precise analysis. Professor Qin chose his words with extreme care, delivering his judgment slowly. Even though he yearned for the realization of controlled nuclear fusion more than anyone else, he had to be accountable for his words in this setting. This concerned the nation's future policies. There was no room for error. Qin, I know you are always cautious. If you say there's a 90% certainty, then I believe the odds are quite high, Lin Gang added. Even the Minister of Science and Technology hesitated to make absolute statements. Minister Lin, in that case, why not invite the researcher who wrote this report here for a face-to-face analysis and discussion? After all, this report seems to be only a part of the work. There are likely more detailed sections that haven't been disclosed yet, Professor Qin suggested. Consequently, all eyes turned to Cheng Wenyi, the only one who knew the researcher's identity. Academician Cheng awkwardly rubbed his nose. He couldn't very well say that the person wasn't coming because he was preparing for the college entrance examination. Chen Zhongce, diligently preparing for the Gaokao, was unaware that his thin technical report had caused such a stir, leaving the entire nation's experts in controlled nuclear fusion restless. Proposing the fusion plan was just a safety net for him. It contained elements of uncertainty. Chen Zhongce didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket, as the uncontrollable factors were simply too numerous. The immediate priority remained the college entrance exam. Given the current research environment, one needed to attend a top-tier 985 university to access premier research resources. The emphasis on pedigree and seniority was simply too entrenched. However, less than 50 days remained for Chen Zhongce. The pressure was immense, as this was a completely different arena from scientific research. The teacher at the podium droned on, but Chen Zhongce paid no attention, burying his head in his self-made review plan. Chen Zhongce was determined to single-handedly reconstruct the entire framework of natural science knowledge. This meant deriving the whole system from the most fundamental axioms. In mathematics, for instance, he had to start from 112 from the principle that only one line passes through 2 points and progress through the Pythagorean theorem, plane geometry fluxions, and calculus. Chen Zhongce journeyed alone through the world of mathematics, retracing the steps of the great minds from over 2 millennia ago. Euclid, Archimedes, to Descartes, Newton, Leibniz, Cauchy, and Taylor. He relived the intellectual struggles of these pioneers as they unraveled the fundamental laws governing the universe, walking the same path they had trodden, but alone. When Chen Zhongce finally looked up again, the evening self-study session was nearly over. 12 hours to master advanced mathematics. 12 hours without pause, without food, only taking a few sips of the water Pei Luotian had gotten for him during brief moments of thought. Chen Zhongce was exhausted, yet his eyes burned with an intense clarity. At this moment, no one could surpass his familiarity with high school mathematics, having single-handedly derived the entire system. Even teacher Lu, a graduate of a top 985 university with both bachelor's and master's degrees, couldn't match him. Because Chen Zhongce understood the detours and bottlenecks the great minds had encountered while constructing this mathematical edifice and how they had broken through in the face of adversity. Through their efforts, everything in this world, from the smallest mustard seed to the vast universe, could be described mathematically. Chen Zhongce was formidable, godlike in his prowess. The next morning, he spent 6 hours deriving all the laws of classical physics. The following afternoon, he spent 4 hours reconstructing the entirety of high school chemistry. In another 3 hours, he completed the derivation of biology and traditional genetics. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell signaling the end of evening self-study rang, Chen Zhongce rubbed his sore wrist. The draft paper used for his derivations was stacked nearly 2 feet thick. All blank A4 paper, and he had gone through 7 ballpoint pen refills in these 2 days. The densely packed draft papers were covered on both sides with Chen Zhongce's derivations. From this point on, no one could rival his grasp of high school physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology. Zhongce, what have you been up to these past 2 days? Pei Qingli hadn't wanted to disturb him while he was so focused, and only asked now that he mentioned he was done. Me. After waking up in the exam hall that day, I realized I had forgotten a lot of knowledge for some reason. So I've spent these 2 days re-deriving all the basics, just as a way to review, Chen Zhongce said, gently taking her bag and placing it on his own shoulder, ruffling her hair. What? Why didn't you tell me you had such a big problem during the exam? Are you putting too much pressure on yourself? We don't have to be the top scorer, Pei Qingli said, her eyes filled with worry. He'll do everything I've promised you, no matter how difficult, Chen Zhongce said with a smile, offering no further explanation. In reality, Chen Zhongce had completed his review of the fundamentals akin to finishing the derivation of the Tao, the underlying principles. What remained was the application of these techniques. Looking at his confident demeanor, Pei Qingli's eyes betrayed her deep concern. With just over 40 days left, how could he possibly raise his score from the 500s to over 700? But Pei Qingli said nothing. They walked their bicycles out of the school gate, a picture of serene companionship. Dressed in their matching red and white school uniforms, they walked side by side, looking like a perfectly matched pair. As they passed the gatehouse, Chen Zhongce greeted Grandpa Qin, the gatekeeper. Grandpa Qin, still here? How can I leave before you little rascals are dismissed? And you're the only one bold enough to walk so openly with a pretty female classmate. If it were anyone else, I'd have reported them to the principal long ago, Grandpa Qin grumbled. I know, it's because you look out for me, Grandpa Qin, Chen Zhongce replied, turning his face away with a twitch of his mouth. It wasn't because the old man was kind, it was purely the result of the packs of cigarettes he had been feeding him. But you little rascal, there's something you should be careful about. I've noticed some thugs hanging around the school gate these past couple of days muttering your name. Grandpa Qin warned. My. Chen Zhongce's eyes narrowed. He hadn't offended anyone recently, and his family wasn't wealthy, so it wasn't likely he'd be a target for extortion. Grandpa Qin, did they say anything else? Chen Zhongce asked. They mentioned someone with the surname Li from your class, that's all. A cold light burst from Chen Zhongce's eyes. That made sense, that guy was indeed a sinister character. Zhongce, what should we do? Is Li Tianquan planning something bad? Should we tell the school? Pei Qingli said, her voice laced with anxiety. It's fine. What can he do? He'll handle it, Chen Zhongce reassured her. In an unobserved moment, his eyes were filled with icy resolve. Pei Qingli was still thinking like a student. Not to mention that Li Tianquan's father was a city leader, but also his grades were decent. To the school, they were both promising students, and any complaint would likely be brushed aside. Moreover, without concrete evidence, a hasty move could backfire, and he might get bitten back. That would put him in a passive position. But, trust me, it's fine. Chen Zhongce reached out and gently tapped her smooth forehead, his expression full of affection. Grandpa Qin watched them leave, then turned his gaze to the flow of students exiting the gate, his eyes lingering on the graceful figures of the girls inside. A youth. Beautiful. Over the past 2 days, Chen Zhongce had done nothing but track down Sun Qingqing to retrieve the papers from the previous mock exams and monthly tests, intending to work through them anew. The Tao had already been deduced, or what remained was the application of its techniques. Hanjiang 5 High School, a key provincial institution, was known for the exceptional quality of its examination papers. Principals from many surrounding municipal key high schools paid hefty sums to acquire Hanjiang 5's test papers, printing them overnight for their own students' mock examinations. Coincidentally, these became the finest review material for Chen Zhongce's renewed studies. The first monthly math test allotted 120 minutes took him a full 167 minutes to complete. He graded himself at 127 points, with 20 points lost to misreading the examiner's intent and 3 points docked for non-compliant problem-solving steps. Chen Zhongce smiled wryly and shook his head. He had just unearthed his report card from before his rebirth. He had scored 150 points back, then finishing in merely 91 minutes. Next, he tackled the second monthly math test, completing it in 146 minutes with a score of 131. Then the third monthly test, 133 minutes, 138 points. The fourth, 129 minutes, 143 points. Finally, Chen Zhongce spread out the math paper from the first mock exam. He finished in 119 minutes, scoring 149 points. In high school mathematics, he had finally reclaimed his former prowess. And all this had transpired a mere 11 days since his rebirth. Next, Chen Zhongce unfolded the comprehensive science exam papers. The same trajectory repeated across those 3 subjects. In 5 hours, he scored 207 out of a possible 300 points. In 4 hours and 36 minutes, he scored 219. In 3 hours and 41 minutes, he scored 224. In 2 hours and 51 minutes, he scored 263. In 2 hours and 43 minutes, he scored 291. Had any seasoned teacher witnessed this meteoric rise, they would have been utterly astounded. In just a day or two, he had vaulted from the level of an ordinary high school student to that of a top-tier scholar. The cognitive ability and learning efficiency displayed were beyond the reach of the average person. It could be said that Chen Zhongce was analyzing these problems from a supremely elevated vantage point, understanding the very logic and intent behind their design. Many top students score high simply because they know how to solve problems. Chen Zhongce was different. He thought from the perspective of the examiner. Every difficult problem dissolved before him, a testament to his unassailable mastery. It was in essence a dimensional reduction strike. The rhythm of senior year was a major exam every 10 days, a minor one every 3. The monthly test was soon upon them. Given his disastrous performance on the last mock exam, Chen Zhongce was assigned to one of the more remote examination rooms. With 30 students per room, he found himself in room 7. When he appeared, everyone was stunned. This was the legendary Chen, the god of academics, who had held the top spot for 3 consecutive years and had never changed his seat in the exam hall, a man who had bested every elite scholar. Every top 30 student had once harbored the ambition of dethroning him, but all such ambitions had been crushed under the weight of his formidable record. Yet here he was relegated to room 7. What on earth was going on? Hearing rumors of his fall was one thing, witnessing it firsthand was another. The room, previously abuzz with hushed conversations among acquaintances, fell into utter silence as he walked in. No one dared to make a sound, stealing furtive glances at him, as if searching for some sign of the fallen deity. It was the oppressive aura of an academic god. Those seated around him were particularly uneasy, shifting restlessly in their chairs. Chen Zhongce found it almost comical. Was it really necessary? Even if his past achievements were formidable, wasn't he here now? Besides, he was just an ordinary high school student. Why did he inspire such pressure? If the bigwigs in Haiqing and Yindu knew of his thoughts, they would surely mock him. If you call yourself an ordinary high school student, what does that make us old-timers? Chen Zhongce could only sigh, closing his eyes and controlling his movements to avoid adding to the psychological burden of those around him. But while Chen Zhongce wished to keep a low profile, others wouldn't allow it. A familiar, sickeningly oily voice reached his ears. Well, if it isn't our god Chen. What brings you to room 7 today? How come our esteemed god is taking an exam with a bunch of losers? Our room 7 has its perks, right next to the restroom. The aroma suits our god Chen perfectly. It was that greasy, repulsive fat man, Li Tianquan. Many in the room glared at him. Calling everyone losers to their faces was a gross insult. We may not match your grades or your family background, Li Tianquan, but our grades are earned through hard work and they don't interfere with you. Besides, students in room 7 would be prized prospects at any other key school, likely destined for top-tier universities. Who could endure such humiliation? Someone was about to slam the table and stand up, but Chen Zhongce spoke. First, Li Tianquan, is your head full of crap today? Even if you have a problem with me, these students haven't done anything to you, have they? What's the matter? You've held the top spot for just 1 exam and you're already getting cocky. I sat there for 3 years without making a fuss. Li Tianquan, I recall we made a bet that if I became the top scorer in the college entrance exam, you'd kneel and call me dad 3 times. How about we raise the stakes now? Chen Zhongce's gaze was sharp as a hawk's, fixed unwaveringly on Li Tianquan. What do you have in mind? Li Tianquan asked, his eyes darting away, his earlier arrogance deflated by Chen's imposing demeanor. The monthly test is school-made and may not be convincing enough. How about this? In the 3rd mock exam, we'll have a showdown. Whoever scores lower must kneel before all the students and call the other dad 3 times. Do you dare? Chen Zhongce leaned back in his chair, physically lower than the standing Li Tianquan, yet his presence dwarfed the greasy man. Li Tianquan hesitated. Chen Zhongce's recent performance was lackluster, but the sheer dominance of his 3-year record was deeply ingrained. What if Chen recovered his form? Wouldn't he be digging his own grave? Kneeling before Chen in public would be worse than death. Seeing his hesitation, the crowd began to jeer. What's the matter, scared? Some man you are? Go on, God Chen, we support you. Take him down. Even in his worst state, God Chen dares to make such a bet. Li Tianquan, don't be such a coward. This is your chance, and you're blowing it. Li Tianquan's face turned a livid purple dark enough to drip with fury. Finally, he snarled through gritted teeth, fine. Chen Zhongce, I accept your challenge. Amid the jeers of room 7, Li Tianquan slunk away in disgrace. While Chen Zhongce was digging a trap for Li Tianquan, 2 planes sped from Yindu and Haiqing respectively, landing almost simultaneously at Hanjiang Airport. From the plane that landed from Haiqing came 2 people, an elderly man of about 60 and a young man around 30 who appeared to be the elder's assistant. Waiting for them early on was Chen Zhongce's beautiful teacher Lu. That day, to show respect for her mentor teacher, Lu had meticulously applied delicate makeup, tied her long hair behind her head, wore a white, subtly checked stand collar blouse, and a navy blue skirt that just passed her knees. As she walked, her almost flawless calves continuously revealed their elegance. Among the crowd at the airport, quite a few men spontaneously gravitated toward her, and many subtly adjusted their postures. Teacher, you're here. Lu Meirong saw her mentor and promptly stepped forward to greet him. Xiao Lu, it's been 2 years since we last met. You've become even more beautiful, my child. Obviously, Li Xingxing cared a great deal about this student, showing the affectionate concern of an elder for a younger family member. Teacher, weren't you supposed to arrive yesterday? Don't mention it. After the academic conference concluded, as the hosts, we had to entertain the attending experts. Even an old fellow like me had to drink at the table. It was really too much. After drinking too much, it delayed things. Clearly, Elder Li deeply detested such behavior. Although his status could exempt him from part of it, one couldn't help but participate in this circle. Xiao Lu, is that young lad you mentioned still doing well? Has no one discovered him? After simple pleasantries, Elder Li immediately inquired about Chen Zhongce. Teacher, rest assured. I've only reported this matter to you alone. I haven't breathed a word to anyone else. No one else has contacted him in the past 2 days. When I came to pick you up, he was taking the monthly exam at our Hanjiang No. 5 middle school. Lu Meirong explained to her mentor. Hearing this, academician Li visibly let out a long sigh of relief. Such a promising seedling. If someone else snatched him away, he would regret it deeply, probably slapping his thigh until it turned black and blue. Teacher, you've traveled so far. Should we go to the hotel to rest first before meeting the student? For confidentiality, I haven't informed the principal or the education officials that you're coming. He'll go notify them now. Lu Meirong explained. Xiao Lu, I'm not tired. Besides, no matter how tired I am, I must see this young man before I can rest easy. Academician Li Xingkong said with a smile. All right then, let's head straight to the school. So Lu Meirong led academician Li Xingkong toward the school. Just after taking a few steps, Li Xingkong stopped because he spotted an acquaintance. Old Chen, what are you doing here? Academician Li Xingkong greeted the man approaching from the opposite direction. Old Li, what are you doing here? The newcomer was evidently also surprised and asked in return. I came from Haiqing. My student Xiao Lu recently discovered a promising seedling for me, and I've come to see if I can take him as my last disciple. Li Xingkong was straightforward and explained directly to Cheng Wenyi. After all, Cheng Wenyi specialized in high-energy physics and plasma physics, which had little overlap with Li Xingkong's field of mathematics. If it had been a mathematics expert today, Li Xingkong might have chuckled and made up an excuse to brush them off. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it seriously. Cheng Wenyi felt a flicker of doubt. This Li Xingkong could be considered the top living mathematician in the country. What kind of talent would require such a prestigious academician to personally recruit? Old Li, what kind of talent is worth your personal trip? Cheng Wenyi asked curiously. Believe it or not, this seedling is a high school student, but he can solve the Navier-Stokes equations. If Xiao Lu hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it either. So I had to come see for myself. Maybe in 10 years our country will produce a world-class mathematician. Academician Li Xingkong spoke with a look of yearning on his face. A high school student. Cheng Wenyi's heart skipped a beat. Old Cheng, I haven't asked you yet. What are you here for? Li Xingkong asked casually. Nothing major. Our institute is planning to set up a key laboratory in Hanjiang City, so I came to inspect first. Cheng Wenyi made up a flimsy excuse on the spot. Oh, I see. You go ahead with your work. I'll go see that young man first, and later I'll bring my disciple to visit you. It's been years since we last gathered. Let's have tea and chat in the evening. Li Xingkong was in high spirits. Not only could he meet a young genius, but he also ran into an old friend. It was a cause for joy. No problem, Old Li. See you tonight. Cheng Wenyi didn't linger. He directly left with Yuan Lanfeng and his assistant. After walking a certain distance, Cheng Wenyi's expression turned serious. Lanfeng, change of plans. We want to go to the Hanjiang City branch of the security department first. We'll go directly to find Chen Zhongce. Cheng Wenyi decided decisively. What's wrong? Teacher, didn't we say earlier that we'd first go to the branch to learn about Chen Zhongce's situation, so it would be more convenient when we recruit him? Yuan Lanfeng was puzzled. Why had the boss suddenly changed his mind on what was agreed? First call the branch and ask if Xiao Lu, old Li student, is teaching at Hanjiang now. 5 middle school. Before we came we received authorization from the security department, and their local branches will cooperate with us. Cheng Wenyi instructed curtly. Yuan Lanfeng immediately took out his phone and called the Hanjiang branch of the security department. Within 3 minutes the relevant information had arrived on Yuan Lanfeng's phone. Indeed, the young girl was teaching at Hanjiang now. 5 middle school, and coincidentally, she was Chen Zhongce's math teacher. Cheng Wenyi's face instantly turned ashen. Lanfeng, I knew it. Where in Hanjiang City would there be so many astonishingly brilliant young geniuses? It's the same person. Cheng Wenyi sighed. Follow my latest instructions. Let's hurry to Hanjiang now. 5 middle school. Fast, we must be fast. We absolutely cannot let old Li meet Chen Zhongce first. Cheng Wenyi grew increasingly urgent. Teacher, isn't this inappropriate? To poach academician Li's disciple. Wouldn't that be unscrupulous? Yuan Lanfeng hesitated. Cheng Wenyi burst out cursing. What do you know, you idiot? Such a genius appears only once in centuries. Controlled nuclear fusion. That's the core technology for the survival of the entire human civilization. Compared to that, solving a couple of lousy problems is nothing. It was rare for the great academician Cheng Wenyi to be driven to profanity. Yuan Lanfeng dared not delay. He immediately contacted the security department to arrange the fastest car to take them to Hanjiang No. 5 middle school. Ding. At Hanjiang No. 5 high school, in the principal's office. Principal Liu was reviewing the results of recent monthly exams, calculating whether another top scorer might emerge this year. Principal, my mentor academician Li Tianquan from Zhendan University wishes to visit our school. He is currently on his way. Could you arrange the reception? Liu Meirong asked directly without any pleasantries. What? The principal drew a sharp breath. He had always known Liu Meirong's academic credentials were exceptional, but he never expected her mentor to be an academician, a truly surprising revelation. In the current administrative system, an academician held a deputy ministerial level status, not someone easily accessible to ordinary people. All right, no problem, Xiao Lu. He'll arrange the reception. It's just that time is tight, so the arrangements might not be perfect. Please put in a good word for us with academician Li. He must not hold it against us. The principal was somewhat nervous, knowing that if such an eminent figure felt slighted, a single disapproving remark could tarnish Hanjiang No. 5's reputation among top-tier universities. Xiao Lu, I also need to ask, what is the purpose of academician Li's visit? He needed to understand the academician's intentions to make appropriate arrangements. One of our students has produced notable results which caught my mentor's attention, so he wishes to come and observe. Liu Meirong explained. The principal's heart tightened. If an academician had taken notice of a student and was making a special trip to see them, this was a recruitment visit. This was tremendous news. Even though the annual top scorer basked in glory, few ultimately achieved remarkable academic success. If a student could study under an academician, or even become one themselves, it would be an immense honor for No. 5 high school. Xiao Lu, you must accompany academician Li throughout. Our school will fully support the academician's inspection work. The principal's tone was firm and resolute, clearly recognizing this as a monumental opportunity for the school. Also, Xiao Lu, which student does academician Li wish to inspect? Do we need to make any advanced preparations? The principal remained cautious. Principal, my mentor primarily wants to see Chen Zhongce from my class. He is currently taking the monthly exam. My mentor said not to disturb him. Let him finish the exam first, and we can talk afterward. Liu Meirong added. The principal was startled. It seemed academician Li's interest in Chen Zhongce was far from ordinary. He was willing to wait rather than disrupt Chen Zhongce's daily study schedule. Very well, let's follow academician Li's arrangement, and let Chen Zhongce finish his exam first. He'll lead the school leadership to welcome academician Li to the reception room and give him a tour of our campus. The principal harbored a private hope. If taking on a disciple, why take one when two could be taken? All right, principal will arrive at the school in about an hour and a half. Just as the principal hung up and was about to instruct the office to notify all leadership to gather at the school gate, his phone rang again. Hello, director. The principal was astonished to find that the caller was Director Zhu from the education department. An important figure is coming to your No. 5 high school. Arrange everything properly and come to the school gate immediately to prepare for the reception. Director Zhu's voice carried immense authority, befitting his years navigating the corridors of power. Academicians, when visiting local areas, were typically received with the protocol reserved for officials at or above the departmental level. Yes, director, we will certainly receive academician Li properly. The principal dared not show any negligence. What academician Li? It's academician Cheng. The director promptly corrected him. Director, isn't it academician Li Tianquan from Zhendan University? The principal was confused and asked. It's academician Cheng Wenyi from Yendu University. Director, I must report a situation. We just received word that academician Li Tianquan from Zhendan University is also visiting our school today, expected to arrive in about an hour. The principal's thinking remained clear, promptly reporting the relevant situation. What? Director Zhu was equally taken aback. 2 academicians are visiting no. 5 today. I require your school to ensure flawless reception arrangements. If anything goes wrong, you'll answer for it. The director's voice was stern. Yes. Director, does academician Chung have any specific arrangements for our school? I'd like to prepare accordingly. Let me ask you, do you have a student named Chen Zhongce? The principal was shocked. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? What? I'm asking you, do you or don't you? Yes. He's currently taking our monthly exam. The principal replied hurriedly. Good. Don't disturb him. After his exam, arrange for him to be brought to the reception room. Academician Chung has some matters he'd like to discuss. Again, this eminent figure also intended to wait until Chen Zhongce finished his exam before politely inviting him to the reception room. What had Chen Zhongce done? Had he reached the highest echelons of attention? After several days of continuous review, Chen Zhongce had gradually regained his study rhythm. Chinese and English required long-term accumulation, and Chen Zhongce had no quick solutions for those subjects. But the natural sciences were interconnected, steeped in logic. Master one, and you master them all. The examinees around Chen Zhongce once again experienced what it meant to be utterly crushed. Hadn't they heard that Chen Zhongce had fallen from grace? Hadn't the study prodigy been unable to solve any problems in class lately? Then how was his answering speed still so fast? With 120 minutes allotted, how had Chen the God finished all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions in under 35 minutes? Some questions involved substantial calculations. How could Chen the God arrive at the answers with just a glance? Many exchanged bewildered looks. Chen Zhongce, oblivious to the reactions around him, buried himself in his exam paper, determined to complete the test with maximum speed and accuracy. While Chen Zhongce focused on his exam, a tense confrontation was unfolding outside the school gate. Almost simultaneously, both parties arrived at the entrance of No. 5 High School. One convoy carried the security department and education department officials, the other was Lu Meirong's car driven by academician Li's assistant. With 2 shrill screeches of brakes, both vehicles came to a halt at the school gate at the same moment. Academician Li Tianquan was the first to pull open the car door, striding out ahead of the rest. Cheng Wenyi gestured for the security personnel to stand down and walk to the center between the 2 parties. Old Cheng, how did your inspection of the research institute lead you to this high school? It would take at least 7 or 8 years to train a high school student into a qualified researcher, wouldn't it? Academician Li said with a sarcastic tone. Those who attain the rank of academician are nothing short of the cream of the crop. Since the matter was laid bare before him, it was clear that Cheng Wenyi was also here for Chen Zhongce of the 5th High School. The succession of one's legacy was a matter of fierce contention. Haha, oldly, the feng shui here is excellent. Can't I just come to take a look? Cheng Wenyi, a sly old fox indeed, continued to deflect with laughter. You're here for Chen Zhongce too, aren't you? Li Xingkong's expression turned stern and solemn. Hearing this, Lu Meirong grew anxious and quickly stepped forward to say, Teacher, I didn't. Li Xingkong waved his hand. Girl, don't I trust you? Even if word has reached this old fox, I doubt he truly grasps the significance of this news for our field of mathematics. I suspect he's after some other talent of Chen Zhongce's. Having been outmaneuvered at the airport, academician Li Xingkong's tone was far from friendly. Cheng Wenyi's lips curled into a smile. Just like you, old Li, always so sharp. Old Li, let me be blunt. If you step aside today, I'll secure 2 national-level projects for you, and I'll arrange positions in the research institute for any of your disciples who wish to enter. Cheng Wenyi declared with a grand sweep of his hand. Academician Li Xingkong sneered coldly. National-level projects might be harder for us pure theorists, but do you think I can't secure them myself? Also, my students are all top-tier talents. Do they need your arrangements? So oldly you refuse to yield, even an inch. Cheng Wenyi took a step forward. Not an inch. The leaders from the Education Bureau and the 5th High School were all sweating bullets. When these 2 titans clashed, they prayed they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. If either of them directed their wrath at the bystanders, who could possibly withstand it? Boldly name it. Whatever resources I have that you fancy, just say the word. Cheng Wenyi said through gritted teeth. Clearly Cheng Wenyi was bleeding resources to persuade Li Xingkong to back down. No. Then we'll each rely on our own abilities. Seeing that old Li was immovable, Cheng Wenyi issued his final ultimatum. Fine. After their harsh words, the 2 men firmly shook hands once more. The crowd was baffled. Hadn't these 2 been at each other's throats just moments ago? How were they suddenly on good terms again? What was this performance all about? Old Li, disciples are disciples, brothers are brothers. Cheng Wenyi said warmly. Disciples are disciples, brothers are brothers. At their age they were still so tsundere, Lu Meirong silently remarked. Seeing the 2 academicians reconcile, the assembled leaders finally stopped sweating. This roller coaster of an experience was certainly not for the faint of heart. To prevent any further mishaps, they quickly ushered the 2 VIPs into the school's reception room. In 1 hour and 23 minutes, Chen Zhongce had completed the entire math exam paper. Normally, following his pre-rebirth habits, he wouldn't have needed to check, but this time he meticulously reviewed the paper twice. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this paper should be a perfect score of 150. All examinees please put down your pens. The mathematics exam is now over. Chen Zhongce closed the paper, placed it on the desk, and stood up to stretch. The moment he walked out, he got a massive shock. Outside examination room 7A, the principal along with Lu Meirong and a host of school leaders were waiting for him at the door. Zhongce, you're done. The principal looked at him with a beaming smile. Chen Zhongce's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? After thinking it over carefully, since his rebirth, besides hiding at home for 2 days, the only thing had done was buy 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes for the gatekeeper Uncle Qin. He hadn't committed any other rule violations. Could teacher Lu be accusing him of harassment? But he didn't even have the guts for that. Or had he and Qingli been reported for walking side by side on campus? But that didn't warrant such a huge commotion. Hello, principal. Hello, esteemed school leaders. Chen Zhongce replied sheepishly. Zhongce, come with us. Huh? Chen Zhongce was startled. Those words didn't sound right. 2 esteemed predecessors have arrived and wish to see you. Come along. Chen Zhongce swore he had never heard the principal speak to students with such a gentle tone. It was only then that Chen Zhongce realized with a jolt. The material he had submitted had finally yielded results. He let out a long breath. All right, let's go. And so the many students present witnessed an extremely astonishing sight. From their perspective, it looked like Chen Zhongce had done something wrong, and the entire school leadership had mobilized to catch him in the act. He was being taken to the principal's office for a severe reprimand, and would be made an example of. Within moments, various rumors were flying around. Everyone wondered what heinous act Chen Zhongce had committed to warrant the entire school leadership turning out to apprehend him. Had he poured paint on the principal's office door? Or bullied one of the female teachers? Or had he seen something he shouldn't have? The surrounding students exchanged knowing, inscrutable looks with each other. In the principal's reception room, the moment Chen Zhongce entered, he saw that familiar figure. Cheng Wenyi, his mentor from his past life, who had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to him, supporting him against all odds. In his past life, when everyone doubted that a young man like him could achieve controlled nuclear fusion, only teacher Cheng had stood up to support him, paving the way for Chen Zhongce's glorious academic career. Moreover, to Chen Zhongce, Cheng Wenyi was like a teacher and a father. Seeing his mentor looking much younger than in his memories, Chen Zhongce's eyes welled up with tears instantly. But he quickly composed himself, bowed to Cheng Wenyi, and said, "Greetings, academician Cheng." Everyone, especially Yuan Lanfeng, let out a surprised gasp. No one had introduced these 2 VIPs to Chen Zhongce, yet he could recognize Cheng Wenyi at a glance. Yuan Lanfeng confirmed in his mind that Chen Zhongce's online messages to him were definitely not a coincidence, but a deliberate approach. Yuan Lanfeng couldn't help but grow even more curious about Chen Zhongce. Cheng Wenyi spoke up. "Zhongce, this is our first meeting. But somehow I feel an instant connection with you, as if we've met countless times before. Don't be nervous. We're here today just to discuss a few questions with you." Academician Li saw how smoothly Chen Zhongce and Cheng Wenyi were communicating and immediately grew anxious. "Hold on, old Qin, you can't do this. Are you trying to play on his emotions now?" "Haha, Zhongce, I forgot to introduce you, this is." Before Cheng Wenyi could finish, Chen Zhongce bowed deeply to Academician Li Tianquan and said, "Academician Li, it is an honor to meet you." These 2 simple gestures alone stunned everyone in the room. How could Chen Zhongce have access to such high-level connections? He even knew the identities of both academicians with precision, recognizing them instantly. Chen Zhongce knew from his past life that when he was developing the fusion engine, he had frequently pestered Academician Li for guidance, due to being stuck on turbulence theory. It was under Academician Li's guidance that he had successfully completed the theoretical work, and for that Chen Zhongce had always been deeply grateful. Cheng Wenyi was also taken aback. "Zhongce, you know Academician Li." Li Tianquan pursed his lips. They had just met, and Cheng Wenyi was already calling him Zhongce so familiarly. "Both of you are esteemed seniors in the academic world, though I know a little about you," Chen Zhongce said modestly, leaving a favorable impression on the 2 academicians. The 2 academicians grew increasingly fond of him. Not only was he highly accomplished in academia, but he was also humble and courteous in his interactions. Indeed, a promising candidate for future academician. These academicians were seasoned veterans who had weathered many storms. Seeing that Cheng Wenyi had already taken the lead, Li Tianquan had no intention of falling behind. "Zhongce, we hope we aren't disturbing you by coming today." Academician Li's voice was remarkably gentle. Lu Meirong swore that in all her years under her mentor, she had never heard him speak to students with such a warm tone. "Not at all, Academician Li. It is my fortune to have the recognition of 2 esteemed predecessors like you." Chen Zhongce conducted himself with perfect poise, showing respect for both academicians while maintaining his own composure. "Excellent." The 2 academicians were increasingly pleased with Chen Zhongce. "Zhongce, I wanted to visit you a couple of days ago, but I was swamped with work. However, I've read your solution to the Navier-Stokes equations problem, and it was exceptionally well done." Without giving Cheng Wenyi another chance to speak, Li Tianquan highlighted Chen Zhongce's recent achievement in front of everyone. This was seizing the initiative. Indeed, Cheng Wenyi let out a gasp of astonishment. While those in administrative roles or primary education might not grasp the significance of the Navier-Stokes equations problem, Cheng Wenyi, being a world-class physicist with remarkable achievements in high-energy and condensed matter physics, understood its importance all too well. In a trembling voice, Chen Zhongce asked, "Zhongce, have you actually solved the Navier-Stokes equations?" Everyone was shocked by Chen Zhongce's reaction. What kind of equation could cause an academician to lose his composure so completely? Many people began secretly searching on their phones. I suppose you could say I've solved it, though the draft I gave academician Li may only outline the general framework. The details still need further refinement. If it were to be turned into a formal paper, it would require considerable time to polish. Chen Zhongce answered candidly. Some of the quicker officials had already searched for what the so-called NS equation was, and their gazes toward Chen Zhongce shifted dramatically. It was one of the 6 most difficult unsolved mathematical problems of our time. Solving it would etch his name into history. Throughout human history, those who left their mark in the annals of mathematics were all exceptionally brilliant individuals. To put it bluntly, even though Li Tianquan was already an academician, if one extended the timeline of history, he might not achieve lasting fame. Yet this young man, who hadn't even graduated from high school, had already done so, stamping his mark indelibly into the pages of history. "Zhongce, would you explain it to us?" Academician Li's voice also began to tremble. Initially based on Lou Méron's report, there was only amazement that someone had solved such a monumental global problem with no particular impression of Chen Zhongce as a person. But when Chen Zhongce stood before them in the flesh, academician Li Tianquan finally felt the reality of him marveling at how someone so young had cracked the NS equation. The former was a marvel at the achievement, while the latter was a marvel at Chen Zhongce himself. "Very well, elderly. I just need some drafting paper if you don't mind." Before the words had even faded, some education officials rushed out the door to prepare drafting paper for Chen Zhongce. Some of the younger officials sighed inwardly. These old demers were always complaining about poor health and being unable to do this, or that yet now they were scrambling to snatch up this task faster than anyone else. Experience wins out. Those who missed the chance to fetch paper went to prepare pens and mathematical tools for Chen Zhongce, while others brewed tea for him. It could be said that Chen Zhongce was the center of attention at that moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Zhongce picked up his pen and with a steady voice began explaining the solution process of the Navier-Stokes equations to Li Tianquan and Chen Zhongce. First, we can simplify this problem. At its core, it involves solving a partial differential equation. So we can begin by writing out a standard partial differential equation to provide a simple description of the problem. At those words, both academician Li and academician Chen nodded in approval. It was clear this young man had real insight into the problem. Moreover, Chen Zhongce's thinking was exceptionally clear. Note that before solving this problem, we must first establish 2 prerequisites for obtaining valid solutions to the partial differential equations. First, the total kinetic energy is bounded. In mathematical terms, the integral of the squared norm of V over the entire space is finite. Second, the vector field V and the scalar field P are globally defined and continuous throughout the whole space. With these words, the last shred of doubt the 2 academicians had about Chen Zhongce's ability to solve the NS equation vanished completely. Honestly, they had initially harbored suspicions given how young Chen Zhongce was. But those 2 statements demonstrated that Chen Zhongce at least had a clear understanding of the problem. In other words, he had truly mastered the fundamentals. The 2 titans no longer hesitated and continued to listen attentively as Chen Zhongce elaborated. Everyone present felt a sense of surrealism. 2 academicians who stood at the pinnacle of their respective fields were now listening to a lecture from a youth who hadn't even finished high school. And it was a lecture on the solution to one of the most difficult mathematical problems of the era. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes and merely heard about it, they would have assumed the person spreading such news had lost their mind. It would have been utterly absurd. For 2 full hours, Chen Zhongce spoke while the 2 esteemed academicians listened. At first, the others tried to follow along, but gave up within minutes. It was like listening to a foreign language. How could an elementary student who just learned arithmetic possibly understand quantum mechanics? As the lecture wore on, everyone's admiration for Chen Zhongce grew ever stronger. The principal's eyes burned with fervor. If Hanjiang No. 5 High School nurtured a figure who would leave his mark on the annals of mathematics, no Qi High School in Handong Province could ever rival its prestige again. Alright teachers, that concludes my solution to the Navier-Stokes equations. I do appreciate your guidance, Chen Zhongce said, setting down his pen and taking a sip of water poured personally by the director of the education department. By this point, both academicians had confirmed it. This young man, just 18 years old, had solved one of the world's most formidable mathematical problems. Oldly formidable is the younger generation. Indeed, old Chen. We were considered a lead among our peers in our youth, but compared to this young Chen, we still fall short. Both academicians sighed with mixed emotions. Son, today you've stamped your name indelibly into history, Chen Zhongce said, patting Chen Zhongce on the shoulder. Zhongce, I came today intending to assess your foundation. But after your performance, just now I see no need for that. Or rather, it's no longer necessary. You are one of us. I want to ask, would you like to join my team and work together to turn what you mentioned into reality? Chen Zhongce clasped Chen Zhongce's shoulders, speaking with earnest sincerity. Li Tianquan suddenly grew anxious. Zhongce, don't listen to Chen Zhongce. With your extraordinary mathematical talent, you must not squander it. If you follow me, I'm confident I can make you a full professor before you turn 25 and an academician before 30. Seeing the situation turning against him, Li Tianquan was pulling out all the stops. The words hung in the air, an academician under 30. What did that even mean? The assembled Hanjiang officials all changed color. A sitting academician had just made such an unprecedented promise. Chen Zhongce's future was beyond measure. In that instant, every gaze converged upon him. Facing such burning scrutiny, even one who had lived 2 lives felt the weight of pressure. For Chen Zhongce, however, the choice was never truly difficult. In his past life, he had followed Cheng Wenyi, a mentor as dear as a father, and that debt of gratitude could never be forgotten. Moreover, throughout the lecture, the rapport between Chen Zhongce and Cheng Wenyi had been remarkably close, carrying the unspoken understanding of master and disciple, as if they had worked together for years. Yet academician Li Tianquan's concern was no less genuine, and Chen Zhongce could see in him a devotion to mathematics that bordered on reverence. To refuse academician Li outright would weigh heavily on his conscience. Chen Zhongce's gaze wavered between the 2 academicians, his face betraying his dilemma. Everyone in the room held their breath for him. For most, securing the mentorship of even one academician was a stroke of fortune. Today, 2 were vying for Chen Zhongce alone. No choice seemed entirely right. Perhaps being too brilliant wasn't such a blessing after all. Sensing Zhongce's hesitation, academician Li pressed his advantage. Zhongce, you should know that Jindan University has no shortage of beautiful senior students, and your senior sister Lu Meirong is a true beauty. I could help arrange something there. Cheng Wenyi muttered inwardly. Old Li, you old scoundrel. That's fighting dirty. Lu Meirong, seated nearby, flushed crimson. She never expected her teacher to bring that up. Though, she supposed this young man who had just gone from her student to her junior fellow apprentice was rather handsome after all. Ahem. Lu Meirong coughed twice, pulling herself back from her daydream. Teacher, how could you? Yet there was no real anger in her voice. Zhongce, don't let old Li fool you. Yindu University has plenty of beautiful senior students too. Cheng Wenyi rushed to add. Old Cheng, do you dare claim Yanda's beauties outnumber Zindan's? Why wouldn't I? I see plenty of lovely young women on campus all the time. And you think my lab doesn't have students prettier than little Lu? The assembled guests were at a loss with these 2 old rascals, and the room fell into awkward silence. Ahem. Chen Zhongce cleared his throat, interrupting their increasingly absurd squabble. If I may, teachers, is this really the appropriate topic right now? Chen Zhongce was even more embarrassed than the 2 parties involved. Both academicians stopped simultaneously, their eyes fixed intently on him. In unison they asked, so who do you choose? Chen Zhongce weighed his words carefully. Teachers, to be fair, what Professor Chen works on is precisely what I aspire to pursue, my greatest ambition. But Professor Li's protection and expectations for me are debts I cannot repay. So teachers, why must I choose only one? Why can't I study under both of you? Study under both academicians simultaneously. The 2 exchanged glances, turning to each other. Could that even work? Old Cheng, I've been meaning to ask, what were you and Zhongce hinting at with all that cryptic talk? Don't tell me the project you've been leading has finally borne fruit. Academician Li asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Top secret. Though Cheng Wenyi's answer was deliberately vague, Li Tianquan had already guessed most of it. A sharp intake of breath. The legendary project that always needed 50 more years. It was actually done. Old Cheng, could it be? Zhongce. Academician Cheng blinked slowly and uttered 2 words, you guess. He had said nothing, yet everything was said. Old Cheng, let me state my position. I have no objection to Zhongce studying under both of us. Li Tianquan had deduced that Chen Zhongce was likely drawn to controlled nuclear fusion research, so he settled for the next best option, being the first to accept Zhongce's proposal. Cheng Wenyi also nodded. With both of us guiding him, I believe this disciple of mine has a remarkably bright future. Considering that refining the theory of controlled nuclear fusion would ultimately require mathematicians of this caliber, and also for the sake of Zhongce's future growth, Cheng Wenyi was equally in favor of the arrangement. Thank you both for your guidance. Chen Zhongce rose to his feet and bowed 3 times respectfully to his 2 mentors. Lifting his head, he caught sight of teacher Lu, no senior sister Lu, shooting him a mischievous smile. Well, that settles one lingering matter. Cheng Wenyi laughed heartily, feeling the immense satisfaction of one who has found a prodigy to nurture. Shall Lu make the arrangements? Our sect will gather tonight. We drink until we drop. Li Tianquan was equally overjoyed, having completely forgotten his stern rebuke about alcohol leading to trouble on the way here. Zhongce, get yourself ready. Tomorrow you'll accompany me to Yindu. The proposal you put forward needs a detailed briefing and defense before the higher-ups, Cheng Wenyi reminded him. Yes, teacher, Chen Zhongce nodded. He took a deep breath. He had thought his true journey into scientific research would only begin after the college entrance examination, yet it seemed it was starting tomorrow. A sense of anticipation welled up within him. In this life, Chen Zhongce would be faster and fastest, and he would never give any force or faction a chance to hinder him again. In this life, Chen Zhongce was determined to see Huaxiao stand unshakably at the world's pinnacle. In this life, Chen Zhongce would leave all others far behind in the dust. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Chen Zhongce spoke up. Principal, you've heard that I'm heading to Yindu tomorrow, which means I'll miss the monthly exam. Could you perhaps arrange for me to take the remaining 2 papers today? Huh. Everyone present was stunned. This master who had just solved a world-class problem still wanted to take the monthly exam. Was he mocking them? The principal hesitated, then said, Zhongce, why not skip the exam this time? Get some good rest tonight, and spend more time chatting with the 2 academicians. Don't let it affect your important business tomorrow. Principal, it's no trouble. I promised Qingli I would get her the top score in the provincial exams, and I intend to keep that promise. Don't worry, I'll be quick. I only need 3 hours for the science comprehensive and English papers. A slight smile played on Chen Zhongce's lips, as if he could see the girl with the gently swaying ponytail. But, Principal, could you please arrange it? I'd also like to see how Zhongce is performing academically at this stage. Chen Zhongce interjected. 10 minutes later, the unused monthly exam papers were placed before Chen Zhongce. Under the gaze of the room full of officials, Chen Zhongce began answering the questions, all the while casually chatting with the 2 academicians. In 15 minutes, he completed all 21 multiple-choice questions for the science comprehensive paper, achieving a perfect score. In 1 hour and 41 minutes, he finished the entire science comprehensive paper. After 2 hours and 53 minutes, Chen Zhongce closed his English test paper. Within those short 3 hours, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. In the years that followed, when education leaders from Hanjiang heard tales of child prodigies or top-scoring students, they often found them somewhat lacking in comparison. For they had witnessed the figure answering questions with godlike prowess. The entire process could only be described with one word: devastatingly swift. Later, one official commented, even if I were copying from the answer key, I couldn't match his speed, let alone his accuracy. Yindu. The Security Ministry's confidential meeting room. The Ministry of Science and Technology. The Ministry of Industry. The Ministry of State Security. The General Armaments Department of the Military. The Chinese Academy of Sciences. The Chinese Academy of Engineering. The head of the Solar Island Project. And over 10 senior scientists specializing in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. With leaders from 7 or 8 departments, and these veteran scientists, the attendees numbered over 20 in total. Though only 20-odd in number, each individual present was a figure capable of sending tremors through the academic world. The heads of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of State Security were all present in person, along with the first and second in commands from every other core institution. The sheer caliber of the assembly was enough to shock the world. And yet all of them sat obediently in the audience, listening to a young man under 20 give a lecture. Standing at the front of the conference room, facing this gathering of luminaries, Chen Zhongce's composure was remarkably steady. After all, he had dealt with many of them in his past life, even becoming quite familiar with some, so there was little room for nervousness. However, this very composure caused the attendees to think more highly of him. They knew from experience that even they themselves, despite appearing calm, while speaking at such events, would inevitably feel a stir of emotion within. Honored leaders, allow me to begin with 2 questions. Chen Zhongce did not rush into explaining the technical route and details of his controlled nuclear fusion project, but instead posed a query. Seeing no objections, he scanned the room and said slowly, how much do you all truly understand about controlled nuclear fusion? And for those in charge of the technical aspects, do you genuinely believe that controlled nuclear fusion is achievable? Chen Wenyi's heart skipped a beat. Was this kid always so direct? Apart from the administrative leaders, everyone else was a top-tier domestic expert in the field. This question was akin to a direct slap in the face. Chen Wenyi was about to stand up to smooth things over for his disciple, when Chen Zhongce shot him a reassuring glance, signaling his mentor not to worry. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then Wang Ganlai, a senior professor in the field of controlled nuclear fusion, spoke up. Since no one else is willing to speak, would this old man be permitted to say a few words? Academician Wang, you have dedicated your entire life to the field of controlled nuclear fusion, and for that you have our deepest respect. Please go ahead. Chen Zhongce said humbly. Even though academician Wang had yet to achieve controlled nuclear fusion in his lifetime, there were likely fewer than a handful of people in the country with greater expertise in the field. Moreover, Wang Ganlai was the head of the 9th Academy, the leading figure in laser inertial confinement fusion, and a strong candidate for the next academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. This young man seemed remarkably well informed about the domestic research landscape. Academician Wang cleared his throat and began, I majored in nuclear engineering as an undergraduate. From the age of 17 to now at 61, I have dedicated a full 44 years, longer than most people's entire careers, to this single endeavor. This old man hopes for the success of controlled nuclear fusion more than anyone else, yet I am also more aware than most of the immense challenges this project faces. The theoretical and engineering hurdles involved are simply too numerous. We solve one, and another appears. Then another, and another. Sometimes I find myself wondering if achieving controlled nuclear fusion with net energy output in such a confined space is simply an impossibility. It matters little if this old man's life's work comes to naught. But if controlled nuclear fusion remains unrealized, then the future of human civilization is bleak indeed. As he finished, Academician Wang's voice faltered, trembling with emotion. Chen Zhongce looked into the old man's eyes and saw a light within them. It was a devotion bordering on religious fervor. A light that no one else in that room could match. Chen Zhongce's initial casual demeanor faded. Before an elder who had dedicated his life to controlled nuclear fusion, any sign of disrespect would be a desecration of the cause. He spoke solemnly. Academician Wang, the greatest secret of controlled nuclear fusion is the unwavering belief that it can be achieved. And today I can tell you with absolute certainty that controlled nuclear fusion will be realized. Because I possess the complete technical route and the full set of solutions. The moment these words left his mouth, all eyes in the room converged upon him. The entire room was astounded. Everyone had been summoned to hear Chen Zhongce's exposition on the technical roadmap for controlled nuclear fusion. Even though the assembled luminaries were exceedingly busy, they approached the matter with utmost seriousness. Yet the moment his words landed, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. How could a mere youth not even of age claim to achieve what a top-tier scholar like Wang Ganlai had spent his entire life, supported by an entire project team, and failed to accomplish? And to have a complete set of technical routes. Song Jun, the director of the Taiyang Island project, spoke sternly. Young man, this is not your school's science forum. Every word you utter carries responsibility. As the head of the nation's largest controlled nuclear fusion project and the director of the USDC's Taiyang Island Institute, Song Jun fixed his gaze on Chen Zhongce, unwilling to tolerate any reckless talk in his domain. Cheng Wenyi, witnessing the escalating tension, felt his scalp tingle. Just as he was about to mediate, his sharp-tongued disciple spoke again. Director Song, the tokamak is a dead end. Or rather, it is not a dead end, but it is the path that requires solving the greatest number of engineering challenges among the available routes. The crowd was again astonished. Why was this young man so adamant? Logically, the tokamak route was the one that had advanced the farthest on existing foundations. Young man, research requires a down-to-earth attitude, especially in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. I have seen too many people who boast well, but deliver poorly. Song Jun added with a cold snort. Those with technical backgrounds clearly possessed pride and were extremely confident in their professional skills. With that faint casual remark, Song Jun had essentially issued a rebuke to Chen Zhongce. Chen Zhongce smiled slightly. Director Song, I know you have made great strides and achieved many results on the path of tokamak magnetic confinement. But given the current level of technology, this road is fraught with difficulties. If you doubt my solution, why not ask Professor Qin Qiqing? The moment the words fell, all eyes turned to Old Qin. Old Qin gave a wry smile. This little fellow putting the pressure from so many senior experts in the field on my shoulders. That's a bit unfair. Your mentor Cheng Wenyi would be a much better choice. However, Old Qin was widely recognized in academia as a kind-hearted senior who willingly supported juniors and sheltered them from storms. Dean Wang, Director Song, Chen Zhongce speaks the truth. He has indeed produced a feasible technical route for controlled nuclear fusion. Old Qin said with a genial smile. What? Everyone's eyes snapped to Qin Qiqing. The sound of pens dropping onto notebooks was incessant, accompanied by the clatter of 2 overturned teacups. Although everyone had some mental preparation before coming, the weight of such a earth-shattering announcement confirmed by a research giant of Old Qin's caliber was entirely different. Had controlled nuclear fusion, which was perpetually said to be 50 years away, actually been achieved? And by such a young man? How could it sound so surreal? Once again, all eyes converged on Chen Zhongce. Respected technical leaders, I have prepared a confidential document, which is currently in Academician Cheng Wenyi's hands. Please pass it around and see if you find any issues with my technical roadmap. Chen Zhongce could no longer bear the intense, unblinking stares of so many senior experts. With a rustle, the technical leaders abandoned all pretense. They crowded around Cheng Wenyi. Damn it, Old Song, stop shoving me. What the hell, I'm shoving you, so what? If I don't, you'll drool all over the confidential document. You're all supposed to be scholars, yet when you see something this good, you can't let go. Come on, let me have a look first. Get lost. Cheng Wenyi, the holder of the confidential document, was utterly overwhelmed by the 7 or 8 senior professors. No one cared about his status as an academician now. Step aside and let us read this technology first. After more than half an hour, the 7 or 8 senior experts had roughly finished reading the abbreviated technical roadmap that Chen Zhongce had originally submitted to Yuan Lanfeng. Still unsatisfied, they returned to their seats, rubbing their stomachs or clenching their fists, their gazes at Chen Zhongce growing fervent. Chen Zhongce's abbreviated version had whetted their appetites. Xiao Chen. No, Teacher Chen. Could you now elaborate on the finer details of your technical roadmap? The previously arrogant Song Jun was now as amiable as could be. He even addressed Chen Zhongce as Teacher Chen repeatedly, which made the surrounding professors feel a bit queasy. Cheng Wenyi, sitting beside Song Jun, chuckled. Old Song Zhongce is my student. From now on, you'll have to call me Grand Teacher. Song Jun glared at him. Many professors shot daggers at Cheng Wenyi. This time, Cheng Wenyi seemed poised to be the biggest winner. All right, esteemed leaders and senior experts in controlled nuclear fusion, I originally intended to share some of my personal thoughts on the technology. I welcome your guidance. Chen Zhongce said lightly. Having just seen his abbreviated roadmap, no one dared to belittle him. Guidance. It was you who should be teaching us. If we said we were guiding you, we would be too embarrassed. Chen Zhongce wasted no words. He pulled out a prepared whiteboard and began explaining his technical roadmap to the assembled audience. Initially, the senior technical experts remained seated watching him present. But soon they pushed aside the administrative leaders in front of them. Ministers, deans, move aside. Don't block our view of Teacher Chen's lecture. The triple product of density, temperature, and time. There's this kind of thinking. Holy crap. The ion turbulence problem can be reasoned this way. Did he solve the Navier-Stokes equations? What a genius. How did he come up with this line of thought? The transition from the first fusion to the second. Can it really be done like this? This ignition and reaction method minimizes damage to the reaction chamber, right? Maybe we don't need such high-strength materials. Elegant, truly elegant. These top-tier scientists, now almost speechless, peppered their exclamations with profanities, venting their astonishment. Teacher Chen, what is the gain factor Q value? Wang Ganlai asked, incredulously, afraid he had misheard. The Q value is 36.8592763. Minister Lin, we've truly struck gold this time, exclaimed Wang Ganlai, the director of the 9th Academy, as jubilant as a man decades younger. Minister Lin, the gain factor Q reaches 36.8592763, meaning we can skip the iterative process of engineering reactors and directly proceed to constructing commercial fusion reactors. Song Jun, the head of the Sun Island project, also spoke with excitement. What? If earlier the technical experts present were fervently admiring Chen Zhongce, now they had captured the attention of all the administrative leaders. The Minister of Science and Technology had already known that Chen Zhongce's proposed technical route was highly feasible, but he had not anticipated that Chen Zhongce's plan would be so complete, ready for immediate commercial application. As the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Lin Gang understood this all too well. Bypassing the iterative process of engineering reactors meant saving astronomical sums of money and, more importantly, a great deal of time. Although China currently led the world in certain areas of controlled nuclear fusion technology, all nations were still at the same starting line within sight of one another. But if Chen Zhongce's technical route proved viable, it would be like a small cow riding an airplane, soaring to the heavens. In the field of controlled nuclear fusion, China would leave everyone else in the dust, with the United States, France, and Russia trailing behind, eating our exhaust. Zhongce, how confident are you in this technical route? The head of the industrial sector, unable to maintain his composure, stood up and asked directly, his face flushed with excitement as if injected with adrenaline. Chen Zhongce hesitated for a moment, then spoke with unwavering certainty, 100%. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Really? The industrial leader fixed his gaze on Chen Zhongce's eyes as if trying to see through him. Chen Zhongce met his gaze without flinching, his heart open and honest. Really? Esteemed leaders, I know that in a project of this magnitude I am but a minor figure, but I am willing to stake my life on it. Following the technical route I have provided will surely succeed. Not for personal glory, but merely to add a brick or a tile to China's journey back to the summit. The audience was moved. Everyone present held high positions and had witnessed countless twists and turns, schemes and betrayals. Yet who among them in their youth had not harbored such fervent patriotism and youthful passion? Very well, I believe in you. The Minister of Industry nodded. The leaders of the General Armament Department of the military were ablaze with enthusiasm. They were the most sensitive to new technologies, having already conducted strategic simulations in future military subjects regarding the implications of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Zhongce let out a long sigh. In this rebirth, he was still too young, with too little experience. If it were his past life backed by countless achievements, he would only need to say one sentence: if I believe it can be done, then it will be done. No one would ever question him on technical grounds. But in this life, to achieve such a feat at such a young age was unprecedented. To give these high-ranking officials peace of mind, Chen Zhongce paused, and then uttered a shocking statement. Esteemed leaders, what I have just explained is only the outline of the technology. I have a complete technical route, and all my handwritten drafts of the derivation process at home essentially ready for direct use. Silence. Then the entire conference room erupted into chaos. They had thought Chen Zhongce only had a theoretical foundation, but he had actually provided a complete operational manual with every detail down to how to tighten a screw, clearly written. Everyone in the room stood up, their eyes fixed on Chen Zhongce, as if they wanted to strip him bare. It was too overwhelming. They had expected Chen Zhongce to offer a mere adolescent who would need years of cultivation before becoming productive, but instead he had delivered a burly man ready to exert his full strength immediately. The Minister of State Security, trembling, asked Chen, "Expert, is there anything else you are hiding from us?" Chen Zhongce was startled by the minister's expression. "No, nothing." The Minister of State Security grabbed the secure line and issued a stern order. All personnel of the Hanjiang branch of State Security at all costs rush to Expert Chen's home and retrieve all related documents. No omissions allowed. If even half a sheet of paper or a single word is leaked, it will be treated as treason. Beside him, the leader from the General Armament Department also picked up his secure line and reported to his superior. General, to coordinate with state security's operation, I request the deployment of a regiment from the central military region to ensure absolute security. A collective gasp. Everyone, including Chen Zhongce, drew a sharp breath. Was this a bit too much? Thousands of miles away in Hanjiang City, Chen Zhongce's parents, having just finished dinner, were resting on the sofa. A sharp knock came at the door. Who is it? Community care visit. The elderly couple was puzzled. Why would the community be delivering care at this odd hour? Chen's father opened the door in bewilderment. In an instant, over a dozen lean men in black tactical gear rushed in. 4 of them quickly positioned themselves around Chen's parents, not using force, but blocking their movement. The others dashed into the other rooms, and as tactical radio reports of controlled came in one after another, the entire apartment fell silent. Are you Chen Zhongce? Is Chen Zhongce your son? Yes, what's wrong? Has my son gotten into trouble? Chen's father's voice trembled. No, we are carrying out official duties. Please cooperate. The leader, a lean man in his 40s, flashed a badge in front of Chen's father before quickly putting it away. Chen's father was bewildered. The badge was unfamiliar, not like the police's. Leader, is there anything you need us to do? Chen's mother regained her composure, though her voice still trembled slightly. Anyone would be frightened by a bunch of burly men storming into their home at night. These men in black uniforms were clearly military trained, exuding a sharp, decisive aura. Nothing you need to do. Just stay where you are. With that, the leader walked away on his own, heading toward Chen Zhongce's room. Pack up quickly. Take everything, no matter what it is. Not even half a sheet of paper or a single word is to be left behind. If you miss a single word, you'll face a charge of dereliction of duty and spend the rest of your lives in prison. The leader gave the order decisively, brooking no dissent. As soon as the command was issued, 7 or 8 men in black uniforms entered carrying silver security boxes and began swiftly packing everything. The leader gave the order decisively, brooking no dissent. As soon as the command was issued, 7 or 8 men in black uniforms entered carrying silver security boxes and began swiftly packing everything. Chen's father and mother stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. They could only watch as the elite squad in black uniforms swiftly and methodically began to gather up everything in sight. Since the chief had ordered the removal of all written materials from the house, they carried out the task with unwavering precision. Every piece of paper and book, every electronic storage device, down to the flyers from the supermarket downstairs and the advertisements from tutoring centers, all fell within the scope of their collection. As for digital data, all electronic devices were inspected, and not a single video file on Chen Zhongce's computer was spared. Chen's father was utterly dumbfounded as he watched them pack up even the bed sheets with printed patterns, the mattresses, and even the pots and pans, hauling everything away in bags. The leader of the group spoke into an encrypted phone, reporting to the minister, we have discovered a total of 119 books, 371 sheets of manuscript paper, 11 paper notebooks, 1 desktop computer, 7 electronic storage devices, and 318 other items bearing text in expert Chen's home, totaling 827 items. All items have been catalogued and secured with no omissions confirmed. Awaiting your further instructions. Minister, who the head of the Ministry of State Security, turned to Chen Zhongce and asked, Expert Chen, do you see anything else that's been missed? Sir, this is quite thorough. There are no remaining materials I can think of. Only an hour had passed, and Chen Zhongce was genuinely astonished by the efficiency of the Security Ministry's team. All right then, wrap up the operation. Classify all materials as top secret and have them transported to Yendu before noon tomorrow. Minister, who declared with unwavering authority, his voice imbued with dominance and gravitas. Having received Minister Hu's directive, the leader on site saluted Chen's parents. Apologies for the intrusion. This is a matter of official duty. As for the family's losses, compensation will be arranged subsequently with an estimated initial amount of around 1 million yuan. With that, he turned and left immediately, not waiting for a reaction from the elderly couple. Sir, can you at least tell us what has happened to our son? Chen's father and mother pleaded, their faces etched with anxiety. The leader paused but did not turn around. I understand your concerns, but certain matters are restricted by duty and I cannot disclose them. You will be informed when the time is appropriate. At the very least, expert Chen's life is not in any danger. The ministry will also assign personnel to ensure your personal safety. Please continue your lives as usual and act as if none of this ever happened. Having said that, he remained as unresponsive as a cold piece of iron. The group departed from the Chen residence with over 800 assorted items, accompanied by a heavily armed military unit responsible for area control. The surrounding several kilometers had been temporarily cordoned off and designated a military exclusion zone. A curious onlooker who dared to peek out found themselves instantly targeted by several red laser dots from sniper scopes. All personnel on tonight's mission had live ammunition, and they were authorized to open fire if necessary. Anyone with malicious intent would be shot on the spot. The team came and went like phantoms, and after 3 hours of lockdown, calm was quickly restored. Chen's father and mother stared at their now empty home at a loss for expression. Even the wallpaper with writing had been scraped off the walls. Not even a burglary could have been this thorough. Old Chen, what do you think our son has gotten himself into? Hush, it's not for us to say. All I can say is our son has hit the big time. Perhaps we won't be able to see him as easily in the future, alas. But that's alright. Serving the country is a noble cause. Wasn't Huang Xiuhua, the chief designer of the nuclear submarine, also dedicated to the nation for all those years? Chen's father felt a swell of pride for his son mingled with a hint of regret. In Yindu, after making a mark at the meeting, Chen Zhongce had spent the past 2 days alongside the top experts in the field of controlled nuclear fusion discussing the implementation of the fusion reactor's construction. Chen Zhongce was thoroughly enjoying himself. However, the administrative bigwigs were racking their brains. What position should they offer Chen Zhongce? His capabilities were undeniable, but he was still too young. Appointing him to a high-ranking post hastily might be seen as lacking in seniority and make it difficult for him to command authority. While the administrators were agonizing over this, the technical bigwigs had already set their sights on Chen Zhongce. Zhongce, if I may be so bold, your talents are now clear to everyone. Do you have any thoughts on your future work? We're short a deputy director over at Sun Island. Are you interested in checking it out? Song Jun, a director who capably managed hundreds of researchers to achieve continuous breakthroughs, certainly had a keen eye for talent. Hey, old Song Zhongce is my disciple. What's the meaning of him going to work for you? Chen Wenyi was getting anxious. He hadn't even had time to properly mentor his new disciple before someone tried to poach him. Now academician Chung, he's only been your disciple for a few days. What have you actually taught him? Or rather, in the field of controlled fusion, what qualifications do you have to teach him? Song Jun was known for his fiery temper, and he didn't back down even when facing an academician. While Song Jun and Chung Wenyi argued, Wang Ganlai pulled Chen Zhongce aside and said, Zhongce, listen to me, come to our 9th academy. Forget about ranks and titles for now. Just ask around. Isn't it a fact that our Sichuan and Chongqing region has the most beautiful women? Chen Zhongce was speechless. Here was the dignified dean of the 9th academy, an old professor, and even he was resorting to such tactics. Wan Shulin, the president of the Academy of Sciences, who had been watching, couldn't stand it anymore and intervened directly. You old rascal, have you no shame? Do you think our Zhongce is that kind of person? Isn't that right, Zhongce? Chen Zhongce thought to himself, President Wan, if my heart weren't already taken, I might very well be exactly that kind of vulgar person. Zhongce, let me tell you, you should come to our Academy of Sciences. Hey, race the deal, tell me where you'd like to work, and we'll set up a research institute right there for you. Unlike stingy old Song, who offers some paltry deputy director position, we'll make you the head honcho. Personnel, equipment, everything you need, well provided all. President Wan Shulin of the Academy of Sciences was clearly pulling out all the stops. The president of the Academy of Engineering, however, was getting restless. Controlled nuclear fusion was a quintessential engineering challenge. Letting the Academy of Sciences snatch this talent away would be a travesty. Tao Chen, the president of the Academy of Engineering, was frantic. If such a talent were poached by the Academy of Sciences, he'd never hear the end of it back at the Academy. But before he could speak, a large hand clamped firmly over his mouth. It was Zheng Xiongong, the minister of the General Armaments Department of the military, who had silenced him. Zhongce, come join the military. Our research environment is simpler than theirs. Whatever you want to do, we'll fully support you. Old Zheng can promise you this: once the fusion project is complete, he'll petition the military leadership to ensure you receive a general star. Good heavens, that was a serious offer. It was the most substantial commitment made to Chen Zhongce so far. Surrounded by all these influential figures vying for his favor, it was almost like a modern-day rendition of a son-in-law selection at the imperial examination list. Facing the favor of so many influential figures, Chen Zhongce remained indifferent and chose not to align with any side. Having witnessed countless grand scenes in his past life, why should this matter? Moreover, Chen Zhongce himself knew that in matters concerning the nation's destiny, the opinions of those present might be influential, but they were not the ultimate deciding force. The power to make the final decision came from higher authorities. Amidst the contention of the various luminaries, Chen Zhongce stood firm, displaying a composure and indifference far beyond his apparent age. 3 days later, the appointment from the higher-ups arrived. The decision was made to establish the Fusion Energy Bureau. Led jointly by the military, the Academy of Sciences, and the Academy of Engineering, the military was responsible for the overall project implementation, while the latter two provided assistance. Veteran Zhai from the military personally took command, serving as the director of the Fusion Energy Bureau. Wan Xiulin, the head of the Academy of Sciences, was appointed deputy director, providing talent reserves. Tao Chun, the head of the Academy of Engineering, also became deputy director, contributing talent and engineering instruments. Together, they would construct the nation's first viable engineering reactor, while concurrently gathering data for the future commercial reactor. At the end of this appointment order was the arrangement for Chen Zhongce. He was named deputy director and chief engineer of the Fusion Energy Bureau, responsible for all technical affairs. Shocking. Everyone knew he would be given an important role, but none anticipated such significant responsibility. The importance of the Fusion Energy Bureau, personally led by veteran Zhai, was self-evident, indicating its extremely high level. Given this momentum, it was likely to report directly to veteran Su. There was even a strong possibility that veteran Shun would personally oversee the matter. This was an extraordinary level of trust. Even Chen Zhongce himself was taken aback by the arrangements from above. In his past life, such an appointment would have been reasonable after achieving certain results, but in this life, he was just a young man freshly emerging onto the scene. The nation had entrusted him with such a heavy responsibility, one that concerned its very destiny. The sovereign treats me as a scholar of the highest order, so I shall repay him with the loyalty of a scholar of the highest order. After reading the appointment, the messenger added a special note for reasons of confidentiality. This appointment is known only to those present and the responsible leaders. Veteran Chen personally approved that the fusion engineering reactor shall henceforth be codenamed Project 031. Veteran Chen's personal approval. Everyone exchanged glances. Indeed, such a project had already captured Veteran Chen's attention. A day later, within an underground facility in the southwest. Without any rest, Chen Zhongce plunged into his work. In the underground bunker, he met the legendary Veteran Zhai. Veteran Zhai had been responsible for military industry work for years and was hailed as the steadfast pillar of the military industry field. Starting as a common soldier, his 20 years of military career earned him 2 stars on his shoulders. Then 15 years in military industry saw countless achievements created under his leadership. Chen Zhongce, right. You're a fine young lad. Veteran Zhai said with a thick Sichuan accent, patting Chen Zhongce's shoulder with visible delight. In the military, leaders who speak in their local dialect are always the most senior ones. Chen Zhongce saluted Veteran Zhai. Your soldier, Chen Zhongce, reporting for duty. Please give your orders. His every gesture exuded decisiveness. Veteran Zhai grew even more pleased. Good. Let's not stand on ceremony here. You're a scientist, so follow the scientist code. We're all rough men. All technical matters are under your purview, and even I will defer to you. Clearly, Veteran Zhai deeply respected intellectuals and gave Chen Zhongce immense freedom. No wonder he was known as the patron saint of scientists in the military research field. Young Chen, as the overall technical lead, you carry a heavy burden. Tell me, what's your plan of action? Veteran Zhai lit a cigarette and gestured for Chen Zhongce to sit on the sofa beside him. Chen Zhongce didn't hesitate and sat directly next to Veteran Zhai. This simple act instantly raised his standing in Veteran Zhai's eyes. My soldier and the technical lead at that must have this kind of courage. Veteran Zhai, I already have a preliminary plan for the controlled nuclear fusion project and was just about to report to you. Chen Zhongce's voice was steady as he laid out his thoughts. Veteran Zhai nodded, indicating for him to continue. Veteran Zhai, the complete technical route I provided is very clear. We simply need to use a supercomputer to accurately calculate the entire fusion reaction process down to the microsecond level, and that should be sufficient. Now we need to solve the team problem. After all, relying on me alone, even with 1,000 years, wouldn't be enough to complete the controlled fusion engineering reactor. I need the support of top physicists and mathematicians from the Academy of Sciences and Yindu University. Additionally, I need cooperation from 2 other groups, military engineering troops and personnel from the Academy of Engineering for equipment installation and debugging. As for logistics, I hope you can arrange for someone to handle it, as we have hundreds if not thousands of people to feed and support. Chen Zhongce reported to Veteran Zhai unhurriedly. Seeing no reaction, he continued. Veteran Zhai, to improve our project's progress and efficiency, I propose starting all 3 working groups simultaneously. First, we need to establish a theoretical working group led by Cheng Winnie from Yindu University and Song Jun, the head of the Solar Island project at Keita, responsible for theoretical calculations and simulations. I've already drafted the specific member list for the theoretical group over the past 2 days and am ready to arrange their work as soon as you've reviewed it. Next, academician Tao Chun, the head of the Academy of Engineering, and Wang Ganlai, the head of the 9th Academy, need to mobilize the personnel responsible for engineering equipment and have them assemble with their instruments. I've also drafted that personnel list, and I'll arrange their work after your review. I also have a rough list of the necessary instruments which you'll write down for your perusal shortly. Finally, I'm not familiar with the personnel in the 3rd group, so I might need your help in coordinating the engineering troops. I've also prepared the construction requirements and design parameters, which you'll give you to review in a moment. As for logistics, I'm not well versed, so I'll have to trouble you with that. Chen Zhongce spoke almost without pausing, delivering his entire plan to Veteran Zhai in a report that lasted nearly 20 minutes. Veteran Zhai had been smoking at first, but when Chen Zhongce handed him the construction standards, he stubbed out his cigarette and stared at the materials with great seriousness. After Chen Zhongce finished, Veteran Zhai stood rooted to the spot, silent for a long time. Chen Zhongce, fearing he might have said something wrong, tentatively asked Veteran Zhai, "Is something the matter? Did I say something incorrect?" Veteran Zhai snapped out of his reverie. "Excellent. Absolutely perfect. Not a single problem. You've given me a wonderful surprise, young man." Veteran Zhai laughed heartily. The clarity of Chen Zhongce's report, the meticulousness of his thinking, and even the prepared personnel lists and plans made him seem not like a novice, but rather a seasoned leader who had presided over countless major scientific research projects. If one had to use a single word to describe Chen Zhongce's performance just now, it would be confidence. Chief Engineer Chen, I have just one question. According to your plan, how long will it take to achieve the first ignition of the controllable nuclear fusion engineering reactor? Zhai Lao, having just heard Chen Zhongce's report, was completely stunned, even changing his form of address for Chen Zhongce. Chen Zhongce noticed this subtle shift and smiled slightly. Elder Zhai, if everything goes according to plan, in about 50 days, the theory group should be able to simulate all the data using the supercomputer and complete the first virtual ignition. As for the engineering troops arrangements, I'm not entirely clear on that, though I may need your assistance in overseeing it. As for the installation and commissioning of the experimental reactor, I estimate it will take about 180 days. All in all, I aim to complete the first ignition and external energy output of the controllable nuclear fusion engineering reactor before the end of this year. Zhai Lao stood up, his face filled with fervor. Chief Engineer Chen, I've worked in the military industry for years and have some understanding of controllable nuclear fusion. I thought I'd never live to see it in my lifetime. Who would have thought you could finish all this work within the year? It leaves me speechless. Zhai Lao clapped Chen Zhongce firmly on the shoulder. Chen Zhongce also stood. Elder Zhai, I promise you the world's first light bulb powered by controllable nuclear fusion will be lit within China's borders, and it will be under your watchful eye. Excellent. Elder Zhai, my authority is still limited, so I'll need your help with personnel deployment. I'd like to get the theory group's work underway as soon as possible. Excellent. Zhai Lao was agreeable to any request Chen Zhongce made. He wasn't afraid of demands, he was afraid of silence. Elder Zhai, we can also have the military engineering team begin their work. First, we need to excavate a suitable cavity within our underground bunker to house the reactor's various equipment. For now, that's the priority. Fine. Chief Engineer Chen, but how should we arrange the team from the Engineering Academy? Zhai Lao asked, puzzled that only 2 teams had been assigned. Elder Zhai, many of our current materials don't meet the required specifications. So I need them to gather some equipment and prepare for certain research projects, especially in the field of materials. They can start their work a bit later. His plans were laid out with meticulous clarity. Zhai Lao had participated in and led many large-scale scientific projects, but being so thoroughly managed without a word to say was a first in his life. Elder Zhai, finally I'd like to borrow your desk and writing materials. Chen Zhongce said. Huh. Zhai Lao struggled to keep up with Chen Zhongce's train of thought. He had just been marshaling his forces, and now he was focusing on something so mundane. Elder Zhai, I need some materials. For confidentiality reasons, I must use paper documents, so I'll use your desk. Chen Zhongce explained. No problem, I'll follow your arrangements. Chen Zhongce didn't stand on ceremony and began working at Zhai Lao's desk. Zhai Lao had clearly underestimated the workload. He imagined it would just be a list of materials, perhaps a few dozen items. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhongce worked for nearly 8 hours straight. Zhai Lao witnessed another side of him, a relentless work ethic. For 8 hours, Chen Zhongce did nothing but get up twice to use the restroom and drink 2 glasses of water. He didn't even touch the food that was brought to him. Before starting, Chen Zhongce had specifically mentioned the need for confidentiality, so Zhai Lao didn't make other arrangements and simply waited quietly. Chen Zhongce let out a long breath and put down his pen. Good heavens, Zhongce, you work without regard for your own health. Zhai Lao exclaimed. He picked up the top sheet of paper filled with a list of required materials and saw rows and rows of various items. Steel plates for pressure vessels and multi-layer pressure vessels, standard GB 66548-617. 6 tons, high-quality carbon steel plates, standard GB 71188-317. 62 tons. Zhai Lao saw that the first page was densely packed with requirements for over a dozen types of steel, complete with clear technical standards and even precise tonnage to 2 decimal places. This gave him a sudden strong impression this young man must have built a controllable nuclear fusion reactor before. An ordinary person, or even if you brought in Song Jun or Wang Gan, couldn't have achieved this level of detail. Zhai Lao even had the fleeting illusion that if you gave Chen Zhongce a pile of steel plates, he could single-handedly build a fusion reactor. Elder Zhai, this 173-page list is crucial. It covers a total of 5362 different types of materials, essentially everything needed to build a fusion reactor. After a pause, Chen Zhongce turned his head. Elder Zhai, I believe there are no omissions. Zhongce, good. I'll immediately arrange for these orders to be divided and sent to factories across the country to provide the materials we need. Zhai Lao was ready to issue the orders. He was truly a veteran of the military industry. His awareness of material confidentiality was ingrained in his very being. Hold on, Elder Zhai. Among these 1367 types of materials don't have finished products available domestically yet. We'll need to organize technical research to develop them. Let's have the domestic research institutes start on this. If they truly cannot produce them, I'll find a way to lead a team and do it myself. They'll take responsibility for it. Chen Zhongce stretched, as anyone who had worked for 8 hours straight without rest would be exhausted. His tone was calm, but it carried significant weight to Zhai Lao's ears. This declaration could only come from someone with absolute confidence, and it further solidified Zhai Lao's belief in Chen Zhongce's ability to build the reactor. If Zhai Lao had initially thought the idea of a young man under 18 completing the construction of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor as chief engineer was nearly impossible, even a joke, his opinion had drastically changed. Now, with each capability Chen Zhongce demonstrated, Zhai Lao had come to fully trust that this 18-year-old truly had the ability to build the reactor. Even if he didn't achieve it by the end of the year, it would only be a matter of time. Zhai Lao sighed. He was indeed getting old, and the younger generation was certainly formidable. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhongce had his own plans. Having been reborn at this age, he inevitably faced skepticism about his lack of experience, which would lead to various problems. Now, by deliberately showcasing his extraordinary abilities before Zhai Lao, Chen Zhongce ensured that he wouldn't have to worry about matters outside of pure technology. As long as he successfully completed the construction of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, he would establish his own voice in the scientific research field, and future work would proceed without further obstruction. Inside a subterranean bunker in the southwest, under Elder Zhai's forceful intervention, the top theoretical physicists and mathematicians on Chen Zhongce's list had completed their vetting and gathered here. All of this had taken merely 5 days, an unprecedented record in the nation's major scientific research projects. At this moment, this assembly of scientific elites filled a makeshift classroom within the bunker. Seated in the front row were luminaries such as Cheng Weni-Song-Jun and Wang Ganlai. Behind them sat the assembled research elites, nearly all between the ages of 25 and 45, the prime years for academic achievement. Chen Zhongce had drawn his list directly from memories of his past life, so while these individuals were unfamiliar with him, he knew each of them intimately. He understood their research topics even better than they did themselves. The reviewing officials were equally astonished. Those Chen Zhongce had selected were not uniformly established academic leaders, many were doctoral candidates, and some were even master's students. Few had yet distinguished themselves, though after thorough vetting all had spotless backgrounds. Not a single one raised any concern. When the list was debated at the Fusion Energy Bureau's committee meeting, Wan Qilin and Tao Chun voiced some reservations, as certain individuals were exceptionally young, some still in their first year of graduate study. Unexpectedly, Elder Zhai settled the matter with a single sentence. Is this a technical question? If so, we defer to Chief Engineer Chen. Even on technical matters, I defer to him. Thus, no further objections were raised, and the list passed unanimously. As Chen Zhongce observed them, they in turn, many secretly wondered who was this stripling and why was he wearing a middle school uniform. Indeed, Chen Zhongce had been snatched directly from school without a change of clothes. His uniform had just been laundered that day, so he simply wore it. Thus, an utterly absurd scene unfolded. A young man in a school uniform stood at the podium, before him a hall of academicians, distinguished scholars, and elite graduate students. And by all appearances, this uniformed youth was about to lecture them. The assembled scientific elites began to grow restless. This was frankly galling. Among those in their 30s seated here, who among them hadn't led 3 or 4 national-level projects? Who hadn't produced at least 1 or 2 achievements renowned throughout the industry? Many had published multiple papers in Nature, the world's premier journal. Quite a few had been roused from sleep, informed they were joining a world-class research initiative, and dragged here, leaving a mountain of unfinished work behind. So resentment simmered. We're supposed to sit through a lecture from some middle schooler. What is this? A toad on one's instep. Not biting, but utterly infuriating. A few began coughing, ostentatiously feigning disdain. Then heckling began. Little classmate, what grade are you in? Can you solve a friction block problem? If not, I can teach you, a researcher in his early 30s taunted. Chen Zhongce stood at the podium, staring coldly at the man without a word. Oh, since he's here to teach us, he must know it. But high school math can be tricky. Want your uncle to give you some tutoring? Another sneered. Chen Zhongce remained silent, but his icy gaze locked onto the loudest troublemakers. Keep up your arrogance, he thought. Let's see how long it lasts. Not everyone was so cocky, though. Those in the back rows, the doctoral and master's students, kept a low profile before the academicians. A few sharp observers noticed the leading figures in the front row remained utterly impassive, and instinct told them something was amiss. I say, little classmate, we should be your teachers at your age. Want me to give you a lesson? The man who had first offered to teach the friction block problem couldn't resist pressing further. Cheng Weni had finally had enough. He couldn't watch his disciple being bullied. He rose to his feet. Duan Subiao, that's enough. Quiet down. Do you want to hear the lecture, or not? Academician Cheng, might I ask what relation this young man is to you? Your grandson, perhaps. You've gone to quite some lengths to promote him. The young man called Duan Subiao sneered, nursing a grudge from his faction's rivalry with Cheng Weni over national research funding. This child is my student. Do you have a problem with that? Cheng Weni snorted coldly. A student lecturing his teacher. That's a first for me. How extraordinary, Duan Subiao said, bursting into laughter. Many suppressed their laughter, struggling to contain themselves. The venerable old Professor Qin Qiqing could no longer bear it. Young Duan, show some restraint. Chief Engineer Chen possesses genuine expertise. Settle down and listen. Genuine expertise. Duan Subiao scoffed inwardly. This youth still bore the callow innocence of adolescence. Probably not even 18 yet. Even if Head started research in the womb, he couldn't have more experience than Duan himself. How could he possibly compare? Elder Qin, it's not that I'm being rude, Duan Subiao said, folding his arms like a spectator at a show. I've trained plenty of young men like this. I could pull a whole class of them out of my lab if you asked. Chen Zhongce stood on the podium, still silent. Volume doesn't make one right. And he felt no anger at this scene. In his past life, he too had been a young prodigy, who among the gifted lacks a measure of pride. Everyone seated here had been the child of others since childhood, first in their class, all the way through elite schools, then competing fiercely to become top professors. Without that pride, they would be anomalies. These were people who had achieved extraordinary results in their fields. How could they easily bow to a mere stripling? To win them over and bend them to ones, well, there was only one way: utterly dominate them in their own domains of expertise. And to do so decisively that they couldn't even see your dust. Chen Zhongce felt the moment was ripe, so he cleared his throat and stepped forward. Alas, if you could pull a whole class of students like me from your laboratory, then our country's technological prowess would have long surpassed that of the United States, or even the legendary inhabitants of the Tianquan star. Chen Zhongce said lightly. A little classmate, so you can talk after all. Can't hold it in anymore. No longer hiding behind the adults. Duan Subiao sneered. How old are you, little classmate? Under 18. Have you graduated from high school? They'll take the college entrance exam this year. The crowd. Haha, Duan Subiao burst out laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The few who had initially followed Duan Subiao in stirring up trouble couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Better go home and prepare for the college entrance exam. These are adult matters, you're too young to handle them. A kid who hasn't even finished high school, what gives him the right to lecture us? Chen Zhongce narrowed his eyes, standing on the podium with an air of authority that belied his age. What gives me the right? Because I can create what you cannot. What? Chen Zhongce's words stirred up 1,000 waves in the quiet classroom, raising a towering tsunami. The room immediately buzzed with discussion. But Chen Zhongce gave Duan Subiao and the others no chance to speak. In an irrefutable tone, he said, Duan Subiao, you graduated from the University of Science and Technology of China with a Ph.D. 10 years ago, hailed as the most outstanding student of your cohort. You were only 25 back then. 3 years later, you became a doctoral supervisor. Am I wrong? Oh, you know something about us then. Chen Zhongce completely ignored Duan Subiao's remark and continued to call out the others by name. Hui, right. I hear you're the youngest doctoral supervisor in high-energy physics at Yindu University. And you've published 2 papers in Nature. Yi, right. I hear you're hailed as the theoretical physicist most likely to become an academician next year. I've seen your achievements. You must have a whole basket full of them. Chen Zhongce proceeded to name 7 or 8 of those who had been the most vocal, detailing their credentials and areas of expertise. The further he went, the more those named felt a chill run down their spines. From the look of things, this young man in a middle school uniform knew them inside out. Their research directions, unless someone in the field had close connections, they wouldn't be so familiar. There's no way this greenhorn kid could have such clear insight. Academician Chung, are you the one behind this, trying to scare us? One of those who had been named grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chen Zhongce cast a cold glance at him, saying nothing. Under that sharp gaze, the man shut his mouth resentfully. I told you what you can't do, I can. After saying this, Chen Zhongce dragged over the whiteboard used for lectures and grabbed a marker, assuming a teaching posture. Duan Subiao, the problem that has troubled you most these past 2 years is the issue of ion turbulence in strong magnetic fields, right? It's probably one of the relatively simpler problems in the tokamak engineering reactor. I've told you all before, even if the pure tokamak engineering reactor isn't a dead, and it's still the most difficult route given the current industrial level. Everyone's eyes lit up. How could Chen Zhongce be so familiar with fusion? Chen Zhongce continued, this problem, a 3-year-old could solve it. You. TSK. His words were laced with endless mockery. Come, I'll solve it for you. Pulling the whiteboard over, his pen strokes landed firmly, flowing smoothly, without any hindrance. As he wrote, Chen Zhongce taunted, some people claim to be top experts, yet they can't even match me, a high school student. Duan Subiao's face turned the color of pig liver. However, as Chen Zhongce's explanation unfolded, Duan Subiao's expression gradually softened. We can first abstract a model ignoring the influence of other factors and reduce the problem to solving turbulent flow in a fluid. Chen Zhongce's voice gradually became calm, as if he were truly explaining a problem to elementary school students full of patience. Everyone present was a professional. They could tell at a glance whether Chen Zhongce was speaking the truth. Many experts in related fields began to involuntarily follow his train of thought. Chen Zhongce's explanation of the problem was like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, clear and penetrating. As the explanation deepened, many marveled at the clarity of Chen Zhongce's reasoning, the rigor of his logic, and the conciseness of his expression, all fundamental skills of a top-tier scientist. His approach to solving the problem was like viewing from a high altitude, with every difficulty laid bare in fine detail. Alright, that's it. Just plug in your initial parameters into the Navier-Stokes equation under these field conditions, and you're done. Chen Zhongce clapped his hands. Off. Duan Subiao was stunned. He didn't know how to solve the Navier-Stokes equation. Oh, you're really too slow. Still can't solve it, even at this point. I just solved it a little over 10 days ago. Go ask academician Li Tianquan for the compiled paper he has. Chen Zhongce said casually. Oh. The crowd exclaimed in amazement. Every person present was a luminary in mathematics and physics, and they all understood the weight of the Navier-Stokes equations. If this young man in a middle school uniform had truly solved this world-class problem, his achievement would surpass that of many in the room. Before the crowd could recover from their surprise, Chen Zhongce continued. Hui, right. If I remember correctly, your expertise lies in the study of microscopic particles. Yes. Hui nodded hastily. As he spoke, Chen Zhongce moved to wipe all the derivations off the whiteboard. Duan Subiao quickly stood up. Professor Chen, wait. I haven't finished copying yet. Duan Subiao was frantically scribbling something in his notebook. Chen Zhongce taunted again. Wasn't someone just now very cocky? Why not do the derivation yourself? Despite his words, Chen Zhongce held back, waiting until Duan Subiao had finished copying before wiping away the demonstration. Professor Hui, regarding your recent research difficulties, I'll offer you just one piece of advice. What? Hui blurted out involuntarily. Neutrinos have mass. Chen Zhongce stated with certainty. This statement was not a query but a direct affirmation. However, the mass of neutrinos is extremely small. With current detection precision, we can only measure an upper limit. The lower limit may not be determined for a while. If you don't believe me, I can derive it theoretically and give you a rough range for reference. As a distinguished young scholar, Hui was stunned by Chen Zhongce's proposal. Could there really be such a person in this world? Regarding the question of whether neutrinos possess mass, the theoretical derivation can be approached through the Majorana mixing mass term. It must be said that Ettore Majorana was a true genius. This serves as the fulcrum with which Archimedes could move the world. Meanwhile, by referencing the Dirac mass term, and under the premise of lepton number non-conservation, one can derive both the upper and lower limits of neutrino mass. In fact, there is a simpler phenomenon that proves neutrinos have mass, though it is a qualitative analysis. The existence of neutrino oscillation compels us to acknowledge that they possess mass and participate in weak interactions. In essence, this oscillation is itself a superposition of mass states, Chen Zhongce stated calmly. Hui was stunned, never imagining that the topic which had troubled him for 2 or 3 years could be resolved by Chen Zhongce in a few brief sentences. Not only was a qualitative analysis provided, but even a quantitative one was derived. It was terrifyingly formidable. Perhaps fearing his previous display wasn't impactful enough, Chen Zhongce took a sip of water and continued, for measuring the mass of neutrinos, I have designed 3 experimental methods. My hands-on skills are not great, Professor Hu, but if you could use these 3 experimental plans to measure the neutrinos' mass, I estimate a Nobel Prize would be within your grasp. Don't forget to treat me to a meal then. Alright, based on my calculations, the neutrino mass should range from 1,000th to 1/8 the sense of the electron mass. These 3 plans aren't complicated either. You can conduct them using the CPC in Yindu. The entire room erupted in astonishment. A research achievement worthy of a Nobel Prize was being handed over so casually. And Chen Zhongce's demeanor suggested he was simply gifting this achievement to Hui. Such magnanimity. It was akin to handing someone the standard answers before an exam, making it inexcusable not to score full marks. A meal for a Nobel Prize. What an incredible bargain. Chief Engineer Chen, I have a question. Professor Chen, listen to me. Chief Engineer Chen, I have a proposal too, could you take a look? The entire classroom was filled with a cacophony of questions from these top-tier scientific minds. The promising graduate students brought along by Chen Zhongce seated at the back had never witnessed such a spectacle from these esteemed researchers. To them the world seemed utterly insane. Facing dozens of inquiries, Chen Zhongce remained composed, methodically answering each one. Even when a precise answer wasn't immediately available, he would provide a thorough analysis and a relatively reliable solution. It is well known that since Einstein, or rather since the 20th century, the description of natural laws in physics has become cumbersome and complex, losing the former elegance of simplicity. However, today, with Chen Zhongce, physics regained that beauty. Almost any problem could be resolved in just a few words. If one word were needed to describe Chen Zhongce's performance, it would be effortless. If another were allowed, it would be overwhelming. He spent the entire morning answering questions, and despite his concise thinking, the sheer number of people left him exhausted and parched. At the end of the morning session, all the scientific luminaries present stood up and bowed deeply to Chen Zhongce, saying, "Thank you, Professor Chen." Chen Zhongce was momentarily taken aback, initially stepping aside, but then seeming to understand, he stood still and graciously accepted the gesture. On the path of academia, the one who masters the knowledge is the teacher, and Chen Zhongce was certainly qualified to be theirs. Then, in a move that surprised everyone, he bowed deeply in return to the assembled scientists. This bow was in respect for their past contributions to the nation's scientific community, signifying that he was now taking up the mantle and would not disappoint the people. When this scene was reported to Elder Zhai, he laughed heartily and said, "I knew I wasn't wrong about this lad. These top intellectuals and scientists aren't easily won over, but that young Zhongce has done a remarkable job." After the morning session, everyone had fully acknowledged Chen Zhongce's academic prowess. In the afternoon, all attendees sat respectfully transformed into obedient students with no chance of the morning's aggressive questioning recurring. If the morning was a battle of wits for Chen Zhongce, the afternoon was completely under his control with no dissenting voices. "Now has everyone signed their confidentiality agreements?" Chen Zhongce asked once more for caution's sake. We all have. The response was unanimous from the academicians to the graduate students in the back rows. Good. Chen Zhongce turned and wrote 3 numbers on the whiteboard 031. Everyone, this is a code we must all remember in the future and the goal we need to dedicate ourselves to achieving over the next 2 to 3 years. This is the starting point for humanity's journey to the stars. Chen Zhongce's opening statement was concise and forceful. What? Many exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what Chen Zhongce was getting at, as they had not yet been authorized to know about the controlled nuclear fusion project. However, some more perceptive scientists, noticing the reactions of those in the front row, began to suspect, could that legendary project, perpetually 50 years away, have actually succeeded? Project 031, also known as the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Engineering Reactor Construction Plan, officially begins implementation today with the goal of achieving ignition and power generation by the end of the year. Chen Zhongce's voice was quiet, but his tone was firm and undeniable. A wave of astonishment rippled through the silent room, like ripples spreading across a still lake. Even though Chen Zhongce had demonstrated near-miraculous abilities in the morning, the sudden news was hard for many to digest. After all, the concept of controlled nuclear fusion has been around for nearly a century, always seemingly 50 years away, a running joke in the industry. Many present were experts in this very field, and were all too aware of the immense difficulties involved. Currently, not only are there theoretical flaws, but the engineering challenges are also vast and numerous. Even with Chen Zhongce's seemingly divine assistance, success might be possible in the future, but achieving ignition and power generation by the end of the year seems almost impossible. That would mean actually outputting energy. Facing their disbelief, Chen Zhongce said, nothing, simply signaling an assistant to open the top-secret document bags and distribute a copy of the technical roadmap for controlled nuclear fusion to everyone present. This was also the textbook for his lecture that day. As the pages of the materials were turned, accompanied by Chen Zhongce's explanations, the initial skepticism on everyone's faces gradually dissolved. They all looked at him with fervent admiration, the kind of look reserved for a deity. A mortal body rivaling the gods. This was exactly that. Over the next 3 days, Chen Zhongce began lecturing all the core technical personnel of Project 031 on the technological roadmap for controlled nuclear fusion. He started with the fundamental theories of fusion, explaining the reaction processes, the simulations of self-sustaining reactions, and the engineering challenges involved at each step. This was a project requiring dozens of disciplines and thousands of industrial sectors to cooperate. In everyone's understanding, it was a project that would need a team of hundreds to design and validate, yet Chen Zhongce alone was able to shoulder the entire burden. It was simply inhuman. As the lectures progressed, they came to understand that the difficulty of this project's validation far exceeded their initial estimates. If they had previously rated the difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion at 10 points, Chen Zhongce was now maneuvering with ease at a height exceeding 100, leaving everyone else far behind in the dust. Privately, everyone present gave Chen Zhongce the nickname God Chen. Only a deity could possess the ability to complete such a grand plan single-handedly. After 3 days of sorting out the technical roadmap, Chen Zhongce spent the next 2 days assigning the theory group the task of theoretically simulating the entire technical route. If the previous days had showcased his scientific research capabilities, the following 2 days revealed his management skills. It was a management ability fused with top-tier scientific expertise, practically applying the engineering cybernetics that Elder Qian had painstakingly created to its absolute extreme in practice. Director Song Jun, you excel in simulating particle trajectories in high-energy magnetic fields. You'll lead a group to calculate the particle trajectories during the fusion reaction and self-sustainment process from 2-particle to multi-particle beams according to my technical roadmap. Duan Subiao has decent experience in this area. He can assist you as your deputy. Dean Wang Ganlai, your team specializes in high-energy laser research. This is the theoretical foundation for the ignition device, a core component of the fusion reactor we're about to build. Please give it your full attention. Hui, your research in high-energy particles is distinguished. I want you to lead a team to analyze the exact proportions of the products after the fusion reaction. This is crucial for the theoretical basis of the second stage self-sustaining reaction. They'll provide the team roster shortly. Chen Zhongce methodically assigned everyone the task of theoretically fitting the controlled fusion model. Previously, the technical route he proposed only calculated the theoretical value ranges for the corresponding steps. Now, as they were about to move to formal construction, such precision was clearly insufficient. At this point, the fusion reaction process needed to be simulated with extreme precision, not just at the atomic level, but even down to the quark level. Essentially, the operation process of every component and all potential reaction pathways had to be precisely simulated, including the energy release process and trajectory of every particle after the fusion reaction completes. This required every step of the entire process to be calculated on supercomputers before simulating the whole workflow. It was akin to first building a fusion reactor within the supercomputer and then conducting ignition and power generation within the simulation. But that wasn't the most important part. What was most crucial was the astonishing management capability Chen Zhongce displayed throughout this process. He seemed to know everyone's strengths intimately, placing each person in their most suitable role and direction. In everyone's memory, there was only one person in China's scientific history who had mastered both technical expertise and management to such perfection, Elder Qian, a paragon of the nation. Alright, the specific division of labor is set, and I've confirmed the technical direction and time requirements for each group with everyone. Does anyone have any questions? No one had anything to say. Chen Zhongce had arranged everyone's tasks down to the finest detail. There were virtually no issues. They just had to follow the plan. Very well, since there are no questions, this meeting is adjourned. Everyone go attend to your duties. For the upcoming work, my mentor academician, Cheng Wenyi, will preside. I will be taking a leave of absence. Godchen, where are you going? Although the whereabouts of the chief engineer on such projects were always strictly confidential, they couldn't help but ask casually. Oh, isn't the college entrance exam coming up soon? I'm going back to take it, Chen Zhongce said calmly. An expression of utter disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. What's the matter? I'm a senior high school student. Even if I've completed controlled nuclear fusion, it's perfectly reasonable for me to go back and take the college entrance exam, isn't it? Chen Zhongce asked, puzzled. No one had anything to say, silently thinking to themselves, who is God Chen trying to humiliate? He's qualified to be an academician and one of the most distinguished in history at that. And he still wants to take the college entrance exam. Well, who could argue with Chen Zhongce being this formidable? Fine, you're strong, so you're right. Initially, when Chen Zhongce had arranged all the work and proposed going back for the exam, Elder Zhai disapproved. After all, on one hand, these top-tier tasks required Chen Zhongce's leadership, who on the other hand, Chen Zhongce was too important for the entire nation and no mishap was permissible. If anything went wrong under Elder Zhai's watch, he would be a sinner in the eyes of history. But Chen Zhongce persuaded Elder Zhai with just one sentence. Elder Zhai, I know my entire future will be devoted to our country. Life is short, and I wish to have no regrets. I want to be a little selfish for once, to have a complete youth. I want to temporarily set aside everything to accompany that girl. I don't want to live with lifelong regret again. Even the finest wealth and highest honor cannot compare to the carefree spirit of youth. Elder Zhai, regarding the work, I have made proper arrangements. The theory group has my mentor at the helm, and I will monitor progress remotely. The engineering group is still preparing equipment and instruments, so they won't need me just yet. I'm only requesting a 43-day leave. Looking into Chen Zhongce's sincere and bright eyes, Elder Zhai sighed, waved his hand grandly, and said, granted. However, we will arrange 24-hour security. You are absolutely not allowed to make any mistakes. This is a military order. Yes, sir, Chen Zhongce said solemnly. Elder Zhai suddenly seemed to think of something and shouted, Zhang Yang. Here. A burly, iron-willed man appeared beside Elder Zhai. Zhongce, this is my most elite regiment commander. I'm assigning him to you. Zhang Yang, for the time being, you are responsible for Lieutenant Colonel Chen's security. You will follow his orders. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you accountable. Yes, sir. The towering man's voice was resolute. Lieutenant Colonel. Chen Zhongce was stunned. What was this about? Yes, Zhongce, the higher-ups have approved it. This fusion reactor is a joint project between the military and the scientific community, so your temporary rank is Lieutenant Colonel. Once ignition is successfully achieved, a star is expected to be added to your shoulder. Elder Zhai patted Chen Zhongce's shoulder, gratified. Chen Zhongce was dumbfounded. Wasn't this all happening a bit? Zhongce, aren't you being a bit too underhanded? You're putting your mentor on the spot. Your advisor is in his 50s, yet you're making him do such heavy lifting. Cheng Wenyi grumbled in exasperation. Mentor, you're only in your 50s, not exactly ancient. In the scientific community, this is the prime of your career. Work hard, and the position of chief engineer for the fusion project is yours. Soon you could even be president of the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering. Chen Zhongce chuckled. You rascal, do you think the academies are a family business of yours? Cheng Wenyi scoffed. Wait, if I'm heading the fusion project, does that mean you have something even bigger in mind? He asked, his eyes gleaming with sudden intense curiosity. Ha! Chen Zhongce laughed heartily, but offered no reply. Taking you on as my student was the best decision I ever made, Cheng Wenyi said, deciding not to press further. Oh, by the way, mentor, did you manage to get that thing I asked for? Chen Zhongce said, holding out his hand expectantly. Who do you think I am? Getting that was a piece of cake. And let me tell you, it's number 001. That's what you call prestige. Though I suppose it's not quite the same. For others, getting into Yindu University is the pride of a lifetime. But if you go there, you'll be the pride of Yindu University. Cheng Wenyi mused. Chen Zhongce took a red envelope from his mentor, weighed it in his hand, and smiled without a word. When I first mentioned you to the president, he wasn't keen. But once he learns the full story, he'll be thanking me for the rest of his life. Cheng Wenyi chuckled. And don't you dare tell your other master that you're going to Yindu University, or he'll bring half of Zhendan University to tear down my lab. The president of Zhendan will be kicking himself forever. Don't worry, my great mentor. He'll be in touch. Chen Zhongce said, waving the red envelope as he turned and boarded his confidential vehicle, leaving the underground base. Hanjiang No. 5 High School. Li Tianquan had been feeling uneasy these past few days. Ever since his clash with Chen Zhongce in the 7th examination room had been on tenterhooks. After all, Chen Zhongce had kept everyone in his shadow for 3 years, and the one time he slipped up, Li Tianquan had fallen right into his trap. Fortunately, Chen Zhongce had been absent from view lately for reasons unknown. Still, when the results of the last monthly exam were posted, Li Tianquan felt a knot of tension. Aside from a slight lag in foreign language, Chen Zhongce's scores had mostly returned to their usual stellar level. Had even taken a look at Chen Zhongce's paper. The reason for the low English score was that Chen Zhongce hadn't even done the listening test. And even so, had still scored an impressive 673 points, placing him 13th in the grade and back in the first examination hall. It wasn't until this morning that Li Tianquan finally felt the weight lift off his shoulders. Today was the third and final mock exam before the college entrance examination, widely considered the closest in difficulty to the real thing. And Chen Zhongce hadn't shown up. He didn't come to the mock exam. Let's see how your scores, Chen Zhongce, can possibly surpass mine now. Remember, I ranked 3rd in the grade last time. If you don't even take the exam, there's no way you can beat me no matter what you say. If you don't show up, you'll have to call me dad for sure. The thought filled Li Tianquan with glee. A smug smile spread across his face as he leered at the stunning figure sitting in front of him, Pei Qingli. Pei Qingli ranked 2nd in the grade. That slender, ethereal beauty. What kind of spell had Chen Zhongce cast on her that she would be so devotedly loyal to him? While Li Tianquan was going to enjoy watching Chen Zhongce lose all face today. Let's see if he still has the nerve to compete with me for Pei Qingli after that. Pei Qingli was oblivious to the gaze from behind, or perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to ignoring the stares of others over the years. Her gaze was reserved for only one person, Chen Zhongce. At this moment, however, she was filled with anxiety, twirling the pen in her hand restlessly. Lost in her thoughts, she kept dropping her pen, making a series of soft taps on the desk. These past days she had been watching for any news of Chen Zhongce, but all she knew was that he had been taken to the principal's office that day and had vanished without a trace. Even the homeroom teacher didn't know where he was. In desperation, Pei Qingli had even gone to his home, but his parents were equally in the dark, offering only vague guesses. All she could think about now was his return. The college entrance exam, their dream of Yindu University together. None of it mattered anymore. As long as Chen Zhongce was safe, that was all that truly mattered. 15 minutes until the exam begins. Please check your stationery and ID cards. Answer sheets will be distributed 5 minutes early. Please be prepared. The invigilator's voice was completely emotionless. The announcement snapped Pei Qingli back to reality, and her autumn-like eyes dimmed. Chen Zhongce wasn't coming back this time. A sharp screeching sound of brakes pierced the air from outside the examination hall. Pei Qingli, seated by the window, turned to see the source. It was a military vehicle, its massive wheels coming to a solid halt right outside. A young man stepped out, the one she had thought about and yearned for all this time, Chen Zhongce. Chen Zhongce got out carrying his bag, which happened to contain all the stationery from that day's monthly exam. Well, that saved him the trouble of preparing. He stood at the entrance, the morning sun casting a long, youthful silhouette on the ground. Mentor, I'm not too late, am I? Chen Zhongce's clear voice rang out. No, you're just in time, Chen Zhongce. Please take your seat. The invigilators were all senior year teachers. Of course they all knew him. Chen Zhongce slung his bag off and strode confidently towards his seat. As he passed the girl he had missed for over 10 days, he leaned in and whispered softly, "Sorry, Qingli, for making you wait." His voice was warm and gentle. That one simple sentence was like the most beautiful melody to Pei Qingli. The heavy weight that had been on her heart for days finally lifted, and a wave of relief washed over her. A small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, her smile as radiant as the morning sun. Chen Zhongce took his seat next to Li Tianquan, calmly arranging his stationery without sparing him a single glance. You may fear me like a god, but I see you as nothing more than a dog. When Chen Zhongce settled everything, there were exactly 5 minutes left before the exam began. The first subject was Chinese, a subject he found familiar and effortless. As he worked through the questions, he mused that only after years in the workforce could one truly appreciate the wealth of outstanding literary works covered in middle school textbooks. Only the finest, most carefully selected gems made it into those textbooks. Works brimming with fervent patriotism, the tender warmth of parental love, and the delicate beauty of romance. A top-tier scientist required not just profound theoretical knowledge in science and engineering, but also deep literary and artistic cultivation. Einstein played the violin masterfully. Maxwell was a skilled footballer. Planck excelled at the piano. Qian Lao was a gifted painter, and Su Buking's mastery of classical Chinese studies was beyond the reach of ordinary men. As he took the exam, Chen Zhongce resolved that he would one day imbue the brilliant scientific minds under his command with a deeper appreciation for the arts and literature. Each of them would have to master at least one art form, or they wouldn't be granted a research project. After all, their failure to become world-class scientists was due to their lack of artistic sensibility. Little did the scientists who would one day work under Chen Zhongce know that this eccentric requirement was born from a sudden whim during his Chinese language exam. The morning's Chinese exam was uneventful, and Li Tianquan, seated beside Chen Zhongce, felt no pressure from him yet. However, the afternoon's mathematics exam marked the beginning of Li Tianquan's nightmare. Just 20 minutes into the test, Li Tianquan finished the 10th multiple-choice question and let out a long breath, already surpassing his best practice speed. Li Tianquan casually glanced at Chen Zhongce beside him, and cold sweat broke out instantly. Chen Zhongce had already picked up his answer sheet and was writing his solution to the second major problem. Damn it! A million thoughts raced through Li Tianquan's mind. Hadn't Chen Zhongce forgotten most of this material? Hadn't he been taken away and unable to review? How could he still be solving problems at such a breakneck pace? It was as if he'd seen a ghost. But no matter how much Li Tianquan raged inwardly, he couldn't change the reality that Chen Zhongce was slicing through the exam like a hot knife through butter. At the 71st minute, Chen Zhongce put down his pen. The entire math paper was complete. The god Chen had returned to his throne. Only then did Chen Zhongce glance at Li Tianquan, who was now drenched in sweat and looked utterly ridiculous. The next day's comprehensive science exam was a repeat performance. Finishing an hour early, Chen Zhongce set his paper and answer sheet aside, with great interest, choosing not to submit early. He simply sat there staring intently at Li Tianquan, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Why? Because if there was ever a time to rattle his opponent's nerves, it was now. With Chen Zhongce present, Li Tianquan wouldn't be able to complete his exam in peace. The second day's 2 exams were a living nightmare for Li Tianquan. Chen Zhongce finished early and did nothing but stare at him, exerting immense pressure. He endured until the English paper was finally submitted, bringing a sense of relief. Chen Zhongce, what exactly is your game? Li Tianquan couldn't hold it in any longer. No game. Aren't we betting that the loser has to call the winner dad 3 times to their face? I'm just keeping an eye on my competition. Is there a problem? Chen Zhongce said dismissively. Chen Zhongce, aren't you afraid I'll report you for cheating? Report me. Which eye of yours saw me change even a single answer after looking at your paper? Cheat off you. Everything you know I got right, and what you don't know I also got right. Why would I cheat off you? Chen Zhongce retorted, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke. You. Li Tianquan was momentarily speechless. You'd better brush your teeth these next couple of days. I'm afraid you'll knock me out with your breath when you call me dad, Chen Zhongce taunted nonchalantly. Li Tianquan was about to explode with rage. But this time he held back, his eyes filled with venomous resentment as he watched Chen Zhongce's retreating figure. Chen Zhongce, you're asking for it. Don't blame me when the time comes, Li Tianquan vowed silently. Ignoring Li Tianquan's demeanor, Chen Zhongce walked over to Pei Qingli, who was packing up her things, and gently tapped her on the head. Pei Qingli turned around abruptly, her face initially flushed with anger, thinking someone was playing a prank. But when she saw it was Chen Zhongce, all the irritation in her autumn-like eyes melted away, replaced by a brilliance as dazzling as a starry river. How did it go? Chen Zhongce asked softly. Not bad. The last part of the final math problem was a bit tricky, and a few blanks in the science section were tough to fill. Other than that, it was fine. I think 680 shouldn't be a problem, Pei Qingli said, gently shaking her head, her high ponytail swaying lightly. Chen Zhongce took the school bag from Pei Qingli and slung it over his own shoulder. Their unspoken understanding needed no words. As they were discussing which milk tea to get, their head teacher Sun Qiqing happened to approach them. Zhongce, you're back? Sun Qiqing asked with concern. Yes, teacher. I just got back yesterday. Since we've been in exams these 2 days, I haven't had a chance to report to you, Chen Zhongce replied casually. He had avoided her partly because he really didn't know how to explain where he'd been. Just yesterday when he got home, the security personnel from Hanjiang City and the military personnel under Zhang Yang's command had practically set up a checkpoint every few steps. And dealing with his parents wasn't easy either. When they asked, answering was hard and not answering was impossible. He could only give vague, ambiguous responses. Chen Zhongce also heard from his parents about the details of the security department's visit that day and was stunned. He was just glad they hadn't come to the school and cleared out all his belongings. The official explanation later was that a suspect from a violent criminal case had fled into the vicinity, which was why so many personnel were deployed. As for whether any keen-eyed individuals had noticed anything given the professionalism of the security department, that was unlikely. You two come to my office for a moment. I have something to tell you, Sun Qiqing said. Huh? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. Were they about to have their parents called in? Chen Zhongce was a bit confused. Sun Qiqing should have figured things out by now, she wouldn't call their parents at this stage, would she? Chen Zhongce, with his thick skin, didn't care, but Pei Qingli's ears turned bright red all the way to the roots. Where are your minds going? Sun Qiqing quickly explained, realizing the misunderstanding. Even though she had long noticed the subtle connection between the two, this was not the time to involve their parents. If their emotions became unstable and they faltered during the college entrance examination, she would be devastated. So it's not about calling the parents. Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli were equally puzzled. Zhongce, where have you been lately? As the head teacher, she naturally had to keep tabs on her students, especially Chen Zhongce, who was a top contender for the championship. I cannot say, Chen Zhongce said with a smile. Pei Qingli blinked, her eyes clearly curious about his whereabouts as well. The head teacher was somewhat annoyed. As they talked, the three of them arrived at Sun Qiqing's office. Teacher, I can't tell you where I went. But I've already fulfilled half of what I promised you, Chen Zhongce said with a smile. What? Sun Qingqing couldn't fathom what this student was up to. Zhongce, I've always trusted you and have been grooming you as the top scorer. You better not. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Zhongce pulled a red envelope from his bag and handed it to Sun Qingqing. What is this? Don't you try to fool me. When Sun Qingqing saw the words, Yindu University, printed boldly on the envelope, she was stunned. Almost instinctively she tore it open. Meanwhile, a look of profound surprise filled Pei Qingli's limpid eyes. She had never doubted that Chen Zhongce could secure an admission letter from Yindu University, but with over a month still to go before the exams, how was this possible? Zhongce, you didn't get a fake one made, did you? The head teacher examined the letter back and forth, blurting out without thinking. Chen Zhongce was taking a sip of water and nearly choked upon hearing that. A fake certificate. How could his head teacher even think of that? My dear teacher, please look closely at the craftsmanship. How could a fake be made with such precision? And look at this seal, how could it be replicated? Chen Zhongce said with a hint of exasperation. That's not certain. These days fake document makers are so dedicated, some of their work looks more real than the genuine article, the head teacher said, scrutinizing the letter. Chen Zhongce spread his hands, offering no further explanation. But the deadline for recommendations has passed, and who sends out admission letters this early? Sun Qingqing remained perplexed. Teacher, if you don't believe me, I can't help it. Just wait and see if I can walk into Yindu University with this letter in September, Chen Zhongce said helplessly. All right. Now what did you mean by fulfilling half of your promise? Teacher, didn't I promise you I'd bring back the top scorer title? Yes, you gave me your solemn word. Now I've gotten you this admission letter from Yindu University as a reassurance. But I don't plan on taking that top scorer title anymore, Chen Zhongce said in a low voice. What? The head teacher's voice shot up an octave. Life is only a few decades long. As time goes on, it'll only get busier. I want to take some time to be with Qingli. But I promise you the top scorer title I owe you won't be repaid by me. Qingli will repay it for me, Chen Zhongce said softly. Chen Zhongce's voice was steady, as if the coveted title of top scorer, a dream for countless students across the nation, was merely something to be plucked from a bag for these two. Pei Qingli was taken aback, not expecting Chen Zhongce to say such a thing. Sun Qingqing's gaze shifted between Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli, finally resting on the red envelope he had given her. All right. Fine, she said hesitantly. Just then Lu Meirong, the math teacher, walked over from outside the office carrying a stack of materials. Oh, little junior, you're back. Little junior. Sun Qingqing and Pei Luotian exchanged puzzled looks. How had he become a little junior? Senior sister, I just got back, Chen Zhongce said quietly. Teacher son, what's that in your hand? Lu Meirong asked curiously. I was just about to share the news. Zhongce has gotten an early admission letter from Yindu University. This is wonderful news. The head teacher excitedly told Lu Meirong. Huh, what was this reaction? Where was the expected disappointment about him not aiming for the top scorer? Lu Meirong didn't show the anticipated surprise. Instead, she hurried over, and without even putting down her materials, she snatched the admission letter from Sun Qingqing and examined it meticulously. Little junior, if the advisor finds out about this, he'll fly over from Haiqing to give you a piece of his mind. What's wrong? Is Maizhendan University any worse than Yindu? Lu Meirong said with irritation. No, of course not. Chen Zhongce stammered, unsure how to respond. After thinking for a moment, he managed to say, Academician Chang was worried that our advisor would rush to Yindu and dismantle his lab, so he found a major national project for him to preside over. After saying this, Chen Zhongce silently prayed for his advisor. Advisor, your disciple has done all he can for you. It's just that both are my advisors and I can't afford to offend either. Oh, come on. He can run, but his disciple can't. Just figure out how to deal with our advisor's wrath, Lu Meirong said dismissively. Sun Qingqing and Pei Qingli listened to their exchange, growing more confused. What exactly had Chen Zhongce been through? Zhongce, since you've already secured your place at Yindu, what are your plans now? You've also solved the NS equations. When are you going to publish the paper? I can help you revise the manuscript, Lu Meirong said, eagerly shoving the admission letter back into Chen Zhongce's hands. I don't have any specific plans for now. Before the exams, I want to spend time with Qingli, Chen Zhongce said, his gaze softening as he looked at Pei Qingli's slender figure. Tisk, that's enough. You're the first one to be so lovey-dovey in the office, Lu Meirong said with a hint of exasperation, though an unmistakable trace of envy crept into her eyes as she looked at the girl before her. What about the NS equations paper? The advisor wants us to write it up quickly and get it published. Oh, senior sister, given my current status and the nature of the work I'm involved in, it's not suitable for me to be in the public eye. I can help you write the paper, and well, just put your name and the advisors on it, Chen Zhongce said calmly, his voice devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing a trivial matter. Zhongce, do you have any idea what you're saying? This is one of the 6 greatest mathematical problems of our era. It's a surefire way to win a Fields Medal and secure your place in history. You could even become the foremost mathematician of the new century. If they weren't in the office, Lu Meirong would have been shouting at the top of her lungs. She had seen people who didn't take awards seriously, but never to this extent. What kind of person was this? Chen Zhongce pursed his lips, thinking to himself, a Fields Medal. I don't even give that a second thought. In the future, he'll be winning Nobel Prizes by the handful. But he couldn't say that out loud. If he did, everyone present would surely think he was insane. Senior sister, I understand. But the project I'm currently working on isn't suitable for public exposure. You should take the credit for this award. Senior sister, what I'm doing right now isn't suitable for the spotlight, so consider this award a gift for you, Chen Zhongce said nonchalantly. Don't talk nonsense, I wouldn't dare claim such an award. Just putting me as second author is more than enough, Lu Meirong said with a smile. Then it's settled. From now on, when they have exams, he'll come to the office, and we'll work on this paper together. But you'll have to sort out the byline with teacher Li. I'm not getting involved, Chen Zhongce nodded. Teacher son, I guess I won't be taking the exams from now on, Chen Zhongce said cheerfully to his homeroom teacher. Oh please. You're someone who turns his nose up at a world-class award, how could I possibly make demands of you? But just so we're clear, what about the top score you two owe me? Sun Qingqing's voice rose at the end, carrying a hint of inquiry. Is that so? Chen Zhongce deliberately teased his homeroom teacher. My. Teacher Sun Qingqing raised an eyebrow. If I can't get through to you, I can always call your parents, can't I? Let's see if Qingli over there has a face as thick as yours. Pei Qingli and Chen Zhongce both glared at their homeroom teacher. The two had no desire for their parents to be called, so they could only tearfully agree to this unequal treaty. Chen Zhongce's return caused no ripples among the busy senior year students. After all, burying oneself in study was the most memorable backdrop of every senior year student's life. Chen Zhongce's class returned to its usual calm, especially with only 30-odd days left until the college entry. Calling it completely calm wasn't quite accurate either. The school, aiming to ensure students were in good physical shape for the exams, had specially brought in a new batch of physical education teachers to strengthen everyone's fitness. However, a quick glance told Chen Zhongce that the new director of the PE teaching and research group looked rather familiar. During a PE break, Chen Zhongce made a point to greet the new director. I say, Captain Zhang, isn't this a bit much? You're a veritable king of soldiers. Chief, you're a world-class top scientist reliving high school life. It's not too much for a king of soldiers like me to be a PE teacher, is it? The Iron Tower of a man joked back. Old Zhang, you've got a point there, Chen Zhongce said, slinging an arm around Zhang Yang's shoulder, looking for all the world like a delinquent student and a shady PE teacher. No one would ever connect Chen Zhongce to the chief engineer of Wuxia's fusion project. Old Zhang, savor these few days of relaxation. We won't have it this easy later, Chen Zhongce said, lying on the grass of the sports field, a stalk of dog's tail grass dangling from his lips, watching Pei Luotian frolic with some female classmates in the distance. An image of pure ease and contentment. Chief, for us, we're either on a mission or preparing for one. We can never afford to let our guard down. Zhang Yang's voice was resolute and powerful. Old Zhang, you're too tense. It's no fun. Chen Zhongce laughed. Despite his words, a look of deep respect filled Chen Zhongce's eyes. Li Tianquan's gaze towards Chen Zhongce shifted from venomous to sinister. Chen Zhongce, since it's come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless. The results were to be announced tomorrow, and according to their agreement, the bet was to be settled on that very day. But if one of them were to be absent from the public eye, there would be no way to fulfill the wager. Li Tianquan's eyes narrowed, his vision focusing solely on Chen Zhongce. Unaware of the plotting against him, Chen Zhongce stood bathed in the sunlight. That night, after escorting Pei Qingli home, Chen Zhongce ambled towards his own residence. With his hands clasped behind his head, he strolled with a relaxed and carefree air. In his past life, he had been so buried in exam preparation that he had completely overlooked the small joys and tender moments of being with someone. Chen Zhongce thought to himself, Qingli is so shy, all because of a brief touch of hands. How could she be this embarrassed? That won't do. After the college entrance exam, I must take her to see the most magnificent sights in the world. Given the current situation, going abroad might not be possible, but there are still plenty of wonderful places we could visit together within the country. Lost in his thoughts about their future plans, Chen Zhongce paid little attention to his surroundings. His route home led him through a narrow alley. Under the dim, flickering streetlight, the alley seemed dark and foreboding, but Chen Zhongce, having walked this path many times, felt nothing amiss. Usually there would be a few passers-by in the alley at this hour, but tonight it was completely deserted. Chen Zhongce halted, cupped his right hand over his ear, and murmured a few words in a voice so low only he could hear. Then he stood there, appearing as nonchalant as ever. As if that wasn't enough, he called out loudly, "Come on out, what's the point of hiding?" At his words, over a dozen thugs wielding iron bars and knives emerged from both ends of the short alley. The gang fixed their fierce gazes upon the young man standing in the middle of the alley, as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. Any ordinary person seeing such a scene would have turned and fled without a second thought. But Chen Zhongce was no ordinary man. He stood lazily, asking in a casual tone, "So brothers, what's the meaning of this?" At the head of the alley, a young man in his 20s with a cigarette dangling from his lips said, "Nothing much. We're short on cash and figured you could help us out. I've only got 27 yuan and 80 cents on me. Don't bother with all this trouble, you can have it all. But I gotta say, stopping me for this much isn't worth your while. You'd each get less than a yuan." Amused by Chen Zhongce's words, several thugs with steel pipes chuckled. Did they really need to go through all this trouble for someone like him? The leader spat the remaining half of his cigarette onto the ground, grinding it viciously under his heel, while keeping his eyes fixed on Chen Zhongce. It was as if Chen Zhongce were the cigarette, but under his foot. Chen Zhongce, right. Cut the crap. Do you think we actually care about your pocket change? The thug sneered. Chen Zhongce remained silent, his eyes narrowing. A man who could call him by name at first sight was no random mugger. This was premeditated. Someone must be pulling the strings behind this. The lead thug was irritated by Chen Zhongce's calm demeanor. They could have been enjoying a nice drink at the club tonight, but instead they had to come out for this little punk. In this day and age of a harmonious society, who still engages in violent brawls, many of their steel pipes and sabers had rusted, only sharpened today after hearing there was a job. Nowadays, making money required brains. Resorting to blades was too risky, a one wrong move, and you'd end up in jail. If it weren't for a request from an influential figure he couldn't refuse, he wouldn't have taken this job tonight. But there was no way around it. They were already here. Listen, Chen Zhongce, let's not make this difficult for anyone. Erase the deal. You chop off your own hand, then break your arm. We'll take you to the hospital. Of course you'll have to pay for the medical bills yourself. That way we can still make it to our second round of drinks. As he spoke, the leader signaled one of his underlings to toss a knife at Chen Zhongce's feet. Chen Zhongce was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Was this how they conducted business? They'd even take him to the hospital. What's with the hospital trip? Are you expecting a Good Samaritan award or something? Chen Zhongce said, picking up the saber that had been thrown. Why, you guys seem a bit out of practice. The rust isn't even polished off this blade. Aren't you afraid of getting tetanus when you try to cut someone? While testing the edge of the saber with his thumb, Chen Zhongce continued to banter with the group of 20 or 30 young thugs. He had already figured out that these men were merely pawns. The real mastermind was the one lurking in the shadows behind them. Chen Zhongce thought carefully about the people in his life. Only one person had the motive and would resort to such a low, childish tactic: Li Tianquan. With this in mind, before the thugs could make a move, he shouted, "Li Tianquan, you have the guts to hire someone to attack me, but not the guts to come out and face me yourself. You're like a turtle hiding in its shell, too scared to even poke your head out." Silence. No one appeared. Chen Zhongce let out a soft, puzzled sound. He's quite patient. That's not like him at all. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, a plump, greasy figure emerged from the shadows of the alley and stopped at the front of the crowd. So you figured it out. You're as clever as they say. But too bad for you, your luck has run out. Li Tianquan's eyes were full of contempt, tinged with a hint of pity for Chen Zhongce. Haha, who says my luck is bad? Chen Zhongce retorted, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Chen Zhongce, why couldn't you just be content with being the top scholar? You had to go and provoke me. And you dared to compete with me for Qingli. Did you really think you were worthy of her? Look at yourself. It's a pity, really. A promising scholar like you is going to be destroyed by my hands today. Li Tianquan's face twisted with cruelty. That remains to be seen. Chen Zhongce replied, his expression still calm. Get him. Beat him within an inch of his life. Break his arms and legs. I want him to never be able to hold a pen again. Don't worry, the cameras around here are all broken, and I've already found scapegoats for you. Just leave him breathing. Li Tianquan's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty madness. Holy shit. Are you serious? Chen Zhongce cursed. What else? Do you know why I kept you alive? I want you to watch with your own eyes as Pei Qingli is humiliated beneath me, haha. Li Tianquan's laughter trembled, filled with madness. The group of young thugs around could hardly bear to watch. Being targeted by such a scoundrel was simply a stroke of bad luck. Chen Zhongce covered his ear with his hand and shouted, "Get out here now, or I won't be able to hold on." With a sharp whistle, a bullet slammed into the open ground between Chen Zhongce and the two groups with a crack. The bullet struck the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. The young thugs were stunned. These days, people on the streets carried at most a steel pipe. Who would dare wield a gun? Were they out of their minds? But what shocked them was far from over. What came next was enough to scare the wits out of them. From atop the walls lining both sides of the alley, more than 20 fully armed special forces operatives appeared before them, like heavenly soldiers descending from the skies. Moreover, behind the two groups of thugs, dozens more soldiers in the same gear surrounded everyone completely. Under the lockdown of sniper rifles, it was truly impossible for even a single bird to fly out. Silence. Or rather, silence was the only option. One thug who dared to open his mouth was immediately struck on the jaw with a rifle, but with two crisp cracks, he likely lost more than one tooth. Zhang Yang was the first to dart to Chen Zhongce's side, shielding him, protectively wary that some reckless punk might lunge out and harm him. Li Tianquan, tell me, who's in control now? Chen Zhongce toyed with the blade in his hand, asking with a faint smile. You, how could you possibly mobilize so many people? This was simply beyond Li Tianquan's comprehension. Even his speech began to stutter. What's the matter? Still want to break my hands? Chen Zhongce asked. Li Tianquan remained silent. Hey, you the one who was smoking just now? You're the leader, right? Chen Zhongce called out to the young man in charge. The one who had just told Chen Zhongce to break his own arm was now trembling like a leaf. He nodded at first, then frantically shook his head. How could he dare to take that on? One wrong move, and his whole 100+ pounds would be finished. Alright, stop shaking. Just now you heard what this fat bastard said. He wanted to break my arms. So tell me what's the proper way to handle this by your street rules? Chen Zhongce asked. The leader had no idea how to respond, standing frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Zhongce glanced at him. This constant trembling wasn't going to cut it. Stop shaking. Here's how it works. Basically an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This fat bastard wanted to break my arms and legs, so now I'm telling you to break his. Chen Zhongce stared at the leader as he spoke. Though the words were laced with dark humor, his voice was ice cold, leaving no trace of amusement. Please have mercy. Don't make things hard for us street folks. We're just trying to get by out here. The leader was now genuinely terrified. He knew something about Li Tianquan's background. If he actually hurt Li Tianquan today, he'd likely be on the run for the rest of his life. Hurry. If you don't do it, you'll be eating a bullet instead. With that, Chen Zhongce gave Zhang Yang a signal. Almost simultaneously, the red dot from a sniper rifle at the elevated position landed squarely on the leader's chest. The man shuddered on the spot and pissed himself. Even so, his hands and legs moved without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the thug charging at him like a fierce demon, Li Tianquan panicked and blurted out, "Do you know who I am? My dad is Li Gang." At this moment, not even the Jade Emperor himself could save him. If he were even a second late, that bullet would be hitting him instead. With an agonizing scream and the sound of bones snapping, Li Tianquan's right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Chen Zhongce stared at the thug and Li Tianquan, then said flatly, "Not enough." Li Tianquan said he wanted to break all my arms and legs. That's only one. Not enough. Ow. 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 Two more screams followed. The big guy, afraid of falling short of Chen Zhongce's demands, also stomped hard on Li Tianquan's third leg. After all, the third leg was still a leg. Chen Zhongce nodded, gesturing for the man who had just acted to go squat over in the corner. A pro indeed. Even with his crotch soaked, it didn't affect his movements at all. He scurried over and squatted obediently by the wall with the rest of the thugs. Chen Zhongce placed the machete against Li Tianquan's neck and said coolly, "If you dare make another sound, I swear I'll slit your throat. The cameras around here are already busted thanks to you, and these men of mine aren't the type to snitch." Li Tianquan, who had been howling like a stuck pig, instantly clamped his mouth shut. At that moment, he bitterly regretted ever destroying the surveillance cameras in the area. "Zhongce divine, Chen, we were classmates after all. There's no need for this. From now on, I'll stay far away from you. No, we'll transfer schools immediately. I won't even glance at Pei Qingli again. Just let me go today." Li Tianquan begged frantically. "That's not enough." Chen Zhongce shook his head. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Li Tianquan cried out, "Dad! Dad! Dad!" He shouted 3 times in succession, and though his limbs were useless, he kept slamming his head against the ground. Chen Zhongce tapped the flat of the blade 3 times on Li Tianquan's back and said with exasperation, "I'm not your son. But you've given me an idea. You have a good dad, so let your dad come and bail you out." With that, he pulled a phone from Li Tianquan's pocket, found his father's number, pressed call, and held it to Li Tianquan's mouth. "Dad, come save me. Hurry. They have guns. They'll kill me." Li Tianquan wailed like a slaughtered pig. Before Li Tianquan could say more, Chen Zhongce pulled the phone away. "Mayorly, your son is here. Come pick him up." He gave Li Tianquan's father the address, then tossed the phone in front of Li Tianquan and crushed it to pieces with a vicious stomp. "Chief, what are you planning?" Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. The word chief landed clearly in Li Tianquan's ears. His eyes went wide and he tried to speak, but Chen Zhongce stuffed a wad of tissue into his mouth. "Since this bastard is so arrogant, let's go have a word with him. If we can rid the local area of a tumor, so much the better," Chen Zhongce replied. After a pause, he added to Zhang Yang, "Old Zhang, call the Handong Provincial Security Bureau. Tell them I was attacked." Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. This chief was truly a master of scheming. Once the relevant personnel from the security department's Hanjiang branch arrived and saw that Chen Zhongce had been attacked, they would likely break out in a cold sweat that could soak their clothes. This was a figure that the head of the security department had repeatedly ordered to be protected at all costs. If something went wrong on Hanjiang turf, who could bear that responsibility? Sure enough, Zhang Yang's call went through. "Battalion Commander Zhang, what's the issue calling so late? The VIP was attacked in Hanjiang. We suspect deliberate action by enemy agents. Please come at once." Then Zhang Yang relayed the address. Even over the phone, Chen Zhongce could hear the sound of desks and chairs overturning on the other end. The friends at the Hanjiang branch were clearly terrified. Almost shouting, the voice came through, "Battalion Commander Zhang, you must ensure the leader's safety. They'll be there with my full team within 5 minutes." Zhang Yang said nothing and hung up. Chen Zhongce and Zhang Yang exchanged a smile. Their mutual understanding was solid. With matters arranged, Chen Zhongce crouched down beside the immobilized Li Tianquan, making casual conversation. "Oldly, I heard you spouted some poetry during our class. Though the quality was a bit lacking, not quite fitting for a top student like you. Oldly, I heard you recited some nonsense verse. The family legacy is my generation's duty." Chen Zhongce then gave Li Tianquan's head a firm smack. Whether it was the touch on his injuries or the humiliation, Li Tianquan glared at Chen Zhongce, baring his teeth in fury. Chen Zhongce ignored him completely and continued, "What are you looking at? And what about the greatest fairness is unfairness?" Another slap landed on Li Tianquan's head. A son helping his father like Yin Song and Yin Shifan. A family that does good deeds will have abundant blessings. Heaven has no favorites, it only aids the virtuous. With every sentence, Chen Zhongce delivered another slap until Li Tianquan was knocked flat on the ground. Crouching down looking at him from above, Chen Zhongce asked, "Do you know how to match keys? How many keys do you match?" After speaking, ignoring Li Tianquan's livid face, Chen Zhongce slowly stood up. "You can be rich, but you must not be wealthy and unkind. You can be noble, but you must not be inofficial and unjust. Since you've managed to be both, then just wait." With that, he stopped paying attention to Li Tianquan, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the alley. After all, the person in power had arrived to a convoy of vehicles with flashing red and blue lights pulled up. Quite a spectacle. Chen Zhongce let out a cold snort, fearless. "Sir, our duty is to protect your safety," Zhang Yang said to Chen Zhongce loudly. Chen Zhongce understood Zhang Yang's meaning. Local matters weren't their place to interfere. He was advising Chen Zhongce to be more cautious to avoid trouble that might be hard to contain. This consideration was for Chen Zhongce's own good. Chen Zhongce smiled, faintly noncommittal. If he hadn't encountered this, it would be one thing, but having seen it and having the ability to handle it, he couldn't just stand by. A middle-aged man at the lead came over with a group in uniform heavily equipped with various riot gear. Yet Chen Zhongce could clearly see many hands trembling. After all, who wouldn't be nervous facing such a professional force? "We received a tip from the public about a violent brawl here, a serious incident." "Who reported this?" A man in a captain's uniform beside the middle-aged man asked. Chen Zhongce gave him a cold glance, then stepped aside, revealing Li Tianquan limbs broken, groaning on the ground. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes turned bloodshot. That was his own son. Forgetting all decorum, he immediately ordered, "Arrest these thugs." Instigating a brawl and causing grievous bodily harm is a heinous crime. No matter your connections, you won't escape. Chen Zhongce stared at the middle-aged man. To reach such a position of real power, he had to be quite skilled. Head slapped a major accusation on Chen Zhongce and was trying to take him away, aiming to solidify the charges and secure his own advantage from the start. An ordinary person would have fallen for this trap. Once in his clutches, they'd be completely at his mercy. "Who the hell dares?" Chen Zhongce bellowed. The men beside the middle-aged man, already hesitant at the sight of the armed soldiers around Chen Zhongce, froze in place at his thunderous shout, not daring to move. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, glaring at Chen Zhongce with hostility. "What an air of authority. Li Gang, right? You call me a thug. So you want to detain me before you've even figured out what happened?" Chen Zhongce said with a smirk. As he spoke, seemingly to provoke Li Tianquan's father, he casually nudged Li Tianquan's injured area with his heel, eliciting a pained whimper from him. "Just who are you to flout the law so blatantly?" The middle-aged man Li Gang sounded confident, but Chen Zhongce detected a hint of bluster. "I'm just an ordinary person. But Mayor Li, isn't it inappropriate to label someone without knowing the facts?" Chen Zhongce retorted. "There was a public report, and the victim is clearly lying right there. Is it not reasonable to ask you to come back with us to clarify the situation?" Clearly Li Gang was no pushover. With a few words he framed it as standard official procedure. "Umph," Chen Zhongce sneered. "I'm afraid if I go back with Deputy Mayor Li today, I'd be at your mercy, wouldn't I, Chen Zhongce saw through Li Gang's plan instantly. Seeing that Chen Zhongce wasn't taking the bait, Li Gang realized that a few words wouldn't intimidate him. If he couldn't quickly gain control of Chen Zhongce, the situation would become very passive. Even a blind man could see that these special forces elites were protecting Chen Zhongce. On Hanjiang turf, Li Gang knew everyone with this level of security detail. There was no one like this. Moreover, Chen Zhongce was just a young man, which made it even more impossible. Li Gang, pained by his son's injuries, wanted to quickly pull his son out and take control of the thugs. But on the other hand, he couldn't figure out Chen Zhongce's background, leaving him in a difficult spot. Chen Zhongce, however, was nonchalant, leisurely stretching his neck as if to bide his time. He was waiting, and at the same time setting a trap for Li Gang, just waiting for him to walk right into it. Li Gang, a seasoned veteran of the political arena, could clearly see Chen Zhongce's air of impunity. From his demeanor, it was evident that Chen Zhongce had military backing. In conflicts between local authorities and the military, it was rarely about who was right, but rather who controlled the situation and held the upper hand. Under the current circumstances, if only Chen Zhongce could be subdued, everything would be manageable. But how could he be moved under such tight security? A cruel glint flashed in Li Gang's eyes as he contemplated striking first, taking a step too far to ensure there would be no witnesses. Such a ruthless thug, seriously injuring others in broad daylight, and now refusing to accept punishment. "For the safety of the hostages, I ask you all." Chen Zhongce's voice cut through Li Gang's words. "Vice Mayor Li, I advise you to calm down." Before Li Gang could finish, a group of uniformed personnel appeared at both ends of the alley. With screeching brakes, a crowd rushed out of vehicles, and the leader quickly moved between the two sides. Li Gang's heart skipped a beat when he saw who it was. The uniforms of the newcomers looked similar to those of Li Gang's men at first glance, but their chest badges and arm patches were markedly different. Li Gang frowned. How did we get them involved? These people were usually elusive, and ordinary folks had no idea where their offices were. Once entangled with them, it was almost always a major case. As a local power figure, Li Gang recognized the leader, the head of Hanjiang's security department. Director Yang, what's the commotion? What brings you here? Li Gang greeted the newcomer warmly. Despite being the executive deputy mayor, a rank higher than the newcomer, he had to maintain a humble attitude when facing the security bureau. Even though his son lay on the ground and his heart ached, Li Gang put on a calm facade. Director Yang of the security department ignored Li Gang's words. After his men had completely separated Chen Zhongce from Li Gang's group, Director Yang turned and saluted Chen Zhongce. Comrade Chief Hanjiang Security Bureau Director Yang Zhongyu reporting for duty. Please give instructions. Good heavens. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Not only Li Gang, but also his men, let out exclamations of surprise. These blue-uniformed men had often dealt with the security bureau, and they had always been arrogant, never seen bowing their heads so low. Li Gang glanced at Chen Zhongce with a complex look, never expecting to have hit such a hard wall. Comrade Chief. Yang Zhongyu had just called Chen Zhongce Chief, which made Chen Zhongce's identity truly astonishing. Director Yang, I have no instructions. I was walking peacefully when someone attempted to assassinate me. If not for Colonel Zhang Yang's desperate protection, I might not have seen the sun tomorrow. Chen Zhongce's voice was flat, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. The thugs, though subdued, still had functioning eyes and ears. Many nearly cursed upon hearing this. What the hell did he mean by desperate protection? As if we could offer any resistance against these special forces elites. Yang Zongyi's eyes twitched. Even if you're lying through your teeth, at least make it plausible. How could these thugs possibly harm Chen Zhongce under the guard of so many regular soldiers? Comrade Chief, your meaning. If someone plots to assassinate a researcher and disrupt the nation's scientific progress, what do your regulations dictate? Chen Zhongce didn't answer, but threw the question back. According to our regulations. Director Yang, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Li Gang knew he couldn't let Chen Zhongce continue, or there would be no room for negotiation. Misunderstanding. These people attacked with weapons, and Li Tianquan orchestrated it behind the scenes. Am I wrong about anything? Chen Zhongce pressed forward, his aura intensifying. If a mere school disagreement leads to hiring assassins, is that a misunderstanding? If gathering a mob to break a law-abiding citizen's limbs, nearly torturing him to death, is that a misunderstanding? Or because his father is Li Gang, he can summon such a mob with a single word. Is that also a misunderstanding? It seems our esteemed Mayor Li has a rather broad definition of misunderstanding. Chen Zhongce said sarcastically. If I weren't here today, there would be a corpse with broken limbs brutally tortured lying here tomorrow. Director Yang, according to your regulations, how should this be handled? Chen Zhongce asked coldly. It shall be treated as treason. Director Yang's icy voice rang out. How dare you? Li Gang, protective of his son, bellowed. Chen Zhongce stepped forward again, glaring at Li Gang, his voice as chilling as a frozen abyss. Let's see who has the final say today. Li Gang, your corruption is not my concern, but since Li Tianquan has crossed my path, I must act. Chen Zhongce didn't voice another reason. Li Tianquan had crossed his bottom line, not only trying to kill him, but also harboring improper thoughts toward Pei Qingli. This was absolutely unforgivable. Chen Zhongce was not a man of indecision. At this critical moment, he had to act decisively, never allowing Li Tianquan a chance to recover, or he would regret it. With Chen Zhongce's command, Yang Zhongyu and his security men took away the thugs and Li Tianquan. They dragged Li Tianquan away like a dead dog. Li Gang's eyes burned with rage, wanting to tear Chen Zhongce apart. Chen Zhongce said in a low voice, Li Gang, I can't deal with your crimes today, but even what leaks from Li Tianquan's mouth will be enough to put you away. With that, Chen Zhongce walked past Li Gang without looking back. Li Gang seemed to have all his strength drained, collapsing to the ground with no one daring to help him. The men who had followed Li Gang felt a bone-chilling cold. Usually under Li Gang's command, they looked up to him as a towering mountain, but today, in the presence of a true figure, they felt as insignificant as ants. The commotion in the alley did not disturb Chen Zhongce's daily routine. Even after the tense standoff between several factions the night before, he still slept soundly. After all, for Chen Zhongce at this moment, such a scene was merely a minor affair. The results of the third mock examination were released. 719 points. Chen Zhongce remained the top student in his grade, and also the champion of the joint examinations among the elite high schools of Handong Province. Everyone assumed that his previous two exams, especially that one where he had fallen from grace, were just him having an off day. Only Chen Zhongce knew the intricate changes involved. Even this score had somewhat surprised him. He hadn't expected to return to the pinnacle so quickly. However, it was within reason. After all, Chen Zhongce was the man who had single-handedly deduced all of high school science. In 12 hours, he had mastered mathematics from scratch. In 6 hours, he had reconstructed the classical physics system from nothing. In 4 hours, he had deduced all of basic chemistry from zero. In 3 hours, the principles of biology and traditional genetics were reproduced in his hands. It was only after he had perfected all his examination techniques that he could once again hold this 719-point answer sheet. Chen Zhongce silently placed the report card before his homeroom teacher, Sun Qingqing. Teacher, the grades I promised you came a bit late, but they are here after all. Sun Qingqing gave him a helpless look. Kid, you've already got the admission letter from Yindu University, and you're still saying this. Of course a promise to my teacher must be kept, Chen Zhongce said with a smile. It's just a pity I didn't get to see Li Tianquan call me dad in front of everyone. That's a real regret, Chen Zhongce sighed. Just the mention of Li Tianquan gave Sun Qingqing a headache. Do you know what happened to Li Tianquan's family? Do you know Zhongce? Do you have any idea how hard these past few days have been for me? First your incident had me worried sick, and now Li Tianquan has disappeared. Is it so hard for me to nurture a promising student? Sun Qingqing said with a grimace. I don't know either. Maybe he offended someone. Chen Zhongce said, tentatively careful not to reveal that he was the one who had gotten Li Tianquan locked up. I heard something happen with Deputy Mayor Li. He was taken in for investigation today, Sun Qingqing said somewhat dejectedly, unintentionally confiding in Chen Zhongce something she normally wouldn't do with a student. Chen Zhongce didn't dare to continue that line of conversation. He narrowed his eyes knowing that he would likely never see Li Tianquan again. With no one buzzing in his ear, Chen Zhongce's life finally settled down. He helped Pei Qingli review her study progress, accompanying her to school every day and back home in harmonious tranquility. When Chen Zhongce ran his fingers through Pei Qingli's flowing hair, feeling the gentleness it carried, he couldn't help but remark, even an ounce of gold or a wisp of wind wouldn't make me trade these days. And at that moment, he would always be met with Pei Qingli's smile. While tutoring Pei Qingli, Chen Zhongce discovered that beneath her delicate and soft exterior lay a boldness rare among ordinary women. Although her temperament was gentle, the strategic vision she displayed was not something just anyone possessed. Chen Zhongce was absolutely certain that Pei Qingli would become an exceptionally brilliant woman in the future. Wisdom, vision, kindness, and beauty. Pei Qingli lacked none of these. Chen Zhongce was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of person she would grow into. He wasn't anxious though. In this life, he had plenty of time to accompany her and grow alongside her. Now Chen Zhongce only did two things each day. One was to help Pei Qingli fill in her knowledge gaps. The other was to write a thesis with his beautiful senior fellow apprentice. In the office, ever since learning that Lu Meirong was a student of academician Li Tianquan, the principal had, under the pretext of establishing a mathematics research group, specially arranged an independent desk for her. Every day while Pei Qingli was studying, Chen Zhongce would write the thesis with Lu Meirong. The Navier-Stokes equations. As a top student formally trained in mathematics, even Lu Meirong felt a sense of unreality while writing this paper. The paper on the NS equations, one of the 6 great unsolved problems in contemporary mathematics, was gradually taking shape under her pen. Zhongce, once this paper is written, you're likely to go down in history, Lu Meirong joked with Chen Zhongce. Although it was said in jest, it was also the truth. Today Lu Meirong was dressed in a cool summer outfit, a teardrop-shaped pendant swaying gently in the hollow of her delicate collarbone. Her long shapely legs crossed and uncrossed restlessly, making her look exceptionally captivating. Chen Zhongce could only keep repeating to himself, see no evil, see no evil. Senior sister, didn't I tell you that this research result is a gift for you? Chen Zhongce asked, puzzled. Seeing that Chen Zhongce didn't seem to be joking, Lu Meirong dropped her playful tone and said seriously, Zhongce, do you know what this achievement means? I thought you were joking that day. Now I'm telling you this very seriously. Chen Zhongce smiled slightly. Senior sister, rest assured, I am also telling you this very seriously. Isn't it just the NS equations? Senior sister, just for the consideration you've shown me just now, I feel this gift is well given. Zhongce, this is a world-class research achievement. Once it's revealed, the entire mathematical community will be shaken. Moreover, it's almost a certainty that you'll win the Fields Medal next year. Lu Meirong's delicate face was full of seriousness. Zhongce, you haven't entered the mathematical circle yet, so you don't know what such an award means. Lu Meirong opened her mouth trying to explain it clearly to Chen Zhongce, but he interrupted her. Senior sister, who said, I don't understand the weight of such a medal. The Fields Medal is only awarded to the world's most brilliant mathematicians. It's given once every 4 years and only to those under 40, so there's very little lag in recognizing talent. And every recipient is a young prodigy. Its prestige is even higher than the Nobel Prize. No mainland Chinese national has ever won the Fields Medal. Only 2 ethnic Chinese have, namely Yao Xingtong and Terence Tao. In China's mathematical circles, these 2 are figures who can do as they please. Wherever they go, they are revered with the utmost respect by mathematicians. Chen Zhongce explained patiently. Zhongce, since you know all this, then why are you? Lu Meirong blinked her beautiful eyes and asked softly. Senior sister, it's just a Fields Medal. What's the big deal if I give it to you? Chen Zhongce said with a hint of exasperation. Having won too many awards in his past life, Chen Zhongce had become almost immune to these world-class honors. I can't decide on this on my own. I have to discuss it with my advisor, Lu Meirong said, stunned by Chen Zhongce's attitude. Could an award like this really be given away so casually? If the mathematical community ever found out, they'd probably curse Chen Zhongce for being a prodigal fool. As the phone connected, Lu Meirong's heart grew uneasy. Xiao Lu, what brings you to call me? Ever since Lu Meirong helped academician Li Tianquan uncover the genius Chen Zhongce, Li had become exceptionally kind to his students, especially those under his tutelage. What if someone else helped him unearth another Chen Zhongce? He couldn't let anyone beat him to it this time. There's something I'd like to report to you. Go ahead. Zhongce has been admitted to Yendu University. Oh, what? Academician Li's voice shot up an octave. Shall Lu say that again? Zhongce received his admission letter from Yendu University 2 days ago, Lu Meirong said nervously. Wait a moment. Academician Li Tianquan hung up the phone immediately. Lu Meirong and Chen Zhongce exchanged bewildered glances. About 5 minutes later Li called back, and they could hear his furious muttering on the other end. Damn it, I'm going to Yendu and tear down his lab. Damn it, he had no integrity when stealing my disciple, and now he's at it again. All these years of friendship down the drain. I must have been blind. Chen Zhongce and Lu Meirong listened in silence, not daring to speak. They might easily become the target of the elder's fury. Listening to Li's rant, Chen Zhongce felt it resembled Li Kuei's legendary rage as he stormed into the capital to seize the emperor's throne. The tirade on the other end continued for 7 or 8 minutes without abating. Concerned for her mentor's dignity, Lu Meirong gently coughed twice to remind him to mind his decorum. Li finally reined himself in. Xiao Lu, why didn't you tell me sooner? His voice was thick with regret. Xiao Lu, is Zhongce with you? Li suddenly seemed to recall something. Yes, I'm here, teacher. Chen Zhongce answered, bracing himself. Zhongce, how did this admission letter come about? Li asked, full of chagrin. Teacher, I was about to tell you. I participated in a research project a while ago, and it happened to be with Teacher Chung. I simply couldn't withstand his insistence, alas. As he said this, Chen Zhongce put on a thoroughly aggrieved expression, making it seem he was coerced rather than willing. He silently prayed, old Chung, don't blame me. In being held at gunpoint by Li, I have no choice. Lu Meirong cast a disdainful glance at her junior apprentice. She knew all the ins and outs of this affair, but she didn't expose him. What's done is done. Regret is useless. Look, haven't you taken the college entrance exam yet? They'll have the president of Zhendan come personally to snatch you away. I refuse to believe this is hopeless. Li was still cursing. Chen Zhongce could only nod in agreement, playing the role of a small potato caught between giants while in reality, he was already a giant himself. Teacher, actually, I didn't intend to bring this up today. It's just an incidental matter, Lu Meirong said, carefully choosing her words. The simple statement had already set Li off, as she dreaded what would happen when she dropped the real issue. What? Is there anything else that could pain me more than this? Li's tone rose again. It's just that my junior apprentice and I have finished writing the paper on solving the Navier-Stokes equations. How should we handle the authorship? Lu Meirong asked cautiously. Put Zhongce's name on it. What else do you think? Do you take me for someone who would steal your first authorship? Do you think your mentor is one of those despicable nobodies in this country who snatch their students' work? Academician Li Tianquan said, his tone irked and even slightly angry. What kind of man do you think I am? No, Lu Meirong hastened to deny. She realized her phrasing had misled Li and quickly scrambled to explain. Teacher, that's not what we meant. It's just that Zhongce doesn't want to be named. He wants to give up the first authorship, Lu Meirong said, cautiously gauging her mentor's reaction, afraid of saying something wrong again. My. Li was thrown for a loop. It was common to see academic siblings or mentors and disciples fighting tooth and nail over a first authorship, even turning into lifelong enemies. But someone voluntarily giving up their own achievement was truly rare. There was a 2-minute silence on the line, then Li said, Shall Lu give the phone to Zhongce? I want to ask him. Teacher, him here. Go ahead. Chen Zhongce asked, wondering how Li would judge this matter. After all, Li had just displayed magnanimity, and the older generation of upright researchers, especially those with lofty integrity, abhorred academic misconduct. They could not tolerate a speck of dust in their eyes. You want to give up the first authorship? Why? Do you know what such a first authorship means? Next year's Fields Medal will have no other winner, Li asked. Teacher, to be precise, I'm not giving up the first authorship. I want this paper not to bear my name at all. I want my senior apprentice sister to be the first author, Chen Zhongce said earnestly. Li was completely dumbfounded. Having spent decades in the research world, he had never seen anything like this. What was going on? Zhongce, you're not in love with your senior apprentice sister, are you? First of all, that's a good thing. I approve. But you can't go about pursuing her like this, Li admonished. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Zhongce was choked by his mentor's words. Even Lu Meirong, who was listening nearby, blushed deeply, adding a touch of charm to her demeanor. Teacher, what are you saying? It's just that I'm involved in a project that requires strict confidentiality. It's not suitable for this, Chen Zhongce explained. Academician Li was silent for a moment, then let out a long sigh. Alas, this left Chen Zhongce bewildered. What did his teacher mean? Teacher, he ventured tentatively. Zhongce, have you thought it through? The path you've chosen, the work you'll do may never be known to anyone, and you might live in obscurity for a lifetime. It's unfair to a young man of your talent, Academician Li said with a soft sigh. True to his status as an academician, just that one sentence was enough for him to guess what Chen Zhongce intended to do. Teacher, there's nothing unfair about it. I just think it's enough to apply my knowledge to the land of my motherland. History and the people will give me the best praise. Chen Zhongce felt his teacher's care and couldn't help but speak his truest thoughts. All right. Academician Li sighed, both relieved and concerned. He was glad that Chen Zhongce possessed such a sense of national duty and spirit of dedication rare among today's youth. Yet he worried that his disciple might never enjoy the fame his achievements would bring. Zhongce, so you want to give this achievement to your senior sister? Teacher Li asked. Yes, senior sister helped me a lot during the writing of the paper. I am willing to let her have it. Chen Zhongce's tone was sincere, his gaze firm and honest. Lu Meirong met his eyes and felt his sincerity, momentarily at a loss for words. You. Such a great achievement, whoever it's given to will be remembered in the history of Chinese academia. Such a feat would have warranted a marriage proposal in the past. Even at this moment, old Li didn't forget to bring that up. Teacher, the junior disciple already has a girlfriend. Lu Meirong murmured softly. Oh, if you didn't have a girlfriend it would be fine. Old Li chuckled teasingly. Chen Zhongce felt extremely awkward. After a moment of silence, old Li spoke. Zhongce, I disagree with giving the first authorship entirely to your senior sister. It wouldn't be good for her, because her talent is a bit short of this level. But I think you can share co-first authorship so your goal of helping your senior sister is achieved. Meanwhile, I have some reputation in the world of mathematics. I'll keep your first authorship position vacant for now under an anonymous name and restore it when you can reveal your identity later. Is that possible? Chen Zhongce was taken aback. Others might not be able to do this, but your advisor has some reputation and credentials built up over the years in the field, which still carry some weight. Academician Li said calmly. Zhongce, then think of a pseudonym. How about? Chen Zhongce said softly after a moment. What? A question mark. What kind of trick is this? You young people. Academician Li found himself repeatedly stunned today. Chen Zhongce's various moves were truly mind-blowing. Because I think this world deserves a question mark, Chen Zhongce said in a tone that seemed detached from reality. Academician Li's face turned dark. Senior sister Lu Meirong also stared at Chen Zhongce, silently. Junior, you're too showy. As befitting an academician, he quickly composed himself. Zhongce, since you've chosen that path, I have nothing more to say. I just hope you don't waste your mathematical talent. Well, I can put in a word for you in the field, but you must give me a promise, Academician Li said seriously. What promise, teacher? Before you turn 25, set aside 2 years to study under me and prove the Riemann hypothesis. Academician Li's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Meirong's eyes widened instantly. Did I hear that correctly? Chen Zhongce gave a bitter smile. Teacher, I can spare 2 years and I expect to be free by mid-next year. But do you think proving the Riemann hypothesis is like buying cabbage? I can just do it as I please. The Riemann hypothesis, one of the 6 most difficult mathematical problems in the world, an enormous abyss, was proposed in 1859 and has been consuming the energy and vitality of the world's top mathematicians for so many years. Countless young mathematicians have poured their wisdom into it, yet they have never been able to prove or disprove it. If Chen Zhongce could do it, he would undoubtedly be the foremost in the world. Academician Li said with a hint of pride. I don't care. I can't let such talent go to waste. I need you to give the world another exclamation mark. Damn, you think you're the only one who can show off. I only can also show off. Even if it's using my disciple, that's enough. Chen Zhongce hesitated, then nodded. Okay, teacher, I make a promise to you. Holy shit, you actually agreed. Don't go back on it. Academician Li had used up a whole month's worth of profanity today. Even Lu Meirong, who had studied under him for years, had never seen her advisor like this. This time it was Chen Zhongce's turn to look dumbfounded. So teacher Li wasn't sure he would agree. He was tricking him. Alright, let it be. Since it's come to this Riemann hypothesis, it is. They'll prove it for you. Have you finished writing the paper? Yes, teacher, both the Chinese and English versions are done. We might need your help with proofreading, Lu Meirong said. These are minor issues. Have you decided which journal to submit to? Nature or Annals of Mathematics? Academician Li asked. Nature, one of the top journals in the natural sciences with rigorous peer review, where many Nobel-winning results have been published. Annals of Mathematics, the leading journal in mathematics, publishes only about 60 articles a year, making each article more valuable. We haven't decided yet, teacher. Which one do you recommend? Chen Zhongce asked tentatively. If there are no special circumstances, I suggest you submit to Annals of Mathematics. After all, it's a pure mathematics journal with higher recognition in the math community, which would benefit your chances for the Fields Medal. Academician Li suggested. He didn't mention his selfish motive. If this article were published in a professional mathematics journal, it would count as his contribution to cultivating a top talent for the math world, and later, he could use this as an excuse to get Chen Zhongce to devote more time to mathematics. Okay, teacher, I'll submit to Annals of Mathematics. Chen Zhongce confirmed. Chen Zhongce, having experienced both his past and present life, had seen many dirty things in the academic circle. To remain so noble and generous in the face of such a great achievement as the Navier-Stokes equations, and to provide unreserved guidance and cultivation to his students, such a mentor is rare, if not absolutely rare. Simply put, old Li is a good man worth working with. After carefully proofreading the paper written by the two several times, old Li found only a few minor expression errors, basically nothing to change. He even had an illusion: is Chen Zhongce born for scientific research and mathematics? How else could he be so familiar with the requirements of paper writing? Annals of Mathematics. At Princeton University, the editor-in-chief of Annals of Mathematics, Qin, had just started his day's work treating himself to a nice cup of coffee. As usual, he opened his email and found a message quietly lying there. Analysis of Navier-Stokes equations and their regular solutions. Which amateur scientist is trying to join the fun again? Looking at the submission institution Huaxiajiandong University. It seems to have some level. Authors. Meirong Liu. What the hell is a question mark? Full of confusion, Qin began to read the paper. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. Unknowingly, he even knocked over the coffee cup on his desk. Publishing a top-tier paper is no simple feat, as even ordinary submissions must pass through initial review, revisions, and peer assessment before final acceptance after numerous edits. In his previous life, Chen Zhongce's roommate had to revise his paper a staggering 13 times before it was finally approved. A world-class breakthrough like the one Chen Zhongce had just achieved could never be properly peer-reviewed by just a couple of seasoned professors. In fact, had he not personally guided Lu Meirong through every step, she might not have even grasped the core concepts. During the writing phase, Chen Zhongce spent more time explaining the underlying knowledge and proof strategies to Lu Meirong than actually composing the text. If the paper were submitted directly, fewer than a handful of people worldwide could grasp its depth at a glance. Most experts would need considerable time for careful study and verification before acknowledging the result. A vivid example at the dawn of this century, the Poincaré conjecture, one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems, was proven in 2003 by the Russian mathematician Perelman, yet the mathematical community only fully accepted his work in 2006. However, Chen Zhongce's approach was notably clear and concise, requiring no elaborate new theoretical framework, which made it highly accessible. Almost immediately after the paper reached the journal's inbox, the entire editorial review board was stirred into action. Not only the elite mathematicians at Princeton, but also peers from Harvard, MIT, Oxford, and Cambridge were all drawn into the commotion. What the hell, someone actually solved this equation. I thought we'd have to wait another century, someone in Massachusetts exclaimed with wild excitement. Meirong Liu. Sounds like a Chinese name. Has China produced a top-tier mathematician recently? And who on earth is this? Grumbled a white man in a neighboring university in Massachusetts, spinning a globe with visible irritation. The proof is remarkably clear, and the logic is airtight. This kind of thinking comes only from years of dedicated mathematical research. How come we've never heard of this person before? Meirong Liu. And who is this? A scholar at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton frowned, lost in thought, until the ember in his pipe burned his hand. This world-class problem has finally been cracked. Too bad I can't use it to churn out more papers anymore, muttered a blonde-haired researcher in Oxford. Regardless, Chen Zhongce's paper had sent ripples through the mathematical community, breaking a long-standing calm. Across the globe, attention began to converge on that part of the world. Every leading mathematician was asking the same question: who is this? While anonymous submissions were common for minor papers, why would anyone choose to remain hidden after a breakthrough of this magnitude? This very mystery captured the attention of the brightest minds on Earth. For the first 2 days after Lu Meirong submitted the paper, her inbox remained quiet, but starting from the 3rd day, it exploded with activity. A flood of emails poured in. When Lu Meirong opened her inbox, she was stunned. Each message bore the insignia of the world's most prestigious research institutions, signed by figures she had once only admired from afar. The requests were twofold: invitations for her to give lectures and inquiries about the enigmatic. Following Chen Zhongce's instructions, Lu Meirong replied to every email with polite acknowledgments, but regarding the identity of, she remained silent. Zhongce, I feel this is unfair to you. This is your achievement, yet I'm taking the credit. Senior sister, what does it matter? It's yours now, Chen Zhongce said nonchalantly while sipping his milk. You? Lu Meirong was annoyed. He had drunk her milk again without asking. She hadn't even had her own breakfast yet. Go ahead, go and see the bigger stage the world has to offer. You've always wanted to pursue scholarship seriously, haven't you? Watch how those big names do it. Even a hint of that influence will benefit your future, Chen Zhongce said earnestly. But, no buts. The paper is written by you, and I've fed you the proof strategies and theories until you know them inside out. What's there to fear? Chen Zhongce explained. Senior sister, don't be so formal with me. Just remember, when I need your help in the future, you can't refuse. He added this to ease any lingering guilt she might have. All right, whatever my junior brother commands, I shall obey, Lu Meirong declared, puffing out her chest. Good. While Chen Zhongce was toiling away with his senior sister at Hanjiang 5 High School, deep in a southwestern underground bunker, Cheng Winnie's team was tirelessly simulating theoretical models for controlled nuclear fusion. As each subteam ran its independent simulations, everyone was struck by the completeness of Chen Zhongce's technical roadmap. It was nothing short of flawless. Only then did they fully grasp his earlier words. With current technology, the tokamak is, if not a dead end, at least the path with the most obstacles to overcome. Chen Zhongce's proposed approach, while continuing the stellarator design, ingeniously combined inertial and magnetic confinement, minimizing material requirements. His most brilliant stroke was integrating the first-wall material with fission breeder blankets, which drastically reduced neutron damage while enriching fuel supply. A truly inspired design. Under Chen Zhongce's task breakdown, each team was responsible for precise simulations of specific components, and every result matched his theoretical predictions almost exactly. Initially, they were in awe of his extraordinary insight, but soon they became desensitized to his brilliance. After all, he was the divine Chen. What problem could he possibly not solve? Yet despite all this, a problem did emerge. Today, under Chang Wenyi's direction, the first integrated simulation was completed, but the results deviated significantly from Chen Zhongce's predictions. The simulation showed that under the current technical roadmap, the gain factor for controlled nuclear fusion within a unit space was a mere 0.8367, far below the threshold required for energy release. This implied that Chen Zhongce's entire approach was fundamentally flawed. Initially, no one believed it. They ran the simulation 3 full times on the bunker's supercomputer only to obtain an even lower result of 0.8357. Despair began to set in. If such a masterfully crafted plan couldn't succeed, was controlled nuclear fusion simply a dead end? Would humanity then be forever trapped on Earth? Faced with this crisis, Chang Wenyi had no choice but to contact Chen Zhongce through Elder Zhai, urgently requesting his assistance from afar. That day, there were only 5 days left until the National College entrance examination. At Hanjiang 5 High School, with only 5 days remaining until the college entrance examination, the senior students had essentially stopped taking practice tests. Chen Zhongce was accompanying Pei Qingli by her side, meticulously going through every mistake she had made over the past year, while also checking the weak points in her mastery of various high school knowledge systems. Their question and answer rhythm required no words to describe the unspoken understanding between them. Chen Zhongce could confirm that while Pei Qingli's level was slightly below his own, she was fundamentally on par with the absolute top tier of her peers. Every year, the top scorers were essentially a group of people with nearly identical abilities. What truly distinguished them was their mental fortitude and a final sliver of luck. "Qingli, are you nervous?" Chen Zhongce asked. Pei Qingli's dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Nervous? You're already waiting for me at Yindu University. How could I possibly not go?" Chen Zhongce said, nothing, gently touching his forehead to hers in the sunlight, scattering an air of sweet affection across the entire classroom. This pleasant atmosphere, however, was abruptly shattered. Zhang Yang, a figure as imposing as an iron tower, burst in from outside the classroom, completely disregarding the homeroom teacher's son Qingqing's reaction, and leaned down to whisper a few words in Chen Zhongce's ear. Chen Zhongce's expression changed drastically upon hearing the words. "Qingli, I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a few days. Wait for me." With only that brief explanation, without packing anything, Chen Zhongce followed Zhang Yang out of the classroom, leaving behind the utterly bewildered homeroom teacher's son Qingqing, who wondered if all physical education teachers were this ferocious, snatching students away without a word. Chen Zhongce had no time to worry about the reactions of those around him. Anxiety gnawed at him, desperate to know what could have gone wrong at the Southwest Underground Base. As the commander of the Vanguard Regiment, Zhang Yang's mental fortitude was beyond that of the average person. Seeing the urgency of the situation, he wasted no words, dragging Chen Zhongce in a frantic sprint to the parking lot. When Chen Zhongce's pace faltered in the latter half, this iron tower of a man simply hoisted him up and carried him. The moment Chen Zhongce had his seatbelt fastened, Zhang Yang floored the accelerator, and the military off-road vehicle roared to life, shooting forward like a bullet. Throughout the journey, the concept of traffic lights didn't exist in Zhang Yang's eyes. He used his superior driving skills to overtake and leave a trail of cars far behind. It was fortunate this was a military vehicle. If it were an ordinary civilian car, one's license would have been revoked many times over. The 32 kilometers from Hanjiang 5 High School to the nearest military airport were covered by Zhang Yang in just 12 minutes, a driving style akin to piloting a fighter jet. At the military airport, a military plane was already on standby, taking off as soon as Chen Zhongce, Zhang Yang, and their party were seated. This rapid sequence of events only intensified Chen Zhongce's inner turmoil, signaling that the problems at the Southwest Underground Base were substantial. Controlled nuclear fusion was the gift Chen Zhongce most wished to bestow upon the nation since his rebirth. Energy, information, and materials were the core of modern industry and the decisive factors for its development, with energy serving as the most fundamental foundation. For years, the nation's energy security had been constrained by others, a key reason its development had always been dependent on foreign powers. Moreover, the realization of controlled nuclear fusion would rewrite the history of human civilization, paving the way for humanity to venture into the vast cosmos before fossil fuels were utterly depleted. Chen Zhongce absolutely would not allow this endeavor to encounter any mishaps. If something went wrong with the engineering reactor at the Southwest Base, the nation's development plans would be diverted, akin to how the nation once held a leading position in the semiconductor industry, but had fallen so far behind the rest of the world. Chen Zhongce absolutely would not permit the tragedy of the semiconductor industry to repeat itself in the controlled nuclear fusion project. If necessary, he would defend the project's progress with his very life. Though his heart was burning with anxiety, his face remained remarkably calm. He knew that since the problem had already arisen, panicking was futile. The only way forward was to confront it with the utmost composure. In the face of great events, one must cultivate a calm mind. An hour and a half later, the military plane carrying Chen Zhongce landed at a highly confidential airport. Without a moment's pause, Chen Zhongce headed straight for the underground base. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he broke into a run, dashing towards the direction of the 031 Project Theory Group, eager to see the problem firsthand. As he appeared at the entrance of the project team's meeting room, he saw his mentor Cheng when he slumped dejectedly in a chair, staring gloomily at a report before him. The others were in no better state. Song Jun and Duan Subiao all wore crestfallen expressions. As for the other participants, the ordinary masters and doctoral students, they could sense the heavy atmosphere in the project team today, and each one of them was as quiet as a quail, not daring to make a sound. Chen Zhongce walked over to his mentor Cheng Wenyi and asked, "Teacher, what's happened?" "It's wrong," the teacher replied offhandedly without even looking up. After answering, he seemed to sense something was amiss. "HM, Zhongce, you're back. How did you get back so quickly?" Cheng Wenyi exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, teacher, I'm back. What's going on with all of you? What exactly happened?" Chen Zhongce had by now calmed down. Since he had arrived, a solution could be found. Moreover, it appeared to be a technical problem, not something else, which made it much easier to solve. Cheng Wenyi glanced at Chen Zhongce, but the light that had briefly flickered in his eyes upon seeing him return dimmed once more. "Zhongce, it's useless even if you're back. Controlled nuclear fusion is a dead end. If even your brilliantly designed path doesn't work, I suspect that within a finite space, controlled nuclear fusion is simply impossible to achieve." Cheng Wenyi's voice grew lower and lower until it was almost inaudible at the end. The most painful thing in the world is not the absence of hope, but having hope given and then snatched away. At this moment, Cheng Wenyi and every member of the project team were in the same state. They had seen the bright light of future hope only to have extinguished it with their own hands. The concrete data was right there. Even the most capable person couldn't possibly outcompute a supercomputer, could they? Could one defy the laws of nature? Chen Zhongce nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this, thinking, "Is that all? Zhongce, what are you laughing at? Don't scare me. Even if we can't crack controlled nuclear fusion with your talent, we could achieve great results in other fields." Cheng Wenyi looked at Chen Zhongce with concern, afraid that the shock of failure might unhinge him. "Teacher, where has your mind wandered?" Chen Zhongce said with a hint of exasperation. "Teacher, could you show me your calculation data?" Cheng Wenyi handed Chen Zhongce the report on the desk, marked with the gain factor Q0. 8367. "Here, look. This is the result we verified 3 times using the basis supercomputer." Chen Zhongce picked up the report, flipped through a couple of pages, and said with a smile, "The supercomputer, it made a mistake." The entire laboratory erupted into a clamor of disbelief. As Chen Zhongce's words fell, the entire project team erupted in an uproar. His mentor academician Cheng Wenyi stared at him as if he were insane. Could the supercomputer actually be wrong? It seemed impossible. Cheng Wenyi asked tentatively, "Zhongce, could you repeat that?" Chen Zhongce replied bluntly, "I said the supercomputer is wrong." Everyone was stunned, then hung their heads. The genius Chen Zhongce had lost his mind. Chen Zhongce observed everyone's reactions, feeling both amused and exasperated. He was telling the truth, yet they all looked at him like he was mad. He couldn't very well shout at them, "I built a working fusion reactor in my past life, why won't you believe me?" He had no choice but to find evidence to prove the supercomputer was wrong. He flipped through the calculation report Cheng Wenyi had handed him, meticulously comparing each line and data point against his own preliminary simulations to pinpoint the error. Suddenly, on page 17 of the report's final 6 pages, an anomalous figure caught his eye. His eyes narrowed. "Professor, the supercomputer is indeed incorrect." "Are you certain?" Cheng Wenyi asked, influenced by Chen Zhongce's serious demeanor. "I'm certain," Chen Zhongce confirmed. Hearing this, the entire theoretical team gathered around, driven by the remarkable ability Chen Zhongce had demonstrated during his first lecture. "If you still doubt me, let's call the technicians in charge of the supercomputer. I'll ask them myself," Chen Zhongce said sternly. Some were persuaded by his conviction, while others remained skeptical. How could he identify a computational error at a glance? Perhaps he was just saving face, looking for an excuse. They thought he was being stubborn, refusing to admit a mistake. In scientific research, admitting error was crucial, not clinging to a false position. Chen Zhongce clearly perceived the skepticism around him, but offered no defense. He simply asked his mentor, "Professor, when did you start running this integrated data simulation?" 3 days ago. "Good." Shortly after, the head of the supercomputer facility and the chief engineer arrived. Both stood before him in military uniform, saluting. "Commander, what are your orders?" "This calculation is wrong. I need you to investigate," Chen Zhongce said, handing the report to the 2 supercomputer leads. They stared back in disbelief as if they had misheard. After a long pause, the chief engineer finally spoke. "Commander, what did you say?" Chen Zhongce sighed inwardly at their repeated disbelief. "I said the supercomputer made an error on this project. I need you to investigate." Chen Zhongce repeated himself patiently. The military engineer, however, was adamant, exclaiming, "Impossible. I've been in charge of this supercomputer for a decade, and this has never happened. Nothing is impossible. Even the most precise instruments can fail. I know this supercomputer is used for simulating nuclear explosions. Since the test ban treaty, countless warheads have been simulated detonated within its circuits. I trust your expertise, but I also have faith in my own theories and design models. Please go and check." Chen Zhongce explained patiently, respecting the engineer's dedication. But the head of the military supercomputer center still hesitated. Chen Zhongce's patience wore thin. "Academician Zhai has granted me full authority over all technical matters, including yours. I am ordering you to verify whether the supercomputer has made an error. The potential error is on page 17 of the final 6 pages, and it likely began 3 days ago. Go now and report back to me immediately if you find anything." His tone was severe, emanating an authority far beyond his years. The two military officers, especially the technical engineer, appeared resistant, but were compelled to obey. As they turned to leave, Chen Zhongce added coldly, "They'll be waiting. If you find nothing, I will personally inspect it myself." He was determined to allow no errors on the path to Project 031, regardless of who he had to challenge. The two military leaders paused briefly, then quickened their pace towards the supercomputer room. Even with their backs to him, they could feel the weight of his intense gaze. After they left, Chen Zhongce sat down, pulled 2 sheets of paper from Cheng Wenyi's desk, and began to write and sketch. The atmosphere in the theoretical team's office grew heavy. Everyone sat in stunned silence, some busying themselves with trivial tasks, others staring blankly ahead, while a few cast complex glances at Chen Zhongce. Some seasoned professors understood that the two military supercomputer heads had only gone to check under Chen Zhongce's forceful command. They didn't truly believe the supercomputer had erred. In fact, most in the room doubted it too. The few who held out hope were simply wishing for another miracle from Chen Zhongce. After all, controlled fusion was the ultimate dream for all engineers and physicists. Chen Zhongce observed all this, but remained silent, simply writing quietly on the paper. Less than an hour later, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the office. The sharp clatter of military boots against the floor. As the military supercomputer engineer entered the project team, his voice rang out, filled with barely contained excitement. "Commander, you're a genius. The supercomputer really did make an error." "What?" Everyone in the theoretical project team was stunned. Many shot up from their chairs, causing a cacophony of scraping sounds. It was utterly unbelievable. At the supercomputer engineer's words, all eyes converged upon Chen Zhongce. He was now the absolute focal point of the room. The gazes fixed on him were profoundly complex. Not merely admiration, but also awe and even a trace of fervent devotion. "Speak. What happened?" Chen Zhongce didn't even lift his head, remaining seated as he quietly wrote something on paper. It seemed this outcome was well within his expectations. The chief engineer strode briskly to a stop 3 paces from Chen Zhongce, snapped a sharp salute, and spoke with reverence, reporting to the chief, 3 days ago a CPU in Sector 11, Row C, Level 5, Cabinet 7 of our supercomputing center burned out. Upon receiving the alert, our responsible comrade went to inspect it. During the repair, he disengaged the error warning system. Before the maintenance was complete, an urgent task came in, and the repair was postponed. Consequently, for the past 3 days, the supercomputer has been running its calculations in a faulty state. Thanks to your sharp-eyed leadership in spotting this error, Chief, or we would have been the project's sinners. Finishing these few words, the engineer was drenched in sweat. Such a blunder warranted demotion, no matter how severe. I understand. I have but one demand now: restore and calibrate the equipment as soon as possible. We must complete the entire project's integration and fitting today. I expect no further issues. Yes, Chief. All debugging tasks will be completed within the hour, the chief engineer declared unequivocally. Chen Zhongce had already offered him a chance to redeem himself. Failing to seize, it would mean facing the consequences. Everyone in the project team stared at Chen Zhongce in stunned disbelief. His recent feat had transcended human capability. A single glance had revealed the supercomputer's erroneous calculations and pinpointed the exact time of the failure, something no ordinary mortal could achieve. It was nothing short of a miracle. The title God Chen was truly well earned. More importantly, Chen Zhongce had single-handedly steered the nation's developmental trajectory back on course and salvaged everyone's futures. They had been so immersed in the despair of failure that they hadn't considered what a genuine failure of the controlled nuclear fusion project would have meant for them all, especially for the leading figures. Having attracted such national attention, a final outcome of failure would have cast a grim shadow over all their future prospects. The project would have become a new Hanshin incident, causing the nation to view all controlled nuclear fusion projects with suspicion and prejudice. The entire country would have missed its critical window for future development, and humanity's future itself would have been dimmed. Everyone present owed their future to Chen Zhongce. It was only then that the realization dawned on them, and many broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a profound sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. In their eyes, Chen Zhongce simply sat there unmoved and unruffled. Yet even so, they all felt an immense sense of reassurance. An hour later, Chen Zhongce set down his pen and folded the 2 pages he had filled, tucking them into the pocket of his Hanjiang No. 5 high school uniform. Everyone, the supercomputer is now debugged. Let's head to the main control room. We can see our fitting calculation results there in real time. Although his voice was low, everyone held their breath, not wanting to miss a single word. Yes, they all replied in perfect unison. Inside the supercomputer's main control room, dozens of members from the theory project team stood in the hall, their eyes glued to the dancing lines of code and the results flashing onto the screens. Chen Zhongce stood at the very front. Cheng Wenyi, Song Zhen, and several senior professors stood in the second row, while the others formed a semicircle around them. Chen Zhongce was unquestionably the protagonist of this scene. Everyone, this fitting and calculation process will likely take another 3 or 4 hours. I recall that when the great Yu Min was validating the design model for the hydrogen bomb, he led his entire team in reciting the Chu Shi Biao Memorial to the throne. I think it would be a good omen. How about we give it a try? Chen Zhongce suggested. Yes. The crowd roared in agreement. Sometimes doing scientific research truly requires a bit of superstition. The United States also has supercomputing centers similar to theirs used for simulating nuclear weapons of various yields and configurations. After each successful simulation, the team would tear up white bards and toss the pieces into the air, a tradition purportedly started by Oppenheimer after the first atomic bomb test. Similarly, NASA once faced a streak of rocket launch failures, but on one occasion, when everyone was eating popcorn and drinking cola, a launch suddenly succeeded. From then on, everyone would eat popcorn and drink cola before every launch, and sure enough, the success rate went up. Sometimes superstition and science are intertwined in such curious ways. So Chen Zhongce began. The late emperor passed away before his great enterprise was half accomplished. Cheng Wenyi continued. Now the empire is divided into 3. Song Zhen followed. Ezhou is weary and impoverished. This is indeed a critical moment of survival. Thus in the 5th month we crossed the Lu River, venturing deep into the barren lands. Now that the south is pacified and our armor and troops are sufficient, we should lead the 3 armies to conquer the north and restore the central plains. Even the technical staff in the supercomputer control room were infected by the atmosphere and eventually joined in the recitation of the Chu Shi Biao. Now that I am about to depart on this long journey, I write this memorial with tears in my eyes, not knowing what more to say. Beep. As the supercomputer completed its final line of calculation, a large string of characters appeared on the screen. Q36. 859-27629. This data matched the figures Chen Zhongce had submitted almost perfectly, with only negligible differences in the last decimal places, well within the confidence interval. The previously calm control room erupted in celebration. Several elderly gentlemen, well past their 50s, moved to hoist Chen Zhongce into the air. Chen Zhongce had never experienced such a spectacle. He was only used to such treatment when being thrown around at school. The academicians and senior professors tossed him up and caught him repeatedly until he was thoroughly dizzy and disoriented before the frenzied old men finally let him go. Dizzy and leaning on a desk for support, Chen Zhongce grumbled. You old codgers, you're completely disrespectful of your age. And another thing, I held back in the office to spare your feelings, so I didn't say it then. Damn it, if you got wrong results on this computer, why didn't you just use another supercomputer to verify them? Damn it. The country has so many supercomputers now, and you've all just wasted them. Chen Zhongce cursed, still feeling woozy, venting his frustration. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The group of top-tier scientific minds was left utterly speechless by Chen Zhongce's reprimand, resorting to loud laughter to mask their embarrassment. Chen Zhongce stood still, bracing himself against the table for a long moment before he could recover. These old professors were surprisingly hale and hearty, with remarkably youthful mindsets. All right, to completely dispel any lingering doubts, Academician Cheng and Director Song will each lead a team to different supercomputing centers tomorrow to verify our results. Once the cross-check confirms everything well reported upwards, Chen Zhongce declared in a resonant voice. At this moment no one harbored even the slightest doubt about his decision. He had established an indisputable position within the theory group. Even though he was merely a student in a high school uniform, even though he was not yet 18, even though he was just a young man. However, leading teams to different supercomputing centers for verification is a task for tomorrow. Today we celebrate. With that, Chen Zhongce pulled the 2 folded sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to the logistics coordinator. Inform the cafeteria to prepare a celebratory feast. Chen Zhongce roared. His infectious enthusiasm swept through everyone, and they responded with a thunderous chorus of approval. When the logistics coordinator circulated the 2 sheets of paper among the crowd, the atmosphere exploded once more. Caviar all you can eat. Wild yellow croaker 2 per person. 200 4-gill perch. Truffles unlimited. 400 blue lobsters. Knife fish wontons unlimited. 100 bottles of 40-year aged matai. 400 bottles of 1982 Lafite. A dazzling array of delicacies, everything one could imagine. Although many present were people of status who had attended countless banquets, this was truly their first encounter with such extravagant abundance. In his past life, Chen Zhongce had led many top-tier research teams and knew well the folly of expecting a horse to run fast without feeding it. Elevating the treatment of all scientific researchers would start here. Initially, everyone was engrossed in the lavish spread, but soon a realization began to dawn on many. When had Chen Zhongce written this? He had written this while facing the skepticism of everyone. He had written this when everyone believed the project was doomed. He had written this while standing alone against the world. What extraordinary composure. It was simply awe-inspiring. To advance even against 1,000 opponents, such boldness is rare in the scientific community. As many exchanged glances, realization dawning Cheng when he pulled his protege aside and asked, "Zhongce, be honest with me. How did you spot the error in the computational results?" This caught Chen Zhongce completely off guard. He couldn't very well say he had already succeeded in a past life. He picked up the report from the table, pointed at the problematic line, and said, "When you mentioned the supercomputer's results were flawed, I went through your report line by line. When I reached this row, I felt something was off with the data. I combined it with my own technical approach, and quickly did a rough mental calculation of the expected value range for this step. It didn't align with the data, so I thought it best to have the supercomputing center personnel investigate further. Ultimately, it comes down to my belief that controlled nuclear fusion is destined to succeed," Chen Zhongce stated calmly. The crowd drew a sharp breath. Such confidence was staggering. "God, Chen, from now on in the field of controlled nuclear fusion, if anyone claims you're wrong, he'll be the first to refute them without you having to say a word. Chief Engineer Chen, am with you from now on. As long as you pursue academia, I will follow you. Anyone who dares to say our Chief Engineer Chen is wrong in controlled nuclear fusion must be insane." Many young scientists couldn't help but curse in admiration. They had seen impressive people, but this level of brilliance was a first. Several young researchers glanced between Chen Zhongce and the academicians around him, silently making comparisons. Academicians were already an elite rarity, but compared to Chen Zhongce, they might fall slightly short. Chen Zhongce directed everyone to head to the cafeteria for the meal while he remained in the main control room. He asked the supercomputing technical lead to retrieve the burnt chip, examining it closely in his palm. Only in solitude did he allow himself to feel the lingering fear. What if he hadn't made it back in time? What if he hadn't established enough influence beforehand? A single tiny chip had nearly destroyed the nation's future energy strategy and a golden opportunity for the country's rise. The story of a lost horseshoe nail leading to the fall of a kingdom was something Chen Zhongce would never allow to happen on his watch. He instructed the supercomputing lead to prepare a display stand, placing the burnt chip in the most prominent spot in the main Project 031 conference room as a warning for all. The Project 031 cafeteria. The core researchers from the underground base took their assigned seats, leaving only the seat beside the host empty. It was reserved for Chen Zhongce. The moment he stepped into the cafeteria, everyone rose in unison, watching him walk to his place, including academician Zhai. Chen Zhongce was deeply taken aback. Given Zhai's esteemed status, his personal welcome was overwhelming. He quickly stepped forward, supporting Zhai by the arm, and said, "Academician Zhai, what is this? Having you wait for a young man like me. I'm truly undeserving." Zhai patted Chen Zhongce's hand with a hint of gratification. "Zhongce, I've heard everything. How formidable is the younger generation. Without you, I dare not imagine what would have become of Project 031. Academician Zhai, you flatter me. Without the dedication of every top-tier researcher here, and given my tendency to slack off, this theoretical pre-research could never have been completed so quickly." Chen Zhongce firmly refused to take sole credit. This was a collective achievement, not something any individual could claim alone. Everyone else looked at Chen Zhongce with admiration. Had they accomplished such a feat, they would have been insufferably proud, not so humble. "God, Chen, what magnanimity." Zhongce, enough said. "I want to toast you." Academician Zhai raised his glass to Chen Zhongce. Zhai's guard was astonished. In nearly 20 years of service, he had never seen Zhai raise a toast. This was a special exception made for Chen Zhongce. The other researchers were equally stunned, never expecting Zhai to hold Chen Zhongce in such high regard. Yet it was well-deserved. Chen Zhongce took a slight step back, bowed deeply to Zhai and all the researchers present, and said, "The work ahead depends on all of you." Everyone was deeply moved, their spirits soaring with determination. The next morning, Chen Zhongce awoke groggily, having long forgotten just how many cups he had downed the night before. All he could recall was his own wild excitement, draining every glass to the dregs, and eventually, amid the crowd's raucous urging, he had started dancing. With a pole, no less. Chen Zhongce lay in bed, clutching his face in mortification. How could he face anyone today? He dreaded losing the respect of the team he was supposed to lead. However, he didn't have much time to wallow in embarrassment, as Cheng Wenyi arrived to inform him of a crucial event he needed to attend that day. The reason was that Tao Chun and Wang Ganlai had returned. Tao Chun, the president of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, was also the deputy director of the Energy Bureau, overseeing resource allocation for engineering efforts. Wang Ganlai, the president of the Mianyang Ninth Institute, had been the lead on the inertial confinement laser fusion project before Chen Zhongce's arrival, and now served as the technical head of the engineering group. "Old Cheng, that's not fair of you. You held a celebration banquet behind our backs," Wang Ganlai grumbled, feeling aggrieved. He had spent over a month traversing the country coordinating various tasks for the project's implementation, only to find they had been secretly celebrating without him. Chen Wenyi let out a dry chuckle, offering no response. After all, the theoretical group's work had been completed smoothly, so there was no need to stir up more trouble. Seeing Chen Wenyi's non-reaction, Wang Ganlai found no point in continuing his one-sided grumbling and temporarily dropped the matter. Chief Engineer Chen, just getting up, Wang Ganlai remarked as Chen Zhongce finally arrived. Chen Zhongce smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. I drank too much last night. It seems our engineering group is the neglected one. The chief engineer got drunk at the theoretical group's celebration and completely forgot about our work today. Wang Ganlai still harbored some resentment. Old Wang, that's enough, Tao Chen interjected. Though he too felt a pang of displeasure at being excluded from the theoretical group celebration, he prioritized the bigger picture and cut off Wang Ganlai's tirade. The two sides momentarily ceased their bickering. Chen Zhongce rubbed his face, glancing at academicians Tao Chun and Wang Ganlai. He admitted he had been carried away yesterday forgetting the engineering team who had been away on business. But given their strong grievances, he sensed leading this team would be a challenge. Chen Zhongce narrowed his eyes but remained silent. According to the day's schedule, the group was to follow the military engineers to inspect the results of the earthworks and assess how to proceed. Even Chen Zhongce was taken aback when he saw the scale of what they had accomplished. Although Chen Zhongce had provided the construction blueprints, some projects only truly astound you when you see the physical results. Carved out of the immense rock formation was a colossal cavity 1 kilometer in diameter and 100 meters high, completely hollowed out from the earth. A dozen excavators were still at the bottom, clearing away the crushed rock. Chen Zhongce and his group stood halfway up the cylindrical wall, overlooking the massive construction site. The most powerful excavators looked like mere toys from their vantage point. They seemed as insignificant as ants on a cliff face. China truly lived up to its reputation as the infrastructure maniac. This enormous cylindrical chamber had been completed in just 1 month, as Chen Zhongce had only provided academician Zhai with the designs when he last left the base. The sheer scale of the project was breathtaking, and the capabilities of the engineering corps were truly admirable. As academician Zhai was away in Yendu for a meeting, Chen Zhongce was the highest-ranking official present. The military engineering officer reported, "Sir, we have completed the initial excavation and leveling according to your blueprints. Please inspect and give your orders." Chen Zhongce returned a salute. Perhaps not perfectly executed, but filled with solemn respect. They had earned such honor. He knew that the nation's underground nuclear Great Wall had been painstakingly carved out by this very unit over several decades. In the early days, under the harshest conditions, many soldiers went years without seeing sunlight, leading to numerous physical and psychological ailments. Some even sacrificed their lives in the line of this confidential duty. For such a professional unit, Chen Zhongce had unwavering confidence in their skills and was deeply grateful and respectful of their contributions. "Commander Zhang, you've done an outstanding job, far exceeding my expectations. Please make sure you all get enough rest and take proper precautions. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let me know, and I'll help coordinate it," Chen Zhongce said with genuine concern. Since he couldn't do much else for them, showing his care was the least he could do. "Thank you for your concern, sir. We guarantee we will complete the mission," the engineering regiment commander replied, resolutely embodying the tough, straightforward spirit of a soldier. Chen Zhongce took another quick look at the construction site, which had already surpassed his expectations. The originally planned 60-day schedule would likely be finished in, at most, 50 days. His philosophy for tasks he wasn't intimately familiar with was simple: leave professional matters to the professionals. His role was to oversee and coordinate resources. The next step was to arrange for the construction of the reactor itself. Chen Zhongce led the entire team back to the main conference room of Project 031 to begin planning the next phase. No sooner had they settled into their seats than Wang Ganlai spoke up before Chen Zhongce even had a chance to start. "Oh, you've done quite well for yourselves. A tiny little chip nearly derailed our entire Project 031. Tisk tisk, it seems those who deal in theory aren't quite so adept at hands-on work," Wang Ganlai said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Chen Zhongce narrowed his eyes. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. But he remained composed and asked, "President Wang, what exactly are you getting at?" Wang Ganlai glanced at him and smiled. "Chief Engineer Chen, your theoretical deductions and engineering designs for Project 031 are beyond reproach. I have the utmost admiration for you. No one in this world can match your brilliance." Chen Zhongce kept his expression neutral, knowing full well what was coming. But he wasn't in a hurry. He was going to set a trap and let this guy walk right into it. If he couldn't win over these engineering elites, how could he ever lead them? "Is that so, President Wang?" "Thank you for the kind words," Chen Zhongce replied coolly. "Chief Engineer Chen, we missed out on the theoretical group's celebration. That's a pity. We're rather eager to toast to the success of our own engineering group," Wang Ganlai said with a smile. Chen Zhongce understood this guy was still nursing a grudge, but he kept his cards close to his chest. "President Wang, what's your point?" "I was thinking, since you're relatively young and lack hands-on experience, perhaps you could leave the practical operational matters to us. After all, professional matters should be left to the professionals." Wang Ganlai tossed Chen Zhongce's own words from the inspection back at him. Young, inexperienced. Several members of the theoretical group stared at Wang Ganlai, their eyes wide. Isn't this scene a little too familiar? A strange expression crossed Chen Zhongce's face. Here we go again. At this moment, the theoretical group was split into two factions, each reacting differently to the scene before them. One faction was genuinely impressed by Chen Zhongce, believing that his ability to design such a comprehensive technical roadmap indicated a profound familiarity with engineering work. The other faction, however, was sweating for Chen Zhongce, as theoretical physics and experimental physics were two distinct tracks. Especially now, as physics trends towards greater depth and complexity, it is rare for anyone to achieve extraordinary mastery in both simultaneously. Dean Wang, that's not quite the right thing to say. Chief Engineer Chen's theoretical prowess is evident to all. Let's focus on discussing the upcoming engineering arrangements. Tao Chun, the Dean of the Engineering Academy, stepped in to mediate. However, Wang Ganlai remained unmoved, staring intently at Chen Zhongce. Chen Zhongce, however, was not the least bit angry. After getting to know him over this period, he realized Wang Ganlai was not the type to stir up trouble deliberately. Dean Wang embodied the temperament of a Sichuan native, fiery and passionate, with no tolerance for flaws. Presumably he was miffed because Chen Zhongce had taken the theory group for a celebration without including them, so his little grievance was understandable. Understanding was one thing, but Chen Zhongce could not condone this kind of attitude, or else everyone would vent their frustrations on him whenever they pleased. How could he lead the team like that? How could they get the work done? Dean Wang, I'd like to ask, what exactly is your standard for professionals doing professional work? Chen Zhongce stepped forward, standing in the center of the group, and asked with a smile. Well, one should at least have proficient experience in coordinating and operating various previous fusion experimental reactors, right? Wang Ganlai pondered for a moment before giving an answer. Chen Zhongce's smile vanished, and he said sternly, Then let me ask you, Dean Wang, with all your people's familiarity with operating various experimental reactors, have you managed to build a viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor? When Chen Zhongce dropped his genial demeanor and spoke with such gravity, a strange illusion fell over the crowd. He exuded an overwhelming authority, like a tiger descending the mountain. This kind of commanding presence could only be cultivated through decades of leading teams. Chen Zhongce's aura receded as quickly as it appeared, and everyone thought it was their imagination. Under the impact of his presence, Dean Wang, a man in his 40s or 50s, actually seemed flustered. No, we haven't. Since you want to see if I'm a professional, I'll show you, Chen Zhongce declared. Huh. How could he possibly demonstrate that? Before anyone could ask, Chen Zhongce spoke up. If I recall correctly, Dean Wang, you brought back a small stellarator this time, mainly to serve as a template for the upcoming engineering installations, correct? Yes, that's right. Dean Wang replied, still recovering from the crushing force of Chen Zhongce's presence. If my estimation is correct, the startup and debugging process for such a small stellarator requires at least 5 people operating simultaneously, doesn't it? And it involves nearly 217 procedures and operations. Chen Zhongce said casually. Holy crap. A wave of exclamations swept through the room. Many stared at Chen Zhongce in disbelief, especially the 9-person team specifically responsible for debugging the small stellarator. All of them looked at him with utter shock. They were all wondering what Chen Zhongce had done before and how he could be so knowledgeable about such matters. Yes, that's correct, the team leader nodded hastily. Alright, so I haven't got it wrong. Well then, Dean Wang, let me give everyone a demonstration of the debugging process for this stellarator. Consider it proof that I'm not a layman. Although framed as a question to Wang Ganlai, his tone carried an undeniable certainty. With that, Chen Zhongce gave no one a chance to object and led the group directly to the corresponding laboratory. At his request, everyone kept a certain distance, leaving Chen Zhongce ample room to operate. He stood before the control console where countless cables connected the stellarator's reactor to the panel, a sight that would overwhelm any novice. Chen Zhongce, however, remained calm and composed, looking as if he had done this 1,000 times. Everyone secretly wondered if he had ever done this kind of work before. As if reading their minds, Chen Zhongce silently thought, no need to doubt. In my past life, I put in serious effort here. No one understands stellarators better than I do. Taking a deep breath as if he had performed this exact sequence countless times, Chen Zhongce began operating the small stellarator methodically. Power on. Rectification. Steady-state simulation. Preheating. Fuel pellet release. Laser ignition. Ignition. Chen Zhongce's hands fluttered across the console like butterflies among flowers, executing each next command the instant the data hit the required mark. His timing was impeccable, each operation executed with breathtaking precision. The 9-person team previously in charge of the stellarator was utterly dumbfounded. Normally they needed 6 operators and 3 standbys, and still found themselves short-handed. But compared to Chen Zhongce, they felt utterly useless. Chen Zhongce never once took his eyes off the display, inputting commands and programs entirely by touch, without a single error. A single question burned in the minds of the 9-person team, and everyone else: what had Chen Zhongce done before? Even they, with all their experience, couldn't match his proficiency. Moreover, the 9 team members couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wait, you can reverse those 2 steps? But it seems to work better this way. The temperature holds more steadily. Damn, you can just skip that step entirely. That's possible. God Shin, can I be your disciple? Your skills are insane. In short, from start to finish, their exclamations never ceased. Of the 217 procedural steps, Chen Zhongce made adjustments and streamlined them down to 173. Yet everyone noticed that under his operation the data and real-time curves became even cleaner and more flawless. Then, as if that weren't impressive enough, after completing the entire startup sequence and bringing all parameters to their required values, Chen Zhongce actually closed his eyes. Yes, Chen Zhongce closed his eyes. Had it not been for the sheer embarrassment, Chen Zhongce would have declared aloud, "Watch closely. I've attained the realm of the earthly immortal." Alas, he held back, and instead, with his eyes shut, he shut down the stellarator in a smooth, fluid motion. When all parameters had returned to their initial state, and the stellarator had come to a full stop, he opened his eyes. Looking at the stunned crowd, he simply said, "Just routine. Don't make a fuss." Shock. Utter shock. How could there be such an incredible person in this world? Wang Ganlai could not find a suitable expression to convey his emotions at this moment. Just now, Chen Zhongce demonstrated an extremely high level of proficiency in the process of starting and shutting down the stellarator. Even the veteran engineer teams who had been working at the 9th Academy for 20 or 30 years, deeply immersed in this field, could never achieve Chen Zhongce's level. Moreover, the 9th Academy worked as a team, while Chen Zhongce was only a single person. If the scene today were told to the old engineers at the 9th Academy, they would surely think Wang Ganlai was joking. Chen Zhongce wiped the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Operating alone was indeed somewhat laborious. "Chief Engineer Chen, what was that last sentence you just said?" Wang Ganlai involuntarily used a respectful address, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh, just basic moves, nothing special," Chen Zhongce said with a smile. "Basic moves? What?" Wang Ganlai, being an old-fashioned person, was somewhat puzzled by Chen Zhongce's wording. "Ha ha ha." Chen Zhongce laughed twice, finding this little old man somewhat endearing. Then turning around, Chen Zhongce shouted to the young lads in the theory group and engineering group, "Basic what?" A thunderous response came, "Just basics, nothing special." Then came the loud laughter of the young lads. Chen Zhongce's image in the hearts of these young people grew even more intriguing. Aside from the initial awe and admiration, now there was added affinity. This was truly a paragon of youth. Chen Zhongce patted Wang Ganlai on the shoulder. "Dean Wang, you still need to strengthen your studies." Chen Zhongce's words were double-edged, implying both that Wang Ganlai needed to learn more about young people's things for better communication with them, and that Wang Ganlai should further his professional knowledge. Obviously, Wang Ganlai understood the implied meaning in Chen Zhongce's words and instantly flushed red. However, he could not refute it, since Chen Zhongce had conquered everyone present with undeniable strength. He had proven that even in the practical operation of controlled nuclear fusion engineering equipment, he possessed an unquestionable level of professional competence. The senior experts of the engineering group all stared at Chen Zhongce speechless. However, Chen Zhongce clearly did not intend to let them off so easily. "This is nothing yet. Do you think my stage is so easy to dismantle? Is my face so easy to lose? If I don't completely subdue you, how can I lead in the future?" Chen Zhongce's lips curled slightly, revealing the same faintly mocking expression he had when he lectured the theory group. Many in the theory group present expressed sympathy for the engineering colleagues who were there for the first time. This expression was all too familiar, especially to Duan Subiao, who remembered it vividly. Chen Zhongce said with a half-smile, "This is nothing yet. Since everyone doubts my experimental Hansen ability, let me demonstrate a bit more for you all." Huh. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Was this not enough? The theory group, what kind of trick is God Chen going to pull now? The engineering group, did Chief Engineer Chen not enjoy slapping faces enough? At the same time, the engineering group looked at Dean Wang Ganlai with a hint of complaint, though silent their eyes were full of grievance. "Dean, please make Chief Engineer Chen stop his sorcery. Our faces are almost swollen from the slaps." But Chen Zhongce was like a beast unleashed from its cage. Once the reins were off, it was not so easy to bring him back. Chen Zhongce asked Dean Wang Ganlai with a half-smile, "Dean Wang, you must have brought back quite a few top-tier equipment this time, right? Take us to have a look." Without waiting for Wang Ganlai's reaction, he directly walked towards the various equipment brought back by the two heads of the engineering group. Since they were still in the stage of civil engineering, many devices were temporarily stored in different research rooms. Chen Zhongce led the group through the labs one by one, as if strolling through a vegetable market. Walking up to a large instrument, he patted it and said, "Scanning probe microscope. The GTR-3 model just released last year. Its precision is acceptable." "This is an electron microscope, right?" "Not very good. Its resolution is only 1 in 500,000, far from the current best of 1 in 2 million. Short on funds. Tell me you'll get Director Zhai to approve them for you. Single-point diamond turning machine. Not bad. Fizeau interferometer. CJPL dark matter experimental box. ARPS angle resolved photoelectron spectrometer. Opera neutrino oscillation emulsion tracker. Raman spectrometer. AFM atomic force microscope. High-power fiber laser. Auger electron spectroscope. Chen Zhongce led the group through more than 300 different devices of various sizes, naming them almost without hesitation, while also commenting on their key parameters. Some praises, some criticisms. It was clear that Chen Zhongce was extremely familiar with these devices, as if he were counting his family treasures. If Chen Zhongce's solo operation of the small stellarator's entire process was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, then his just-finished introduction of over 300 different devices gave everyone a tremendous shock. Chen Zhongce noticed that after he introduced more than 10 instruments, the distrust in the eyes of the engineering group had completely dissipated. When he reached 30 to 40, everyone was full of astonishment. By the time Chen Zhongce finished introducing all the instruments, the vast majority could no longer keep up with his train of thought. Their eyes were filled only with admiration and worship. This included Wang Ganlai as well. It should be noted that so many instruments were not limited to the field of high-energy physics. They also included instruments from chemistry, materials science, and even many from biology. Everyone in the engineering group had only one question in their minds: is this even human? Those who could participate in this project were all extremely proficient in their own fields, yet they were only familiar with the instruments they used daily, at most 2 or 3 dozen. How did Chen Zhongce, no God Chen, manage to do it? Meanwhile, all members of the theory group wore uniformly calm expressions. God Chen is omnipotent. This is just basic operation. Everyone must stay calm. What was that phrase just now? Just basics, nothing special. Chen Zhongce looked with satisfaction at everyone's shocked expressions, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the materials lab. They'll give a formal demonstration and see if my experimental physics level can pass the test." The engineering group was utterly astonished. Is he still going? Wang Ganlai's voice trembled slightly. "Chief Engineer, Chen, what are you going to demonstrate for us?" "Oh, nothing much. The most important prerequisite material technology for controlled nuclear fusion is high temperature or room temperature superconductivity. Then he'll show you a handcrafted room temperature superconductor." "Huh?" everyone exclaimed again. Chen Zhongce's simple sentence was like another huge wave stirred up on the just calm lake. Handcrafting room temperature superconductors. Everyone was stunned. Did I hear that right? Is that even possible? The crowd heard Dean Wang Ganlai mutter softly. The actual construction of controlled nuclear fusion will encounter various material challenges: top-tier laser ignition devices, ultra-strong magnetic fields, first-wall materials that can withstand high-speed neutron bombardment, and so on. However, the most critical and core prerequisite technology is the realization of high-temperature or room-temperature superconducting materials. This is the key to whether controlled nuclear fusion can be put into commercial operation in the future. Chen Zhongce nodded approvingly. After all these years as the Dean of the Ninth Academy, Wang Ganlai had not been idle. He had a high-level understanding of the systematic technology and commercial operation of controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Zhongce made a summary. In the final analysis, the realization of ultra-strong laser systems, ultra-strong magnetic fields, and ultra-high temperatures all require high-power energy input, and all of this requires room-temperature superconducting technology as the foundation. Without room-temperature superconducting technology, the energy input required for controlled nuclear fusion would be astronomical. This would also have a huge impact on our gain factor. Chen Zhongce paused, and then continued, "That being the case then." Wang Ganlai's voice trembled again. "God Chen, are you going to create a room-temperature superconducting material for us today?" In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Chen Zhongce once more. There was hope, doubt, shock, and fervor. Undoubtedly, the vast majority hoped Chen Zhongce could do it, but many also did not believe he could. After all, this was an incredibly difficult task. More than 100 years had passed since the discovery of superconductivity. Countless teams and astronomical resources had been poured endlessly into this field, yet room-temperature superconductivity remained an unsolved puzzle. As of now, the latest research progress in superconductivity was only achieved at a temperature of T189, 15 K, which is equivalent to 83 C. Although the results sounded impressive, this superconductivity at minus 83 degrees Celsius was achieved under a pressure of nearly 1.8 million atmospheres. Minus 83 C and 1.8 million atmospheres of pressure meant this material was basically impossible to use in engineering construction. Even if it were used, it would require a large amount of supporting facilities, which was completely uneconomical in terms of construction costs. Many colleagues from the engineering teams present were explaining the difficulty of this task to those around them, and the looks they cast at Chen Zhongce changed. Can this really be done in one day? Can a person really accomplish this in a single day? Chen Zhongce looked around and smiled slightly. "What? Don't believe me? Then today I'll make this room temperature ambient pressure superconductor right here for everyone." His words instantly ignited the emotions of everyone present. "Come on, bring me the computer." Chen Zhongce called out, signaling everyone to bring their office computers as he needed to perform material crystal structure simulations on the spot. However, not everyone was swept up in the excitement. Cheng Wenyi walked over to Chen Zhongce and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Zhongce, you've made your point. You've already shown your brilliance today. Don't overdo it. If you fail later, it could diminish your prestige." Chen Zhongce understood his mentor's intention. It was out of concern for him, and he felt a bit moved. While everyone else was expecting him to achieve even greater feats, only his mentor cared about what was best for him. Teacher Chung was still as protective of him as in his past life. To have him as a mentor in 2 lifetimes is a true blessing. Chen Zhongce patted his teacher on the shoulder. Teacher, thank you for the reminder. Don't worry, I'm confident I can succeed today. Meanwhile, the voices of those around them drifted over. God Chen, how about we take it easy today? Let us digest your stunning performance. God Chen, we know you're amazing, but don't brag now. What are you all saying? With God Chen's strength, is there anything he can't do? The theory team colleagues have already witnessed God Chen's undeniable strength. We in the engineering team want to see it too. Some began to egg him on while others stirred up trouble. Some were full of anticipation while others harbored ill intentions. So what? Chen Zhongce swept his gaze across the room. Not everyone necessarily wanted him to succeed. Some were even waiting to see him make a fool of himself. In that case, Chen Zhongce would use undeniable strength to completely suppress everyone's doubts and cement his unassailable position. Chen Zhongce's eyes gradually grew resolute. He took his computer, opened a few of his commonly used research software programs, and began modeling. Hey God Chen, these software programs of yours, we've never seen them before, someone asked, puzzled, looking at Chen Zhongce's interface. Without looking up, his fingers flying across the keyboard, Chen Zhongce said, Oh, I found the other software inadequate and not secure enough, so I wrote these myself. Damn. God Chen shows off again. In just about half an hour, Chen Zhongce completed the construction of the mechanical and crystal models for the room temperature ambient pressure superconducting material. Or rather, it shouldn't be called construction, but replication. Yes, replication. In his past life, Chen Zhongce had already accomplished this task brilliantly. He was simply bringing it out again now. After a quick check to ensure everything was correct, he began donning his lab coat, goggles, and safety helmet, preparing for material fabrication. Whoa, is God Chen actually serious? Only then did everyone snap back to reality. While Chen Zhongce was putting on his lab coat, several bigwigs in the materials field crowded around his computer, carefully studying the models he had designed. Lao Wang, you have to admit, Chief Engineer Chen's structure is perfect. This material is very robust mechanically. The angles in God Chen's model are quite interesting. Are these deliberately twisted? The main structure of this material is carbon, right? From this mechanical analysis, it seems to have a certain degree of ductility. In my view, the electron layer distribution of this material is very interesting. Superconductivity is plausible. These material science experts gathered around the model Chen Zhongce had designed, continuously offering their opinions. Chen Zhongce turned a deaf ear to them. He had absolute confidence. In his eyes, there was only one thing: creating this room temperature superconducting material and completely subduing the engineering team. According to his design, he chose silicon carbide as the experimental raw material, calcined it at the optimal temperature of 1571 C, and then treated it with a solvent at 317 C to wash away excess impurities. Finally, by twisting the final product at the molecular level, he could obtain the room temperature superconducting material. It was a strange angle, 127 degrees. Not a fraction more or less would do. As for why Chen Zhongce was so certain, it was because in his past life, he had led many of the young masters and doctoral students present today for over a year before finally discovering this magical value. In the scientific history of his past life, this angle was known as the Chen magic angle. In the secured mold, the finished sample was cooling. Chen Zhongce walked out of the materials laboratory, stripping off all his protective gear. Just 2 hours of work had left him drenched in sweat. The entire process, conducted at high temperatures, was truly grueling. Yet Chen Zhongce showed no sign of difficulty on his face. After all, in his past life, such experiences were all too common for him, practically routine. Facing the crowd's gaze, he uttered 2 simple words: "It's done." After a pause, he addressed a professor. Professor Hu Jie, you are likely the one in China who has researched superconducting materials the most. Please take your team in half an hour to verify the data. They'll rest for a bit and drink some water first. Professor Hu Jie, upon being addressed, was stunned. He had never interacted with Chen Zhongce before, yet Chen Zhongce could not only call his name, but also knew of his profound research in the field of superconductivity. Under the gaze of everyone, Hu Jie nodded solemnly. All right, Chief Engineer Chen, I will not fail the mission. Academician Tao Chun of the Academy of Engineering, not being an expert in superconductivity, didn't follow the others to prepare the various instruments and equipment for verification. He and Cheng Wenyi supported Chen Zhongce to the rest area. Chief Engineer Chen, may I ask why you are so confident that what you just created is indeed a superconducting material? Academician Tao Chen, still puzzled, couldn't help but ask. Chen Zhongce smiled slightly. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Having barely sat down in the lab and taken a sip of water, he heard a burst of exclamations from the adjacent laboratory. Tao Chen chuckled and scolded. Aren't these people from our Academy of Engineering? Aren't they supposed to be top scientific elites? Why are they so impatient? Chief Engineer Chen, rest here for a while. They'll go see what's happening over there. As Academician Tao Chen walked towards the laboratory, exclamations continued to emanate from that direction. 4K air resistance, 0 ohms. 41K air resistance, 0 ohms. Academician Tao Chun reached their workbench where many scholars from the academy made way for their dean. Before his eyes a black ring about 10 centimeters in diameter floated in the experimental chamber. Beneath this black superconducting material was an electromagnetic generation device inducing a current within the coil. The surrounding crowd continuously gasped in awe as this exceeded everyone's expectations. 139K, a resistance 0 ohms. 195K, a resistance 0 ohms. This had already reached the level of the world's most advanced superconducting technology. No, it had far surpassed it. After all, the world record was achieved under 1.8 million atmospheres of pressure, while what Chen Zhongce created was achieved under normal pressure. This single fact alone was a monumental leap forward. The temperature continued to rise, yet the resistance displayed on the monitor remained a perfectly straight line, so much so that one might suspect the display and probe were malfunctioning. 255K, a resistance 0 ohms. At minus 20 C, the resistance was still 0. This was already highly feasible for engineering construction, and the cost could be significantly reduced soon. Compared to the conditions of minus 83 C and 1.8 million atmospheres, the working conditions of minus 20 C at normal pressure were a piece of cake, achievable even with a household refrigerator. At this moment, many were moved to tears. Controllable nuclear fusion could become a reality. However, this was far from the material's limit. The temperature continued to climb, and the resistance remained 0. 265K, a resistance 0 ohms. 275. 15K, a resistance 0 ohms. This 275. 15K was almost shouted out by the crowd. This signified that even at 0 C, this superconducting coil could maintain its superconducting properties. 300K, 350K. It wasn't until 389K that the resistance curve, which had been hugging the bottom of the coordinate axis, finally began to rise, showing its first non-zero number 0. 17 ohms. However, according to the current definition of superconductivity, as long as the resistance per unit volume is less than 10 ohms, it can be identified as a superconducting material. As of now, the coil was still in a superconducting state. What did this mean? It meant that at least under conditions of 120 C and normal pressure, this material could ensure a superconducting state. This left ample design margin for engineering construction. The biggest obstacle of Project 031 had been effortlessly eliminated by Chen Zhongce right before everyone's eyes. Old Professor Qin Qiqing from the engineering group saw this and burst into tears on the spot. As a veteran who had devoted his entire life to the field of controllable nuclear fusion, he understood precisely what this meant. Hearing old Qin's sobs, Chen Zhongce set down his cup and quickly walked over to the elderly man's side. Not knowing how to soothe the old man's emotions, he could only gently rub his back, hoping he would calm down soon. In his past life, at the very moment of the controllable nuclear fusion ignition, old Qin had laughed heartily 3 times and then passed away with a smile. Undoubtedly, an old man like Qin, who dedicated his life to scientific research, commanded immense respect. At this moment, a large crowd emerged from the electromagnetic laboratory, surrounding Chen Zhongce and old Qin in the middle. Everyone remained silent, but the admiration in their eyes was undeniable. This respect was not only for Chen Zhongce, but also for old Qin. For a full half-quarter of an hour, everyone stood there utterly still, until Chen Zhongce began to feel uneasy under their intense stares. Even if the King of Heaven were standing here, being watched by such a group of China's top scientific elites would be unnerving. What's wrong with all of you? Chen Zhongce's voice trembled slightly. What on earth were these people planning? Without anyone leading, almost simultaneously a wave of applause erupted, quickly swelling to thunderous intensity. Wang Ganlei's earlier look of skepticism had vanished, completely replaced by pure admiration. He shouted loudly, "God Chun!" Following Wang Ganlei lead a second voice, a third. The cries of God Chun rose and fell, eventually merging into a single resounding chorus. Members of the theory group pursed their lips. Weren't you all so arrogant before? How come you're so docile now? We were hoping you'd put up a fight. We didn't expect you to cave in so quickly. Finally, even the members of the theory group joined in the chant. Chen Zhongce gave a deep bow to everyone. The future of China's controllable nuclear fusion, the future of China and humanity, rests upon all of you. In that instant, everyone's eyes welled up with tears. Unbeknownst to them all, they had already arrived at the foot of the ladder that would lead humanity to the stars and the vast sea of space. After everyone's emotions calmed down, Chen Zhongce gestured for them to be quiet. Everyone, it was my oversight that the engineering team did not attend this first celebration banquet. I apologize to you all. If you can complete the construction of the fusion reactor as soon as possible and achieve ignition before the end of the year, I will definitely make it up to you with an even more magnificent banquet. Chen Zhongce declared loudly. Great. All the engineering team members shouted in unison, and the last trace of resentment toward the prodigy Chen dissipated completely. In just these few days, Chen Zhongce had accomplished a feat rarely achieved by anyone. That is, by his own strength, he had conquered the most elite group of theoretical physicists and engineers in China. Moreover, everyone was genuinely convinced and admiring of Chen Zhongce, all achieved through his unparalleled abilities. In the minds of these top scientists, only Venerable Qian from the past could achieve this. Venerable Qian was an unparalleled presence in the entire Chinese scientific community. As a founder of NASA and the father of Chinese missiles, his qualifications and abilities were unmatched. Today, Chen Zhongce had also accomplished this, and he was merely a young man who had not yet graduated from high school. Hu Jie stood beside Cheng Wenyi and quietly asked, "Old Cheng, your impressive training, such an outstanding disciple. The next 30 years will probably be the era of your Yindu University. Alas, it might be difficult for our USDC to catch up. By the way, has the prodigy Chen already graduated with a PhD? He looks far too young." Cheng Wenyi chuckled. "You don't know who I am. Only someone like me can train such a disciple. However, Zhongce can only barely be considered a member of Yindu University for now." "What? How can you say barely?" Professor Hu Jie was somewhat puzzled. "Oh, Zhongce hasn't taken the college entrance exam yet, but I've already secured his admission letter to Yindu University," Cheng Wenyi said with an air of nonchalance. Hu Jie gasped, "Damn, you Yindu people are really fast. Now I feel that the prodigy Chen is no longer human." "Then what is he, eh?" Cheng Wenyi asked curiously. "Monster." Hu Jie uttered 2 words coldly. "All right, colleagues from the theory group, please return to your offices first. According to the previous requirements based on the results from our supercomputer fitting, go find other supercomputers to verify. At the same time, get our design drafts out as soon as possible. Engineering team colleagues, please stay a little longer so we can arrange the next steps." Chen Zhongce's thinking was very clear, and he quickly arranged the work for both teams. Tao Chun and Wang Ganlai, along with a group of top engineers from the engineering team, discussed with Chen Zhongce the upcoming work arrangements and installation details of the fusion engineering reactor. Everyone once again felt Chen Zhongce's extraordinary abilities. He not only understood technology, but also management, arranging the work, meticulously assigning each subproject to appropriate leaders, and setting timelines for each task. "All right, Dean Tao, Dean Wang, I'll leave the on-site work to you for now. He'll be back in a few days." After arranging the work, Chen Zhongce said to the 2 senior figures, "Chief Engineer Chen, what are you doing?" Dean Tao was puzzled. In terms of priority, what could be more important than building a controlled nuclear fusion reactor? "Oh, nothing important, just some personal matters. I'm still a high school senior, aren't I? Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, so I have to go take it," Chen Zhongce said with a smile. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a dashing figure for the 2 senior figures who stood bewildered in the wind blown by industrial fans. After a long while, Tao Chun, president of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, let out an exclamation completely unbefitting his status. It was a cursed damn. In Venerable Zhai's office. Having heard that members of the engineering team had clashed with Chen Zhongce at the 031 project site, Venerable Zhai, who was inspecting a nearby military district, quickly returned. Originally, Venerable Zhai had planned to use his authority to help Chen Zhongce suppress the engineering team, but unexpectedly Chen Zhongce had already completely won them over. So Venerable Zhai observed from a distance, never showing himself. "Zhongce, you've surprised me again this time." Venerable Zhai's voice was very hearty, clearly showing his delight. "Not at all, not at all. Without your formidable presence backing me up, how could I have solved this problem so smoothly?" Chen Zhongce flattered Venerable Zhai subtly. "You little rascal." Venerable Zhai scolded with a laugh. "But Zhongce, you handled this well, very well indeed." Venerable Zhai praised Chen Zhongce approvingly. Chen Zhongce smiled and said nothing. "Zhongce, I just heard that you've achieved something on the level of a Nobel Prize." Venerable Zhai asked. Over the years, Venerable Zhai had been dealing with the military-industrial system, forcing himself from a rough soldier who only knew how to handle guns to become half an academic. This was also the point Chen Zhongce admired most about Venerable Zhai. He never let an outsider lead insiders, and he constantly learned. Venerable Zhai, Nobel or not doesn't matter. If this achievement were to be disclosed now, although it would benefit me personally, it would be a huge loss for the country. Therefore, I think I would rather devote my scholarship to the land of China. As long as I contribute to China's rise, what does it matter if my name is recorded?" Chen Zhongce said, frankly, meeting Venerable Zhai's gaze with clear and selfless eyes. "Excellent, well said, Zhongce." Venerable Zhai was extremely delighted, even slapping his thigh in joy. "Zhongce, in my old age, I have met many people, including many top scientists, but none of them have been as magnanimous as you. To give up a Nobel-level honor just like that, I, an old man, admire you." It was clear that Chen Zhongce was very much to Venerable Zhai's liking. In the hearts of the older generation, the affairs of the country always came first, and personal matters last. "Venerable Zhai, please stop praising me, or my tail will be up in the sky." Chen Zhongce knew in his heart that it wasn't that he gave up casually. It was because he had received too many in his past life that he didn't care about them anymore. Moreover, once this research result was publicized, the bloc led by the United States would surely accelerate their research, and then China's advantage of being the first to master controlled nuclear fusion would be completely lost. "Zhongce, I have just reported the relevant situation to Venerable Shun and Venerable Su. They both expressed their appreciation. Be prepared. Venerable Shun may want to see you in a few days." Venerable Zhai said solemnly. "Okay." Chen Zhongce replied casually. "Wait. Who?" Venerable Shun, the #1 person in the world. Chen Zhongce's heart was shaken by immense waves, overwhelmed by the impact of Venerable Zhai's news. Chen Zhongce asked tentatively, Elder Zhai, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I possibly joke about something like this? Elder Zhai said gravely, Yes, Elder Zhai. I will prepare thoroughly and be ready to accept any assignment at any time. Chen Zhongce said with a solemn expression. That's more like it. Elder Zhai gave Chen Zhongce a firm pat on the shoulder, a gesture of encouragement. Zhongce, if you want to go back and take the college entrance exam, I'll chalk it up to the caprice of youth. After all, everyone was young once. I have only one requirement for you. You must ensure your own safety. Even if the heavens were to collapse, you must return intact. Elder Zhai's tone was stern, and he couldn't help but adopt the commanding inflection. Yes, sir. Chen Zhongce clicked his heels together and gave Elder Zhai a salute that was less than textbook perfect. Elder Zhai bellowed towards the door, Zhang Yang, get in here. Reporting. As Zhang Yang, a man built like an iron tower, stood before him, Elder Zhai pointed at Chen Zhongce and said, Listen well, Zhang Yang. Your task is to protect Chief Engineer Chen. Even if the heavens come crashing down, you must keep Chief Engineer Chen safe. If a situation like the one in Hanjiang 2 days ago occurs again, I authorize you to use your weapon. He'll shoulder any consequences. Elder Zhai's presence was like a tiger descending the mountain, his authority brooking no challenge. Zhang Yang's heart tightened. He realized Elder Zhai wasn't too pleased with his performance during the alley incident last time. He was determined to do better this time. Zhongce, you must also remember that you are a soldier under my command. When you encounter such situations, such vermin of society, you must never show leniency. Do you hear me? If there are any problems, Old Zhai will bear the responsibility. Elder Zhai also conveyed this to Chen Zhongce. This meant that if Chen Zhongce faced a violent conflict threatening his safety, he was fully authorized to act first and report later. Listening to Elder Zhai's words, Chen Zhongce felt a swell of emotion. This was how soldiers showed their care. It was rough, but utterly sincere. Chen Zhongce, along with Zhang Yang and a squad of dozens of elite soldiers, swiftly made their way back to Hanjiang through a confidential route. There a person and an exam awaited him. Hanjiang No. 5 High School College Entrance Exam Venue. At 8:03 a.m., less than an hour remained before the start of the Chinese language exam, and less than half an hour until the candidates were allowed to enter the examination hall. Many students had already received their admission tickets from their teachers. While waiting for the doors to open, they pulled out poetry anthologies and review materials for one last cram session. Not necessarily to gain a few more points, but to steady their nerves. Among the waiting students, one strikingly beautiful figure seemed noticeably restless. A bright red qipao accentuated her perfect silhouette. Her long flowing black hair was elegantly pinned up with a simple ebony hairpin. Though the color was vibrant red on Pei Qingli, it exuded no hint of vulgarity, instead adding a touch of extraordinary grace. The ebony hairpin, simple yet refined, further highlighted her otherworldly aura. Alluring, yet not seductive, beautiful, yet not garish. At just 18, she already possessed a breathtaking, nation-toppling beauty. Her long swan-like neck was smooth as jade, but a hint of worry shadowed her delicate features, as if she was anxious about someone. Several representatives from arts academies also there to see off their students spotted Pei Qingli, and their eyes lit up instantly. Compared to her, the so-called beauties they had recruited before were nothing but cheap imitations, utterly insignificant. Excuse me, student, with your looks and temperament, are you interested in becoming a big star? A woman in her 40s, the owner of an arts academy, handed Pei Qingli her business card. 3 or 4 other representatives from different agencies also rushed to offer their cards. Pei Qingli ignored them all, completely tuning them out. She was only worried about one thing: would Chen Zhongce actually come for the exam today? 5 days ago, he had left in a hurry after receiving that phone call, seemingly tasked with some extremely critical mission. Pei Qingli sensed that the level of work Chen Zhongce was involved in was very high, far beyond the circle she could reach. She felt a knot of anxiety, fearing the gap between them might grow too wide. She only wanted to be by his side. Just as the Arts Academy representatives were chattering incessantly around, Pei Qingli's 7 identical black warrior off-road vehicles screeched to a halt at the exam center's entrance. The sudden sound of brakes drew the attention of many. Even those pestering Pei Qingli turned to look. The doors opened, and several young men with crew cuts dressed in black tactical gear got out first. They quickly scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming it was safe did they open the door of the second vehicle. Chen Zhongce stepped out. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked straight towards Pei Qingli in her red dress. Don't waste your efforts. Qingli won't be going with you, Chen Zhongce said calmly. The woman in her 40s shot him a dirty look. Who do you think you are? Do you have any idea how famous I could make this girl? With her talent, she'd be top tier. Scram. Chen Zhongce glared at her fiercely, spitting out the single word coldly. The woman's eyebrows shot up in anger. In all her years in the industry, no one had ever dared speak to her like that. Who are you? Don't think I can't get you exposed online. The woman, clueless, continued to prattle on. I have great respect for true artists. But look at the garbage your kind produces. You've turned the entertainment industry into a cesspool. The trash you cultivate isn't even fit to be called performers. The world knows the affairs of celebrities, but the bones of heroes lie forgotten. From now on, if you dare to harass my Qingli again, I'll tear you apart. Chen Zhongce's voice was icy. He felt a deep revulsion for these people. In both his past and present life, they were like flies swarming towards anything rotten, their actions utterly despicable. The others around her also wore indignant expressions. The woman started to say more, but Chen Zhongce simply waved his hand. Zhang Yang immediately had a few of his men cover their mouths and drag them away. After this was done, Chen Zhongce's gaze settled on Pei Qingli, and he couldn't look away. Having lived 2 lives, he had never seen Pei Qingli looking so ethereal and stunning. He was momentarily frozen in place. Pei Qingli burst out laughing. With just that one smile, the early June morning seemed to dim in comparison. Chen Zhongce scratched his head sheepishly. You blockhead. Pei Qingli feigned annoyance, then broke into another radiant smile. Chen Zhongce stammered, sorry I'm late. This time Qingli couldn't hold it in and laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. Chen Zhongce didn't know what else to say, so he just started laughing along with her. As she laughed, the last bit of worry in Pei Qingli's heart melted away. She knew that no matter how far Chen Zhongce went, his heart would always be with her. The surrounding classmates looked at Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli, a perfectly matched pair. Taking the admission ticket she had been holding for him, he said, Qingli, good luck. After the exam, I'll take you to see the starry sky. All right. Pei Qingli nodded gently with a serene smile. The classmates around them were fed a full mouthful of dog food, a metaphor for being overwhelmed by their public display of affection. Many journalists covering the college entrance exam captured this stunning scene. From campus to wedding gown, it was the love countless people dreamed of, and Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli were steadily walking toward that distant horizon. Unfortunately, all the photos taken by the journalists and parents were forcibly deleted under the intervention of Zhang Yang and his team. Only one quick-witted reporter managed to capture the scene using a covert recording device. This later became a treasured piece in the Chen Zhongce Memorial Hall, with the original negative eventually fetching a staggering 5 million yuan at auction. Bathed in the radiant morning light, Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli walked hand in hand into the stream of examinees heading toward the exam hall. After 12 years of arduous study, the students were now facing their grade examination, their own rite of passage into adulthood. Qingli had prepared meticulously for him, providing every necessary tool along with a bottle of water with its label removed. This water had also undergone layers of inspection by Zhang Yang before being allowed in. The first subject, Chinese. Thanks to his review, since being reborn, Chen Zhongce had significantly improved his test-taking skills for Chinese and quickly returned to his former peak state. Having lived through so many experiences in his past life, he now truly understood that every piece selected for the textbooks was a masterpiece. The modern prose aside, the emotions and powerful strength embedded within them offered profound insights when read carefully. Words were like blades. The works of these masters were anything but ordinary. As for the classical poems selected for the textbooks, they were gems refined over millennia, so rare that across 5,000 years of history, barely one could be attributed to each century. Their weight was self-evident. From his seasoned perspective, Chen Zhongce knew that high school students might not yet grasp the beauty of these poems and essays. But as long as they memorized them, even if they later forgot, the fragments that resurfaced in a future moment would surely stir deep emotions, perhaps even bringing tears to their eyes. Poems and essays were like wine, growing more mellow only through the passage of time. Basic Chinese knowledge posed no challenge to Chen Zhongce, and even the reading comprehension sections on expository and classical texts offered little resistance. Advancing through each section with ease, Chen Zhongce finally arrived at the essay prompt. Ben Shou, fundamental moves; Miao Shou, wondrous moves; and Su Shou, vulgar moves. Go terminology. With a faint smile, he wrote down the title of his essay in smooth strokes. Guard the essence with a simple heart, strive for brilliance with keen precision. Chen Zhongce's penmanship had always been fluid, his running script flowing effortlessly across the answer sheet. He imagined the examiner would be pleasantly surprised by such elegant handwriting. Chinese exams allowed no shortcuts. Even the most gifted student could hardly finish the paper far ahead of time. 20 minutes before the exam ended, Chen Zhongce set down his pen, having completed his college entrance essay. He then carefully filled in his answer sheet and double-checked his personal information. The bell rang. All examinees rose and submitted their papers. This marked the end of the first quarter of their 12-year academic journey. After the morning session, Chen Zhongce met Pei Qingli at the entrance of the exam building. They hadn't deliberately arranged to meet, yet their encounter was a tacit, perfect coincidence. Without a word, a tender light flickered in Chen Zhongce's eyes as he raised a little fist to cheer on his beloved girl. In the past, many students would linger to compare answers after an exam, but today everyone hurried off, eager to grab a quick meal and skim their review materials for peace of mind. Strolling casually toward the school gate, Chen Zhongce was surprised to see his parents. Son, you're done. How did it go? His mother asked with concern. His father gently patted her. Hey, didn't we agree not to ask about the exam? What if it affects his performance? His parents were still so worried about him, seemingly having completely forgotten that he had already shown them his acceptance letter from Yindu University, which as it happened was lying on the new desk head bought at home. Not bad, about the same difficulty as usual. But Mom, Dad, have you forgotten? I've already been admitted through the recommendation. Chen Zhongce chuckled. Ah, you're right. His parents simultaneously slapped their foreheads as if suddenly enlightened. Chen Zhongce saw right through his parents' clumsy act. Lately had been involved in highly classified work. They never knew when he came home, when he left, or how long had been gone. This time his urgent mission had been announced with just a quick word to his parents with no word on when he'd return. And when he did come back he hadn't informed them. His parents had simply brought a lunchbox hoping to get lucky. What if their son had come back to take the exam? They'd made his favorite pork rib and lotus root soup, hoping he might get a few sips. Chen Zhongce felt deeply moved, but he didn't expose them. Smiling he said, Mom, Dad, are you here to watch the examinees? Your son has been out for a while now, and you haven't even brought out the food. What if I run out of time to review? Right, old Chen, what are you waiting for? Get the food out so our son can eat. What if he starves? His mother scolded. His father, unperturbed, cheerfully took out the lunchbox. Zhang Yang, watching from the side, moved to have the food tested for poison, but Chen Zhongce stopped him. Chief Shai said, everything is under my command here. I said no testing, so no testing. You think my parents would harm me? But Zhongce, don't make it hard for him. He's just doing his duty. General Zhang, isn't it? Go ahead and test it. Well, just keep our son company while you do, Chen's father said amiably to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded gratefully at Chen's father and quickly arranged for the poison test. Son, they have a tough job too. Don't give them a hard time. Out there it's not like home where you can do whatever you please, his mother advised. Son, I read in the newspaper that a top-tier technology expert who came home a few years ago wasn't even allowed by his guards to drink a sip of water from his own house, his father whispered. Yes, some people involved in classified work are like that, Chen Zhongce said. So how long can you stay this time? His father asked with concern. No sooner had he spoken than he regretted it. Son, I won't ask. Don't say anything. Matters of the nation come first. My son has made me proud, and that's enough glory for me. The words stuck in Chen Zhongce's throat. He saw his father turn away, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. He could only murmur, Mom, Dad, I think I can stay for a few more days this time. Lunch was quickly finished, and Chen Zhongce rested briefly in the car. The afternoon session was mathematics. For him, this was almost second nature. Lately he had been engaging in high-intensity mathematical work, which had greatly sharpened his problem-solving skills. As long as he held back a little and refrained from attempting to solve the Riemann hypothesis on the answer sheet, a perfect score was well within reach. In 62 minutes Chen Zhongce had completed the exam. He encountered virtually no difficult problems, it was a sheer rout. In his words, there wasn't a single worthy opponent. He barely used any of the provided scratch paper, solving most problems mentally. For the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, the answers would surface almost as soon as he finished reading them. Utterly bored, Chen Zhongce began toying with the Riemann hypothesis on the scratch paper. He had promised teacher Li he would try to crack it, he couldn't just let it slide. He casually wrote down the mathematical expression for the Riemann hypothesis and began consciously exploring it. With the Poincare conjecture proven, 6 of the 7 Millennium Prize problems remained, but the Riemann hypothesis was undoubtedly one of the most formidable. True to Riemann's characteristic elegance, the hypothesis was deceptively simple in its statement, but immensely difficult to solve. For over 150 years, it had consumed the youth and effort of countless mathematicians. Many brilliant young minds had boldly declared they would prove it within their lifetimes, only to depart with regret. The Riemann hypothesis had outlasted generations of young hopefuls, yet it remained unsolved. Even with all his past life achievements, Chen Zhongce had only ever stood at its threshold, catching a glimpse of the wonders within, never finding the path to enter. Perhaps it was the tense atmosphere of the college entrance exam that allowed him to focus more intensely. Should he use the sieve method or topology to break through? Chen Zhongce frowned in deep thought, but as time passed a clear approach remained elusive. His pen began to wander aimlessly on the draft paper while his mind had long since drifted elsewhere. Attention candidates, 5 minutes remaining. The invigilator's voice jolted Chen Zhongce back from the distant world of mathematics. Seeing the draft paper filled with his unconscious scribbles, he shook his head with a wry smile. This Riemann hypothesis truly wasn't for the faint-hearted. A pope once wrote in a letter, "Whoever proves the Riemann hypothesis shall unify algebra and geometry and become the king of mathematics." As Chen Zhongce's gaze swept over a line of equations he had written, his eyes lit up and a wave of sudden enlightenment washed over him. It was a transformed, extended formulation of the Riemann hypothesis. He frowned deeply, feeling as if he had grasped something, yet nothing at all. It was just that fleeting moment of inspiration. A senior scholar once said that tackling a math problem is like catching a flying white dove. It's a matter of an instant. Catch it, and it's yours. Miss it, and it might be lost forever. Chen Zhongce was locked in a mental battle, trying to seize that very flash of brilliance. All candidates, please stand up and stop writing. He stood up, but his lips kept murmuring desperately, trying to cling to that elusive feeling. When the invigilator reached him to collect the paper, Chen Zhongce let out a long, deep breath. He had finally caught the white dove. He closed his eyes and chanted silently. After the teacher had gathered all the papers, he grabbed his pen and furiously scribbled notes onto his palm. It was the key insight he had just grasped for proving the Riemann hypothesis. As soon as he exited the school gate, he saw their math teacher, Lu Meirong, waiting for them. Without hesitation, he called out, "Senior sister, do you have any paper? I need to write something down." "Paper? What paper?" Lu Meirong was bewildered by his request. "Paper for writing." Chen Zhongce was clearly anxious, afraid of losing the inspiration. Even in that brief moment, his thoughts were already becoming less clear. Lu Meirong hadn't brought any paper that day, so she fished 2 tissue papers from her pocket. Well, all right. Chen Zhongce took the pen and began to scribble furiously on the tissue, trying to preserve his fleeting inspiration. Lu Meirong leaned over to watch, puzzled about what her remarkably gifted junior brother was doing. Is this the Riemann hypothesis?" she asked in disbelief. "Zhongce, are you writing a proof for the Riemann hypothesis?" As a top student from the mathematics department of Zhendong University, she was familiar with the world's greatest mathematical challenges. Under Professor Li's rigorous guidance, they were encouraged to engage with these problems to keep their minds sharp, so she instantly recognized what Chen Zhongce was writing. Sort of. I had a spark of inspiration during the exam. He didn't even look up, his pen never stopping. Lu Meirong was stunned. This was simply too absurd. Her junior brother's actions were utterly shocking. It was an eye-opening experience. It was simply unbelievable. Trying to formulate a proof for the Riemann hypothesis during the college entrance math exam was mind-boggling. "Have you already proved it?" Lu Meirong asked, astonished. Chen Zhongce had already transferred all his inspiration onto the 2 tissues. He looked up, casting a slightly annoyed glance at his teacher, who was also his senior sister. "I'm not a prodigy. How could I possibly prove the Riemann hypothesis in such a short time? Even if I had, writing out the full solution would take hours. How could I have done it during the exam?" Lu Meirong murmured under her breath. "And you say you're not a prodigy? You solved the NS equations." "Senior sister, what did you say?" Chen Zhongce hadn't caught her soft-spoken words. "Oh, nothing, just praising you." "I bet it wasn't anything good," he said with a pout. "Senior sister, I don't have time to work on this proof right now. Could you hold on to this for me? Maybe you can show it to our teacher. Perhaps he'll have some insights." "Senior sister, this is incredibly valuable. Please make sure you keep it safe." Okay. Then, to Chen Zhongce's utter astonishment, senior sister Lu Meirong folded the 2 tissues and tucked them safely into her bosom. It was so white it dazzled Chen Zhongce and made him feel a bit dizzy. Chen Zhongce swallowed hard, forcing himself to look away. "Little junior, after your exams are done, the professor might come by," Lu Meirong reminded him. "Why?" "Because they want to recruit you to Aurora University. I heard the mathematics department at Aurora University is already discussing a customized curriculum specifically for you." Chen Zhongce was baffled. "Senior sister, just tell the professor I'm not around." Before Lu Meirong could say another word, Chen Zhongce waved his hand and dashed off. Lu Meirong bit her lip, stamped her foot in place, and felt utterly helpless. The next day, the comprehensive science exam. The 21 multiple-choice questions were child's play for Chen Zhongce. There was no possibility of error. In the students' collective memory, there were always 2 figures in the hallway before evening study sessions, spending half an hour completing a set of science multiple-choice questions. That was Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli. They needed only about 20 minutes to finish a set, and they almost always scored perfect marks. Unmatched by anyone. In high school, the integrated science exam didn't heavily emphasize critical thinking. It mostly tested mastery of basic knowledge points. As long as one had a firm grasp and could apply them skillfully, scoring high was relatively easy. In fact, from Chen Zhongce's current perspective, the standard high school physics, chemistry, and biology curricula contained many errors. However, considering the students' comprehension level and the pedagogical difficulty, there was no other choice. For instance, in childhood, one intuitively believed the world was flat and that the Earth was the center of the universe. By middle and high school, with the development of critical thinking, one began to understand the Earth, the solar system, and then the laws of the entire cosmos. Only later, through systematic undergraduate and postgraduate studies, did one formally encounter the frontiers of scientific knowledge. Chen Zhongce didn't behave like a test taker. Rather, he was like a paper setter or reviewer critiquing the quality of this college entrance exam. It wasn't the examiner testing him, but him testing the examiner. Without a single moment of hesitation, Chen Zhongce completed the entire science paper in just 2 hours. Overall, the paper was slightly more difficult than the mock exams, but the level of differentiation should be adequate. After a brief check and filling in his answer sheet, Chen Zhongce immersed himself once more in pondering the Riemann hypothesis. However, this time no inspiration struck him. Even though he had a cheat code, he couldn't rely on it every single time. In the afternoon, the English exam. It continued without a ripple. Having spent years in his past life delivering academic reports in English, his foundation was more than sufficient to handle the high school English test. This kind of English learning, which relied purely on painstaking effort, would have been genuinely difficult to cope with, if not for Chen Zhongce's existing foundation. After all, he had seen countless science prodigies whose bright futures were derailed solely by their deficiency in English. In his past life, Chen Zhongce had rescued many such talents, but he never intended to change this educational system. After all, scholarship demands an inclusive mindset, one that continuously absorbs the essence of other cultures to truly achieve greatness. If foreign languages were abolished, it would essentially be a new era of closing the country to international intercourse. There was also a deeper reason. Without the pressure exerted by other cultures, the entire nation would soon wallow in hedonism and eventually fade away into the annals of history. Chen Zhongce's pen danced across the English answer sheet, producing elegant calligraphy that flowed with unrestrained beauty. His pen, like a sword unsheathed, flashed with an azure gleam as it slashed down the final obstacle of his high school years. A faint, resonant clang seemed to echo in the air, the sound of a swordsman sheathing his blade. In the same motion, Chen Zhongce placed his pen into its holder, calm and composed. The timing was perfect. There were still 30 minutes remaining. He didn't bother to check his English paper, confident in his abilities. Besides, he felt that since he had only 30 minutes left of high school, he shouldn't waste them in the exam hall. "Sir, I'm handing in my paper early." He raised his hand high and began gathering his belongings. After verifying his personal information, the proctor signaled for him to leave and had him escorted to a designated waiting room. His actions seemed to be contagious. After he left, a wave of early submissions swept through the examination hall. That was the unfettered bloom of their youth. The waiting room was a considerable distance from his exam hall. Chen Zhongce walked slowly, savoring the final countdown of his high school career. Unlike his past life, where college had been relatively easy, this time around, given his current trajectory, there would be no time for rest. So he greedily absorbed the atmosphere of Hanjiang 5 middle school, knowing not when he would return. After 12 years of arduous study, the high school seniors of Huaxia had been suppressed for far too long. During high school, they constantly fantasized about life after the Gaokao, but once they left, they would likely spend a lifetime reminiscing about it. After all, it was the period in their lives when they were the most focused and single-minded. It could be said for everyone this was a time blessed by divine providence. Chen Zhongce seemed to hear the sound of everyone's pens scribbling on their answer sheets. A soft rustling, sometimes pausing, sometimes hesitating, sometimes pondering, but everyone was giving their all. This answer sheet was not meant for the world. This thin piece of paper belonged exclusively to each individual in the examination hall. This time, everyone was the protagonist. As he passed Pei Qingli's exam room, Chen Zhongce glanced inside and saw a look of relaxed ease on her face. She seemed to have finished her paper early and was now checking her answers, preparing to honor their promise to their homeroom teacher with all her might. The Indo-Fexum bell rang. Everyone drew a full stop to their 12 years of hard study. As the bell ceased, all the papers were submitted, and it seemed as though their youth was handed in along with them. In their minds, they recalled the laughter and joy of these 3 years. They remembered the secret crushes and the happiness they brought. They remembered the things they had wanted to do, but never did. They remembered the late nights of burning the midnight oil and the relentless hard work. Outside the examination hall, they waited for Pei Qingli, who had just emerged. She too was looking for Chen Zhongce. They exchanged a knowing smile. Without a moment's hesitation, their hands found each other, intertwining naturally, in perfect intimacy. Even the strictest discipline master would have found no fault in this sight. At most, they would spare a second glance. Hand in hand, they strolled through the campus. From the various academic buildings, countless review papers fluttered down like snowflakes. In but a moment, it seemed as if a heavy snow had fallen before the teaching blocks. Chen Zhongce held Pei Qingli's hand, walking aimlessly, wishing time could freeze at this very instant. "Qingli, do you have any other plans for tonight?" "No, why? Remember, I promised to take you to see the starry sky." "Okay." Pei Qingli nestled beside Chen Zhongce like a little bird, leaving all arrangements to him. As previously agreed, the class was to hold a gathering that evening, a final dinner to mark their parting ways. This time, everyone was allowed to drink. Over 60 people crowded into the private room their head teacher Sun Qingqing had reserved in advance. "All right, you've graduated. Starting tomorrow, I won't be able to manage you anymore," head teacher Sun said as she stood up. "You are the first batch of students I've taught. I hope each of you can find your own path in the future. I hope you all stay safe and become people with a clear conscience. If you ever pass by 5 middle school, feel free to come back and visit your teacher." As she spoke, Sun Qingqing felt a pang of sadness. "All right, no more talking. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. You may get tipsy, but don't get dead drunk." The moment she finished, the atmosphere loosened and the mood began to lift. Everyone let go tonight, for after today's farewell, this might be the last time they ever met. Glasses were emptied. Chen Zhongce accepted every toast without refusal. "Qingli, I'd like to toast you alone." The class monitor, a burly figure, approached Pei Qingli with a full glass of red wine. All eyes in the room converged on Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli. Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli were the class acknowledged couple known to everyone. For the monitor to toast Pei Qingli so publicly, everyone sensed an underlying motive. It seemed the monitor harbored some feelings for her as well. Facing everyone's gaze, Chen Zhongce offered a faint smile and made no move. Pei Qingli, however, rose gracefully, raising her glass of red wine for a gentle clink with the monitors. "Thank you for your care over these 3 years." She acknowledged his role as class monitor for the benefit of all, deliberately omitting any mention of personal attention. With that, Pei Qingli merely took a delicate sip. The monitor, in contrast, downed his glass in one go. As he was about to speak, Pei Qingli interjected, "Monitor, also thank you for looking after our other classmates. Zhongce and I would like to toast you together." As she spoke, Pei Qingli silently but fiercely pinched Chen Zhongce's arm. His mouth twitched in pain. This girl, she didn't hold back. He stood up, offering the monitor an easy smile. "Monitor, thanks for all your care for me, Qingli, and the rest of the class over these 3 years. How about we have one together?" Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli raised their glasses and drained them simultaneously. The faint glimmer of hope in the monitor's eyes gradually extinguished with their unified action. Silently, he poured himself another glass and drank it down, a bitter taste filling his heart. His chest was full of sourness. Chen Zhongce gently ruffled Qingli's hair, their eyes meeting softly. A silent understanding passed between them. Chen Zhongce's heart wasn't petty. Pei Qingli was such an outstanding girl that she was naturally the unspoken crush of many classmates. This was perfectly normal. As long as it wasn't something despicable, like Li Tianquan's methods, open and fair competition didn't worry Chen Zhongce in the slightest. Pei Qingli was equally magnanimous, handling the situation with remarkable emotional intelligence. She said nothing yet conveyed everything, making it clear to all that her heart belonged solely to Chen Zhongce. At the same time, she preserved the monitor's dignity. Poised and graceful, that was her. As a result, many boys who harbored lingering thoughts quietly suppressed their intentions. Their budding affection died within their hearts as quickly as it had arisen. Chen Zhongce noticed out of the corner of his eye that several girls were looking at him with rather intense gazes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When women take the initiative, there's truly nothing left for men to do. To avoid suffering Qingli's lethal pinches, and to keep his arm intact, Chen Zhongce quickly pulled Pei Qingli away from the table. Standing on the terrace outside the private room, the early summer breeze brushed their cheeks as they exchanged a smile. "Hey, you two are still smiling." The voice of head teacher's son, Qingqing, came from behind them. "I hate to spoil the mood, but how did you two do on the exams? Can you repay me that top scholar title I'm owed?" They exchanged a smile and playfully stuck out their tongues. "Not bad, I suppose. I did give you my admission letter to Yindu University, didn't I?" Chen Zhongce said with a shameless grin. That's not what you said back then." Teacher son's tone rose. "Teacher, I did all right, better than my usual performance probably. As for the top scholar title, I wouldn't dare make such a bold claim to you, but going to Yindu University with Zhongce shouldn't be a problem." Pei Qingli's gentle voice came through. "Then I'll let you two off the hook." Son Qingqing's voice was clearly lighter now. "I was just teasing you two anyway. When you two finally tie the knot, you must invite me. I've seen through all your little secrets over the years. I just never called you out on them." Head teacher's son said with a mischievous laugh. Chen Zhongce felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. After a pause, he spoke softly. "Teacher's son, my student records will be transferred out of the school in a couple of days. For many years to come, it might be as if I never existed. I want to apologize to you in advance. Even if I get into Yindu University, or even if I truly become the top scholar, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring honor to the school." Chen Zhongce felt a pang of guilt. Son Qingqing had cared for him so attentively all this time, yet in the end, he couldn't do anything for her in return. Teacher's son patted Chen Zhongce on the shoulder. "You've grown taller. You weren't this tall when I first started teaching you in your freshman year. It's fine. Teachers are ordinary people after all. Naturally, we want you to bring us glory. But what you're doing now, I'm genuinely proud of you. When you finally reappear before everyone, be sure to tell them you were taught by me. That's how you'll truly bring honor to your teacher." Chen Zhongce nodded solemnly. "Teacher will leave you a phone number in a bit. In the future, if you ever encounter a problem you can't solve, call this number. They'll definitely take care of it for you." With that, Chen Zhongce took Pei Qingli's hand and dashed towards the bustling street. Chen Zhongce held Pei Qingli's hand, sensing its softness, as if boneless, wishing to hold it forever, never letting go. "Zhongce, didn't you say you'd take me to see the stars?" Pei Qingli half leaned into his embrace, asking. "Easy." He gave Zhang Yang a nod, and within 3 minutes Zhang Yang appeared with a group of young men. "Get in." Chen Zhongce smiled and stepped aside, inviting Pei Qingli into the vehicle. 7 warrior vehicles, swift yet steady, raced to the mountaintop of Kaishiji by the river. Pei Qingli pushed open the car door, and the river and starry sky burst into her view. She was instantly stunned. She wore a light yellow t-shirt and white shorts with sneakers, making her legs appear even more slender. Her waist-length hair was tied high in a ponytail, strands gently fluttering in the night breeze. The night, poetic and serene, combined with such a woman, reached an exquisite beauty. Chen Zhongce walked up to stand beside her, handing her a glass of red wine, a sip. Chateau Lafite 1984, authentic vintage, not just quality equivalent. I snagged it a couple of days ago. Of course you'll drink. She took the glass with her jade-like slender fingers, swirled it gently, and drained it in one gulp. 2 drops of wine lingered at the corner of her mouth. Pei Qingli raised her left hand and wiped them away, adding a touch of charm and carefree spirit. "Another?" Chen Zhongce was stunned. He hadn't expected her to be such a drinker. Before he could react, Qingli took the bottle from his hands. Zhongce, can you handle it? My. Could a man admit he couldn't? They drank under the moonlight, and soon Chen Zhongce was losing ground. He stubbornly insisted he had drunk too much at the farewell dinner, refusing to admit Pei Qingli was a better drinker. Finally, Pei Qingli supported Chen Zhongce, and they sat side by side on the cliff of Kaishiji, gazing at the Han River reflecting the stars. Qingli, a few days ago, I dreamed we went to Yindu University together. Later you went abroad, and something happened to you overseas. My heart shattered, and I lived the rest of my life in a daze. Chen Zhongce murmured his past life, surfacing before him, blurring the line between drunken rambling and sleep talk. Pei Qingli said nothing, simply resting her head on his shoulder, gently stroking his back as he wept and spoke incoherently. Pei Qingli's gaze gradually hardened. Zhongce, you know, from the first moment I saw you in freshman year I fell for you. At the time I wondered who could be such a genius, pretending to be the sick math teacher on the first day of high school and giving 2 periods of math class without anyone suspecting. Later I saw someone who, right after reading a self-criticism, won a competition award. Later I saw someone who would skip class and run across 4 or 5 streets just to buy me a popsicle in the summer because I said I wanted one. Later I saw what it truly meant to be brilliant. Someone who refused a direct admission to Yindu University and insisted on taking the exam himself. Later I saw. Pei Qingli spoke softly, her eyes fixed on Chen Zhongce, as if she could never look away. Zhongce, don't worry. Wherever you are in this life, they'll be there. I won't leave. Pei Qingli said gently. The night breeze was tender. Good, you said it. You must not leave. Chen Zhongce sobered up a bit at her words, tightening his grip. Pei Qingli laughed helplessly. I won't leave, I want. Qingli, there are many things I'm doing now that I can't explain to you. You'll have to endure some hardship being with me. Chen Zhongce mumbled indistinctly. It's fine. They'll wait for you. I want to show you the stars and the sea, the picturesque rivers and mountains, and give you an unparalleled wedding. Chen Zhongce whispered against Pei Qingli. She glanced at him as if making a decision. Standing up, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted toward the city's myriad lights, the ancient river, and the countless stars. Listen up. I'm Pei Qingli, Chen Zhongce's wife. I'll accompany him to see the stars and to see the lights of the world and the scenery in his heart, forever. Yindu Jianshan Pavilion. It was late at night, yet the place was still brightly lit. As a central hub, overtime work for those inside was routine, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, Elder Shin and Elder Su often summoned everyone for urgent meetings late at night. Since the leaders worked so hard, there was no reason for subordinates to slack off. On Elder Shin's desk, all the day's documents had been processed and distributed to the appropriate departments, save for one solitary file. The file was thick, a full 20 centimeters. Elder Shin sank deep into his leather armchair, eyes half closed, as if pondering some issue. The night breeze blew in through the window, stirring the cover of the file. The first page bore a striking photograph of Chen Zhongce. This file was a detailed investigation report on Chen Zhongce. Every detail was included: his experiences from birth to the present, all his report cards from elementary school onward, award-winning essays, past competition results, everything. Summaries of controlled nuclear fusion technology and the thesis on the Navier-Stokes equations were also prominently listed. Moreover, the recent conflicts between Chen Zhongce and Li Tianquan and Li Gang were all documented. In short, Chen Zhongce's 18-year life held almost no secrets before this file. Even more astonishingly, since Chen Zhongce's family had moved to Hanjiang City later, he himself didn't know his great-grandfather's or great-great-grandfather's names. Yet the file traced his lineage back 200 years, recording major events of the Chen family with scarcely a gap. Elder Shun's secretary entered to refill his tea, a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his memory, Elder Shun had always been decisive and swift, but tonight he seemed uncharacteristically pensive, staring at the file for an entire evening. Ah, Xiao Chu, you're here. Elder Shun seemed to wake from a dream. Yes, sir, Secretary Chu replied, sensing that Elder Shun likely had something more to say. After a brief pause, Elder Shun's gaze turned sharp. Xiao Chu, please inform the following for a closed-door meeting tomorrow afternoon. Elder Su, Elder Zhai, Minister Lin of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister Chu of the Ministry of Industry, and the Presidents of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering. Cancel all other arrangements. Elder Shin decreed. Sir, tomorrow afternoon, we have a high-level meeting with the Maos with President Putin attending. Should we? Secretary Chu reminded. Cancel it as well. Yes, sir. Secretary Chu's heart raced, but he dared not say more. After refilling the tea, he quietly left Elder Shin's office. Elder Shin rose from his chair, lit a cigarette, the glow of the tip flickering in the dim light, revealing nothing of his. The next day, a closed-door meeting was held. The number of participants was extremely limited, with only 6 individuals in attendance, and even old Shin's secretary was required to wait outside with strict instructions that nothing was to disturb the proceedings. Despite the small number, the meeting's significance was exceptionally high. Old Shin, Old Su in charge of state affairs, Old Jai responsible for military industry, Lin Gang Minister of Science and Technology, Chu Nanfeng Minister of Industry, Wan Shilin President of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Tao Chen President of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. No one else was present. You've all arrived. For the sake of confidentiality, well, forego the meeting minutes today. Tea and cigarettes are beside you, help yourselves. Old Chen gave a brief opening. Everyone felt a twinge of seriousness. Old Chen's emphasis on this meeting was far from ordinary. Old Jai, the Fusion Energy Bureau's work is under your direct supervision. Care to brief everyone on the relevant progress? Old Chen said calmly, taking a sip of tea. Very well, Old Chen. Old Jai sat upright, his posture still ramrod straight, despite his age, a true military bearing. To report to Old Shin and Old Su, our Fusion Energy Bureau's work has now been set on the right track. We have completed full process data simulations for the fusion engineering reactor, confirming its feasibility in theory, with every step underpinned by theoretical calculations. 4 days ago, we overcame the most critical prerequisite technology for the fusion reactor. We have successfully produced room temperature superconducting materials. At present, aside from a few materials still under urgent development, all other tasks have been completed. Throughout this process, our Deputy Director of the Fusion Energy Bureau and Chief Engineer of Project 031, Chen Zhongce, has played a decisive role. Old Jai, being a military figure, delivered a concise and forceful report, and he described Chen Zhongce's contribution with the term decisive role. Such phrasing is far from common. In the current institutional context of the nation, it almost equates to attributing the entire success to Chen Zhongce. Upon hearing Old Jai's report, Old Su Lin Gang of the Ministry of Science and Technology and Chu Nanfeng of the Ministry of Industry all showed flickers of astonishment in their eyes. Lin Gang and Chu Nanfeng even failed to control their emotions, letting out soft gasps. This progress far exceeded their expectations. Meanwhile, Wan Shulin, president of the Academy of Sciences, and Tao Chun, president of the Academy of Engineering, both deputy directors of the Fusion Energy Bureau, showed no visible change in expression upon hearing the report. Particularly when Old Jai mentioned Chen Zhongce's decisive contribution, both seemed to nod in agreement. All present were masters at reading subtle cues, and they couldn't help but be surprised. This indicated that Chen Zhongce's achievements were universally recognized by the Project 031 team. Old Shin remained impassive throughout the report, and after it concluded, he didn't comment, but instead took out a cigarette and began to smoke. After finishing his report, Old Jai glanced around the room. Old Shin, Old Su, everyone, this is the current status of Project 031. With that, he sat back in his chair, his mouth tightly shut. In this setting, no one dared to utter a superfluous word. All eyes turned to Old Shin, awaiting his decision. The Fusion Energy Bureau's work is progressing well. When can we expect the first ignition and power generation? Old Shin asked. To answer you, Old Shin, according to Chen Zhongce's earlier projection, the earliest would be by the end of this year, and the latest by mid-next year. Within a year, we should complete it. In truth, Chen Zhongce's original words were that the earliest possible completion of the first ignition would be by the end of this year, but Old Jai deliberately extended the timeline by half a year to protect him. Old Shun took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Your work is commendable. Old Shun praised the Project 031 team once again. Those seated were somewhat puzzled. Was this meeting merely to inquire about Project 031's progress? It hardly warranted such a gathering. Old Jai, what is your personal assessment of Chen Zhongce? Old Chen asked. And there it was, the real point. Old Jai, already sitting tall, straightened even further and replied with conviction, Old Shin, in the month or so I've spent with Chen Zhongce, I've come to understand what it means to be a prodigy. Project 031 brought together a group of top-tier physicists and engineers. Problems that their entire team couldn't solve, Chen Zhongce tackled single-handedly. This earned him deep respect from all the technical staff in the project. Moreover, Chen Zhongce is highly adept at project management, organizing work with impeccable efficiency. He can be said to possess both technical expertise and managerial acumen. If I were to compare him to a figure in our nation's history, Chen Zhongce bears an 8-part resemblance to the late Master Qian. Old Jai was lavish in his praise, a genuine recognition from the heart. That's why he spoke at length. After all, in any era, the military should not interfere in civil governance. And Old Jai's final remark drew a direct comparison between Chen Zhongce and Master Qian. An 18-year-old with 80% of Master Qian's brilliance was simply astonishing. Old Shin remained calm until that point, but when he heard the comparison, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, underscoring how seriously he took the remark. Old Jai, it seems Chen Zhongce's technical skills are beyond question. What about other aspects? Give us a general idea. Old Shin continued. Other aspects. Old Jai sought clarification, exercising caution. Yes, other aspects. Speak freely. I'd like to hear your personal impressions. Old Shin pressed on. This was clearly an evaluation of Chen Zhongce. Old Jai found himself in a difficult spot. How should he phrase this? Talent like Chen Zhongce was the nation's most precious asset. A single misstep could prevent him from being properly utilized in the future, and that would be a loss for the entire country. After a moment of reflection, Old Jai spoke solemnly. Old Shin, what struck me most about Chen Zhongce was a statement he made. Oh, what statement? When he produced the room temperature superconducting material before the engineering team, it caused quite a stir. This is Nobel Prize level achievement. So I asked him, since this technology cannot be made public and you cannot receive any recognition, do you feel any regret? Chen Zhongce replied with a single sentence. He didn't care about such things, he simply hoped to see his achievements inscribed upon the land of our nation. Old Zhai spoke with deep sincerity. Everyone in the room was filled with respect. For an 18-year-old to utter such words, his vision and magnanimity were truly exceptional. Ha ha ha, excellent. Hearing these words, a smile suddenly bloomed on old Master Shen's usually composed face. For a man so adept at controlling his emotions, this was a rare sight. Indeed, in all the years those present had known him, they had scarcely ever witnessed him laugh with such unrestrained joy. With young people like this, the future of our nation is bright. Old Master Shen declared with finality. Minister Lin, Minister Chu, I must ask you both to give the utmost priority to the work related to Project 031. It concerns the future of our country and a legacy that will last for ages. Old Master Shen said sternly. The two ministers immediately assured him that they would do their utmost to assist. Old Master Zhai, is there any work that the Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Industry can do to support your Project 031? Minister Lin Gang of the Ministry of Science and Technology asked directly, seemingly ready to hold an on-site meeting right there before Old Master Shen. Old Master Zhai laughed heartily. Not for now. Chen Zhongce has already drawn up a complete list. All I've been doing lately is overseeing the preparation of the materials on that list. Apart from a few new materials that are still undergoing technical development, everything else is ready. If I need anything, I won't hesitate to ask you both. I certainly won't stand on ceremony. The two senior ministers awkwardly touched their noses. They had finally found a chance to offer help, only to realize that he had already taken care of everything himself. Chen Zhongce, oh Chen Zhongce, just what kind of prodigy are you? Seeing the two ministers at a loss, Old Master Shen smiled as well. You two, there are times when you want to help, but can't. Just wait then, and be prepared for what's to come. All right. The two senior ministers felt somewhat resigned. Old Master Zhai, please make the arrangements. Old Master Su and I would like to meet Chen Zhongce. Let's set the time for the day after tomorrow, Old Master Shen said as his final instruction. Meanwhile, Chen Zhongce was still in the relaxed aftermath of his college entrance exams. That day he had arranged to take Pei Qingli to the snack street in Hanjiang, wanting to accompany her for a proper stroll since she had barely had any chance to go out during their 3 years of high school. As for the night before, when the two had stayed late at Kaishiji, Chen Zhongce had originally planned to seize the moment and not go back. However, at the last critical juncture, a phone call from Pei Qingli's father had dashed his hopes. His future father-in-law was a real spoilsport. Chen Zhongce could only escort Pei Qingli to the entrance of the compound since her father was a powerful figure in the city government. He had to show some respect to his prospective father-in-law, lest he be kicked out of the house in the future. The two walked hand in hand along the snack street on Hanjiang North Road. The dazzling array of snacks was almost overwhelming, and before long Chen Zhongce's hands were full of various trinkets and treats. A woman's shopping desire was truly terrifying. Chen Zhongce couldn't help but lament. Even deducing the technical route for controlled nuclear fusion wasn't as exhausting as accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree. After all, a girlfriend's shopping trip was highly unpredictable. She could haggle for ages and buy nothing, or she could spot something she liked instantly and have Chen Zhongce pay for it. Moreover, by the end of the day, Chen Zhongce felt his legs had worn thin, while Pei Qingli remained as energetic as ever, showing no signs of fatigue. Terrifying. Just as Chen Zhongce was watching, Pei Qingli's cheeks puff up like a squirrel's as she ate the secure phone carried by Zhang Yang began to ring. Zhang Yang put Chen Zhongce on the phone. Old Master Zhai's authoritative voice came through. Yes, Old Master Zhai. Zhang Yang, without any hesitation, promptly presented the secure phone to Chen Zhongce. Old Master Zhai, what are your orders? Chen Zhongce asked directly, skipping any pleasantries, as he knew Old Master Zhai wouldn't contact him unless it was a matter of utmost importance. At the same time, Chen Zhongce's heart tightened. He wondered if there had been another development with Project 031. Deputy Director Chen, where are you right now? Chen Zhongce was taken aback. It was the first time Old Master Zhai had addressed him so formally. Reporting to Old Master Zhai, I am currently at the Hanjiang City Snack Street, awaiting your instructions. Sensing the gravity in Old Master Zhai's tone, Chen Zhongce's voice became crisp and resolute. Deputy Director Chen, please be prepared. Zhang Yang will take you to the Hanjiang City's secure airport shortly. You will be briefed on the specific arrangements there. Yes, Old Master Zhai, I will follow the arrangements. Chen Zhongce said solemnly. Old Master Zhai, may I ask what this is about? I'd like to be mentally prepared. If it's confidential, just pretend you didn't hear me. Chen Zhongce asked, mustering his courage. Though it was slightly against protocol, he preferred not to fight an unprepared battle. He wanted at least some inkling of what was to come. Someone wants to see you. With that cryptic remark, Old Master Zhai hung up without any further explanation. Someone wants to see me. Chen Zhongce stood there holding the secure phone, somewhat dazed. Was all this fanfare really necessary? He had met several bigwigs last time, and there hadn't been such a commotion. Wait. A flash of insight struck Chen Zhongce. Connecting it with what Old Master Zhai had told him a few days prior, it suddenly dawned on him. As if struck by lightning, the secure phone slipped from his hand, and he stood frozen on the spot. Could it be? Seeing Chen Zhongce's reaction, Pei Qingli asked with concern, Zhongce, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. What happened? Is it serious? Not serious. Just that someone wants to see me. It's just a meeting. Why are you so worked up? Who is it? Maybe my dad even knows them, Pei Qingli asked. As an ordinary high school graduate, it was natural for her to lack such awareness of secrecy. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhongce said, your dad definitely knows him. In fact, if I'm not wrong, the whole nation probably knows him. Who is it? Pei Qingli asked, bewildered. Chen Zhongce's finger trembled as he pointed to a massive government propaganda poster in the distance. Pei Qingli followed his trembling finger. Thud. The milk tea in her hand fell to the ground, spilling everywhere, but she didn't even notice. Because the face on that huge poster was unmistakably old Master Shun. No way. Pei Qingli swallowed hard. This was truly beyond her imagination. In her mind, Chen Zhongce was at best a top-tier scholar involved in some classified projects. Though his future held limitless possibilities, he shouldn't have reached this level yet. Chen Zhongce nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it is indeed him. Pei Qingli covered her mouth, trying to stifle the sound, but the shock still escaped through her fingers. As before with Zhang Yang's reckless driving, Chen Zhongce arrived at the confidential airport. This time, however, he was blindfolded and guided onto the plane by the staff. Zhang Yang and his team, lacking the clearance to board, were left behind in Hanjiang, tasked with finding their own way back to the underground facility in the southwest to await Chen Zhongce's return. Sir, please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to take off. A soft voice came from the attendant. The tone was steady, but beneath the blindfold, Chen Zhongce detected a hint of surprise, likely due to his youthful appearance. All right, Chen Zhongce replied, tersely, mindful not to say more than necessary in such a setting. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. You may now remove your blindfold. As he lifted it, he saw through the porthole that their lavishly appointed aircraft was flanked by 8 fighter jets on escort duty. What an extraordinary honor. Before long, just 2 hours later, Chen Zhongce prepared to land. During the flight, he experienced what true piloting mastery meant. Not a single jolt, perfectly navigating all turbulence to a smooth touchdown. At the military's confidential airport in Yindu, Elder Zhai was waiting for him. Elder Zhai, you shouldn't have gone to the trouble of waiting for me personally, Chen Zhongce said upon seeing him. Zhongce, there's no need for such formalities with me. Elder Zhai gave a light snort. Enough small talk. I've arranged a place for you. Spend today and tomorrow organizing your documents and work. The day after, it'll take you to meet some leaders, Elder Zhai said gravely. Some leaders. Chen Zhongce didn't dare ask for details in this place, simply nodding in agreement. Very well, Elder Zhai. I'll follow your arrangements. At the designated location, Chen Zhongce went into complete seclusion, meticulously reviewing his recent work and outlining future plans to ensure he could answer any question with ease. On the third day, Chen Zhongce rose early, engaging in light exercise outdoors to ensure he was in peak condition for the day ahead. This meeting was crucial, not only for the resources he might secure, but also because it could potentially shape the future course of Huaxia. Under Elder Zhai's guidance, Chen Zhongce passed through layers of rigorous security, so thorough it felt like every strand of hair was inspected. Finally, he stood before the entrance of the building, Jiangshan Pavilion, the very heart of Huaxia's power. Countless decrees and streams of information converged here before radiating across the nation. Every word spoken within these walls influenced countless destinies. Zhongce, per protocol, this is as far as I can go. Go on in. I'll wait for you outside, Elder Zhai said softly. Even Elder Zhai couldn't enter. Chen Zhongce was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The Jiangshan Pavilion was expansive, befitting the grandeur and might of Huaxia. Inside there were only 2 people, 2 elderly men. Though this was technically their first meeting, Chen Zhongce felt no sense of unfamiliarity, as their faces were known throughout the land. Elder Shun and Elder Su. The 2 old men were gazing at him with gentle smiles devoid of any imposing authority, resembling kindly grandfathers from next door. Chen Zhongce, after a flicker of surprise, quickly regained his composure and walked towards them. The 2 elders observed this and exchanged approving glances. In their long lives they had seen countless brilliant young talents, but it was rare to find one who could regain his poise so swiftly on a first visit to the Jiangshan Pavilion. This young man has an extraordinary temperament. Stopping 3 feet away, Chen Zhongce gave a slight bow. Greetings, Elder Shun. Greetings, Elder Su. The elders said nothing, quietly scrutinizing him. Chen Zhongce remained composed, standing openly, and without a trace of intimidation. After a moment, Elder Shin spoke first. We've always heard from Elder Zhai about your remarkable achievements, Zhongce, but I didn't expect you to be this young. Chen Zhongce smiled, offering no response. He genuinely didn't know how to reply. Should he praise himself? Or should he be modest? Neither seemed appropriate. Fortunately, Elder Shun didn't press the point, gesturing to the sofa before them. Zhongce, don't be so formal. Have a seat. Chen Zhongce didn't hesitate, sitting directly across from the 2 elders. However, he was careful not to be too casual, sitting upright. Zhongce, try some of my fine tea. I wouldn't have brewed it for just anyone, only because you're here, Elder Shun said with a chuckle. Chen Zhongce nearly froze on the spot. In all his mental rehearsals of how Elder Shun might open the conversation, he never imagined it would be an invitation to taste tea. Oh yes. Caught off guard by such an opening, Chen Zhongce, despite all his preparation, could only fumble for words and take a sip. Hiss. It was scalding hot. Though the tea burned his mouth, he struggled to maintain a calm facade. Noticing his discomfort, Elder Chen intervened. You silly child, so earnest. If it's hot, just spit it out. Chen Zhongce's mouth quivered as he painfully swallowed the tea, forcing a wry smile. Elder Chen, you could have warned me it was this hot. Both elders burst into hearty laughter. They seemed less like leaders wielding immense national power and more like the old men next door delighting in the discomfiture of the younger generation. This little episode dispelled all of Chen Zhongce's remaining tension, and his rigid posture began to relax. Zhongce, you must think we called you here to discuss the technology or applications of controlled nuclear fusion. Elder Su said kindly. Yes. Chen Zhongce nodded, though inwardly he wondered what else there was to talk about. You're wrong. What would two old men like us know about that? Elder Chen stated bluntly. Then, Chen Zhongce was puzzled. We have just two questions for you. Chen Zhongce's relaxed posture tensed up again, realizing the test had come. Elder Chen, Elder Su, please go ahead. Young man, you're too eager to sit on the edge of your seat. Relax. We're not interrogating you. Chen Zhongce laughed, inwardly thinking this is more difficult than an interrogation. Zhongce, I want to ask, what is your goal in creating such top-tier technology? I've heard from Elder Zhai that even achieving Nobel-level results you remained indifferent. Chen Zhongce could sense that even though Elder Shen asked in a casual tone, the implications were far from ordinary. This was the assessment that Elder Shun and Elder Su intended for him. His heart skipped a beat. These two were the most formidable interviewers in the world. A seemingly simple question could determine countless things, even the fate of the nation. Moreover, when facing such questions, no interview tactic would prove effective. Concealment before individuals of their caliber was futile. They had witnessed too much intrigue and too many exceptional talents along their paths. Thus any attempt at disguise was meaningless. Chen Zhongce pondered for a moment, pressing his lips together before speaking. Elder Shen, Elder Su, you may not believe what I am about to say, but I assure you it comes from the bottom of my heart. The elders straightened themselves, recognizing the sincerity in Chen Zhongce's eyes. He organized his thoughts and began, perhaps my words will sound somewhat abstract. Our nation and our people once possessed a glorious and resplendent history, yet under the trampling of foreign powers we suffered immense and profound misery. That suffering was truly overwhelming. Our predecessors, crawling through snow and lying on ice in foreign lands, fought to earn our dignity. They sacrificed their lives to cultivate the mushroom cloud. They strove for decades so that we could have enough to eat and wear. All of this was achieved through the dedication of countless individuals. Compared to their sacrifices, my own humble efforts are truly insignificant. I simply wish to add a bit more to our nation's legacy, like a seasoned farmer who despite his youth always wants to gather good things for his family and posterity. In that way, even if our descendants turn out to be spendthrifts, I hope they can squander the wealth for a few more years. Chen Zhongce spoke at length, his voice trembling with emotion in the final sentences. Elder Shen and Elder Su were also moved. Having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom, they had seen countless deceptions and betrayals, yet through Chen Zhongce's candid dialogue the last shred of doubt in their hearts melted away. For when this young man spoke, there was a light in his eyes and even a hint of moisture. He loved this land with profound depth. It was not only old-timers like them who guarded this soil with fervor. There were also young people watching over this warm and tender land. Well said. Elder Shen exclaimed involuntarily. Indeed, Zhongce, you speak wonderfully, added Elder Su, patting his leg to release his emotions. Zhongce, few young people speak in a way that resonates so deeply with me. But what you just said, even if our descendants are all spendthrifts, I hope they can squander for a few more years, was truly outstanding. Elder Shen, visibly stirred, rose from his chair and began pacing around the Jianshan pavilion. Young man, do you know what our predecessors once said? Which saying do you refer to? If we do not strive, we may be expelled from the planet's membership, Elder Shen said solemnly. Chen Zhongce was puzzled. How should he interpret that? With you here, we won't be expelled from the planet for at least the next 50 years. Do you realize how important you are? Elder Shen laughed heartily. I don't deserve such praise, truly, Chen Zhongce replied, repeatedly waving his hands in humble refusal. Zhongce, our nation has fallen too far behind in the past few centuries. We have been catching up, trailing behind Western nations, even as they scorned us and restrained our progress. That was truly painful. But fortunately with you we now possess technology that gives us a significant lead. It was not easy. With you as a steadfast cornerstone, our future will be swifter and more stable. Elder Shen rarely spoke at such length. His excitement was palpable. Zhongce, I must ask, can Project 031 truly succeed? Elder Su asked with a serious expression. Elder Shen's gaze followed. This was the first time the two elders had asked a technical question since Chen Zhongce entered the Jianshan pavilion. Rising to his feet, facing the elders' earnest concern, he declared solemnly, it will definitely succeed. How much certainty do you have? 100%, 1,000%, 10,000%. Each of Chen Zhongce's 3 consecutive statements was resolute, so forceful they could have dented the floor. Excellent. Excellent. The elders' repeated questions were justified. The technology was of paramount importance, bearing on the future of the nation. Zhongce, one more question. When do you estimate we will achieve the first ignition? Elder Shen asked. Before arriving, Chen Zhongce had coordinated with Elder Zhai to deliver a consistent response. If all goes well by the end of this year, at the latest mid-next year. I can assure you that ignition will occur within a year. Excellent. The two elders had lost their composure many times today. The young man had given them too many pleasant surprises. Zhongce, let me tell you, Elder Su controls the purse strings. If you need anything, just ask him, it's sure to be handled. Elder Shen began to chime in, helping to rally support for Chen Zhongce. Elder Shen, no need to fan the flames. Our government will allocate 1 billion yuan in research funds to the Deputy Director of the Fusion Energy Bureau as initial funding. If more is needed later, submit a report, and funding will be provided on demand, Elder Su said decisively, without hesitation. The 1 billion in research funding was not the main point. The crucial element was the final phrase, on demand. It was akin to handing Chen Zhongce a blank check with the pen already placed in his hand, ready for him to fill in any figure he desired. The scope of possibility had expanded. Zhongce, there is another issue I need to confirm with you. If your controlled nuclear fusion succeeds, can we guarantee a technological advantage over the entire Blue Star? Elder Shen, having regained his composure, acutely identified the critical juncture after the emergence of this technology. Regrettably, Elder Shen, we cannot guarantee a technological advantage over the entire Blue Star, Chen Zhongce admitted with an open gesture. This surprised the two elders. Why? Asked Elder Shen. Allow me to explain briefly, Chen Zhongce replied. Currently, the progress of various controlled nuclear fusion devices internationally is slow because countries are uncertain whether it can truly succeed within limited space and scope. They are essentially conducting experiments. But once they learn we have achieved it, they will no longer regard it as an experiment. The hardest part will have been conquered. They will likely replicate it quickly, especially given the vast scientific resources of the United States, making success highly probable. Elder Shen realized, Zhongce, it's like the greatest secret of the atomic bomb is that it can be built, isn't it? Chen Zhongce's eyes lit up. Elder Shen was indeed a remarkable mind, quickly grasping the essence. Exactly, Elder Shen. In that case, Zhongce, do we have any way to maintain secrecy? Our nation's security measures are relatively robust, Elder Su asked with concern. Chen Zhongce shook his head. Elder Shen, even with the best confidentiality measures, we cannot hide this. One of the raw materials for fusion material, deuterium, requires vast amounts of seawater for enrichment. We can hardly pass off the rows of seawater plants along the coast as salt factories. We couldn't consume that much salt. Would all turn into bats. With that, the three of them burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere. Zhongce, from a technical standpoint, do you have any good solutions? This is a strategic window that appears once in a millennium, Elder Shen said, his expression turning serious. To not seize what heaven bestows is to suffer its consequences. At such a historical juncture, failing to grasp this opportunity would make one a sinner against the entire nation. Elders Shen and Su, humanity's development rests on three pillars: energy, materials, and information technology. We are on the verge of mastering controllable nuclear fusion, which could be considered the fourth industrial revolution. Chen Zhongce made this declaration. A glimmer lit up in the eyes of Elders Shen and Su as they pondered his words. Indeed, when China masters the energy of controllable nuclear fusion, would that not inevitably spark the fourth industrial revolution? China had missed the first two industrial revolutions, resulting in over 300 years of backwardness. Catching the third one had enabled its current rapid development. If this industrial revolution were to be led by China, wouldn't it mean that the nation would truly stand at the pinnacle of technology, returning to its rightful place in history? The thought filled Elders Shen and Su with growing fervor, and they eagerly pressed Chen Zhongce for technical solutions. Elders Shen and Su, as I just mentioned, the greatest secret of controllable nuclear fusion is that it is certainly achievable. Once other nations learn that our country has achieved controllable nuclear fusion, they will undoubtedly mobilize their top resources to break through the technology, as it is a matter of national destiny. Just like the atomic bomb, breakthroughs would come swiftly. Although we cannot conceal the fact that we have achieved controllable nuclear fusion, due to objective constraints, we can mislead. Chen Zhongce declared with unwavering conviction. Elders Shen and Su were intrigued. How so? In the initial phase, we can announce that the coastal plants are for seawater desalination, offering a plausible reason to buy time. This plan and the smokescreen should fool them for a year or two. By the time they notice discrepancies in seawater deuterium density and our declining fossil fuel imports, we will have nearly completed the construction of commercial reactors nationwide, Chen Zhongce explained calmly. Next, once they discover we possess the technology, we should flood them with miscellaneous scientific papers and data, mixing truth with falsehood, just as they did with fake experimental data after their hydrogen bomb was completed. This should buy us another 3 to 4 years. By the time they realize the deception and start from scratch, they'll need about 3 or 4 years to build a prototype reactor, and another 7 or 8 to complete a commercial one. In total, they need roughly 7 or 8 years for the prototype, and another 7 or 8 for the commercial build. As for the rollout of commercial plants, I can't predict that. It depends on their system, which differs from ours. That would be a matter for you leaders to plan. Chen Zhongce fired off his thoughts rapidly, his mouth nearly parched. The two elders fell into deep contemplation after hearing his plan. He took a sip of the tea Elder Shun had saved, savoring it briefly. He'd have to find a way to take some with him when he left. According to Chen Zhongce's plan, the initial smokescreen period could last 3 to 4 years, followed by a disruption period of 7 to 8 years, and their rollout would take additional time. Even if they caught on and raced to catch up, it would take over a decade for them to achieve scale. A development window of over a decade was an unimaginable boon. If chip technology had enjoyed such a window, China would have become the world's leading chip producer long ago. After digesting Chen Zhongce's plan, Elder Shen asked, "Zhongce, do you have any other suggestions?" "I have an immature suggestion for your consideration." "Go ahead, Zhongce. Speak your mind freely, don't hold back. Even if you're wrong, it's fine," Elder Su reassured him. "Given that maintaining this global smokescreen is an extremely demanding task, perhaps we should establish a separate department dedicated to this work, handling the mix of truth and falsehood. This department would be unlisted externally. Internally, we could call it the Strategic Deception Bureau. It would have its own independent system directly under the Publicity Department." Chen Zhongce voiced the idea he had been mulling over for a long time. Elder Shen's eyes lit up. This could work. It would require someone who understood both technology and propaganda. He sized up the young man before him. Wasn't he the perfect fit? His recent plan had been clear and precise, resonating deeply with the two elders. "Zhongce, I'll make the decision right now. You'll be the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau," Elder Shen declared on the spot. Chen Zhongce was stunned. How had he become the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau? If netizens found out, they'd be green with envy. It was a dream job for many. "Elder Shen, I don't mean to be modest, but I really can't handle this role." Chen Zhongce declined despite the temptation. "My." Elder Shen was puzzled. This was the first time Chen Zhongce had refused him. "I have someone to recommend for the position." "Go on, Zhongce." Zhang Zhaozhong. Elder Su, unfamiliar with military circles, was confused. "Who?" Elder Shun explained, "He's a talent, a leading scholar in military futurology. He's known for never being wrong about foreign military strategy and never being right about China's. His ideas include using smog to jam lasers and entangling submarines with cables." "Zhongce, your suggestion is excellent. I approve. You may not be the director, but you can't escape being the deputy director of the Strategic Deception Bureau." "Very well, Elder Shin, I'll follow your arrangement." Chen Zhongce accepted willingly. Elder Shin, what I just mentioned was merely a covert scheme, a backchannel approach. At present, the United States still possesses a vast pool of technological talent and scientific resources. If they can see through our disguise, achieving controlled nuclear fusion wouldn't be an insurmountable task for them. Moreover, under the pressure of our nation's resurgence, they might very well unleash new energy. We cannot stake our success on the hope that our adversaries will make mistakes. Chen Zhongce said to Elder Shun with a grave expression. "You're right, Zhongce. Staking our success on our opponent's errors would be irresponsible to ourselves and a slight against them. They rose to become an unrivaled power on Blue Star in just over a century. Their hidden potential is not to be underestimated." Elder Shin took out a cigarette and lit it himself. Despite Chen Zhongce's words, Elder Shin seemed utterly unconcerned, and Zhongce failed to notice the slight upturn at the corners of Elder Shun's and Elder Su's mouths. "Elder Shin, Elder Su, why do you two leaders seem so unperturbed?" Chen Zhongce was puzzled. "Haha, what use is worrying? That's for you scientists to handle. We know you already have a complete solution in mind," Elder Su said enigmatically. He realized he had walked straight into their trap. So this was their game. However, very few people in this world warranted a joint scheme from Elders Shun and Su. Chen Zhongce conceded defeat. "Elders Shun and Su, as you both anticipated, I do have a proposal ready to present to you. Compared to the backchannel approach, this is a true open strategy, a grand path forward." Elder Shun retorted with feigned irritation. "You rascal, always so guarded. If we hadn't pressed you, you wouldn't have brought this plan forward, would you? Out with it quickly. Don't beat around the bush." Elder Shin had clearly come to regard Chen Zhongce as a beloved junior, speaking with familiar ease. "Elder Shin, may I borrow an item from your office?" "Go ahead and get it yourself." Elder Su was inwardly astonished. Elder Shin's trust in Chen Zhongce ran this deep. The items in his office were among the world's most closely guarded secrets. This was an immense show of faith. Oblivious to this, Chen Zhongce cheerfully went and fetched the globe from Elder Shin's desk. He pointed to the heart of the Eurasian continent, a land blessed with fossil fuels so abundant that one could practically stick a pipe in the ground and strike oil. Elder Shin, this region's importance stems from its vast fossil energy reserves, which fueled the Second Industrial Revolution and underpin our modern way of life. This underscores its strategic significance. It is precisely because the United States controls this land and has deeply intertwined the dollar with fossil energy that it has secured its hegemonic dominance over Blue Star. But if we could replace this region's influence or diminish it, America's position might just crumble on its own. Chen Zhongce said, pressing on the spot on the globe. Elder Shen's eyes lit up. He was beginning to grasp Zhongce's meaning. "Elder Shen, with current technology, we have a window of roughly a decade. We can construct enough commercial fusion reactors across China to gradually replace traditional fossil fuels. And we must not merely aim for self-sufficiency. We can export the surplus electricity. Elder Shun's and Elder Su's eyes gleamed brighter. They had caught the crux of Chen Zhongce's strategy and were already beginning to formulate plans. Zhongce continue. Elder Shun's voice carried a note of urgency. Currently, China possesses the world's most advanced UHV transmission technology. Coupled with the superconducting technology one have already mastered, achieving ultra-long-distance low-loss power transmission is entirely feasible. Elder Shun, in the industrial age, the most valuable commodity isn't the product or even the technology, but the standard. When the entire world must universally adopt our electrical standards, many matters will be decided on our terms. Furthermore, the world's core energy currency would no longer be the dollar, but our own. With that, the dollar's hegemony would collapse on its own. Chen Zhongce declared passionately, giving the globe a firm spin. Elder Shin watched the globe revolve in Zhongce's hands, his mind racing far beyond what Zhongce had just proposed. If the Chinese currency became deeply intertwined with electricity and China could export that electricity worldwide, the entire Eurasian landmass would become integrated. All resources could be allocated with optimal efficiency. This continent holds over 60% of Blue Star's population and immense resources. Once deeply integrated, it would unleash unparalleled power. For the past 2 or 3 centuries, maritime powers have dominated Blue Star. If this strategy were fully realized, the future would undoubtedly belong to continental powers. As for the United States and Great Britain, they would be relegated to peripheral islands on the world's edge with no power to rival China. At that point, as the representative of continental power, China would command an unmatched position. Returning to the pinnacle would be no empty slogan. Nations paying homage would be but a natural outcome. Elder Shin and Elder Su suppressed their surging excitement and pressed further. Zhongce, do you have any other technical recommendations? Neither elder noticed the slight tremor in their own voices as they posed the question. The way the two elders looked at Chen Zhongce had changed. They no longer saw merely a junior who had achieved remarkable results, but a fellow strategist with a vision matching their own. Elder Shin, Elder Su, on the application of controlled fusion energy, I do have a few preliminary thoughts. What? There's more. They had only asked out of politeness, not expecting he actually had more. Noticing their stunned expressions, he hesitated. Truly, it's just a few rough ideas. They still need to be validated by your teams. Speak. The two elders were impatient. Elders, beyond the near-inexhaustible energy supply, once the initial infrastructure is complete, the cost of fusion energy can be reduced to extremely low levels. It's also exceptionally clean. There are many avenues we can explore in this regard. Once the initial infrastructure is complete, the energy cost of controlled nuclear fusion can be driven down to extremely low levels. This will allow our industrial sector to develop at a breakneck pace, Chen Zhongce stated. Chen Zhongce had only just begun, but Elder Su already knew where this was heading. Zhongce, when our energy costs are that low, the industrial goods we produce can be sold at incredibly low prices. If we flood the world market with such prices, the industries of other regions will be driven to bankruptcy. Much like what the great powers did a century ago. Elder Su, being the economic expert, he was grasped the implication instantly. He couldn't help but sigh with mixed feelings. Had they become the very thing they once opposed? Chen Zhongce had merely offered a viable strategy, and it was a double-edged sword at that. When and how to wield it was a matter for seasoned professionals like Elder Shin and Elder Su to decide, not a concern for him. One could speculate that if Chen Zhongce's plan were pushed to its extreme, Huaxia, holding the energy advantage, would become the sole industrial power on the planet. All other nations would be relegated to roles as exporters of raw materials or providers of high-end services like elite medical care and finance, trading these to acquire industrial products. This was a strategy that killed without drawing blood, and it struck at the very soul. What's more, it was an open scheme. Elder Shun and Elder Su imagined themselves in opposition to Huaxia, and even they could find no counter against an industrial system backed by such a comprehensive energy structure and rock-bottom costs. Elder Shun, Elder Su, these are just my initial thoughts. I welcome your corrections, Chen Zhongce said, returning the globe to its place and sitting quietly as the two elders digested his words. A full 15 minutes passed before Elder Su spoke. Elder Shin, I used to think I was still young at heart. But seeing Zhongce today, I realize I am truly old. How formidable the younger generation is. Haha, Elder Su, I feel quite the opposite. Am filled with fighting spirit. Zhongce has painted a future of infinite possibilities for Huaxia. I for one wish I were a few years younger to build a true golden age alongside these young people. Elder Shun's face lit up with vigor, appearing years younger in an instant. Zhongce, you scoundrel. Elder Shin teased. Huh. Chen Zhongce was caught off guard. You've painted us old men a grand vision. Are you trying to get us to dedicate the rest of our lives to it? We were on the verge of hanging up our boots, and you've dragged us right back into the fray, Elder Shin said with a feigned scolding tone. Chen Zhongce responded with a dry chuckle, choosing not to reply. Having such helmsmen at the wheel was a blessing for the world. Elder Shun, but it's all for the better. Why don't we old-timers get our blood pumping one more time with these youngsters? Elder Su said with a beaming smile. I wouldn't have it any other way. This was the dawn of a grand era, a chance to etch one's name in history. No one could refuse. Elder Shin, Elder Su, with our controlled fusion tech now in hand, will likely need to bolster our defense capabilities. We must be prepared for these powers to act rashly out of desperation, Chen Zhongce reminded them, maintaining his composure. Could it be that this kid has another trump card up his sleeve? Knowing his style, he always saves the most shocking revelation for last. Anything from Chen Zhongce was worth anticipating, but this time had learned to be coy, merely hinting and leaving them hanging. Zhongce, tell us your idea, and he'll have Elder Shin approve the funding. Zhongce, hurry up and tell us he'll give you. Elder Su started only to realize Elder Shin had stolen his line, and that there was little else he could offer Chen Zhongce. A promotion. At his age, his current position was already a sign of significant trust. Further promotion would be a disservice, setting him up for failure. A commendation. He had casually given away and rejected Nobel-worthy achievements. What kind of commendation could possibly match that? A monetary reward. Hadn't they just approved $1 billion in research funds with the promise of more on demand? Elder Su shot Chen Zhongce a helpless look as if to say, don't you dare push it, kid. Having had his moment of triumph, Chen Zhongce finally spoke. I have 2 preliminary concepts to report to you both. What? More preliminary concepts. I've devised 2 systems which I've named Global Strike and Global Shield. Global Strike. Global Shield. Even Chen Zhongce blushed slightly at the names, acknowledging they were a bit dramatic. The 2 elders, however, paid no mind to the names. They were solely interested in whether the systems would work. Sounds like an integrated offense-defense setup. Not exactly. They serve distinct functions: strategic offense and strategic defense. Global Strike is relatively simple and easy to grasp. You can think of it as an enhanced version of the existing North Wind 41. It can reach speeds of Mach 60 within the atmosphere, capable of covering the entire globe in about 17 minutes. It utilizes a trajectory similar to the Qian ballistic path, and currently no existing technology can intercept it. Chen Zhongce spoke of it as if it were a trivial matter. To put that in perspective, the most advanced intercontinental missiles in the Maozi and Migwa arsenals top out at Mach 27, or 27 times the speed of sound. This Global Strike was more than twice as fast. The ultimate weapon, unstoppable in its offensive power. No wonder it was named Global Strike. And what about Global Shield? The 2 elders were even more intrigued by this, especially since Chen Zhongce had casually described the first system as simple. Global Shield, as I envision it, would work in tandem with the fusion reactor, given its immense power requirements. The current grid might manage, but just barely. Its core mechanism is an ultra-high-intensity, ultra-high-frequency electromagnetic cannon. You could call it a planetary cannon. Based on current designs, it can fire 297 rounds per minute, each round reaching Mach 91 within the atmosphere. It has a range of 5,000 kilometers and is also equipped with guidance systems. A sharp intake of breath. Both elders gasped. With that rate of fire and range, it meant that nothing within 5,000 kilometers could escape Huaxia's reach. And this was supposed to be a shield. It was even more terrifying than intermediate-range ballistic missiles. After all, even intermediate-range missiles couldn't provide the saturation coverage that this Global Shield could, raining down projectiles like a relentless storm. Could this kid actually be building science fiction? Zhongce, you're not joking with us, are you? Old Su was already starting to doubt. Chen Zhongce chuckled softly. Old Su, who would dare to joke with you in a setting like this? Every word I've just said, I am willing to take responsibility for. As for the design and technical route. With that, Chen Zhongce tapped his head. Old Su, if needed, I can write out all the technical routes within 10 days and arrange for the military to begin manufacturing. I mean every word. The last 4 words were as firm as steel. Good. The 2 elders had experienced much in their lives, but today's conversation had an overwhelming impact on them. It was as if just moments ago they had barely achieved subsistence, and now someone told them they had won 500 million. It was too surreal. The 2 elders studied the young man before them again. If someone had told them a few days ago that they would meet a young man today who would lead Huaxia to soar once more, they would have thought it a joke. When Chen Zhongce presented this series of achievements, the 2 elders had to believe that Huaxia truly possessed national fortune. It could be said that Chen Zhongce was the embodiment of that fortune. Decades ago, academician Qian resolutely returned to his homeland, leading a team to build the foundation of national defense. Academician Qian could be called the fortune of Huaxia in that era. He used his entire life to prove to the world what it truly means to be an unparalleled national scholar. Zhongce, Huaxia is truly fortunate to have you. Compared to the martyrs who came before you, have already achieved remarkable things, but you are not yet worthy of the title unparalleled national scholar. However, I am certain that if anyone in this era can be called an unparalleled national scholar in the field of scientific research, it will be the future you. Old Su and I look forward to the day you truly earn that title. On that day, I will personally present you with a medal and bestow upon you the honor you deserve. Old Shin spoke with deep emotion. He held great expectations for Chen Zhongce, hoping that he would bring even greater and more profound changes to this country and even to humanity. Chen Zhongce nodded firmly. He had already achieved much, but compared to the realm where academician Qian and old Yu almost single-handedly shouldered the security of Huaxia, he was still slightly lacking. He also needed to learn their spirit and state of mind. He too looked forward to the day he could truly be worthy of the title unparalleled national scholar. What a pity we should have a drink at a time like this, old Chen said, smacking his lips. Come on, the health doctor has already given us strict orders. No drinking without reason. It won't happen today, old Su retorted, spoiling the mood. Haha, then we'll have to rely on Zhongce. Once you complete Project 031, old Su and I will throw you a celebration banquet. Then it won't be drinking without reason. Chen Zhongce smiled, amused that these two elderly gentlemen were so fond of alcohol. Alright, he'll make sure you two can enjoy that celebration drink soon, but don't overindulge then. You little rascal, daring to boss us around. Huh, no drink then, come have a smoke with me. Old Chen handed Chen Zhongce a cigarette. Huh. In both his past and present life, Chen Zhongce could drink a little, but he never touched cigarettes. Yet this was a cigarette from old Chen. How could he refuse? Bracing himself, he took it under old Shen's gaze, lit it, took a puff, and was choked until tears streamed down his face. Haha, so there is something you brat can't do. Old Shen seemed almost proud. At this moment, he was not like a man wielding power, but rather a mischievous old neighbor leading a younger generation astray. Chen Zhongce didn't stand on ceremony. He simply took the half-smoked cigarette from old Shen and pocketed it. Smoking it was out of the question. Back at the base, he could show it off to the old smokers and motivate them to work hard. Whoever did well would get a cigarette. Ah, that was the feeling he wanted. You little rascal, why did you take my cigarette? Old Chen glared. Chen Zhongce was not intimidated. I've given Huaxiao so many good things. Taking half a pack of your cigarettes isn't too much, is it? Haha. The three of them laughed together. Old Chen, I've also taken a liking to your tea. How about sharing some with me? 10 Jin would be fine. 1 Jin is not too little. Go away, I bought this with my own allowance, and I can't bear to drink it myself. I only brewed a cup for you because you came. Old Chen, you're so stingy, Chen Zhongce pouted. In the end, Chen Zhongce successfully wheedled half a Jin of tea from old Shen. You little rascal, get lost now. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid you'll empty my office. You are the only one who ever dared to ask for things in Jiangshan Pavilion. Old Shen said in exasperation. Chen Zhongce wiped the smile off his face and bowed deeply to the two elders. Without generations of extraordinary talents like them who had devoted themselves heart and soul to Huaxia, the rise of Huaxiao would never have been so smooth. The two accepted Chen Zhongce's bow with grace. Child, go on. The future of Huaxia still depends on young people like you. I have faith in you. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to come to old Su and me. We will have your back. Old Shen encouraged. If you need funds or manpower, just come to us anytime, old Su added with a smile. Chen Zhongce was moved. Given the status of old Shen and old Su, saying such words was a sign of great trust and full empowerment. It was as if they were telling him, go ahead and act freely, we two old men will escort you. The feeling of being trusted was wonderful. Old Shen, old Su, I will work hard so that you two can have that drink soon. With that, the two elders stood up and escorted Chen Zhongce to the door of Jiangshan Pavilion. Old Zhai and Secretary Chu, who had been waiting far away, were stunned. In all these years, they had never seen old Shen and old Su escort anyone out of their office. Not even other senior officials had received such treatment. Moreover, old Shen and old Su had broad smiles on their faces, clearly very pleased with Chen Zhongce. Just then, the secretary in charge of confidential documents handed a top-secret file to Secretary Chu, instructing him to report it to old Shen as quickly as possible. Seeing that old Shen had already escorted Chen Zhongce out, Secretary Chu hurried over and handed the file to old Shen, whispering a few words in his ear. Chen Zhongce, sensing the occasion was inappropriate, quickly took his leave. Old Shen turned slightly away from the others and opened the file. After just a quick glance, his expression changed drastically. Zhongce, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. Old Zhai, you come too. Doubt arose in Chen Zhongce's mind. What had happened? Chen Zhongce halted his steps, and along with Elder Zhai approached Elder Shen. Elder Shen handed the top-secret documents to the two men, saying, the pipelines in the Bear Country have been blown up. The world's energy order is about to undergo a dramatic shift. We must be prepared. Chen Zhongce and Elder Zhai's gazes fell upon the classified documents, and their expressions changed drastically. Elder Zhai, in particular, as a top-tier figure in the military, possessed an innate sensitivity to the situation and understood all too well what this signified. This meant the fragile balance of Blue Star was about to be shattered, ushering in an era of greater uncertainty. If they could bomb the Bear Country's oil pipelines today, they could target Hua Country's pipelines or transport ships tomorrow. This was a dangerously ominous signal. Elder Zhai Zhongce, I hope you can accelerate the progress of Project 031. Ideally complete all the work within 3 to 4 months. Hua Country desperately needs energy stability and security right now. Elder Shen spoke with a furrowed brow, clearly troubled by the current state of affairs. Yes, we guarantee we will complete the mission. Elder Zhai and Chen Zhongce responded in unison, their voices booming. When everyone was striving together for Hua Country, there was no reason to decline, and certainly no reason not to give their all. You may go. After leaving Jianshan Pavilion, the two men, foregoing any rest, rushed directly to the secret airport at top speed. With no special plane available, they boarded a transport aircraft racing towards the underground bunker in the southwest. Zhongce, do you have any viable solutions? Elder Zhai's voice carried a hint of worry. Having been involved in Project 031 from the start, he was intimately familiar with the myriad of challenges it presented. The timeline Chen Zhongce had previously set was contingent on his direct involvement. Had anyone else been in charge, it would have been impossible to complete without at least 2 years. The timeline they had previously agreed upon was already compressed to the absolute limit, which was the only reason they were confident in finishing by year's end. But with this sudden turn of events needing to complete it in 3 to 4 months, that challenge seemed nearly insurmountable. Chen Zhongce's brow was deeply furrowed, a clear sign of his own distress. Seemingly arriving at a decision, he said, Elder Zhai, I have a plan to accelerate the project's progress, but I will need your help. Tell me. This time I will personally command the entire project. However, the task is monumental. Integrating personnel within such a short time frame is practically impossible. So I need you to select a group of scientific and technical personnel from the military-industrial system who are proficient in cutting-edge technology and instrument operation. We will mix them with our existing team from the engineering academy. I intend to manage them under military discipline with the singular goal of completing the mission. There may be some opposition, but I hope you can lend your authority to help quell any dissent. After all, Hua country's energy security is a matter of utmost urgency. Chen Zhongce stated gravely, rapidly outlining his plan and delegating tasks to Elder Zhai. Half an hour later, after listening to all of Chen Zhongce's arrangements, Elder Zhai was astonished. Zhongce, are you sure you want to do this? The demands on you would be immense. You might literally work yourself to death. Elder Zhai, even if I die from exhaustion, I refuse to let the people of our Hua country suffer even the slightest harm. We must achieve ignition within 3 months and complete the preliminary data validation and accumulation for the commercial reactor. All right. I will help you with everything I've got. Zhongce, I've never met anyone as relentless as you. Chen Zhongce said nothing, just flashed a grin. In this life, I will not allow the iron hooves of foreign races to harm the people of my Hua country, not even by an inch. Amidst their tense anticipation, the military plane arrived at the underground base in the southwest. Project 031. At the entrance, Chen Zhongce paused for a moment, his gaze gradually turning resolute. Upon entering the base, he assembled all the core technical personnel for a mobilization meeting. Chief Engineer Chen, you're back from the college entrance exam. God, Chen, how did you find the exam papers this year? To your liking? Chief Engineer Chen, scoring the top spot shouldn't be a problem, right? Huh. Having grown close to everyone during this period, Chen Zhongce took their comments as a sign of their care for him. Without a stern face, he responded to each with a smile. Even under immense pressure as the pillar of the team, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. A moderate level of anxiety could be transmitted to the team to boost their efficiency, but he absolutely could not lead the entire team into a state of panic. Once all technical personnel had arrived, Chen Zhongce ascended the podium. He didn't take a seat, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Everyone's attention instantly focused on him, for they had never seen him so serious. Some even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their recent work. Having led numerous research teams in his past life, Chen Zhongce naturally exuded an air of authority. His gaze swept across everyone present. He picked up the microphone from the podium, held it in his hand, and gently tapped it twice with his finger. Tap, tap. Each sound sent a jolt of surprise through the crowd. Today I have only 3 things to say. Everyone's attention instantly sharpened. First, I have reported on Project 031 to the higher-ups today, and it has received immense recognition and approval. The crowd was taken aback. Receiving recognition was only to be expected given God Chen's proven abilities. Wait a minute. Reported to the higher-ups and received immense recognition and approval. Chief Engineer Chen's higher-ups certainly couldn't be Elder Zhai, who was present daily and well-versed in the project's progress. Then who? It must have reached the very top. Many of the more astute members were instantly electrified with excitement. This was monumental approval from the highest levels. Before anyone could react, Chen Zhongce continued with his second point. The higher-ups have approved an additional 1 billion yuan in funding for Project 031. Anyone with a project related to 031 who needs funds or materials, please submit your reports at any time. They will be approved immediately upon arrival. As long as it's reasonable, there's no cap. If 1 billion isn't enough, they'll go and ask for more. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Many researchers' faces lit up with joy. When in our lives had we ever fought such a well-funded battle? Our chief engineer Chen is truly formidable. He just went to one report and came back with 1 billion in research funding for everyone. And he's confident in giving everyone free rein to use such a vast sum. Working under such a generous and decisive leader is truly satisfying. However, some of the more perceptive individuals began to sense something was amiss. The third statement came, given the current turbulent situation, the higher-ups hope we can achieve ignition within 3 months. I have agreed to it. My God. The crowd stared at Chen Zhongce in sheer shock. Even for a rapid push, this was sheer madness. Chen Winnie, who always worried about Chen Zhongce, nearly stood up to urge him against such reckless bravado, but was silenced by a look from Chen Zhongce. I understand that many of you may have reservations, but the situation on Blue Star is extremely volatile. If we can complete Project 031 as soon as possible, our nation will be better equipped to handle these external pressures with composure. Each of us in the past could be considered the nation's elite. The country has nurtured us for generations precisely for moments like this, when we must step forward. The battlefield may not need us, but on the technological front we absolutely cannot fall behind. The next 3 months will be arduous and grueling, and some tasks will even be life-threatening. You may choose to withdraw, and after a period of declassification management you can return to your original posts. Chen Zhongce will not stand in your way. As his voice faded, he stood silently at the podium waiting for the others to make their decisions. The theoretical and engineering groups combined numbered over 100 people. Many exchanged uneasy glances, taken aback by their chief engineer, Chen's directness. The younger members, especially the doctoral and master's students, were less concerned. At worst they'd lose 2 years, but participating in such a monumental project was a learning experience in itself. For the established veterans, however, the stakes were far higher. Following standard protocol, having received such substantial national funding and resources, failing to deliver satisfactory results would be seen as a waste of state resources, inevitably leading to accountability. They could even be charged with squandering national funds or face fraud accusations, much like the infamous Hanqin chip project, forever branded on the pillar of shame with no chance of redemption. It was a dilemma with no easy way out. The young researchers were brimming with ambition, determined to follow Chen Zhongce. The middle-aged and senior researchers hesitated, caught in indecision. The conference room buzzed with debate. Yet Chen Zhongce simply closed his eyes, letting everyone make their own choice. At such a critical juncture, Chen Zhongce preferred to meticulously vet his team. He absolutely could not allow those with wavering resolve to infiltrate their ranks. Not only would they hold the project back, but their presence could also destabilize the entire team, a disservice to themselves and to Project 031. Old Song, what are your thoughts? You are the distinguished head of the Sun Island project. If Project 031 fails, would you even have a way back? Director Wang, the Divine Light System at the 9th Academy is top tier in the nation. If this fails, can you still return to lead that project? Amidst the heated discussions, academician Chen Winnie stood up, walked over to Chen Zhongce, and faced the crowd. Regardless of your decisions, I'm sticking with my disciple. Even if we fail in the end, even if I lose my academician status, I don't care. An opportunity to etch our names in history like this. How could I, old Chen, miss it? You're all usually so vocal, but when it counts you're hesitating. You must understand, if we succeed, this project will be comparable to the 2 bombs, 1 satellite achievement. In times of peace, how often do such chances arise? I for one am willing to stake my fate on this gamble. Even if I lose, so be it. Chen Zhongce had opened his eyes when Chen Winnie began to speak, and now they glistened with tears. His mentor, who had been like a father to him in his past life, had once again stood by his side, becoming his most steadfast pillar of support. Master, words fail me. Thank you. Chen Winnie patted his disciple's shoulder in silence, a gesture that conveyed everything. Chen Shun's abilities are clear for all to see. I'm with him. Damn it, if old Chen doesn't care about his academician title, then I've got nothing to fear. I'm in. Chief Engineer Chen's past performance has been exemplary. He'll follow him. However, not everyone was in agreement. 7 or 8 individuals were less than convinced. Who does Chen Zhongce think he is? Does he think building a fusion engineering reactor is as easy as blowing a breath of air? Completing a fusion engineering reactor in 3 months. Who does he think he is? It's pure fantasy. I'm not going to follow a madman on this. It's insane. The 7 or 8 stood up, voicing their discontent and objections. Among them was a disciplinary leader whom Chen Zhongce had highly regarded in his past life, someone who had achieved much under his guidance and eventually became an academician. Chen Zhongce made no attempt to persuade them. He summoned the logistics head arranged by Elder Zhai and had the group escorted to a separate facility for reassignment. Under the principles of declassification management, they would have to live and work under surveillance for at least 10 years before returning to normal life. In this regard, Chen Zhongce was uncompromising, showing no misplaced mercy. The 7 or 8 individuals were oblivious, truly believing that walking out that door was so easy. Once they had all left, Chen Zhongce burst into laughter. Haha, I honestly thought more than half of you would leave. I only had workstations prepared for half of you. Now that you've all stayed, what are we to do? The room erupted in laughter. Chen Zhongce's relaxed demeanor eased the tension considerably. Everyone, you will one day be glad you stayed today. Project 031, the first usable fusion engineering reactor for humanity, will be built right here in your hands. I promise you all, after 3 months, I will grant you everything you deserve. Regarding honors, whether from the theoretical or engineering group, every key leader will receive a medal no less prestigious than the 2 bombs 1 satellite award. Every participant will receive a medal no less significant than the National First Class Science and Technology Award. Regarding compensation, every participant will receive 5 times their current annual salary. Chen Zhongce raised his hand, spreading his fingers wide, making his promise clear to all. Regarding career development, I can guarantee that after 10 years with me, everyone will be a leading figure in their field. Those with significant achievements will become academicians, and those who already are will be immortalized in history. Chen Zhongce's words echoed through the conference room like an enchanting melody captivating everyone's hearts. Although Chen Zhongce appeared very young, because he was only 18, almost no one in the room doubted what he had just promised. Everything Chen Zhongce said boiled down to a simple proposition: follow me, get this done, and you'll gain the fame you seek, the wealth you desire, and the sense of purpose you yearn for. After he finished, the room fell into a profound silence, but a palpable excitement hung in the air. Chen Zhongce then scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across every face, and calmly uttered a final statement. Before I came, I had already reported to the leadership, and they have given their approval. If anything goes wrong, I, Chen Zhongce, will bear all the consequences alone. No one else in this room will be implicated, and your futures will not be affected. The crowd was stunned into silence, and the team's loyalty was secured. The entire team now wholeheartedly embraced Chen Zhongce. If they had previously been impressed by his scientific research acumen, they were now equally captivated by his integrity and leadership charisma. When the leader assumes all responsibility and shares all achievements with the team, who wouldn't be inspired to work under such a leader? Now let me outline the work assignments, Chen Zhongce announced, then nodded to the military logistics officer. The officer understood the signal and opened another door to the conference room, ushering in over 100 military technical personnel in uniform. As prearranged, the military technical staff took their seats one by one. Finally, Elder Zhai entered the conference room trailing behind the military team. Terse and resolute, he declared, "Everyone, I have but one thing to say. For any technical or engineering issue, Chen's judgment is final." With the top leader backing the deputy's directives, any lingering discord within the team dissolved. They sat upright, awaiting Chen Zhongce's instructions. "Next, I will divide all our researchers into 4 sections, each comprising 9 specialized groups. These groups will be responsible for the magnetic field system, ignition system, temperature control system, superconducting system, primary structure materials system, testing system, information system, and control system. 3 of these 4 teams will serve as the primary working units, operating for 10 hours daily. 8 hours will be dedicated to core tasks, while the first and last hour of each shift will be used for seamless handovers with the other 2 teams, ensuring uninterrupted workflow. The 4th team will act as a reserve force. Any member from the primary teams experiencing overload can rotate into this team for rest, and this team will also provide timely support whenever needed." Chen Zhongce's explanation was lucid and precise, and given the exceptional intellect of everyone present, they grasped it effortlessly. Yet a question lingered in everyone's mind, including Elder Zhai's. Could Chen truly have devised such a mature plan for completing the 031 fusion engineering reactor within 3 months only today? If not, his project management prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Taking a sip of water without missing a beat, Chen Zhongce continued. "Now I will announce the leaders for the 4 teams. Team 1, Wan Xiulin. Team 2, Chen Wenyi. Team 3, Song Zhen. Team 4, Wang Ganlai." Additionally, Deputy Director Tao Chun was tasked with external liaison, primarily coordinating with various research institutes under the Academy of Engineering to overcome technical hurdles and materials. Academician Zhai was placed in charge of overall leadership as well as overseeing civil engineering operations and logistical support. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding Chen Zhongce's arrangements impeccable and thoroughly sound. Take Tao Chen's position, for instance. As the Dean of the Academy of Engineering, he commanded a network of research institutes capable of tackling the development of novel materials required for the project. Moreover, his stature ensured swift coordination for their fabrication once breakthroughs were achieved. What astonished everyone most, however, was not this, but Chen Zhongce's immediate establishment of working groups. "Academician Zhai, I'd like to borrow someone from you for a while." "Zhongce, what do you need?" "Your confidential secretary. I require him to take some simple notes." "All right." Academician Zhai waved his hand, without a moment's hesitation, his support for Chen Zhongce's work absolute. Even if Chen Zhongce had just asked him to handle clerical duties, he would not have complained. After all, anyone who could converse with the 2 esteemed elders Shun and Su for an entire morning and be escorted by them to the entrance of Jiangshan Pavilion was certainly no ordinary individual. "He'll speak and you record." Without any preamble, Chen Zhongce began rattling off names. Group 1, Magnetic Field Systems, Li Rui, Chen Shufei. Group 2. For a full half-hour, Chen Zhongce continued assigning personnel, making meticulous arrangements for everyone's tasks. Many who had only met Chen Zhongce briefly looked utterly bewildered when their names were called. "How did Chief Engineer Chen know my area of expertise?" When all assignments were finally completed, everyone was astonished to discover that Chen Zhongce possessed an intimate knowledge of their backgrounds. Such a meticulous and penetrating capability was likely unparalleled in the entire scientific research community. The way everyone looked at Chen Zhongce shifted once more. A top-tier talent who mastered both technology and management, his future limits seemed boundless. After finding their respective groups, a peculiar question arose among the attendees. What exactly was Chief Engineer Chen doing? Why was there no arrangement for himself? Chief Engineer Chen, our tasks are all assigned. What will you be responsible for? Someone plucked up the courage to ask. Indeed, everyone was puzzled. Academician Zhai was overseeing the big picture, but what was Chen Zhongce's role? A faint smile played on Chen Zhongce's lips. As the on-site general commander, I will operate from the front lines, working up close and monitoring your progress at every step. Huh. Was Chief Engineer Chen intending to shoulder the entire team's burden alone? In another timeline, 2 state-of-the-art hospitals had been erected in Hanjiang City in just over 10 days. As the on-site general commander for that construction, he had led over 150 workers through the installation of cable trays spanning 523 meters electrical wiring, stretching 350 meters electrical conduits, totaling 150 meters drainage pipes of 830 meters, water supply lines of 1780 meters, and ventilation ducts of 340 meters, all within a mere 10+ days. In that short span of just over 10 days, he had to mobilize over 100 pieces of heavy engineering machinery, coordinate with more than 70 relevant departments and units, and complete the construction of several hundred rooms. Accomplishing such a colossal workload in such a brief period with difficulty of a hellish magnitude was an almost impossible task for any on-site commander. Project managers who had experienced such a feat would undoubtedly never wish to encounter it again. And this was precisely the kind of task Chen Zhongce had assigned to himself, a task that seemed utterly unimaginable to everyone else. Furthermore, the construction of Project 031 was far more than just erecting buildings. It required integrating the world's most cutting-edge instruments in the most precise manner to tackle the monumental engineering challenge of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. It was almost inconceivable. Years later, when a dedicated documentary crew interviewed participants about the construction of the world's first controlled nuclear fusion reactor, reporters specifically asked about this period. They were eager to know how everyone ultimately assessed Chen Zhongce's work back then. Everyone's answer was identical. It was a miracle. All right, work assignments are complete. There is no time for familiarization. Learn by doing and do by learning. Group 2, under the leadership of academician Cheng Wenyi, follow me into action. Yes, the crowd acknowledged in unison. Within the hollowed-out mountain, Chen Zhongce had his civil engineering team construct a temporary platform halfway up the slope, which served as his makeshift command center. On this platform, aside from a few computers, monitors, and standard office supplies, dozens of walkie-talkies were arranged in neat rows. Nothing else occupied that space. It was within this confined area that Chen Zhongce truly demonstrated what it meant to command with unwavering composure and direct his forces with seamless precision. When Chen Zhongce led the engineering technical team to the site, the civil works were still unfinished and the foundational concrete had yet to be poured. Chen Zhongce and the main structure team had already prefabricated the base outside the site, and the related metal components were already being dispatched for arrival. As soon as the concrete layers had just cured and met the standards, the fusion reactor's base was precisely positioned and installation began. As the surrounding mountain structure neared completion, Chen Zhongce directed the superconducting systems team to commence laying the superconducting coils and power cables. Standing on that platform, walkie-talkie in hand, he monitored the project's progress through the displays and his own keen observation. Initially, due to a lack of coordination, conflicts and frictions arose among the teams. However, they soon discovered that under Chen Zhongce's orchestration and leadership, these issues were minimized. After 4 or 5 days, the teams were operating with extraordinary fluidity. Everyone witnessed Chen Zhongce's almost terrifying memory and his ability to allocate resources and direct tasks. Present on site were a technical team of 200 to 300 individuals alongside a construction crew of nearly 4,000 and a logistics support team of over 1,000. Within 3 or 4 days, Chen Zhongce could not only name every member of the technical team, but was also intimately familiar with every team leader among the thousands of construction and logistics personnel. When he called out their names, even the workers themselves were astonished. The coordination across all stages was almost flawlessly tight, wasting not even a minute. Moreover, to ensure rapid response, Chen Zhongce rarely left the platform eating and sleeping there. Every day he would wake, wash up, and immediately plunge into intense work until he finally succumbed to sleep. Often in the midst of busy periods, he neglected his personal appearance, walking around the site in his safety helmet, looking more like a laborer than the laborers themselves. One could hardly discern any trace of the senior engineer in him. Nevertheless, this senior engineer, who shared hardships with his team, earned the respect of all the construction workers present. The project manager from the hospital construction had only lasted about 10 days, yet Chen Zhongce continued tirelessly without rest. Everyone was betting on the day Chief Engineer Chen would finally break. 10 days, 20 days, or 30 days. No one guessed correctly. No one had the answer. Every day they simply saw Chen Zhongce actively present at the Project 031 site. Whenever a major issue arose, finding Chief Engineer Chen meant it would be resolved under his directives. Whether it was magnetic field testing, structural assembly, or even the new materials being developed at the External Research Institute, any bottleneck encountered was easily overcome with Chen's guidance. Time within the mountain passed without notice of seasons for Chen Zhongce. It was a cycle of encountering problems each day and solving them. This routine repeated endlessly. Outside the mountain, in Handong province, families with college entrance exam takers were tense as today was the day results were announced. The Pei Qingli family was no exception. Accompanied by her parents, Pei Qingli sat early before the computer waiting for the designated time to check her scores. At precisely 1400 in the afternoon, with slightly trembling hands, Pei Qingli entered her information. Everyone anxiously awaited the appearance of her scores. Then unsurprisingly the system froze. Pei Qingli felt a bit helpless. Her father picked up the phone intending to call the education department to obtain his daughter's score through internal channels. Pei Qingli refused. After all, checking the score herself was more ceremonial. She clicked again, and a new interface appeared. All her scores were masked with only a small line in the corner reading this student's score has entered the top 50 in Handong province. Please check again in 3 days. Pei's parents were filled with fervent excitement. The result was extraordinary. Pei Qingli, however, remained calm as this outcome was well within her expectations. At that moment, she felt a pang of worry, wondering how Chen Zhongce had fared, even though his exam results were now inconsequential to him. Since Chen Zhongce had left North Street over 10 days ago, he seemed to have vanished with no news of him at all, which deeply concerned Pei Qingli. Dad, can you help me find out my exact score, and also Chen Zhongce's score? He was always the top student in our class. Pei Qingli hesitated briefly before asking her father. Upon hearing this, Pei's father frowned, lost in thought. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he held them back. Today was a joyous occasion, and it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything that might upset Qingli. A child from an ordinary family was far too distant from his own Qingli. In this increasingly stratified era, a graduate from Yindu University could hardly bridge that gap so easily. If he wants to pursue my daughter, he must first pass my test. Restraining himself, Pei's father finally said, all right. He then turned and made a call to an old contact in the education system. Old friend, I have a favor to ask. Can you check the specific scores of 2 people? It seems they've been masked. That's good news, Secretary Pei. He'll check right away. Within 3 minutes the phone rang back and the voice on the other end sounded somewhat flustered. Sensing something amiss, Pei's father asked, old friend, what's wrong? I found the scores. Both have the exact same total, 721 points, tied for first place in Handong province. But what? Pei's father asked, puzzled. Can you give me a hint? Who exactly is this other person besides your daughter? As he spoke, his voice dropped to a near whisper, so low that Pei's father had to lean in to hear. No one special, just the top student in my daughter's class. That's not right. What's not right? Pei's father asked, confused. Right after I checked the scores, the Ministry of State Security called me. They told me to stop inquiring relating to that other person you asked about. I'm telling you this because I consider you a trusted friend. You should be careful too. Ministry of State Security. Pei's father hung up the phone and stood there stunned. As Pei Fu stared blankly, his secretary walked in and handed Pei Luotian an envelope. Qingli, a letter for you. What? Pei Qingli was baffled. Who still wrote letters these days? Despite her confusion, the moment she saw the handwriting on the envelope, a brilliant light sparkled in her eyes. She knew Chen Zhongce's handwriting all too well. She snatched the envelope and carefully tore it open. 2 thin pages were filled with his longing. The script was vigorous and fluid. Qingli, congratulations on scoring 721, the top score in Handong province this year. Amazing. I'm tied up with important work and can't be there. Truly sorry. As for your major, follow your interests. Whatever you choose, I can arrange the world's finest resources for you. Due to work constraints, I can't use electronic communication, so please write to me at this address. After 12 years of hard study, enjoy some well-deserved relaxation. See you at Yindu University in September. Watching the smile bloom on his daughter's lips, Pei Fu's heart sank. He felt like his precious cabbage had been rooted up by a pig. It was clear Qingli was deeply infatuated. Pei Fu didn't dare ask to read the letter directly, so he picked up the envelope and examined it closely. The handwriting is decent. Wait, the return address is from the military. Why does this cipher stamp look so familiar? When it hit him, Pei Fu drew a sharp breath. As the top official of Hanjiang had only seen this cipher once before, in a top-secret file, which was the itinerary for Elder Shin's visit. Qingli, who exactly is this classmate of yours? Just a top student, who else? You've met him before, haven't you? Pei Qingli asked, puzzled. Oh. Pei Fu looked at his naive daughter, unsure what to say. Qingli, could I take a look at this letter? Pei Fu always respected his daughter's wishes. After a moment's thought, Pei Qingli handed it over. Wow, what big talk. I wouldn't dare promise my daughter the world's finest resources, and this kid dares to say it. Just as he was about to dismiss Chen Zhongce as a boastful brat, Pei Fu's eyes narrowed sharply, a fierce light flashing in them. The address was for the General Staff Department. Only the military's most classified documents were ever delivered there. Even military leaders at Pei Fu's level weren't necessarily qualified to submit files directly there. Fearing had frightened his daughter, Pei Fu suppressed the storm raging inside him and calmly returned the letter. He muttered inwardly, just what kind of monster is this boyfriend my daughter's found? Pei Qingli was utterly bewildered. Her father had snatched the envelope, read it, and then said nothing. What was going on? Meanwhile, Lu Meirong had been run off her feet these past 2 days. After finishing teaching Chen Zhongce's class, she had officially resigned from Hanjiang No. 5 High School and was preparing to return to Fudan University for her doctorate. But something had gone slightly awry. Ever since Shed submitted the NS equation paper Shed co-authored with Chen Zhongce to the Annals of Mathematics editorial inbox, her email had been flooded with inquiries about the NS equation. Then 3 days ago, her inbox exploded. She received over 500 emails in a single day, one every 3 to 5 minutes. On top of that, her phone rang constantly invitations for academic conferences, visiting fellowships, and even live stream product endorsements. It was sheer madness. Lu Meirong had never faced anything like this. She immediately called her advisor Li Tianquan. "Professor, what should I do?" she asked, sounding like a helpless little girl. "Ha ha ha." The old man let out a hearty laugh. "Professor, you're laughing." Lu Meirong hopped with frustration on the other end. "As for this situation, Zhongce called me beforehand, had already anticipated it. I was absolutely against it at first since it concerns academic standards and ethics. But he convinced me. He said the inspiration struck when he saw your milk and black tea in your office, so you absolutely deserve credit. He also said you wrote the entire paper and have a deep understanding of the field. You'd have no problem with academic reports or conferences." Academician Li paused, then continued. "Zhongce said the work he's doing now doesn't allow him to accept such honors. If you could receive this honor in his place, it could draw the nation's attention and boost investment in mathematics and basic sciences. That would be a great benefit for generations to come since our country currently invests far too little in basic research. One shouldn't let good fortune flow to outsiders." The academician said earnestly. "I was firmly against it at first, but that rascal made a valid point. If we can attract more national investment in basic sciences, we've already won big. That convinced me. That boy has a sincere heart. Rare indeed." Finally, he added that if you felt uneasy about it, you could credit it as a joint achievement between you and question mark. He also said something quite true: the world deserves a question mark. Lu Meirong gradually calmed down on the other end of the line. Chen Zhongce had arranged everything for her in advance, had even deliberately guided her through every field of knowledge involved in solving the NS equation while writing the paper. It had all been planned from the start. That big boy. Lu Meirong didn't know what to say, but she felt deeply moved. Consider it compensation for all the milk you drank." She wrinkled her delicate nose, a tender smile shining in her eyes. When news of the breakthrough reached China from the international mathematical community, the domestic math world exploded first. Almost overnight, every headline in mathematics and natural sciences featured the full text of Lu Meirong's NS paper, with some publications even including Chinese translations. Some journals that couldn't publish it in time released standalone supplements filled with nothing but praise for Lu Meirong alongside the paper. Domestic media launched a barrage of coverage, pulling out all the stops with sensational headlines and gimmicks. Shocking. The solver of one of the world's 6 hardest math problems is a stunningly beautiful woman. The Enceinte Sandier's math goddess. China's math goddess to shine on the world stage. Girls, be confident. Goddesses can solve math problems too. Shivering with rage. Finally, a math goddess emerges. How many have been buried in the past? The narrative began to spiral off course until the People's Daily finally stepped in and conducted an exclusive interview with Lu Meirong. "Ms. Lu, could you tell us about your process of working on the NS equation?" China's top journalist asked. "It's actually quite an interesting story. I have my advisor, academician Li Tianquan, to thank. He often gives us world-class problems to work on to broaden our minds. One day while question mark and I were discussing the problem, there happened to be a cup of black tea and a carton of milk on the table. As I was pouring the milk, an inspiration struck him. Ms. Louis noticed the paper has 2 co-authors. Who is this question mark? Oh, we worked on it together. He doesn't like the spotlight, so he asked me to represent us." Lu Meirong said softly. The interview lasted over an hour, and at the end the journalist asked Ms. Lu, "I have 2 final questions for you. Go ahead. Does the alias question mark have any special meaning for your academic partner?" He once said the world deserves a question mark. You've made extraordinary efforts to solve this world-class problem. What would you like to say? My academic partner once said basic science is a nation's future, applied science is a nation's present. The future of China is full of hope. My partner and I are just the beginning. More miracles will be created by more of China's youth. With such impeccable credentials, intelligence, beauty, emotional intelligence, and loyalty, this rising academic star instantly captivated the entire nation. As many came to idolize this math goddess as their dream girl, a burning curiosity remained: who exactly was this question mark? It remained a lingering mystery on everyone's mind. As a man of the mountains, Chen Zhongce had little concept of the worldly clamor beyond. Whether it was becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination or being the presumed recipient of the field's medal, none of it held any meaning for him. His primary objective at this moment was to swiftly complete the ignition and power generation work for Project 031. "Yo, Chief Engineer Chen, writing another letter to your wife." Song Jin stepped onto Chen Zhongce's command platform, teasing him. In just over half a month, Chen Zhongce had once again shattered everyone's expectations, earning their profound admiration this time. Working 10 hours a day without a single day off for the entire month, the members of all four teams were exhausted to the brink of collapse. Team 1 was no longer the reserve team, but had become the fully operational main team, as their entire roster had already been rotated once. Many research elites lacking in physical stamina were on the verge of breaking down. Only a few senior experts who regularly exercised, and some young masters and doctoral students remained as the core workforce. Conducting scientific research is at times a physically demanding endeavor. "Ha, old song, why are you so nosy?" Chen Zhongce retorted with exasperation. However, Chen Zhongce failed to notice that Song Jun had used the term wife when referring to Pei Qingli. Even Song Jun himself hadn't realized that he had come to regard the much younger Chen Zhongce as a senior. "We've all been wondering privately what kind of extraordinary woman could capture our chief engineer Chen's heart. We simply must meet her." Song Jun laughed heartily. "Come on, old song, you guys are just a bunch of troublemakers itching for chaos." Chen Zhongce felt helpless. How had these old professors lost all their maturity and composure? They were all so gossipy, their mindsets rejuvenated by more than a notch. A high school classmate, a brilliant girl, this year's top scorer in the Handong Province College entrance exam. Chen Zhongce said, quietly satisfying Director Song's curiosity. "Hey, that's not right. Our chief engineer, Chen, didn't get the top score. We tied. Director Song gasped, then cursed, "Damn it." He threw decorum to the wind, his strong emotions bursting forth in a crude exclamation. Chen Zhongce awkwardly rubbed his nose. "You asked for it. Chief Engineer Chen, are you serious? I remember 2 days before the exam you were still doing the supercomputer theoretical simulations for 031 with us." "Yes," Chen Zhongce said in a low, drawn-out tone. "All right, fine. I was once a genius from the special class for the gifted young of USDC, but the gap between people is even greater than the gap between a person and a dog." Song Jun muttered dejectedly. "Huh." Chen Zhongce let out a dry laugh in response. "Old Song, what's the matter? Why did you come looking for me?" He decided not to dwell on the topic and moved on to business. "Nothing much, just wanted to report that we've completed the second phase of our work. When do you think we should start the next phase?" "We're fine, but shouldn't you take a couple of days to rest?" Song Jun asked. "I'm fine, no rest needed. We can start today. If you guys are tired, take half a day off. It'll cover the shift and use the time to finalize the schedule and details for the third phase." Chen Zhongce sealed the letter he had written into an envelope, planning to hand it to Elder Zhai for review by designated personnel before sending it out. "Huh." Song Jun was stunned. "Chief Engineer Chen, we've all seen your work intensity lately. Can your body even handle it?" Song Jun was astonished. "You've been running non-stop, lately working nearly 18 hours a day. Apart from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, you spend every other moment working. Chief Engineer Chen, even a body of iron couldn't withstand this." Song Jun asked with concern. Over this past month, he had watched Chen Zhongce work every day, almost witnessing his heart and soul poured into the project. Every day except for his own night shifts, Chen Zhongce was already at the site directing operations before he woke up and was still awake when he went to sleep. Not only couldn't someone his age keep up, but even the young masters and doctoral students couldn't match Chen Zhongce's work intensity. "It's fine, old song. Right now no one else can clearly grasp the entirety of this project. I'd like to train a deputy, am not one to hoard knowledge, but time just doesn't allow it." Chen Zhongce also felt helpless. Such a highly sophisticated project ideally required training 1 or 2 deputies for backup, but the timeline was so tight that Chen Zhongce had to shoulder the entire project alone. "Chief Engineer Chen, you know training a deputy isn't easy. Look at how many tasks and aspects you're responsible for. You have to monitor the project progress, the material experiments, troubleshoot any issues with the high-intensity magnetic field simulations, oversee the iteration of the new laser ignition device under your guidance, and ensure the engineering and mass production of superconducting materials goes smoothly under your direction. Almost every difficult problem you encounter is solved effortlessly by you. Without you, I don't know how we'd even carry out this project. Everyone's saying now, when in doubt, ask Engineer Chen." Song Jun's eyes were filled with reverence. Yes, that was all. The abilities Chen Zhongce displayed throughout this process were nothing short of miraculous. "Ha, hearing you say that makes me a bit embarrassed. Old Song, I hope you key leaders will observe more and gain a clear understanding and control over the entire project. In the future, the nation will definitely scale up commercial fusion reactors. You'll be the core figures then, and there will be too many decisions needing your final call." Chen Zhongce said seriously. Song Jun understood. Chen Zhongce was grooming them as deputies, and those who would control fusion energy work in the future would certainly be pivotal figures. He was paving the way for them. "Engineer Chen." Old Song, despite his age, found his voice choked with emotion when addressing the 18-year-old. Such leaders were rare. I remember at the very beginning, Old Song, you were the one who most doubted I could complete the fusion engineering reactor construction. What's this? Are you now determined to follow me?" Chen Zhongce teased. "I was just younger and more foolish back then." Song Jun laughed dryly. "You're still young," Chen Zhongce retorted. "Now Chief Engineer Chen, just ask around. who isn't completely convinced by you. Whether it's your ability or your work ethic, we can never catch up. Oh, Chief Engineer Chen, what are your plans after this project is done? I have a few mediocre students, could you perhaps help mentor them a bit? To be honest, I'm not being modest, but I'm just a high school graduate, not even a bachelor's degree holder. How could I mentor graduate students? Old Song, are you joking? Chen Zhongce was stunned. My goodness, Chief Engineer Chen, asked anyone in the world. Could all the academicians combined build a working controlled nuclear fusion reactor? If you can't mentor students, who can? You're better than an academician. Songjin said. Director Song secretly thought, could our Chief Engineer, Chen, be one of those who like to play the fool? Yes, that must be it. Geniuses all have their quirks. Maybe our Chief Engineer, Chen, enjoys this act of hiding his strength and showing off. Alright, we'll see about that later. I don't have the qualifications to mentor students yet anyway. I doubt Yindu University would let me since theoretically I'm still a prospective freshman there. Chen Zhongce lowered his head and quietly pulled out his work log. Director Song cursed inwardly. Damn, Yindu University is about to become the biggest winner. They've won this round without even lifting a finger. Chief Engineer Chen, if you're willing, come to USDC. Becoming the president might be difficult, but I think I could help you secure a vice president position along with a deanship. You wouldn't even need to enroll. We could issue all your degree certificates from bachelor's to doctorate in a single day. Song Jun's eyes lit up. Since nothing was set in stone, there was still a chance. Hey, Old Song, you're being really underhanded here. You said you were going to report to Zhongce, so I didn't bother you, and now I find you swinging your pickaxe over here. That's just not fair play. Cheng Wenyi walked into Chen Zhongce's command platform from outside, and immediately heard Songjin swinging his pickaxe. How could he tolerate that? The sound of your abacus is audible to the whole world. Hey, I haven't finished reporting my work yet. Songjin said helplessly as he was dragged away by Cheng Wenyi, who gave him no chance to be alone with Chen Zhongce. Let me tell you, Xiao Song, don't ever think about getting alone time with my apprentice from now on. Your heart is truly treacherous. And here I thought highly of you. Cheng Wenyi hauled Songjin out of the command platform. The poor director of the Sun Island project, Director Song, was literally dragged away by the academician. Chen Zhongce could only shake his head with a wry smile. He hoisted his white safety helmet and headed out to inspect the project site. Good day, Chief Engineer Chen. Chief Engineer Chen here for another inspection. Chief Engineer Chen, thanks to your design, we managed to build this 1000T ultra-strong magnetic field. The head of the magnetic field team expressed his gratitude as Chen Zhongce passed by. This was without a doubt the most challenging research project of his entire scientific career. Haha, it's nothing, just a small favor. How's the magnetic field been running lately? Has it basically met our design expectations? Chen Zhongce asked, patting him on the shoulder. In fact, this head of the second magnetic field team was already in his 30s, yet Chen Zhongce's gesture didn't seem out of place at all. Everyone seemed to take it for granted, a testament to Chief Engineer Chen's capability and standing. Chief Engineer Chen, we can now stably generate a 1000T magnetic field exceeding your initial design of 800T by 25 as technical redundancy. That should be more than sufficient. That's good. Without a magnetic field of this magnitude, we wouldn't be able to effectively confine and control the ultra-high temperature fusion fuel. And without that, controlled nuclear fusion would be impossible. Your team's work has essentially laid a rock-solid foundation for us. Chen Zhongce said with relief. Haha, we couldn't have done it without your guidance. You're a genius. The strongest man-made magnetic field in the world is only around 50T. With your plan, we've directly achieved a 1000T result, and it's ready for engineering application. That's 20 times stronger than theirs. Honestly, no one would believe it if we told them. This is a leap across an entire order of magnitude. The magnetic field team leader remarked with awe. Haha, who cares if they believe it or not? We know it's real. In a few years, when they're close to catching up, you take your team, write a paper, and beat them to the patents. Let those Westerners fume. Chen Zhongce said with a mischievous grin. Haha, brilliant. We'll do exactly that. Let them rage. They've pulled enough shady stunts. It's time we set up some research barriers of our own. The magnetic field team leader snorted. Inwardly, he was already scheming. Once this achievement was published, the title of a rising star in magnetic field research was practically guaranteed, and with it perhaps a position as a discipline leader. Chief Engineer Chen's words back then were absolutely true. Those who couldn't endure the solitude and left his team were indeed short-sighted. With that thought, the fatigue that clung to the magnetic field team leader vanished, replaced by a surging sense of determination. How's the progress on the laser team's work? Chen Zhongce stepped into their optics research area to check. We've basically finished debugging. There are a couple of minor issues, but they can be resolved quickly. It won't delay the project timeline. Good, that's excellent. Feel free to come to me with any problems, and I'll see if I can offer any suggestions. Chen Zhongce did a quick check before leaving. After he was gone, the members of the laser team couldn't help but marvel. How is Chief Engineer Chen's brain wired? We've been working for decades without such a major breakthrough. How did just a few pointers from him lead us to a new direction? It's what they say, hard for the uninitiated, easy for the expert. Nah, I think Chief Engineer Chen is like a cow flying a plane, absolutely sky-high, brilliant. Damn you. How dare you say that about Chief Engineer Chen? He'll never be able to match his intellect. He's a prodigy, an anomaly. There's just no comparison. So what are your plans after this project wraps up? Haven't thought about it yet. With Chief Engineer Chin's unstoppable momentum, I reckon we'll have the fusion reactor built and ignited within 3 months, no problem. I'm thinking of asking to become his student once this project is done. Oh, you're moving that fast. Damn, you're quick off the mark. Who knows if he'll even accept me? It's worrying. I'm stressing over it. Sigh. We're all top-tier graduates from Yindu University and would be snapped up anywhere else. Now we're worried about whether he'll take us on as students. Come on, Chief Chen is laying low now. But once the fusion reactor is complete, he'll be the undisputed #1 in China's scientific community. He's so young. Who knows, he might be winning Nobel Prizes left and right in the future. If we work with him, we'll never run out of funding or projects. Chen Zhongce had already walked away and didn't hear these remarks. Had he heard them, he might have been surprised to learn how highly he was regarded. After visiting each project team and taking a quick look at the logistics office, he reported the recent progress to Elder Zhai. Then, under Zhang Yang's protection, he walked up to the fusion reactor. Ever since returning from Hanjiang, Zhang Yang had been practically glued to Chen Zhongce's side. Elder Zhai had even called a special meeting for Zhang Yang and the other security personnel, sternly ordering them to guarantee Chen Zhongce's safety, threatening severe punishment for even a single hair out of place. But Zhang Yang's dedication went beyond just following orders. Having worked alongside Chen Zhongce, he was utterly in awe of this 18-year-old. This young man was far too important to China's technology and energy sectors. Even 100 Zhang Yangs combined couldn't match 1% of Chen Zhongce's worth. He increasingly believed in a saying circulating within Project 031, Chen Zhongce is the nation's destiny. Unaware of these thoughts, Chen Zhongce simply looked up at the steel behemoth before him, the one he had painstakingly built, staking everything on since his rebirth. It was cold, rough, and possessed a stark industrial beauty. Within this grim, unyielding giant, temperatures would soon rise to levels far exceeding the core of the sun, igniting a spark of hope for humanity's future. To make this a reality, Chen Zhongce felt that even shattering himself to pieces would be worth it. Because compared to the award-winning achievements of his past life, controlled nuclear fusion was humanity's first true step toward the future. A single spark can start a prairie fire. This year, Hanjiang No. 5 High School achieved remarkable results, securing 5 spots in the top 10 of Handong Province, including Pei Qingli, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Qingli, have you decided which university to attend? Asked Sun Qingqing, the homeroom teacher, gazing at her increasingly radiant student. Sun Qingqing had to admit that her student, having just changed out of her school uniform, already possessed a beauty that could topple cities. It was rare for someone to excel in both academics and appearance, but her prized disciple was a true jackpot. Yindu University. Why? Don't pay attention to the school's efforts to secure a spot at Yindu. Those are just for show. Focus on what you truly want. Choosing a school and a major is no trivial matter. As a modern-minded homeroom teacher, Sun Qingqing was genuinely concerned about her student's future. No need to deliberate. Yindu University. Only because Zhongsu is there. That's the sole reason. Pei Qingli stared intently at the honor roll. You too? Really? Since her student had a clear mind, Sun Qingqing was happy to oblige. Qingli, this is my first time leading a graduating class, and I never expected to produce 2 top scorers who tied for the provincial title. It feels like peaking right out of the gate. As a homeroom teacher, she had instantly reached the pinnacle of her career, feeling a sense of loneliness that comes with being the best. Pei Qingli's lips curved slightly, forming dimples at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze was fixed on the empty spot next to her name on the honor roll. Sun Qingqing understood her meaning. As the top scorer, Pei Qingli naturally had her own row, but beside her name was a subtle empty space reserved for Chen Zhongce. Officially, it was said the space was left to inspire future students to strive for even greater achievements. But Pei Qingli and Sun Qingqing both knew it was for Chen Zhongce, who scored 721 points and tied for the top spot. Such a pity. Zhongce is involved in a national confidential project and can't enjoy these honors. Sun Qingqing lamented. It's fine. Zhongce wouldn't care about these things anyway. Pei Qingli looked at the empty space as if through it she could see the person she had longed for. Zhongce, I miss you a little. Meanwhile, on the campus of Hanjiang No. 5 High School. Xiaolu, I'm furious. My prized disciple has gone to Yindu University, and my disciple's wife has been poached by them too. I'm going to blow up Cheng Wenyi's lab. Academician Li Tianquan was seething with rage on the verge of exploding. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to lure Pei Qingli to Fudan University first, and then find a way to bring Chen Zhongce over later, since he would have had leverage. But unexpectedly, Yindu University had also gone all out this time, deploying every trick in the book: scholarships, luxurious living conditions, guaranteed postgraduate recommendations, and dispatching almost all their top brass except for the president, who was abroad on a study tour. How could he possibly compete with that? The more Li Tianquan thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to take his frustration out on Cheng Wenyi and Chen Zhongce, but they were both unreachable. He felt utterly stifled. Teacher, please don't be angry. Remember, during the college entrance exam, Zhongce worked on the Riemann hypothesis during the math test. He did keep your instructions in mind. Even though he's not a Fudan student, isn't he still your disciple? Lu Meirong tried to console her advisor. At least the boy has some conscience. Hey, why are you sticking up for your juniors so much? Li Tianquan eyed his student. Nothing. Teacher, don't talk nonsense. A flicker of shyness passed through Lu Meirong's eyes. Phew. Sometimes you need to fight for what you want. Don't be misled by worldly prejudices. A wife 3 years older brings gold to the door. But now someone else has snatched him away. Li Tianquan sighed. Lu Meirong's face flushed, and she hurriedly changed the subject to stop her teacher from continuing. Teacher, let me show you the process of junior brother's derivation of the Riemann hypothesis during the exam. It seems he made some breakthroughs, but he couldn't finish because of that national confidential project he's involved in. Lu Meirong said, Girl, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have held that boy down and made him focus on his studies properly. Old Li stomped his foot heavily on the ground, looking deeply regretful. Lu Meirong didn't dare to respond. She handed her teacher the transcribed derivation process. While he was reading it, she inadvertently glanced down at the space between her ample chest, where the original draft Chen Zhongce had written on a piece of toilet paper was still tucked away. Keeping it there made her feel as if she still carried the aura of that big boy, giving her a sense of security. She even harbored a small hope that one day he would personally retrieve the manuscript, continue his research, and prove the Riemann hypothesis. Xiao Lu Zhongce is truly a genius. The logic in this derivation is very clear. Following this path, the Riemann hypothesis might actually be solvable. You try following his approach first. Once Zhongce shows up, I must drag him back here and make him focus on his research. We can't let his talent go to waste. Alright, teacher, will give it a try? Can you get in touch with Zhongce now? Lu Meirong's watery eyes were full of expectation. Academician Li Tianquan took a deep breath, then let it out helplessly. No. Lu Meirong. Time passed. Chen Zhongce stood halfway up the underground cavity, watching the enormous fusion reactor slowly take shape, struck by an indescribable sense of magnificent beauty. From his vantage point, the teams below looked as small as ants hoisting materials dozens of times their size for seamless assembly and debugging. Many a little makes a mickle. What he witnessed below was a testament to human civilization. Since the dawn of human civilization and through several industrial revolutions, humanity has constantly strived to master more advanced forms of energy. From the chemical energy of burning wood to electromagnetic energy to atomic energy, and now attempting to tame the power of the sun itself, aiming to create a new sun here on Blue Star. How magnificent, how awe-inspiring. Gazing at the colossal fusion reactor, Chen Zhongce felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Only 8 days remained until the 3-month deadline agreed upon with Elder Shen, yet based on the current progress, at least 15 more days would be needed. What was to be done? In Elder Zhai's office, the atmosphere was heavy with gloom. The two men sat across from each other in silence. Through their time together, Elder Zhai had developed genuine admiration for the young man's scientific acumen and managerial prowess. Sometimes Elder Zhai wondered why only one Chen Zhongce had emerged in all these years. If there were two more like him, wouldn't Huaxia stand at the pinnacle of technology, the zenith of the world, achieving a true renaissance? But now is not the time for such thoughts. At the current pace, completing the controlled nuclear fusion construction on schedule seemed impossible. Chen Zhongce had just given a detailed report. Even at maximum speed, 15 days were required, making the scheduled ignition virtually unattainable. That day at Jianshan Pavilion, both Elder Zhai and Chen Zhongce had seen the top-secret documents. The global situation on Blue Star was highly volatile and fraught with uncertainties. Without achieving energy self-sufficiency, swiftly Huaxia's petroleum reserves would last only about 90 days in an unforeseen crisis, a perilous predicament for the entire nation. Though competition on Blue Star had always been fierce, there used to be some semblance of restraint. Now rules were being cast aside. If they could sabotage the oil pipelines of the Bear Country today, they could target Huaxia's tankers or pipelines tomorrow. This was a threat that could not be ignored. Moreover, Elder Shen and Elder Su were under immense pressure. Faced with such daunting challenges, even they could find themselves at a loss. Only with energy independence could Huaxia gain the leverage it needed. If the ignition could be achieved by Elder Shen's targeted date, they would have the confidence to gradually restructure and reform the nation's energy framework. A sovereign's word is law. Since Elder Shen had set this requirement, it undoubtedly involved strategic considerations. As a vanguard on the scientific front, Chen Zhongce had to meet the deadline without fail. Zhongce, how about this? I'll swallow my pride and go to Yindu myself to brief Elder Shen and Elder Su, and see if we can secure an extension of another month. Elder Zhai hesitated before voicing the difficult proposal. Chen Zhongce looked at him with a pained expression. Elder Zhai, a military man who lived by orders and kept his word to the letter, would find it deeply agonizing to personally request a delay from the elders. For a soldier of his caliber, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Chen Zhongce shook his head. The current situation mirrored the international climate before the atomic bomb tests, changing by the minute. One misstep could disrupt the entire developmental momentum of Huaxia. Closing his eyes in deep thought for a moment, he suddenly snapped them open. Elder Zhai, I have an idea. I want to take a gamble, and I need your support, Chen Zhongce declared solemnly. Speak. Elder Zhai's expression turned grave. I intend to accelerate the pace beyond the current plan. He'll lead the team with on-site command. Any processes that don't have strict sequential dependencies will be executed simultaneously. Accelerate. Accelerate by any means necessary. Chen Zhongce's voice was resolute, carrying an air of finality. Zhongce, I'll ask you just one thing: how confident are you? And if it fails, what would be the consequences? Elder Zhai inquired. All the designs and materials are essentially ready, with only a few components still being machined. If we implement my plan, conducting inspections concurrently with construction, I'd estimate my confidence at about 60%. Chen Zhongce's mind raced frantically, recalling the minutiae of leading his team through the fusion reactor construction in his past life, simulating and rehearsing each step. 60%. A glimmer of light suddenly pierced the gloom in Elder Zhai's eyes. Zhongce, what happens if it fails? Elder Zhai pressed, though the gleam in his eyes grew ever brighter. Elder Zhai, we have backups for all our components. In the worst-case scenario, with proper protective measures, the worst outcome would be a blown reactor core. If we need to overhaul everything, we could complete the full installation within about 45 days. Chen Zhongce provided the answer after a moment's deliberation. So Zhongce, you're saying that with your new plan, we have a 60% chance of achieving ignition within 7 days. And even if the reactor fails, we could repair it within 45 days and attempt ignition again? Elder Zhai asked. Yes. Excellent. Zhongce, go ahead. I'm behind you. This old frame of mine will stand with you. Let's make this gamble together. Whatever happens, I'll bear the responsibility. Elder Zhai declared with a sweeping gesture, his spirit soaring. Elder Zhai, I'll share that burden with you since this proposal was mine, Chen Zhongce quickly added. Young man, there are many more projects ahead of you. It's our job as old bones to shield you from the storms. Chen Zhongce's eyes grew moist. Zhongce, just as you said, accelerate by any means necessary. Elder Zhai's gaze was steadfast, brimming with expectation. Yes. Chen Zhongce nodded emphatically. This time Chen Zhongce divided everyone into 2 shifts. 2 teams now operated concurrently across the site. One handling construction operations while the other conducted checks and support, ensuring every step met quality, quantity, and speed standards. All parallelizable tasks were executed simultaneously, pushing construction efficiency to its absolute limit. Every light on the site blazed, turning the entire Project 031 area bright as day. Chen Zhongce was no longer at the command console. He stood directly on the construction floor, abandoning walkie-talkies in favor of shouting at the top of his lungs. The final steps required dust-free conditions, so as Chen Zhongce rushed across the site in his heavy cleanroom suit, his clothes became a cycle of soaking and drying over and over. Everyone worked in shifts, but Chen Zhongce remained on-site, constantly personally overseeing each process, tolerating no errors. It was like trying to thread a needle during a 100-meter sprint, difficulty maxed out. Zhang Yang, worried about his health, repeatedly urged Chen Zhongce to rest, only to be met with a furious roar and eventually a solid kick that sent him stumbling aside. At that moment, Chen Zhongce was possessed by a mad fervor. Anyone who dared to impede the construction of the controlled nuclear fusion engineering reactor would likely have faced his blade. For 7 full days and nights, Chen Zhongce oversaw every step with almost no rest. His voice had long gone hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot from the relentless overwork. It could be said that his condition had deteriorated to an extreme. Even Zhang Yang, who followed him, worried that he might collapse at any moment. Elder Zhai was also deeply concerned, repeatedly urging Chen Zhongce to rest, but his frenzied dedication made it impossible for anyone to persuade him. Without madness, there is no mastery. Perhaps only those who devote themselves to the utmost can reach such a state. As the final components of the reactor and generator units were installed, and the last weld and screw were tightened, the fusion engineering reactor was finally assembled. Standing in the cleanroom laboratory, Chen Zhongce gazed at the colossal steel machine he had designed and personally led in testing, then let out a soft breath inside his cleanroom mask. It was finally assembled. Picking up his walkie-talkie, he shouted hoarsely, almost inaudibly, "All units perform final checks. Report Chief Engineer Chen. Main structure confirmed, operating normally. Report Chief Engineer Chen. Material system confirmed, operating normally. Report Chief Engineer Chen. Magnetic field system confirmed, operating normally." The voices of each unit reporting their final checks rose one after another, like the opening notes of a symphony about to unleash a grand composition. Report Chief Engineer Chen. Power generation system confirmed, operating normally. Report Chief Engineer Chen. Ignition system confirmed, operating normally. With the final ignition system check complete, the pre-ignition verification was finished, and only the injection of fuel pellets and the ignition itself remained. After confirming all the information, Chen Zhongce led everyone out of the experimental hall housing the fusion reactor. "Zhang Yang, please fetch the light bulb I prepared on my command console." Chen Zhongce's voice was nearly gone, but Zhang Yang understood and immediately left. Everyone gathered in the central control room to observe the test. Even if the reactor were to explode, it would not threaten their safety. Zhang Yang quickly retrieved the bulb Chen Zhongce had prepared. Chen Zhongce had had this bulb made when he first started Project 031. It was of premium quality, entirely domestically produced. Even the tungsten filament and glass had to be mined from Chinese soil, smelted in Chinese factories, and processed by Chinese plants. Such a momentous occasion must be witnessed by an object of China's own making. Chen Zhongce handed the bulb to Elder Qin Qiqing and also arranged medical personnel, because in his past life Elder Qin had passed away on the spot, overwhelmed by emotion during the fusion ignition. Elder Qin, you have devoted your entire life to controllable nuclear fusion, pouring all your heart into its research. I know your greatest wish is to see the world's first light bulb powered by controllable fusion light up in China. I have prepared a bulb for you. Please personally screw it into the lamp socket in the center of the control room. If power generation goes smoothly, this bulb will light up, Chen Zhongce said in a low voice, almost unable to speak. Professor Qin wept tears of joy, trembling as he screwed the bulb into the socket, missing several times due to his shaking hands. As everyone settled, Chen Zhongce lowered his head and said hoarsely, Elder Zhai, everything is ready. Please give the order. No, Zhongce, you do it. You have invested so much effort in the success of Project 031. Everyone expects you to issue the command. Elder Zhai looked at Chen Zhongce's exhausted state and hoarse voice, his heart aching with concern. After much insistence, Chen Zhongce could only say all right. Standing before the podium at the front of the control room, he shouted with all his remaining strength, ignite! 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 3 successive shouts echoed through the control room, their resonance lingering. At Chen Zhongce's command, the various units began their operations. Fuel injection, several small fuel pellets were precisely dropped into the reactor. Then the laser ignition system activated. The most powerful light ever produced in human history burst forth, striking the fuel pellets held in place by magnetic fields. Ignition complete. Temperature is rising continuously. Temperature has reached 1000 K. Status nominal. Temperature has reached 10 million K. Status nominal. Temperature has reached 100 million K. Status nominal. Temperature has reached 2.5 billion K. Fusion reaction products detected. At this, waves of cheers erupted in the control center, confirming that genuine fusion reactions had begun within the reactor. After 3 minutes, Chen Zhongce raised his walkie-talkie and rasped, "Stop the laser and heating systems. Observe self-sustaining reaction." After about 10 minutes, a voice came again. Temperature is now maintained at 250 million K and fusion products continue to be detected. Chen Zhongce rasped into the microphone. It can be confirmed that a self-sustaining fusion reaction is now occurring in the reactor. The cheers in the control center grew even louder. This statement meant that controllable nuclear fusion had essentially been achieved, as a self-sustaining reaction under controlled conditions meant the reaction could continue without external energy input. At this point, the fusion reactor had already met its predetermined target, and the test could be deemed a complete success. However, Chen Zhongce did not stop there. He raised the walkie-talkie again and said hoarsely, "Self-sustaining reaction verified. Begin power generation." "Yes, Chief Engineer Chen. Starting power generation immediately." The head of the power generation unit responded instinctively, his voice already trembling, deviating from standard protocol. No one objected. Oh, everyone's heart was equally thrilled. All eyes were fixed on the lamp socket in the center of the control room, anticipating the miracle they already knew was coming. Crackle, crackle. The bulb that Chen Zhongce had prepared from the start, the one Elder Qin had personally installed. The bulb carrying humanity's future flickered twice under everyone's gaze and lit up. Thunderous cheers nearly shook the entire control room apart. From this moment, human history was divided into 2 halves. One was the Earth civilization, the other was the cosmic civilization. Humanity had finally taken its first step out of the cradle. Chen Zhongce, who had not slept for 7 days and nights, finally gave out the moment the bulb lit. The walkie-talkie slipped from his hand, and he collapsed heavily to the floor. The control room burst into chaos. "Call a doctor, get me a doctor now." Amidst his haze, Chen Zhongce heard Elder Zhai's frantic cursing before darkness consumed his vision. As Chen Zhongce was wheeled into the military intensive care unit, Elder Zhai took his post outside, personally overseeing his security. Chen Zhongce was far too vital to risk any misstep. Simultaneously, Elder Zhai instructed his confidential secretary to dispatch an encoded message to the capital Yindu. "The drilling of wood has sparked fire. Swirenchi has overexerted himself." This encrypted message was routed through the most secretive channels, landing directly on the desks of Elder Shun and Elder Su, enabling their immediate and accurate assessment. At that moment in Yindu, Elder Shun was presiding over a closed-door meeting with several senior council members. The topic at hand was the current energy crisis. While the nation's fossil fuel import channels remained open in the short term, the medium-term outlook was fraught with uncertainty. Having their nation's lifeline in foreign hands was a deeply uncomfortable feeling. Looking further ahead, no viable alternatives were readily available. Although solar, wind, and nuclear fission offered supplementary options, their limitations, instability, and unsuitability for heavy industrial use meant they could only serve as auxiliary civilian energy sources, not the backbone of the nation's power grid. As the council members grappled with the dilemma, Secretary Chu, Elder Shun's aide, entered the chamber after receiving permission. He handed a slip of paper to Elder Shun and swiftly withdrew. Elder Shun glanced at it, set it down, seemingly still preoccupied with the energy issue, his brow furrowed in concern. A moment later he picked it up again, only to put it down once more. After 2 minutes, he finally picked it up with solemnity, reading it character by character. The drilling of wood has sparked fire, Shuairenqi has overexerted himself. Ja. As if in disbelief, Elder Shun retrieved his reading glasses, put them on carefully, and scrutinized the message several more times. The other council members exchanged surprised glances. In all their years of working together, they had never seen Elder Shun act this way. What kind of message could so unsettle him? For a full 10 minutes, Elder Shun studied the slip of paper as if it were the most precious treasure on earth. Then a hearty laugh erupted from him. Ha 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 ha. The other council members were taken aback. What had come over the Grand Elder? We need not worry about energy any longer. For the next century our nation, nay all of humanity, will have an inexhaustible supply. Elder Shun declared with a booming laugh. What? The other council members were baffled. What problem unsolvable by the most powerful figures in the land could be resolved so quickly? Only Elder Su seemed to ponder the note in Elder Shun's hand, lost in thought. Elder Shun placed the slip of paper on the conference table and said with an air of relief, our nation's Shuairenqi has successfully drilled wood to create fire. Our future energy supply will be truly limitless. Project 031 is a success. Some council members remained confused. What was Project 031? Given its ultra-high classification, while all present knew of its existence, very few knew its specific purpose. Seeing their confusion, Elder Su explained, Project 031 was established this year to research controlled nuclear fusion. Its goal is to complete the world's first fusion engineering reactor and gather data to validate the feasibility of commercial reactors. The message Elder Shun just received indicates that Project 031 has achieved a major breakthrough, successfully achieving ignition and beginning to supply power to the grid. What? Some council members were stunned. Wasn't controlled fusion always said to be 50 years away? Just last year when budgets were approved, the project was still in the ultra-high temperature verification phase, with fusion ignition unconfirmed. How could it have succeeded so rapidly? If it were that easy, the United States would have done it long ago. Perceiving their astonishment, Elder Shun quipped, because we have a secret weapon. Huh, could it be that aliens helped us? Elder Su took the note from the table. The first half was clear, but what of the second? Who was Shuairenqi? In a flash of thought struck him that young man. Wasn't Chen Zhongce our nation's Shuairenqi? And Shuairenqi has overexerted himself. For Elder Zhai to include such a detail in such a highly classified message suggested the situation was grave. Elder Su shared his interpretation with Elder Shun. He didn't even need to finish before Elder Shun grasped the full implication. This was a matter of utmost severity. Elder Shun immediately rose and addressed the assembly, notify the top military leaders. We are visiting Project 031 today. They have given too much for this nation, it is our duty to see them. Agreed. The council members replied in unison. Also, Elder Su, please assemble the most elite medical team possible. We must ensure our young man recovers swiftly. Understood, Elder Shun. And so at a secret airfield in Yindu, over a dozen of the nation's most senior figures boarded separate planes, all heading southwest. The core personnel responsible for their travel and aviation, privy to a hint of their movements, were utterly astounded. What was happening in the southwest? Had the sky fallen? What could possibly warrant the mobilization of every senior council member and top military leader? It was simply unimaginable. Yet all of this caused not a ripple in the outside world, not even a news report. The people of the nation were well protected by their brave leaders. As the planes landed one by one, Elder Zhai, responsible for security and reception, felt a wave of anxiety. These were the nation's most elite individuals. Any mishap would be an unthinkable burden. He had initially expected only Elder Shun and a few others. But word soon arrived that all 9 senior council members were coming together. Furthermore, several top military commanders from various war zones were also converging on the location, completely catching him off guard. Elder Shun, why have you come personally? And brought the entire council. Elder Zhai rushed forward to greet them as Elder Shun's plane landed. Haha, you all have made such a tremendous contribution to the nation. How could I not come to see you? Elder Shun's spirits were high as he grasped Elder Zhai's hand and patted it warmly. Elder Zhai, let me tell you, the moment Elder Shun heard of Project 031's success, he insisted on coming immediately. He couldn't wait a single moment, Elder Su explained from the side. Upon hearing these words, Elder Zhai was deeply moved. The efforts of his team had been recognized by the nation. Their toil had not been in vain. Once all the senior dignitaries had assembled, Elder Shun, accompanied by Elder Zhai, strode toward the underground bunker to tour the world's first controllable nuclear fusion engineering reactor. Elder Zhai, you mentioned that the Shuairen was overworked. What exactly happened to Chen Zhongce? Elder Shun asked with concern. Elder Shun, that young man truly pushed himself to the limit. To fulfill his promise to you, and to alleviate the pressure on our nation's situation, Chen Zhongce worked nearly non-stop for the past 3 months. 8 days ago, when we calculated that time was running short, Chen Zhongce strongly advocated for a multi-threaded concurrent approach. He directed operations on-site, working tirelessly for 7 days and 7 nights without rest. Finally, yesterday, we completed the ignition and power generation verification for the fusion reactor. After witnessing the first light bulb powered by fusion energy illuminate, Chen Zhongce collapsed on the spot in the central control room. We subsequently placed him in the intensive care unit. According to our top military physicians, he is currently out of immediate danger, but when he will regain consciousness remains unknown. Elder Zhai reported the situation of this period to the assembled dignitaries in one breath, without embellishment, his voice steady and almost devoid of fluctuation. Yet to the ears of the esteemed elders present his words struck like thunder and shook the earth. Many dignitaries who had never met Chen Zhongce felt sincere admiration and respect, hoping to see him soon and wishing for his swift recovery. After hearing Elder Zhai's report, a look of distress crossed Elder Shen's face. This child, why push himself so hard? There was no need for this. Elder Su also showed deep concern. The interaction between Chen Zhongce and the two elders at Jiangshan Pavilion 3 months ago was still vivid in his memory. He never imagined that 3 months later Chen Zhongce would achieve such a monumental feat. Moreover, this spirit of dedicating oneself entirely to the nation is truly rare. Elder Shen, I also advised Zhongce to rest. He said that the elders were also facing great difficulties, and if the technical verification of Project 031 could be completed even 1 day earlier, it would give you elders more leeway in decision-making and grant our nation 1 more day of initiative. Elder Zhai said softly. Elder Shen sighed deeply, a glimmer of moisture in his eyes. This child. Come, let us go see Zhongce. Elder Su, have the medical team you arranged follow us immediately. We must ensure this child appears before us healthy and strong. The future of our nation requires him to shoulder more responsibility. Elder Shen spoke with profound earnestness. The dignitaries present naturally understood that with Elder Shen's words Chen Zhongce's future was assured. Furthermore, Chen Zhongce's actions had fully justified such praise. Elder Shen, shouldn't we first go see the fusion reactor? Elder Zhai asked. Elder Zhai, how can equipment be more important than people? Talents like Chen Zhongce are our most precious asset. Yes, I will make arrangements immediately. Elder Zhai responded. The group followed Elder Zhai to the intensive care unit within the underground bunker. All the dignitaries looked through the glass at Chen Zhongce inside the sterile ICU. Many were seeing Chen Zhongce for the first time and were taken aback by his youthful appearance. They found it hard to associate this young patient with the problem that had confounded the world for over a century. Not to mention that this young man had alleviated the nation's energy crisis and personally guided humanity towards the boundless sea of stars. Seeing Chen Zhongce's pale face, the dignitaries felt a pang of sympathy. He was roughly the same age as their grandchildren, yet he had achieved such staggering results and borne unimaginable pressure. Indeed, a new generation is formidable. It is a blessing for the nation to have such a young man. Elder Shen instructed the medical team brought by Elder Su to take the utmost care of Chen Zhongce, sparing no expense to restore his health. After a thorough examination, the medical team reported to Elder Shen, the patient is merely suffering from extreme exhaustion. Rest is all that is required. We expect him to regain consciousness by this evening or tomorrow. We recommend preparing nutritious liquid food for the patient to consume upon awakening. Excellent. Only then did Elder Shen's heart finally settle. If anything had happened to Chen Zhongce, it would have been an immense loss for the nation, irreparable with any amount of money, resources, or even scientists. An army of 1,000 is easy to raise, but a general is hard to find. Since Chen Zhongce was temporarily out of danger, Elder Shen decided to lead the group to inspect the Project 031 team. Considering safety, Elder Zhai guided the dignitaries to the central control room for a tour and inspection. Inside the central control room, everyone was lined up to welcome them. At the center stood the light bulb powered by the controlled fusion reactor, emitting a soft, gentle glow. On the large screen in the control room, various data from the fusion engineering reactor were displayed, showing it was still operating normally. The data fluctuated continuously, yet remained stable within the predetermined thresholds, essentially maintaining a state of steady operation. If scientists worldwide were to see the data on this screen, they would be astounded. The data was far too stable. Under normal circumstances, an experimental engineering reactor like this would require years of adjustments after construction. Only after investing immense time and resources could it gradually stabilize, eventually making it suitable for commercial power generation. This was precisely the goal of Project 031, to verify the feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion and through debugging accumulate experience and data for commercial reactors. Theoretically, it would take over a year to mature, but under Chen Zhongce's guidance and oversight, the current reactor was already suitable for commercial use. After shaking hands with each of the technical staff in the Project 031 team, Elder Shen began to inspect the various equipment in the monitoring room. Academician Cheng, right? Elder Shen looked at the large screen, then, as if recalling something, beckoned to Cheng Wenyi. Cheng Wenyi hurried over to Elder Shen. Despite being nearly 60 years old, he moved with surprising agility. Elder Shen, you called for me? Cheng Wenyi asked. Yes. I heard you were Zhongce's mentor. Elder Shen asked. Cheng Wenyi felt a bit ashamed. I can hardly claim to be his mentor. Zhongce is extraordinarily gifted. In fact, I learned more from him than he did from me. I merely introduced him to the leaders back then. I don't say that. Zhongce holds you in high regard. Besides, swift horses are common, but a talent spotter, is rare. In my opinion, the primary credit for Project 031 goes to Zhongce, without a doubt. As for the secondary credit, it belongs to you. Elder Shen quipped. Huh. Academician Cheng Wenyi was stunned. What was happening? Because you discovered Zhongce, ha. Elder Shen was clearly in high spirits. Academician Cheng Wenyi was taken aback for a moment, then broke into laughter as well. Many of the research elites looked at Cheng Wenyi with mixed feelings of envy. Damn, why don't I have such an outstanding disciple? Damn it, they clearly weren't working hard enough. As soon as I get back, I'm going to whip them into shape. As Elder Shen and the assembled dignitaries toured the central control room, news arrived from the medical ward. Chen Zhongce had regained consciousness. A wave of excitement swept through everyone present. Elder Shen and the others immediately abandoned their inspection of the consoles and data, hastening towards the intensive care unit. Led by Elder Shen, a procession of dozens, comprising senior elders, military officials, and leading figures from the physics community, made their way to Chen Zhongce's ward. How many people in the world could command such a distinguished gathering for a hospital visit? Chen Zhongce struggled to open his eyes, finding himself lying in a hospital bed, seemingly still in the intensive care unit. What happened? Why am I here? He strained to recall the preceding events, yet found his memories frustratingly blank. Gazing up at the observation window of the ICU, Chen Zhongce was startled. Why have all the elders come? Has the sky fallen? He struggled to rise from the bed, but Elder Shen's voice came gently through the intercom. Zhongce, rest well. We can discuss everything once you have fully awakened. Chen Zhongce nodded weakly. Then turning his head towards Elder Zhai, he rasped in a voice barely recognizable as human. Elder Zhai, did we succeed? The onlookers could only guess his words from the movement of his lips. Tears streaming down his aged face, Elder Zhai replied, We succeeded. We succeeded. No one had expected Chen Zhongce's first words upon waking to be about the outcome of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment, a testament to his dedication that inspired both awe and admiration. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhongce collapsed heavily back onto the bed, throwing the room into a flurry of panic. His importance was undeniable. If anything happened to him, everyone would be held accountable. The medical team too was jolted into a cold sweat of alarm. After a thorough examination, the head of the medical team, who had served 20 years in charge of critical leadership healthcare, reported to Elder Shen. Elder Shen, Chief Engineer, Chen is simply exhausted. Having just emerged from his coma, he has now truly fallen asleep as his mind finally relaxes. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. That was truly terrifying. Elder Shen scanned the room, his gaze settling on Zhang Yang, who stood behind Elder Zhai. He beckoned him over. Zhang Yang, if I recall correctly, you were assigned by Elder Zhai to be responsible for Zhongce's security, weren't you? Zhang Yang, a man built like an iron tower, felt his legs tremble at these words. This is bad, this is really bad. Yes, sir. Despite his fear, his soldier's core remained steadfast, he answered crisply. Chief Engineer Chen's incident this time is partly your responsibility. Working continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. Can an ordinary person endure that? Elder Shen demanded sternly. No, they cannot. Zhang Yang stammered, his liver quaking. I will let it slide this time. But if you ever allow Chief Engineer Chen to fall into such a state again, you will answer to me. Elder Shen stated gravely. A tense, chilling silence filled the air. Those few words were enough to soak Zhang Yang's body in cold sweat. However, if you handle this well, it will be a significant merit for you. But don't let security measures interfere with Zhongce's work. If Zhongce still works himself to the bone like this next time, I authorize you to force him to rest. Yes, sir, Zhang Yang declared resolutely. Many onlookers watching Chen Zhongce sleeping soundly in the ICU felt a mixture of envy and deep respect. He was truly in the highest regard. With the elders having come in person this time, and since Chen Zhongce had not yet woken, they showed no intention of leaving. Secretary Chu was instructed to retrieve the proposals developed by the Planning Committee and the Policy Research Office from Yindu. Elder Shen intended to convene an impromptu meeting with the elders and the top technical experts present to discuss the future energy strategy layout while they waited for Chen Zhongce to wake. It was clear to any astute observer that this wasn't a matter of holding the meeting while waiting for Chief Engineer Chen. It was waiting for Chief Engineer Chen and holding the meeting as a side note. What other person in the world could command such treatment? The next day after waking, Chen Zhongce first underwent a full physical examination and then had a nutritional supplement. Even though Chen Zhongce felt he had rested enough, the medical staff and Zhang Yang remained extremely tense. Zhang Yang in particular, that iron tower of a man, spoke to Chen Zhongce in a hushed tone as if afraid of startling him. I'm just an 18-year-old kid, what could be wrong with me? My peers spend all night in internet cafes. I'm no worse off, Chen Zhongce said with a hint of exasperation. That's hardly the same thing, Zhang Yang replied somewhat helplessly. Under the watchful eyes of the security and medical teams, Chen Zhongce rose unsteadily from the bed, then walked across the floor with renewed vigor. Chen Zhongce inwardly marveled at the resilience of youth. Honestly, he felt a twinge of fear himself. He had been completely caught up in the moment, driven by pure passion, throwing caution to the wind. Working for 7 straight days and nights, one misstep could have meant instant death from overexertion. That would have squandered the chance heaven had given him to live another life. After a simple meal and some tidying up, despite his steps still being a bit unsteady, Chen Zhongce made his way towards the meeting room where Elder Shun and the other dignitaries were gathered. The underground bunker where they were assembled was one of the safest places on Earth capable of withstanding a multi-megaton hydrogen bomb airburst. Even now, security was layered thickly around the meeting room. Anyone attempting to force their way in would be shot on sight. Not even a mosquito could get through, a testament to the importance the elders placed on this meeting. Elder Shun had specifically instructed that Chen Zhongce was not to be stopped upon his arrival, the ultimate sign of trust. Nevertheless, Chen Zhongce submitted to the security checks as required before being led into the venue by Elder Shun's personal security chief. As the doors to the meeting room swung open and Chen Zhongce saw those inside, he drew a sharp inward breath. This was even more awe-inspiring than his first meeting with Elder Shun and Elder Su at Jianshan Pavilion. There were 12 people in total. 9 of them, including Elder Shun and Elder Su, were elders. The other 3, including Elder Zhai, served as Elder Shun's military deputies. Everyone present was a familiar face from major media and television broadcasts. Nearly all of Huaxiao would recognize them. This was without a doubt the most elite assembly the nation could muster. Chen Zhongce stood at the doorway, one man alone, facing the entire highest echelon of leadership. Chen Zhongce took a deep breath, calming his mind, and strode forward with firm steps toward the assembled dignitaries. "Zhongce, are you feeling better?" Before he could even reach them, Shun Lao's concerned voice reached him. "Thank you for your concern, Shen Lao. A young man recovers quickly. I've rested well." Chen Zhongce replied promptly. "Haha, our deputy director Chen gave us quite a scare. You are a pillar of the nation, you mustn't do that again." Shen Lao spoke with a smile, but his tone carried unmistakable gravity. A pillar of the nation. A chill ran through everyone present. For Shen Lao to personally bestow that title, its weight was immeasurable. Yet this young man deserved it. After their exchanges with the top scientists yesterday, everyone in the room understood the significance of Project 031 for Huaxia. It was the lifeline of energy, the key to the 4th Industrial Revolution, the future of Huaxia's rise. "Thank you for your concern, leaders. They'll make sure to keep fit and serve Huaxiao for many more years," Chen Zhongce said with a smile. His response was perfectly appropriate. "Zhongce, have a seat. We're discussing the future energy strategy. Share your thoughts." Shen Lao handed him the report from the Planning Commission. Chen Zhongce took it with both hands, found a seat, and began flipping through the dozens of pages of development plans. After just a few pages, his expression grew serious. There were capable people within the system. He had only mentioned to Shen Lao in passing the idea of building a Eurasian continental land power integration, tying currency to electricity and using low-cost energy advantages to seize the entire blue planet's industrial chain. Yet in just 3 months, a detailed plan had materialized. Fortify the foundation first, then strike later. Domestically first, then abroad. Befriend distant states while attacking nearby ones. First the periphery, then the world. The logic was exceptionally clear: no reckless expansion, but steady layered advancement, step by step, to secure voice over the entire blue planet and become the next generation's leading power. The plan was extremely detailed and highly actionable, with time broken down to the day. Such meticulous strategic capability. Different industrial structures were given rational arrangements. Following this path, Huaxiao would inevitably become the nation with the most complete industrial categories and the greatest number of advanced high-tech achievements. At the same time, it made precise predictions about reactions from all sides and had multiple contingency plans for possible outcomes. The further Chen Zhongce read, the more astonished he became. The development trajectory outlined was almost identical to what he had experienced in his past life. After half an hour, Chen Zhongce finished the entire proposal. If he had to sum up his feelings in one sentence, it would be: the people of Huaxiao are always well protected by those brave ones among them. What do you think, Zhongce? From a technical perspective, are there any areas in our technology and industry development plan that need improvement? Su Lao looked at him expectantly. This industrial plan was crafted by Su Lao, who had instructed the Planning Commission and the Policy Research Office, the top think tanks, to work overtime after hearing Chen Zhongce's ideas that day. Shen Lao, Su Lao, and all leaders, this plan is excellent. I have almost no disagreement. It has thoroughly implemented the concepts I proposed that day and corrected some misconceptions I had due to my lack of policy expertise. I can hardly find any flaws. Chen Zhongce spoke sincerely. Almost everyone in the room was a top-tier leader and a shrewd judge of people. His repeated use of almost clearly signaled there was more to come. Zhongce, what do you mean by almost? Is there something wrong with the plan? Su Lao asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, he had led the drafting of this plan, and every detail had been scrutinized. From a policymaking perspective, it seemed flawless. Chen Zhongce's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm hardly the expert on policy, leaders. It's just that one point seems a bit conservative. Which point? All eyes turned to him. Chen Zhongce pointed to the beginning of the plan. It says we need 1 to 2 years for verification of the fusion engineering reactor plus site selection for the commercial reactor. I think that's too conservative. Too conservative. By the standards of conventional fission nuclear plants, we already thought this was too fast. Su Lao expressed doubt. Chen Zhongce smiled again. Chen Lao fusion reactors are different from fission ones. Fission reactors produce strong radiation and difficult-to-handle nuclear waste, so site selection requires extreme caution. Fusion reactors are different. The fusion process requires extreme conditions, hundreds of millions of degrees. When conditions aren't met, the reaction stops automatically. Moreover, the reaction products are mostly light elements with far less radioactivity and half-life than heavy elements. Tritium as a fuel, if not ingested orally, can't even penetrate the skin. And leaders, there's one more crucial point. What someone blurted out. Our fusion engineering reactor has already reached commercial standards. The technology is mature, we don't need a preliminary iteration and upgrade. We can build a commercial reactor now and conduct later iterations gradually. The leaders understood. Chen Zhongce's fusion reactor, like Senior Yumin's hydrogen bomb, had achieved a high level of maturity from the start, ready for immediate practical use. Others developing fusion reactors might start at 10 points, iterating to 60 before commercial viability. Chen Zhongce started at 80. How could they compete? Leaders, there's another point. Chen Zhongce cleared his throat. More. Our fusion reactor is already capable of commercial power generation. I recall that about 100 kilometers from our underground facility, there's a small county town. I asked Jilao about it. The county has a population of about 3,000, and with a decent industrial base, its electricity load is roughly equivalent to a regular city of 5,000 inhabitants. The fusion reactor we've built, once connected to the grid, could fully support the entire power needs of a medium-sized county like that. Chen Zhongce finished in one breath, stunning the assembled leaders. Is that even possible? Leaders, I think we shouldn't worry about technical issues. We should worry whether our seawater plant can produce enough deuterium. After all, the cost of fusion fuel is still high. If we supply residential power, people might not be able to afford it, Chen Zhongce joked. The leaders joined in his laughter. Upon hearing Chen Zhongce's proposal, the assembled leaders felt a surge of excitement. Their already ambitious plan could now proceed even faster with the boost of his technological prowess. Concerned that Chen Zhongce might next drop another startling revelation, Elder Su asked, Chief Engineer, Chen, do you have any other suggestions? Don't hold anything back. After all, Chen Zhongce had a track record of revealing only half of his thoughts. Chen Zhongce tilted his head, pondered for a moment, and added, Leaders, I believe we should prioritize the plan to mine helium-3 on the moon. As the primary fuel for second-generation fusion reactors, helium-3 is both more economical and environmentally friendly. Elder Shen and Elder Su exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. It was time to strategize for such a far-sighted endeavor, especially now that a sustainable energy source was assured. The groundwork for humanity's journey to the stars could begin. 500 years ago, we missed the age of ocean. This time, fate has once again presented us with a choice, and we must not let the era of the stars and seas slip away. Anything else? Elder Shen felt that each question he posed to Chen Zhongce might yield an unexpected reward. Chen Zhongce had captured the full attention of all the dignitaries before continuing. Also, I'm thirsty. Could I get a glass of water? A wave of laughter erupted from the leaders. It was rare to encounter such a witty young man. All right then. Since you swindled half a gene of tea leaves from me last time you visited, you must treat everyone here to that tea today, Elder Shen said with feigned annoyance. The leaders looked at each other in astonishment. So Chen Zhongce had a history with Elder Shen's tea. They chimed in, indeed we must have some today. Elder Shen's tea is bought with his own allowance, a rare treat. Bring it out, bring it out. With no other choice, Chen Zhongce reluctantly produced the tea. He had tried to be clever, but ended up losing out. As the leaders sipped the inspected tea, they enjoyed watching Chen Zhongce's distressed expression. It was a rare sight to see the world's sharpest mind so pained. At the same time, they marveled at his exceptional intelligence and emotional quotient, recognizing that such a young man had an immeasurable future ahead of him. Despite the pained look on his face, Chen Zhongce was inwardly delighted. The leaders had accepted him, meaning future requests for resources would be a simple matter. My tea, he mused, is not so easily drunk. When he had mentioned lunar mining earlier, there was an unspoken thought lurking beneath the surface. In the past, every nation's space programs, aside from launching satellites for military or scientific purposes, were largely money-losing ventures aimed at building national prestige, a display of national power. During prosperous times, countries could afford the investment. But when the economy soured, these projects, not being immediate priorities, were often the first to be cut or shelved, which was highly detrimental to technological advancement. If the moon could become a reliable source of energy for China, then strategically developing it now would be a profitable endeavor, not merely for show. To put it simply, all current space projects on Earth were akin to Zheng He's voyages of the past, undertaken to display national might and prestige, with only a small portion for science lacking true sustainability. What Chen Zhongce aimed to do was to transform the space endeavor from that model into one akin to Columbus and Magellan's explorations, announcing to the world, children, I have buried treasure on an island, go find it. This way, even if the government lacked the incentive to push the project during economic downturns, the project itself would have enough momentum to be self-sustaining, creating a positive feedback loop to drive it forward. In his past life, due to various reasons, the lunar development plan was delayed by a decade or so. This allowed other nations on Earth to seize many premium resources, squandering numerous development opportunities. As the leaders were finishing their tea, Chen Zhongce suddenly had a thought. Elder Chen, now that Project 031 has been deemed a success, our fusion reactor still lacks a name. Would you be so kind as to inscribe one for us? Elder Zhai's eyes lit up. This young man was not only skilled in science, but also adept at flattering his superiors. After all, which leader could resist the allure of naming the world's first fusion reactor? As expected, Elder Chen chuckled. You rascal. Bring me the brush and ink. Though he saw through Chen Zhongce's ploy, Elder Chen accepted willingly. He lifted the brush and let it fall. Elder Shen's calligraphy was vigorous and powerful, with strokes that seemed to penetrate the very paper. Even setting aside his status, his work would rank among the finest calligraphy of the era. Prairie Fire. That was the name of the reactor. Chen Zhongce softly murmured, Prairie Fire, Prairie Fire. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The leaders were also struck by the profound meaning behind Elder Shen's inscription, recognizing the immense expectations it placed upon the fusion project. After all, China's great national instruments bore names of deep significance. Whether they were called Dongfeng or Long March, they all embodied a mighty power. In the future, the power behind the name Prairie Fire would be equally unparalleled. Chen Zhongce snapped back to reality, feeling a surge of emotion, even tears welling in his eyes. Who wouldn't want their hard work to be recognized by the nation? This was without a doubt the highest praise and encouragement for him. Once Chen Zhongce's emotions settled, Elder Shen rose from his seat, walked over to him, and said solemnly, in recognition of Comrade Chen Zhongce's outstanding contributions to the field of controlled nuclear fusion, he is hereby appointed as the Director of the Fusion Energy Administration. His military rank is promoted to Major General. He will operate under the dual leadership of the State Council and the military, reporting directly to Elder Shen and Elder Zhai. Huh. Chen Zhongce was stunned. He was only 18 since his rebirth. How had he become the head of an entire administration? Moreover, the Fusion Energy Administration was directly under the State Council's jurisdiction, a level of authority that was exceptionally high, likely a height many could never reach in their lifetime. And he was being awarded the rank of Major General. It all felt surreal to Chen Zhongce. Seeing his astonishment, Elder Shen explained, Zhongce, in academic ability you surpass even academicians. In management you led your team to achieve such brilliant results under the most difficult conditions. Gan Luo became a prime minister at 12, Yin Shu passed the imperial exam at 14. Is our nation's boldness any less than that of the ancients? The future of our nation should be like a youth with the vigor to spread its wings and fly thousands of miles. What is having two young high-ranking officials? However, due to the secrecy surrounding the fusion project, your identity will need to remain undisclosed for the next 10 years. We are sorry for that. Chen Zhongce felt no resentment. To be able to contribute to his country was the fortune of his lifetime. What was the use of caring about such vain titles? When Elder Shen spoke of it being a hardship, wasn't it also a form of protection for him? Chen Zhongce understood Elder Shen's good intentions and nodded firmly, accepting the appointment. After a moment, Chen Zhongce calmed his excitement and said, Distinguished leaders, on behalf of Project 031, I have a humble request. I would like to invite you all to attend the celebration banquet for the success of Project 031. Chen Zhongce braced himself under the gazes of the assembled dignitaries. He knew well that leaders of this caliber would typically never attend such events. Before anyone else could respond, Elder Zhai began to chuckle. The leaders, curious, asked Elder Zhai what the story was behind his laughter. Elder Zhai smiled and said, At the time, our chief engineer Chen had led the entire theoretical team to complete the theoretical verification. So he held a separate celebration banquet for the theoretical group. Since most of the engineering team were out coordinating instruments and equipment, they weren't invited. The engineering team then went on strike, forcing our chief engineer Chen to display his extraordinary prowess. He single-handedly operated the stellarator, casually crafting room-temperature superconducting materials, and promised the engineering team another celebration banquet to placate them. The dignitaries suddenly became intrigued. So the invincible Chen Zhongce, who dominated the scientific arena, had such embarrassing moments. The leaders were all very interested in the full story. Elder Zhai narrated it vividly, causing them to burst into laughter. Chen Zhongce could only listen on the side, extremely embarrassed, occasionally having to play the straight man. After all, he had promised his subordinates he would persuade these leaders to attend. After the dignitaries had enough fun at Chen Zhongce's expense, Elder Shen spoke up. In that case, shall we help Director Chen out of this predicament? Let's go and drink to the success of Project 031. As he spoke, Elder Shen emphasized the word drink and shot Chen Zhongce a knowing glance. Chen Zhongce understood immediately. Elder Shen wasn't trying to help him out, he was just craving a drink. When the word spread that the dignitaries would attend the Project 031 celebration banquet, the entire project team erupted with excitement. What did it mean to have prestige? This was prestige. In all of Huaxiao, which project or plan could boast having these leaders at their celebration banquet? Even having just one of them attend would show immense recognition, let alone having all of them together. The atmosphere was instantly pushed to its peak. Even seasoned figures like Wan Xiulin, Tao Chun, Wang Ganlai, and Song Zhun were visibly stirred, their faces flushed with excitement. As Chen Zhongce passed by Wang Ganlai and Song Zhun, he lowered his voice and said, "So that celebration banquet I owed your engineering team, consider it paid back now, right?" The two were stunned, then burst into laughter. Through their recent close collaboration, both had come to understand Chen Zhongce's character and held genuine admiration for the young man. As for the initial friction, it was long forgotten. Many members of the engineering team were murmuring, "Chief Engineer Chen is a solid guy, keeps his promises. We should definitely have a few drinks with him later. We heard he even danced at the theoretical team's banquet, and it involved a pole. There's no way we're letting him off without a repeat performance today." Chen Zhongce felt a chill run down his spine, unaware of the many people plotting to have a drink with him behind his back. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zhongce took his seat at the main table. Even the two deans, Wan Xiulin and Tao Chun, didn't have the privilege of sitting there, yet it seemed perfectly natural to everyone. Chen Zhongce, a young man, stood out conspicuously among a group of old-timers. A young man under 20 amidst a group of men in their 60s and 70s. The contrast was stark. Elder Shun raised his glass. "Our nation of Huaxia is built on industry, and that is inseparable from the hard work of our scientific elites. Today's success of Project 031 is a tremendous boost to our modernization efforts. I hope you will continue to strive for even greater achievements for our country." Chen Zhongce couldn't help but admire Elder Shin's skill. A few simple words had ignited everyone's emotions. Especially Wang Ganlai and Song Zhun, who had clapped so hard their hands were red, their excitement impossible to hide. Elder Shin continued, "Next, Huaxia will build more fusion power plants. Everyone here is top-tier talent, and in the future you will be expected to bear even greater responsibilities. I propose a toast to all of you." Everyone stood up, and whether they were drinkers or not, they all tilted their heads back and downed their glasses in one go. A toast from Elder Shun was not to be refused. Furthermore, Elder Shin's second statement had stirred everyone deeply. If the first statement affirmed their achievements and granted them honor, then the second was a tangible reward. Those in the country who understood controlled nuclear fusion and had participated in mature fusion plant construction were all gathered right here. In the coming wave of fusion reactor projects, everyone present would be a hot commodity sought after by all organizations. Needless to say, just one line on a resume, "I worked with Chief Engineer Chen," would guarantee excellent treatment and position. In the future, everyone was assured at least the title of engineer or chief engineer. Thinking of this, all eyes turned to Chief Engineer Chen with fervent gratitude. They also secretly congratulated themselves for enduring the grueling last 3 months of work and not quitting midway, or they would have regretted it immensely. The promises Chief Engineer Chen made were solid and substantial, never empty words. Elder Shun and the other dignitaries left after just 3 rounds of toasts. With such high-ranking officials present, everyone would naturally be restrained, so they took their leave early. However, Chen Zhongce could tell Elder Shun wasn't keen on leaving. After all, it wasn't easy to get the alcohol ban lifted for the occasion, and only having 3 drinks was hardly enough. The personal physicians for the dignitaries were almost in tears. Today, all their charges had started drinking, and with each sip the doctors' hearts pounded faster. Finally, Elder Shin's physician had a bright idea. He approached Chen Zhongce and quietly asked him to help persuade Elder Shin to stop. Chen Zhongce walked over to Elder Shin and whispered a few words in his ear. Elder Shin's eyes lit up, and he promptly set down his glass. The physician's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He had pleaded and reasoned for ages to no avail, yet Chen Zhongce had solved it with a single sentence. Chen Zhongce, along with Elder Zhai and several leaders from Project 031, escorted the dignitaries to the classified airport where they were to return to Yindu or their respective military regions. Before leaving, Elder Shin patted Chen Zhongce on the shoulder. "Young man, don't forget what you promised me at the dinner table." Envy was evident in the eyes of the onlookers. The imperial favor was strong indeed. Chen Zhongce smiled wryly. He had dug a pit for himself. To stop Elder Shun from drinking this time, he had promised to produce even more results soon, so Elder Shun would have more reasons to drink. After seeing off those distinguished guests, Chen Zhongce and the several principals of Project 031 returned to the celebration banquet. Whoa! The moment Chen Zhongce stepped into the hall, everyone snapped to their feet, in unison, glasses raised. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Chen Zhongce's legs nearly gave way. Good heavens, this can't be happening, can it? The other principals, including his mentor Cheng Wenyi, quickly distanced themselves from him. If this turns into a drinking bout, our old bones won't be able to take it. Chen Zhongce was on the verge of tears. "My dear friends, coercing someone to drink is a criminal offense, you know." However, to his surprise, everyone declared in unison. The Project 031 team collectively toasts Chief Engineer Chen. His heart settled. He looked solemnly at everyone present, bowed deeply, then raised his glass and drained it in one go. Everyone knew that Chen Zhongce had not fully recovered, so they held back. Otherwise, they would surely have made the chief engineer dance today. Chief Engineer Chen, since you're unwell today, this drink must be recorded for later. Chief Engineer Chen, remember this, don't deny it later. Nonsense. Chief Engineer Chen is a good man, reliable. When he makes a promise, he keeps it. Chen Zhongce acknowledged all their requests with a smile, but resolved that he must never gather these people together again or he'd drink himself to death. The head table now had only Chen Zhongce and Elder Zhai, which was inappropriate. 2 more chairs were added and Chen Zhongce sat with the main principles of Project 031. Chief Engineer Chen, I, Old Wang, am completely convinced by you now. I heard from Elder Zhai that you went out on a limb to invite these leaders for our training session. Everyone in the engineering group is deeply grateful. From now on, whatever you command, we will fully cooperate. Wang Ganlai, being from Sichuan, was nothing if not forthright. Haha, well said, Dean Wang. We'll be working together for a long time, and it'll need your strong support. Chen Zhongce said with a smile. Wang Ganlai, who had been slightly tipsy, sobered up considerably at these words. What's the meaning behind this? Wang Ganlai knew that given the nature of Project 031, once completed, most personnel, after completing their confidentiality debriefing period, would return to their normal work except for a few core members. Take Elder Zhai, for example. Given his stature, having him serve as the director of the Fusion Energy Bureau was clearly meant as a temporary working group with him as the leader. It was inconceivable that Elder Zhai would remain permanently in this role. Furthermore, the presidents of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering were of no small rank, having reached the pinnacle of academic achievement. Apart from a path in politics, there was little room for advancement. A single Fusion Energy Bureau could not contain so many luminaries. Now that the project was complete, these luminaries were naturally returning to their respective posts. As for Song Jun and Wang Ganlai, who had delved deep into fusion research, they were in an awkward position. It was now proven that their previous paths were not economically viable, and they couldn't be allowed to continue leading their original teams down that wrong road. For the past 2 days, Wang Ganlai and Song Jun had been worrying about this very issue, unsure of the solution. It is hereby appointed that comrades Wang Ganlai and Song Jun shall serve as deputy directors of the National Fusion Energy Bureau effective immediately. Chen Zhongce announced with a smile. Both were astonished. This outcome was both within reason and beyond expectation. The other principals looked on with envy and began offering their congratulations. Chen Zhongce continued, Elder Zhai, President Wan, and President Tao will all be stepping down. I will assume the role of the first director of the Fusion Energy Bureau, and another deputy director for daily operations will be appointed. Well, form the leadership team together, and well, all still be eating from the same pot. As for the various honors and benefits I promised you, they will all be distributed shortly. I, Chen Zhongce, always keep my word. The crowd cheered again. Truly they had followed the right leader. The treatment of technical personnel was rising sharply. Seeing the jubilant crowd, Chen Zhongce felt pleased, yet he was also aware of how poorly compensated scientific researchers were in the current ecosystem. Especially top talents in basic disciplines like physics and biology who had studied for years and even earned top-tier doctorates often earned less than many other professions. Despite their hard work, they couldn't even achieve a decent standard of living. Chen Zhongce found this disheartening. But this was a structural problem of the entire industry requiring gradual adjustment. Since he couldn't change the macro environment for now, he would start changing things from his own sphere. You two, no need to delay with separate meetings. Let's arrange the next steps right here, simple and efficient. Currently, according to national deployment and requirements, we need to complete the construction of 23 fusion reactors within the first 2 years. Of course, their power generation capacity must be far higher than our current experimental reactor, as these are intended for commercial use and operation, with some to be integrated into the national grid. This is the first chance for our Fusion Energy Bureau to prove our capability. I hope we can lead our teams to do this splendidly. If you need more funds or personnel, tell me anytime, and I'll file a report for approval. But I have only one requirement for you both: utmost confidentiality. This is a red line. Chen Zhongce stated sternly. The 2 newly appointed deputy directors nodded gravely, fully aware of the seriousness. Of the 23 fusion reactors in this phase, I will personally oversee 5. For the remaining 18, Old Song, you'll handle the 11 in the south, and Old Wang, you'll handle the 7 in the north. If you have any issues needing my coordination, speak up anytime. There's no need to vie for credit. If it's done well, the credit is all yours. Chen Zhongce laid out these points up front to prevent any future disputes. Both, having previously been directors of major institutes, could find no fault in such a clear and well-structured arrangement and nodded in agreement. Also, regarding the controlled fusion projects you were previously responsible for, you should continue them, as before, deliberately misleading observers. Whenever you get the chance, release some major news. We should also maintain our normal participation in international controlled fusion work and collaborations. This will help delay their discovery of our mastery of the technology. Every day we can buy is another day we maintain our advantage. Chen Zhongce said, with profound meaning. He hadn't forgotten that he was still the deputy director of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Although he hadn't formally reported to the director, yet he should get the work started early to demonstrate his capabilities. Wang Ganlai and Song Jun exchanged a glance. Their director was indeed quite cunning. Also, I'm giving you two a list. Notify these individuals to report to my office. Don't ask what for, and don't ask where they're going. Chen Zhongce handed them the list. After confirming they had memorized it, he swallowed the paper. The two deputy directors felt a chill. The chief engineer was clearly planning another major undertaking. After the crowd dispersed, Chen Zhongce and Cheng Wenyi lingered behind. Master, this time. Chen Zhongce began, his tone tinged with apology. He had done right by everyone this time, yet he felt nothing but profound guilt toward his mentor Cheng Wenyi. Originally, Chen Zhongce had arranged for his mentor to assume the position of deputy director of the Fusion Energy Bureau, and he had even entertained the notion of having his master appointed as its director. After all, his master's qualifications and capabilities were evident to all, and such a choice would surely command widespread respect. However, when Chen Zhongce broached this subject with his mentor, Cheng Wenyi refused outright. Zhongce, what are you doing? Do not feel indebted to me. Your mentor is someone of considerable standing in the scientific community, and do you think I care for such empty titles? To have participated in a project of this magnitude, to have left an indelible mark upon history, your master, is already more than content. Cheng Wenyi said with deep satisfaction. Besides, in the future, the nation's energy landscape will undoubtedly be led by you. I have spent years in academia, and the interests entangled behind me are numerous and intricate. If I held real power in the Fusion Energy Bureau, it would invite countless entanglements down the road, which would not serve your work well. In that case, why should I wade into that muddy water? Just as Elder Shen did, I'll leave you a clean slate, allowing you to paint the most magnificent blueprint for our nation. Isn't that wonderful? Besides, my own affairs are already more than enough to keep me busy. Cheng Wenyi patted Chen Zhongce on the shoulder, encouraging this student. He had never actually taught a single lesson. Chen Zhongce was deeply moved. This master was indeed the same as in his past life. Insightful, clear-sighted, and willing to leave more opportunities for the younger generation. Such a noble and untainted character was truly rare in this world. He bowed deeply to Cheng Wenyi, expressing his profound gratitude. Zhongce, I want to ask you a question, and I will only ask it once. Why in this life have you so resolutely chosen me as your mentor? By all rights, with your abilities, you could have chosen any of the nation's academicians, any one of them without issue. Cheng Wenyi hesitated for a long while before finally voicing the question that had lingered in his mind for so long. Chen Zhongce answered without any hesitation, voicing the answer he had long prepared. Master, perhaps you were my teacher in my past life. In that life, I learned much from you, and your character was as clear as the breeze and as bright as the moon. It benefited me immensely. Ha! Cheng Wenyi laughed heartily, 3 times, no longer dwelling on the matter. The next day, Chen Zhongce and all those previously arranged by Song Jun and Wang Ganlai gathered in the conference room for an entire day of closed-door meetings. No one knew what Chen Zhongce discussed with them, and all participants remained tight-lipped about it. Subsequently, under arrangements by academician Zhai, these individuals departed the base through classified channels. Their next news would not come until much later. Old Song, Old Wang, the home front is yours. I'm off now. After sending them off, Chen Zhongce greeted the two. Huh. Both were extremely taken aback. Director, what are you going to do? Song Jun asked, quite surprised if this had never been mentioned before. Oh, isn't the university term starting? My senior summer vacation is over, so I have to go to school, Chen Zhongce said with complete seriousness. What the yay? Wang Ganlai nearly cursed out loud. So the controlled nuclear fusion reactor of Project 031 was just your summer vacation research project after senior year. That's utterly extraordinary. What's the matter? The work is done. I'm a high school graduate admitted to Yendu University. It's perfectly reasonable for me to go attend freshman year, isn't it? Chen Zhongce retorted. Leaving the two utterly dumbfounded, Chen Zhongce turned and walked away. After a long silence, Song Jun asked, Old Wang, is this really reasonable? I don't know. Go ask our director. Pei Qingli had been feeling both anticipation and anxiety these past few days. By pattern, Chen Zhongce's letters arrived every 3 days without fail, yet for some reason the last few had not come. This made Pei Qingli anxious. The two had agreed to meet at Yendu University in September. In September, Yendu University welcomed a new cohort of students. As per tradition, many sophomores and juniors served as orientation volunteers. Han Shuqian, the student council president of the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, had long since obtained the new student roster and dossiers, particularly noting one female student named Pei Qingli. Her appearance and demeanor were simply breathtaking. As an engineering field, aerospace had few female students, let alone one so remarkably elegant and ethereal. Thus, as student council president, Han Shuqian took it upon himself to appear at the orientation site, claiming to care for the incoming students. Many present knew his real intentions, but refrained from commenting due to his status as a top student and council president. After all, he was favored by the faculty, and crossing him could lead to petty troubles. In previous years, Han Shuqian had used orientation as an excuse to get acquainted with several female students, showing them around campus, guiding them through studies and research, and successfully charming quite a few. Once he had his way, he would abandon them, though he did see to it that they gained research and student work experience, so few made a lasting fuss. Still, his reputation was hardly favorable. Hey Junior, why are this year's new students arriving so late? Han Shuqian sat in a chair fanning himself lazily. The sophomore he addressed glanced at him and said flatly, "Oh, perhaps they're just running late." With that he paid Han no further attention. The sophomore muttered inwardly, "You do no work, just causing trouble. I bet it's that Pei Qingli who hasn't arrived." He had barely finished the thought when he looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman appear before the orientation desk. The moment she appeared, every gaze was drawn to her, even the few female students present. "Excuse me, are you Pei Qingli from the aerospace program?" The sophomore asked, his voice trembling slightly, without his realizing it. "Yes, senior," Pei Qingli replied, her voice clear and ethereal like a heavenly melody. As the sophomore was about to say more, an irritating voice cut in, "Classmate, Qingli, I'm the orientation coordinator. Please follow me, and I'll help you with the registration procedures." As he spoke, Han Shuqian stepped directly between them, physically blocking the sophomore behind him. "Oh, thank you, senior," Pei Qingli said graciously, though her gratitude carried a touch of distance. "Qingli, did you come alone? Where are your parents?" Han Shuqian asked casually, as if it were nothing. The sophomore curled his lip in disdain behind him. 2 sentences in, and he's already calling them uncle and auntie. These were all top students who had earned their place through exams or competitions, just because he snagged a couple of awards and became a measly student council president. He really thinks he's something special. Pei Qingli merely said lightly, "Thank you for your concern, senior. I came alone, but my boyfriend is waiting for me on campus." Han Shuqian's heart sank, so she was already taken. The sophomore clearly saw a flicker of dejection cross Han Shuqian's face, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. One word deserved. "Oh, I see. So why haven't I seen him yet?" The fleeting disappointment on Han Shuqian's face vanished almost instantly, his expression management exceptionally precise. Had it not been for his junior's keen observation, the shift would have gone unnoticed. He might be delayed by something. He should arrive soon. "Senior, have my enrollment procedures been completed?" Pei Qingli asked. "Yes, they're done," Han Shuqian replied, though in truth he knew nothing about the orientation formalities. He merely handed over the prepared document envelope to Pei Qingli. "Then thank you, senior," she said, taking the envelope and turning to leave with decisive swiftness without any lingering. Hey, Qingli, your luggage must be quite heavy. Let me help you carry it." Han Shuqian chased after her. How could he let the goddess leave without even adding her on WeChat? Was that his style? Shortly after the two departed, Jiang Quming, the dean of the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, came jogging toward the orientation point. Beads of sweat were visible on his forehead, a genuine effort for someone accustomed to office work and research. "Student, where is Han Shuqian, the orientation leader?" Dean Jiang asked the sophomore student. "Oh, he went to escort a female freshman," the sophomore replied, his expression filled with undisguised contempt and his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was a master of passive-aggressive remarks. Dean Jiang frowned almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. Could he abandon such an important task as orientation? Suppressing his irritation, Dean Jiang asked, "Student, is there a freshman named Pei Qingli this year? Has this Pei classmate reported yet?" "She has. Just now our esteemed student council president personally escorted her to the dormitory," the sophomore replied, once again digging a pit for Han Shuqian. "What?" Dean Jiang was speechless. What kind of nonsense was this? 3 days ago, the president of Yindu University had personally called to inform him that a freshman named Pei Qingli would be enrolling in the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics and asked him to take good care of her. And yesterday he had called again, emphasizing that she must be well looked after and not troubled by frivolous young men. What's more, academician Cheng Wenyi from the School of Science at Yindu University had also personally come to ask that Pei Qingli be given special attention. Just what background did this girl have? He had only missed a short morning meeting and then rushed over only to find this mess. Upon hearing this, Dean Jiang, ignoring his already weary legs, immediately set off again toward the female dormitory, silently praying that Han Shuqian hadn't caused any trouble. Meanwhile, Han Shuqian was not having a pleasant time. His usual arsenal, smooth conversation and the excuse of guiding a junior into research, had always been an irresistible tool for winning hearts, but it proved utterly useless with Pei Qingli. Apart from a polite initial response, she remained completely aloof, not even allowing him to touch her luggage. This left Han Shuqian deeply wounded. He was about to give up when, glancing at Pei Qingli's figure from behind, reluctance surged within him. Her jet black hair, cascading like a waterfall, was tied high behind her head, swaying gently as she walked. She wore a light green floral dress, and the early autumn sunlight cast a radiant, ethereal glow upon her. The hem of her dress rested an inch above her knee, and with each step her long, slender, and straight legs revealed boundless grace. How could he abandon such a beauty, even if she remained indifferent to him? Soon Pei Qingli arrived at the entrance of the female dormitory. Just as she was about to dismiss the annoying follower, behind her a slightly balding young man in his 30s accompanied by 2 female students approached Pei Luotian. He seemed to be a young faculty member. "Excuse me, are you Pei Qingli?" the young faculty member asked. "You are? What's the matter?" Pei Qingli was puzzled. How did so many people know her? "Oh, I'm Yuan Lanfeng, a junior fellow disciple of that person. My mentor specifically arranged for me to come and see if you need any help," Yuan Lanfeng explained. Han Shuqian was somewhat surprised. Yuan Lanfeng was quite well known among the students. He was the youngest associate professor of his generation, a disciple of the legendary academician Cheng Wenyi, and often posted popular science content online, making him a beloved internet-famous professor among the students. Why would he personally come to pick up Pei Qingli? Han Chuqian was filled with confusion. Mentor. Pei Qingli was puzzled. That person should have told you. We are both disciples of academician Cheng Wenyi, Yuan Lanfeng explained. Oh, I see. Pei Qingli suddenly understood. Senior brother Yuan, hello. Now knowing the identity of the young teacher, she broke into a radiant smile and greeted him sweetly. Han Chuqian swore he had never seen such a beautiful smile. Oh, at that moment, even the sunlight paled in comparison. Senior brother Yuan, where is he? Pei Qingli asked, looking around Yuan Lanfeng, as if searching for a figure that haunted her dreams. He has already arrived, but it's inconvenient for him to come out. He'll take you to see him later. First let me help you settle in. I've brought 2 junior sisters to assist with anything you need. Yuan Lanfeng explained. Hearing that Chen Zhongce had already arrived, a sparkle lit up Pei Qingli's limpid eyes. Great. I don't have much to unpack. Let's go see him now. Haha, sure. And this classmate is... Yuan Lanfeng finally noticed the young student who had been following Pei Qingli. Oh, he's from our school's orientation team, some kind of leader, I think. But I've forgotten his name, Pei Qingli explained lightly. Han Chuqian, who had maintained his composure throughout, nearly broke down upon hearing this. He had followed her all the way, constantly concerned, and she couldn't even remember his name. Well, in that case, please hand your things to the 2 junior sisters. They'll take you to see him and academician Cheng. Yuan Lanfeng said. Great. Thank you for your trouble, senior sisters. They'll treat you both to a meal later. Pei Qingli cheered, as joyful as a little girl who had aced her exam. Just as Pei Qingli and Yuan Lanfeng were about to set off, Dean Jiang Qingming finally arrived. Classmate Pei Qingli, Dean Jiang said, slightly out of breath. Who is this? Dean Jiang, what brings you here? Han Chuqian asked in astonishment. Dean Jiang, the dean of the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Pei Luotian was taken aback. Dean Jiang, is there something you need? Pei Qingli asked. Pei, have you settled in? If you're free, would you come with me? Dean Jiang was still panting. Oh, what was going on? Pei Qingli hadn't yet recovered from the series of events. Seeming to notice her bewilderment, Dean Jiang said, Pei, the president requests your presence. Huh? Pei Qingli was dumbfounded. How did this turn into an invitation from the principal? Han Chuqian's face had shifted from surprise to sheer shock. After all, which freshmen received an invitation from the principal upon enrollment? Either they had outstanding achievements or an unmatched family background. Either way, they were undoubtedly a child of destiny. At this thought, Han Chuqian's gaze grew even more fervent. If he could win over Pei Qingli, his future would be assured. Dean Jiang, you can't just swoop in and steal her away like this. My advisor is still waiting for me to bring my junior sister to meet him. Yuan Lanfeng said hurriedly. Lanfeng, don't rush. Academician Cheng is currently in the principal's office right now. If you don't believe me, give him a call. I just received a call from him myself, Dean Jiang explained. Fine, then let's go together. Yuan Lanfeng said, helplessly thinking about his own mentor. The group was about to set off, and Han Chuqian also intended to tag along. If he could go, and even just serve tea, it would be a chance to show his face in front of the big shots, which would be beneficial for the future. But the moment he moved, Dean Jiang Qingming grabbed him. Han Chuqian, regarding the things you've done in the past, the department has received quite a few reports. However, since you haven't caused any serious harm and your achievements are visible to all, we've let it slide. But if you dare to harass Pei Qingli this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Also, you've lost your eligibility for this year's awards and evaluations. With that, Dean Jiang Qingming shot him a murderous glare, leaving Han Chuqian to ponder its meaning. Yes, a glare filled with murderous intent. Han Chuqian stood frozen on the spot, trembling like a plucked quail. Meanwhile, the group arrived at the principal's door. It was wide open but surrounded by several armed special forces elites, with the principal's secretary standing at the entrance to welcome them. Before they even stepped inside, they heard the principal on the phone with a furious roar coming from the other end. Principal Chiu, why the hell didn't you just fight him over it? What's the matter? All 3 units together only get a quota of 100 people. Are you giving alms to beggars? And you call yourself his principal? Bullshit, principal. You're in your office, right? Wait, there'll be over within the hour. The group was startled and at the same time filled with confusion. Who was this person who dared to speak to the principal of Yendu University in such a tone and even threatened to come straight to the school? Also, wasn't it a bit inappropriate for them to just stand there listening to the principal get scolded? Just as they hesitated, a few people emerged from inside. The one in the center, appearing exceptionally young, looked at Pei Qingli with a smile in his eyes. Qingli, long time no see. That simple sentence sounded like the most beautiful melody to Pei Qingli's ears. A smile blossomed on her face, but then 2 clear streams of tears traced down her cheeks. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Yendu University principal's office, she would have thrown herself straight into Chen Zhongce's arms. After all, it had been far too long since they had last seen each other. Chen Zhongce, however, had no such reservations. He walked straight, overtook Pei Qingli's hand, and held it firmly within his own broad palm, offering her the ultimate sense of security. Chen Zhongce introduced the distinguished figures present to Pei Qingli one by one. There weren't many. Qiu Ningyi, the principal of Yindu University, and his own mentor academician Cheng Wenyi. Let me see what a beautiful young lady my disciple's wife is to have captivated our Zhongce so completely. Academician Cheng Wenyi said with a beaming smile, looking at Pei Qingli. A faint blush crept onto Pei Qingli's face, but she quickly regained her composure and responded gracefully, "Hello, teacher." A glint of approval flashed in Cheng Wenyi's eyes. This girl is quite good. Student Qingli, hello. Welcome to Yindu University, said Qiu Ningyi, the principal of Yindu University, putting down his phone to greet her. Hello, Principal Qiu, Pei Qingli responded with a slight bow, poised and confident. Are you facing any difficulties in your life or studies? I recall we can arrange single dormitories for our outstanding students. We can certainly arrange that for our exceptional student Qingli here. And also let's get the scholarship for our excellent new students sorted out immediately. Principal Qiu was already preparing to shower Pei Qingli with benefits, sparing no effort. No. Thank you, Principal Qiu, but I'm doing just fine. Please don't trouble yourself, Pei Qingli quickly declined. What's the matter, Qingli? If Principal Qiu is offering, just take it. This principal is usually as tight-fisted as they come, Chen Zhongce said with a smirk. Principal Qiu's expression turned awkward. Pei Qingli discreetly pinched Chen Zhongce and whispered in his ear, I don't want these special privileges. I don't want to cause any undue influence on you. Chen Zhongce affectionately ruffled her hair and said with a smile, just take them. It's nothing, it won't have any impact. Pei Qingli still shook her head firmly. Chen Zhongce was helpless. All right, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I couldn't even get 20 personnel slots from Principal Qiu, so we're not exactly desperate for these small perks. Fine, why wouldn't I give them? Can we give all 100 of those personnel slots to our Yindu University? Principal Qiu Ningyi said with a laugh. No way. Who is it that just said the graduates of my Yindu University are all children of destiny and can't be thrown into some unknown place? How come you changed your tune after just one phone call to Dean Wan Shulin? Chen Zhongce retorted irritably. Principal Qiu Ningyi was deeply embarrassed. Initially, Chen Zhongce and Cheng Wenyi had wanted to recruit a batch of students, but Chen Zhongce couldn't be too explicit, so Principal Qiu was somewhat skeptical of Chen Zhongce's identity. So Chen Zhongce had asked Principal Qiu Ningyi to call Wan Shulin, the president of the Academy of Sciences, to verify the matter. But unexpectedly, Principal Qiu Ningyi had just started speaking. Old Wan today, academician Cheng came with his disciple Chen Zhongce, saying he has a quota of 100 people for me, you, and Old Tao Dean Tao Chun for us to divide amongst ourselves. I haven't figured out what's going on yet. Is this guy reliable? Before he could even finish his sentence, he heard a furious bellow from the other end of the line. What? Only 100 for all 3 institutions. Why the hell didn't you just fight him on it? And you call yourself his principal? Bullshit, principal. Wan Shulin, the president of the Academy of Sciences, simply chose to ignore the rest of Qiu Ningyi's words. It wasn't until Principal Qiu Ningyi hung up the phone that he realized a true heavyweight had just arrived. Old Wan was notoriously picky, and if he was willing to fight tooth and nail over these slots, there was no doubt they were valuable. Principal Qiu Ningyi looked at Cheng Wenyi with an awkward expression, his eyes pleading, practically hoping Cheng Wenyi would put in a good word for him. Principal, I'm not one to bend the rules. Asking you to specially approve an admission letter was genuinely useful. It helped convince Zhongce to come to our school. I've done all I can, Cheng Wenyi said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Principal Qiu, should I just drop out? Chen Zhongce said with a pout. Pei Qingli gave Chen Zhongce's arm a playful swat. President Qiu, please don't mind Zhongce. He's just a rough fellow. Now shall we sit down and discuss matters? Cheng Wenyi and Qiu Ningyi's eyes lit up. This girl was no simple soul. With that single simple sentence, she offered both sides a graceful way out, instantly easing the tension in the room. Haha, splendid. I've been so caught up in conversation that I forgot to offer you my finest tea, President Qiu said, gesturing for his secretary to prepare it. As he regarded Pei Qingli, President Qiu Ningyi's mind sharpened. If this young man dotes on his girlfriend so openly, then holding Pei Qingli in my grasp means I can bend him to my will, whoever he is. With that, President Qiu dropped the matter of quotas entirely and turned his attention to Pei Qingli with solicitous warmth. Student Qingli, you're enrolled in the aerospace engineering program, aren't you? Yes, President Qiu. You have an excellent memory, Pei Qingli replied sweetly. Are you encountering any difficulties with your studies? President Qiu asked, conveniently forgetting that she had only just enrolled and hadn't even begun classes. He was simply searching for a topic. No difficulties at all. I finished all my freshman coursework over the summer. I was wondering if I might also pursue a degree in economics simultaneously. Pei Qingli seized the opportunity to state her request. President Qiu's eyes gleamed. It was precisely what he wanted to hear. Student Qingli, that's an excellent proposal. Our university has been actively cultivating such interdisciplinary talents in recent years. As long as you have the capacity, we will open every door and provide all the support needed for your academic pursuits. President Qiu Ningyi declared, his face beaming with warmth. As they spoke, the secretary entered with a tray of tea, placing a cup before each person. The secretary, perceptive as ever, leaned in and whispered to President Qiu, The special forces outside are quite concerned about this leader's safety. The tea has been tested for poison. President Qiu felt a jolt of alarm. Such treatment was reserved for the Academy's elders. This young man's identity was certainly no ordinary matter. He had been too careless just now, but thankfully there was still a chance to recover. His expression remained calm and unruffled. Come try this fine tea of mine. I don't offer it to just anyone who drops by, President Qiu said. Before the words had even faded, an irate voice boomed from outside. Well, old Qiu. So we're just anyone who drops by, are we? You hoard your quotas, and you hoard your tea. President Qiu Ningyi silently cursed. Why had Wan Xiulin arrived so quickly? He hadn't even gotten to the main topic yet. He glanced up. One had said an hour, but it had only been 27 minutes. Just how many red lights had his driver run through? Zhongce, since you're already in the capital, why didn't you come visit me? Wan Xiulin asked Chen Zhongce, directly ignoring Qiu Ningyi entirely. Everyone present, except Cheng Wenyi, including Qiu Ningyi, Jiang Kuming, and Pei Qingli, was stunned. How were Wan Xiulin and Chen Zhongce so familiar with each other? Wan Xiulin was the current president of the Academy of Sciences, a man who stood at the very pinnacle of the academic world. His familiarity with Chen Zhongce raised an obvious question: who exactly was Chen Zhongce, and what remarkable things had he done? President Qiu Ningyi found himself increasingly unable to read this young man. Haha, elder one, you're scolding me. But I'm a legitimate freshman at Yindu University. If I don't come to register here, where else would I go? I'll most certainly visit your esteemed institution, Chen Zhongce said, rising to his feet with a laugh. To trade banter so effortlessly with a titan like Wan Xiulin, this young man was no ordinary figure. President Qiu, I was mulling things over on the way here. So you don't actually want those 100 slots? No problem. They'll take them all off your hands, declared Wan Xiulin, the Academy of Sciences president, thumping his chest. Then he turned to Chen Zhongce. Zhongce, or rather General Chen, I trust that's not a forbidden title. Could you spare a few more slots for me? 100 is far too few. Our academy has plenty of talent, I could easily absorb 1,000. General Chen. The title struck everyone in the room like a thunderbolt. A general this young. Did I hear that correctly? Chen Zhongce offered only a faint smile, offering no response. It wasn't something he could address. Bringing that many people back at this stage wouldn't allow for proper deployment. Research required a gradual step-by-step approach, one couldn't rush things overnight. President Qiu Ningyi finally snapped back to his senses. President Wan, that's not fair play. Which ear of yours heard me say I didn't want them? As long as these quotas are on Yindu University's turf, I will fight to keep every single one. Not a single one will be given up. Who says so? Another weighty voice rang out from beyond the door. Judging by the force of it, another heavyweight had arrived. When the newcomer came into view, Jiang Kuming, the dean of Yindu University's School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, was filled with astonishment. It was Tao Chen, the president of the Academy of Engineering. President Tao, what do you mean by that? President Qiu Ningyi asked, sensing that Tao Chen had also come for the quotas. Nothing much. I'm just saying the Academy of Engineering wants in on these quotas as well, and will take no fewer than 50. As he spoke, President Tao Chen extended his hand and spread it open before the group. Old one, this was supposed to be between the two of us. Why did you have to drag the Academy of Engineering into this? Qiu Ningyi complained, shooting a disgruntled look at Wan Xiulin. Didn't you say that on Yindu University's turf no one could get the better of you? I had to call in my old comrade, Wan Xiulin replied. Cheng Wenyi stood off to the side, watching the fire from across the river with an air of detachment, thinking to himself, old comrades. At academic conferences the two of you tear each other apart, like dogs fighting over scraps. Old comrades indeed. President Qiu, let me ask you something. Do you even know what Zhongce wants these quotas for? Wan Xiulin asked, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. The question hung awkwardly in the air. Qiu Ningyi was struck dumb on the spot. Yes, what exactly were these quotas for? You see, old Qiu, you don't even know what they're for, yet you're fighting for them. Haven't you got plenty of PhD graduates who can't secure positions under current policies? It's simple. Give me these quotas, and I'll reserve 50 associate researcher positions for your Yindu University PhD graduates. I'll make good on that promise. Wan Xiulin declared with grand bravado. 50 associate researcher positions. That was the equivalent of 50 associate professor openings in a university. Qiu Ningyi couldn't have secured that himself. Wan Xiulin was truly going all in. When something defied all reason, there had to be something fishy beneath the surface. President Qiu sensed that something was amiss. Look here, old one, isn't being generous enough. If you give up the quotas, I won't just offer 50 associate researcher positions. They'll also throw in several of our most advanced equipment pieces worth tens of millions. President Tao Chen was also betting big. Seeing his two old colleagues being so uncharacteristically generous, Qiu Ningyi sensed something was deeply wrong. He shook his head vigorously like a rattledrum. Watching the three titans battle fiercely over these few spots, Chen Zhongce sat to the side, holding Pei Qingli's hand, exchanging endless glances with her, the longing of their long separation overflowing between them. I say, old Qiu, you don't know a thing, so why are you butting in? Wan Xiulin grew anxious too. I may not know the details, but I do know that anything worth fighting tooth and nail over must be something good. I must secure it for the students of Yindu University. Qiqing was equally resolute. As a university president, he was qualified. These three titans, the youngest of whom was over 50, were all illustrious figures in the academic world, yet now they bickered like children, glaring at each other, waiting for the other to yield. The three remained in a standoff, none willing to concede an inch. After a long moment, Chen Zhongce finally spoke up. Esteemed seniors, need we resort to this? Could I have a word? What scheme is this young man brewing? Instantly, three pairs of piercing gazes fixed upon Chen Zhongce. Any other academic would have felt needles prickling their back under such scrutiny. Yet Chen Zhongce remained perfectly composed, gently releasing Pei Lushen's hand, stepping before the three titans, and asking softly, I've heard everything you've said, esteemed leaders. Dean Wan can offer 50 associate researcher positions. Dean Tao, besides 50 positions, can also provide some top-tier research instruments. President Qiu, what can you bring to the table to show your support? This is where you show your sincerity. President Qiu pondered for a moment, then said, we don't have official positions, but we can undertake some research projects funded by Yindu University, essentially providing free labor. If that's insufficient, we can contribute 200 million in research funding. Even as he mentioned the 200 million, President Qiu felt a pang of reluctance. Yindu University's total annual budget was only a little over 40 billion, so giving away 200 million was indeed a significant sacrifice. No sooner had President Qiu spoken than the two deans burst into laughter as if they'd heard a joke. Tao Chen chuckled, President Qiu, the one person in all of China who least lacks research funding is this young man standing right in front of you. 200 million is pocket change to him. The delegation from Yindu University was stunned once again. Chen Zhongce smiled at President Qiu, without saying a word, though to Qiu that smile seemed slightly mocking. Clearing his throat, Chen Zhongce said, President Qiu, how about this? To show your sincerity, they'll give you 20 key projects a year, you organize the teams to tackle them, and you cover the funding. What do you say? Qiuning nodded. Wait, something's off. How did it turn into us three bargaining with you? Tao Chen suddenly caught on. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Zhongce's mouth. Took you long enough to notice. Esteemed seniors, you are all predecessors who have dedicated yourselves to nurturing talent for China, and I deeply admire that. So, I plan to give each of your institutions 50 slots. Since the Academy of Engineering has additionally provided instruments and equipment, it'll add 20 more for them. How does that sound to you three? Chen Zhongce said with a beaming smile. The three titans savored his words carefully, and after a moment realization dawned. So we've been fighting tooth and nail only for you to rake in all the benefits. Kid, your heart is too black. Zhongce, 50 associate researcher positions for just 50 slots. That's a raw deal for the Academy of Engineering. You can't do this. When you were working on engineering projects, our academy gave you full support. Dean Wan Xiaolin complained. Zhongce, this isn't fair. You've already recruited the people you wanted from our projects. Now you give us just 70 slots for 50 positions plus tens of millions in equipment. No way, I want at least 140 slots. Tao Chen began to grumble as well. Although Qiu didn't quite understand what they were talking about, playing the victim seemed like a safe bet. President Qiu, that's not very nice of you. Considering Yindu University is my alma mater, I haven't asked you for much. You can ask these two deans about what happened to the people who worked with me before. I, Chen Zhongce, have never shortchanged anyone. 20 research projects, 50 slots for key personnel. You've hit the jackpot, and you're still complaining. Chen Zhongce said with exasperation. The three, however, paid him no mind, droning on relentlessly. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Chen Zhongce said, all right, I'll add 30 more slots each year, and you can have your people compete for them. If they perform well, all 30 get in. If not, they might end up with 0. And hey race, my guarantee those who follow me in the first 3 years will become the top research talents in your institutions. They'll cultivate every one of them into academic leaders. As for the rest, it depends on their individual talent. Is that acceptable? Agreed. 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 The three titans answered, one more eagerly than the last, as if afraid Chen Zhongce might change his mind. Zhongce, words are cheap. Shouldn't we sign a cooperation agreement or something? Dean Wan Xiaolin, seasoned by years in his role, was indeed cunning. The other two titans echoed his sentiment. Chen Zhongce deliberately hesitated for a moment before appearing to reluctantly say fine. Then, inwardly, he was ecstatic. He had achieved his goal for this visit, and even wrangled extra resources. After all, such official positions were not easy to come by. Chen Zhongce called out towards the door, Zhang Yang, bring me my briefcase. There's a cooperation agreement I prepared earlier. He'll show it to the three leaders. The three titans exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if they'd fallen into a trap, like they had dug their own grave. Chen Zhongce had already drafted the agreement in advance, just waiting for them to take the bait. The faces of the three titans turned green instantly. Chen Zhongce dared not look at them again. He grabbed Pei Qingli and dashed out of the president's office, afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, he'd be strangled on the spot. In this world, the only one who could scheme against these three titans simultaneously and succeed was probably Chen. As Chen Zhongce led Pei Qingli away, he passed Jiang Kuming, the dean of the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and murmured, Dean Zhang, ill let the matter of that student council president harassing Qingli slide. Please inform him that I know exactly what he's made of. If it happens again, he won't be so fortunate. Dean Zhang nodded. This formidable figure was someone even the university president dared not offend. After Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli departed, the three VIPs were left exchanging glances in Qiu Ninjia's office before letting out helpless wry smiles. Old Qiu, you should get used to it. That kid is a prodigy. Even Elder Shen pampers him. What can we possibly do? Wan Xiaolin said with exasperation. President Qiu's eyes widened in shock. Elder Shen. He turned his gaze towards academician Cheng when he hoping for some insight, as Cheng was the one most familiar with the young man's background. However, academician Cheng refused to acknowledge the look, instead staring intently at the teacup in his hands and murmuring softly, "Good tea, truly good tea. Who told you to look down on and distrust my apprentice from the start? If you don't trust my apprentice, you should at least trust me. I've only asked you for one favor all these years, President Qiu. I'm a man of principle." After a long moment, unable to bear the intense stare any longer, academician Cheng looked up and said with a sigh, "President, there's not much else I can say. I can only tell you this: with this child, Yindu University will be able to leave all other universities in the nation in the dust in the future. Remember, all universities." Having said that, ignoring the president's reaction, he snapped the lid back onto his teacup and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back, humming a tune. Well, this old man is quite the prima donna. President Qiu finally snapped out of his reverie, a wave of regret washing over him. Were 50 spots really too few? And shouldn't he offer the young man better treatment, maybe even a doctoral supervisor position, to prevent him from leaving? Chen Zhongce and Pei Qingli walked hand in hand through a secluded part of the Yindu University campus, an area that had been cleared with plainclothes special forces elites discreetly handling security. Chen Zhongce gestured with his chin towards them. "Qingli, see this? This might be our life from now on, under constant surveillance." Pei Qingli was utterly indifferent. She touched her smooth forehead to his, her long autumn water eyes brimming with affection. "It's okay. I anticipated this the day I knew you went to see Elder Shen. In this life, wherever you go, I go. No regrets." Chen Zhongce was deeply moved, gently stroking her hair. "Qingli, why did you decide to study aerospace engineering? And why add an economics degree?" he asked curiously. "You once said you wanted to watch the brilliant starry sky with me. I figured your current work wouldn't make that easy. So we'll take you to see the starry sky instead." Pei Qingli's lips curved into a smile. "And economics? Aerospace is a systemic project, especially commercial aerospace. It's almost non-profitable right now. Don't dreams need material support to be realized? I also want to become a wealthy woman and be your sugar mama, ha ha ha." Pei Qingli's laughter rang out like silver bells. Chen Zhongce awkwardly rubbed his nose. "All right, then I'll be waiting for you to support me." A thought lingered on Pei Qingli's lips, but remained unspoken, echoing only in her heart. "Zhongce, you must have already achieved something earth-shattering. I don't want to be left too far behind. I want to be closer to you." Thinking about Pei Qingli's ambition in commercial aerospace, Chen Zhongce fell into thought. Many plans could now be set in motion. The following days were filled with tender intimacy, as one might expect, though Chen Zhongce's legs did feel a bit weak. A few days later, the Yindu University opening ceremony commenced. As the officially admitted student No. 001A, Chen Zhongce was relegated to watching the live broadcast from a secure dark room under heavy guard, muttering incessantly to himself. President Qiu, true to his word, had arranged for Pei Qingli to be the freshman representative and speak before all the new students. Now let's welcome Pei Qingli, an outstanding undergraduate freshman from the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, to give her speech. The over 4,000 undergraduates and 6,000 graduates present were all captivated. Pei Qingli appeared in a white dress, her usually loose hair gently pinned up, her aura more ethereal and refined than ever. A spark of intense admiration flashed in the eyes of every male student. This was a goddess. Only two words echoed in their minds: peerless elegance, devastating beauty. Many students began inquiring about her, some even planning to approach her right after the ceremony. Watching this through the screen, Chen Zhongce saw it all clearly, and a wave of irritation gnawed at him. Pei Qingli's voice began to fill the hall, clear and crisp as a mountain spring over stone, without a single tremor. Her entire speech began with Yindu University's motto, "Strive constantly for self-improvement and hold virtue with great character," and concluded with, "Nurture a noble spirit, for learning knows no bounds." The 11-minute address was delivered without pause, full of emotion, and in one smooth, flowing breath. Thunderous applause erupted. Pei Qingli bowed in thanks. The host was about to step forward when unexpectedly, Pei Qingli returned to the microphone, catching the host off guard. Gripping the mic, she looked firmly into the distance and said, "Someone made a pact with me to come to Yindu University together. And he kept his word. But he has dedicated himself to our country. Some say a man's body pledged to the nation can no longer be pledged to his beloved. I want to say this: you protect our country, and I will protect you. They'll be waiting for you here at Yindu University." Having said this, seemingly unaware she had just created a major sensation, she gracefully returned to her seat. President Qiu choked on his water. This girl is incredibly bold. The reactions among the new students were starkly divided. The female students gasped in admiration, thinking she was incredibly cool, while the male students were crestfallen, realizing this beautiful flower was already taken. From the sound of it, not only were they childhood sweethearts who came to Yindu University together, but she was also a military spouse. How could anyone compete with that? Love blossoms at a glance, but withers in an instant. Han Chuqian, who had been watching Pei Qingli the entire time, was devastated, having already received a warning from Dean Jiang. President Qiu finally recovered from his coughing fit and took the microphone. Pei Qingli is very bold indeed. I hope everyone at Yindu University finds their own love, but remember, academics must come first. Cheng Wenyi sat among the faculty, beaming at Pei Luotian, his eyes full of admiration. That rascal Zhongce is truly fortunate. He'll see if any of my old colleagues in the aerospace field are still taking on students. He'll introduce them to my apprentice's wife. In Hanjiang City, Pei Qingli's parents watched the opening ceremony live utterly stunned. Her father's face instantly darkened. This girl. In the small dark room, Chen Zhongce was startled by Pei Qingli's speech, then burst into laughter. This girl? He then turned off the video. The rest of the ceremony held no interest for him. In Yin capital, within a nondescript base, nearly 300 young elites sat in a vast hall, awaiting their examination. Chen Zhongce, seated at the head table with his legs crossed, idly swirled a teacup, feeling its lingering warmth as he surveyed the assembly with half-lidded eyes. These scientific elites had been left waiting all morning with nothing on their desks but a blank sheet of paper, a pen, and a bottle of water. The hall, once a sports arena, had no air conditioning, and the September heat made it unbearably stuffy. The prodigies grew restless. "We are the cream of the crop wherever we go," they muttered. "To be left here ignored for so long, what is this supposed to mean?" Some hot-tempered youths folded their papers into fans, flapping them noisily to vent their frustration. They used this display to voice their displeasure. "We came here to work, not to be humiliated by this young man. This kid, has he even finished his undergraduate degree? Sitting there with his legs crossed, silent and smug, who is he trying to insult? This young pup isn't fit to tie our shoes, yet he acts so high and mighty." Chen Zhongce remained unmoved, his eyes shut, his crossed legs swinging deliberately, occasionally sipping the tea head swiped from Old Master Shin regardless of the commotion. "Damn it, it's scorching hot, and I'm not using the AC either, enduring it with you all. What's there to be so agitated about?" In a room upstairs, several bigwigs sat in the air-conditioned comfort, observing the hall through cameras. It was Zhai Lao Wan, Qiulin Tao Chun, and a rarely seen figure, Secretary Chu, Old Master Shun's trusted confidant. After Chen Zhongce had collapsed from working 7 straight days and nights on Project 031, Shun had sternly lectured him on his visit to Yin capital, insisting he focus on nurturing talent instead of doing everything himself for the sake of the nation's scientific endeavors. Chen Zhongce had his own grievances. It wasn't that he didn't want to train others, time was simply too short. When he proposed his recruitment plan, Shun was delighted, and to show his support dispatched his personal secretary Xiao Chu to oversee the entire process of cultivating top-tier talent for the country. Zhai Lao Zongce's approach is quite clever, Secretary Chu remarked, his eyes lighting up in praise. Zhai Lao nodded in agreement. Chen Zhongce was indeed a rare talent, combining technical expertise with managerial acumen. It was a pity there was only one Chen Zhongce. If there were more, the nation's progress would be limitless. The wait stretched on until 2 p.m., pushing many to their limits. It was in these moments that true character revealed itself. "Sir, what's the meaning of this? We're here for an assessment, not to starve alongside you. You young whippersnapper playing the big shot here. Weren't we supposed to be tested? Hurry up, I've got a meal to get to." "Sir, even a death sentence comes with a last meal. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to talent?" One voice sparked a chorus of complaints. While some grumbled, others watched cautiously, and a few remained silent. Some even began scribbling calculations on their papers to distract themselves. Chen Zhongce remained impassive, letting them vent. He needed to lure the fish out before reeling them in. A seasoned angler he was. Seeing the situation teeter on the edge of chaos, he knew if he didn't intervene, soon they might rush the stage. He couldn't fight off a mob of angry elites on his own. He made a mental note to settle his bet with the soldier King Zhongyang and show him what true close-quarters combat mastery looked like. With a sharp thud, he slammed his teacup onto the table, momentarily silencing the clamor. "What's all the shouting for? I'm enduring this heat right alongside you," Chen Zhongce stated. "You're just a kid, who do you think you are? From 8 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon, without a single bite to eat. Is this how you treat talent? Is this respect for talent?" The loudest protester shot back. "Ma Xiaofeng, isn't it?" "You're dismissed," Chen Zhongce said flatly. The simple statement stunned the room. This young man could name them at will. This must be part of the test. "On what grounds? We haven't even taken the exam yet. How can you eliminate me?" Ma Xiaofeng panicked. A familiar professor had warned him this opportunity was rare and not to squander it. And now, before even seeing the test, he was out. "Just leave. There's no why. He'll call Yin Capital University. Your work and research won't be affected," Chen Zhongce said dismissively. "You..." Ma Xiaofeng's face twisted in fury as he lunged forward to confront him. Suddenly a squad of special forces emerged from a side room, swiftly silencing and escorting him away with clinical efficiency. Then Chen Zhongce pointed to the 30 or so others who had caused the most ruckus, identifying each without error. He had been observing them all along. More teams of special forces entered, wasting no time in removing those Chen Zhongce had indicated. The room fell into an immediate, profound silence. Chen Zhongce was applying maximum pressure to observe their behavior under extreme stress. In the depths of anxiety, exhaustion, and hunger, people's true nature surface, often without their own awareness. It's a facade nearly impossible to maintain. Ma Xiaofeng and his ilk might excel in favorable conditions, their abilities perhaps even ranking among the best present. But they weren't what Chen Zhongce was looking for. The team he was building would tread a path of arduous, independent research, a road with no easy victories, only relentless, hard-fought battles. He needed a team with unwavering emotional stability. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Those who were just removed were asked to leave due to excessive noise. Now let's discuss your options. First, I promise you all, regardless of your choice, I will not affect your future prospects or tarnish your records." A collective sigh of relief rippled through the room. Many feared this unpredictable young man might hold a grudge. Chen Zhongce smiled gently, as if in casual conversation. "You all come from prestigious universities. I'm just a high school graduate, nowhere near your caliber. I have much to learn from you." They listened some half-heartedly. Later, when they recalled this moment, they would curse Chen Zhongce for his deceitfulness. What a load of nonsense about being a high school graduate, they'd think. Even academicians pale in comparison to him. What a liar. Everyone here should be top scientific research talents from various research groups. Even if you go to enterprises, you would be earning an annual salary of $1 million. Today, entrusted by my family elders to help oversee the recruitment, I just want to speak a few heartfelt words to you. Don't be fooled by those old codger teachers of yours. As far as I know, this task is no ordinary difficulty. If you fail to achieve results, you'll languish in obscurity for decades, and all the honors you once enjoyed will be gone. You might remain unknown your whole life, just like Huang Lao, who worked on submarines. It's difficult. Chen Zhongce then transformed into a profligate second-generation heir, unwilling to carry out his family elders' orders, and began to coax the elites. In fact, what Chen Zhongce said was not wrong. Without his leadership, these projects would likely consume their entire lifetimes. Watching Chen Zhongce's harmless appearance on the monitor, Zhai Lao nearly laughed out loud. "So you with your honest-looking face also know how to use sugar-coated bullets." Indeed, a large portion of the people were swayed by Chen Zhongce's words. What Chen Zhongce said was also reasonable. Without a particularly strong sense of mission, participating in these projects might not be cost-effective. After studying all one's life, even being the child of others since childhood, ending up in anonymity is indeed unfair for an individual. But this also highlights the greatness of those predecessors. Alright, since you are all elites, make your own decision. I will arrange for everyone to return to your original units. As I said, it will absolutely not affect your future. Chen Zhongce added pressure. I quit. Finally, someone raised his hand. Me, I quit too. With one person taking the lead, many followed. In just 3 to 5 minutes, a large group stood up. A slight smile curled at the corner of Chen Zhongce's mouth. "Every single one of you, get the hell out." In the monitoring room, the two deans of the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering became restless. Each time a student from the Academy of Engineering or the Academy of Sciences raised a hand to quit, their faces turned greener. By the end, their expressions were so grim that they seemed to drip with water. Damn it. When selecting these students, the two deans had almost told them the truth, even whispering in their ears that no matter what happened, even if they had to die, they must die in the project team. Yet the final result was like this, leaving the two deans pained and sighing. Chen Zhongce took the list compiled by the staff. After extreme pressure and inducement, only 163 people remained from the nearly 300-strong team. Among them, Yindu University suffered the heaviest losses with only 47 people left. Chen Zhongce silently sighed in his heart. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't under these circumstances. After sending off those who chose to leave, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I now announce that you are all admitted." Huh. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Was the exam this simple? Hadn't they heard rumors before coming that they would be competing with the nation's top young talents? Where were the questions? Where was the test? Could they really pass this easily? Seeming to see their confusion, Chen Zhongce declared, "The fact that you can study at these top prestigious schools in China and have your research abilities recognized by your mentors for recommendation to this selection already proves your strength, so there is absolutely no need to test your abilities." In the evening, a welcome banquet has been arranged for everyone. Unfortunately, I originally prepared for 300 people, but now only 163 will attend. What a pity. The crowd fell silent. The previous probing with both positive and negative approaches was a heart-questioning test. There was no way around it. I can promise you that if you work hard and dedicate yourselves, within no more than 10 years and 5 years, your names will shine brightly in China's scientific community, far surpassing your classmates and peers, Chen Zhongce declared. The faces of the crowd showed disbelief. "Didn't you say you only graduated high school? A second-generation rich kid can give us wealth and power, but can he guide our academic work?" In response to the distrust on their faces, Chen Zhongce neither confirmed nor denied, nor did he explain. Everyone, before the welcome banquet begins, I have a small appetizer prepared for you. A little wager. If you lose, there's no penalty. If you win, for those without a title, I will secure you the title of associate researcher, and for those who are already associate researchers, I will apply for the title of full researcher. Are you all interested? Chen Zhongce said, slowly stroking the teacup in his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Was there such a good thing? In China today, there was indeed intense competition, especially for members of the academic circle. In every institution, it was up or out, and the pressure was immense. Could a mere small wager lead to a title? Chen Zhongce smiled, watching everyone's reactions without offering an answer. In the room on the second floor, Wan Shulin and Tao Chen cursed under their breath. This brat is using our resources to play the good guy. We pay the resources and he gets to be the good guy. Unbelievable. After understanding the situation, Zhai Lao laughed heartily. The positions you provided ultimately go to your own students, right? Don't let good water flow to other fields. The two deans smiled bitterly. Chen Zhongce announced, today we will follow the recruitment strategy of the venerable Yu Min from back in the day. I will distribute an excerpt from Chu Shi Biao and give you 10 minutes to memorize it. Then I will give you 3 problems, 2 in mathematics and 1 in physics. Solving 1 qualifies as passing, solving 2 means you win, and if you solve all 3, I have an additional reward. The real meat has finally arrived. Everyone's eyes lit up. Solving problems. That's what we are good at. Bring it on. Chen Zhongce smiled slightly. It seems you still don't understand the fear of being dominated by Qin Shen. Since that's the case, let's not waste time. Let's get serious. A group of staff filed out, distributing the prepared slips with the excerpt from Chu Shi Biao to the 163 people still present, and the countdown began. The sound of reading aloud filled the room. Chen Zhongce once again felt that the venerable Yu Min had his own considerations in selecting personnel. Often excellent literary works can greatly help researchers in divergent thinking and intellectual improvement. Often an outstanding scientist also has high attainments in literature and art. Time's up. The examinees were about to begin reciting. Chen Zhongce's lips curled slightly. You are all the chosen ones. How could I give you such a simple problem? You will first solve the 3 small problems, and then recite. If you can't recite it, you will directly fail the entry assessment. Huh. The crowd was stunned. So this is where you were leading us. Let's see what other tricks you have left after we've solved the problems. Before the test papers were even distributed, several people joked, Chief, are you the one grading these? Surely not, you right? Yeah, Chief. We heard you just graduated from high school. I recall calculus isn't covered in great depth in high school. What if we manage to solve these problems, and you can't even understand them? What about physics? Have you mastered the inclined plane problems? Want us to tutor you on the overall method and the isolation method after the exam? Chen Zhongce sneered, inwardly thinking, you lot dare to joke about me now, but soon you'll be the ones in tears. With a single command, 3 problems were written on blank sheets and distributed. The paper and pens prepared earlier finally came into use. It dawned on everyone that all of this had been premeditated. The problems were concise, yet those who read them knitted their brows into tight knots. Many looked up at Chen Zhongce, wondering if he was joking. Did he expect them to solve these 3 problems in 30 minutes? He must be insane. Problem 1, let pi x, qa denote the number of primes px such that pa mod q, where a and q are coprime. Prove lim x pi x phi q pi x, qa1. Authors note this formula was a pain to input. It looked perfect in Word, but the website wouldn't take it. Bear with it. Problem 2, attempt to prove the Collat's conjecture, outlining the key steps of your proof. Problem 3, given 10 deuterium ions and 10 tritium ions undergoing nuclear fusion at a temperature of 250 million Kelvin, calculate the energy released and provide a mathematical simulation of their post-fusion trajectories. What kind of questions are these? Except for the first one, which is a relatively straightforward number theory problem, the other 2 could easily serve as doctoral dissertation topics in mathematics or physics. Are we really expected to finish all 3 in 30 minutes? Is he out of his mind? Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zhongce maintained his nonchalant demeanor, legs crossed, sipping his tea. But this time no one dared to underestimate him. After about 10 minutes, most who could solve the first problem had done so, but the second and third stumped everyone. Chen Zhongce took a sip of tea. Seeing how troubled you all look, he'll lower the bar. Just write down your approach. If it's reasonable, he'll count it as correct. The crowd was speechless. What was the point of that? It was like buying a Maserati and getting a 5 yuan coupon. Why are you looking at me? Look at the problems. What do you expect to find the answers on my face? Chen Zhongce said irritably. I said you were weak, but you wouldn't believe it. Do you all really think you're the chosen ones? If you are, then solve these problems and prove it. They were all angry, but dared not speak, knowing their fates rested in his hands. They could only silently endure the mockery from someone so much younger. 10 minutes. Chen Zhongce's lazy voice carried a hint of derision, grating on everyone's nerves. 5 minutes. 5 minutes left. Don't forget to write your names on your papers. All right, time's up. Stop writing. Could the staff please collect all the answer sheets? Actually, never mind collecting them. I doubt many of you even managed to solve them. Chen Zhongce said casually, but no one could refute him as most of them had indeed failed. Now let's recite the passage. Begin with the excerpt from the memorial to the throne you received at the start. Chen Zhongce began. The late emperor passed away midway through his great enterprise. During the recitation, Chen Zhongce carefully observed each person. A few were stumbling over the words, clearly not having memorized it. Chen Zhongce walked down from the podium, weaving through the crowd, and called out those who couldn't recite it. In the end, out of 163 people, a full 67 had failed to memorize it. Chen Zhongce looked at them. If there's anyone else who hasn't memorized it, but wasn't called out, please stand up on your own. Don't betray the pride of being our chosen ones. After a moment, 3 more people stood up. Chen Zhongce glanced at them. Good. I see you have self-awareness. That makes an even 70. So hey, race the deal, you'll each copy this memorial 100 times as a tribute to our late elder Mr. You men. What? Wouldn't that be tens of thousands of characters to copy? What's the matter, not happy? As our chosen ones, you can't even memorize this. Aren't you ashamed? You all mock me for just graduating high school. Now you can't even handle high school material. Every single one of you will copy until your hands go numb. Unable to bear his sarcastic tone any longer, someone spoke up. Chief, I bet you can't even understand these problems, can you? Oh. In the monitoring room, Wan Xiaolin slapped his forehead. This kid was too honest. Asking Chen Zhongce, that was just asking for a public humiliation. Academician Zhai pointed at the young man on the screen. Xiaolin, is this one of your academy's kids? Yes, he's one of our rare mathematical prodigies. A prize student at our Institute of Mathematics. But compared to Zhongce, he still falls short. Dean Wan Xiaolin, knowing his student was about to be put in his place, didn't feel like bragging about the kid's achievements. He's a good kid, just a bit blunt. But for research, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Academician Zhai offered some face-saving words. Chen Zhongce looked at the young man who had just spoken. Pan Pengfei, the pride of the Institute of Mathematics. I've heard you're decent, but judging from your performance today, you're just average. Taking Pan Pengfei's paper, Chen Zhongce saw that the young man did have some skill. Solving the first problem correctly was expected, nothing surprising. The second problem had a clear approach, but there were 2 crucial steps that were slightly off. As for the third problem, he didn't even touch the surface. Your answers are passable. They'll count this as a win for you. He'll have your academy grant you the title of associate researcher, Chen Zhongce commented. Pan Pengfei was almost laughed out of anger. Who did this kid think he was, acting so high and mighty as if he could even understand the solutions? Listen, Chief, can you even read my work? Please don't talk nonsense, Pan Pengfei said with the natural arrogance of a top student from the Institute of Mathematics. A slight smile played on Chen Zhongce's lips. And if I can solve all 3 of these problems, what then? If you can solve them, he'll give up the associate researcher position and eat this test paper right here in front of everyone. Pan Pengfei, clearly agitated, jabbed a finger at Chen Zhongce. In the monitoring room, Wan Xiaolin could no longer sit still. He covered his face, unable to bear watching any further. Chen Zhongce smiled. You said it. Everyone here is a witness. Alright, I'll need the staff to do me 2 favors. First, prepare a complete set of test papers and answer sheets for our legendary prodigy scholar Pan. Since he wants to eat, not a single sheet should be missing. Chen Zhongce said without turning his head. The crowd, especially Pan Pengfei, felt a jolt of fear. Could this young man actually have real skills? Second, help me prepare 2 whiteboards and markers. They'll demonstrate right here in front of these prodigies whether it's truly possible to solve these within 30 minutes. Chen Zhongce placed his teacup on the table and uttered this lightly. Yet this simple statement struck the audience like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Everything was prepared within 3 to 5 minutes. Chen Zhongce rolled up his sleeves and began writing on the whiteboard without hesitation. For the first problem, I looked around earlier and noticed about 30 students haven't solved it. They're all physics majors, so it's understandable, but it doesn't meet our team's standards. Those who didn't solve it, please study number theory on your own. In a week, you'll present 2 more problems. If you still can't solve them, set aside your current tasks and don't resume work until you've mastered the fundamentals of number theory. Don't think about trying to slip by. I've already noted all your names. A sharp intake of breath. This leader before them seemed young, but his meticulous attention to detail was beyond ordinary capability. For the first time, the crowd began to doubt Chen Zhongce's fabricated story about his privileged background. Chen Zhongce's writing on the whiteboard was fluid and unimpeded. It took him merely 3 minutes to write out the entire proof. Then he wrapped the board firmly and said, "This is the standard solution. If your solutions look wildly different, don't doubt it. You're wrong. My answer is the standard. My answer is the standard." How utterly domineering. Next, Chen Zhongce pulled over the second whiteboard and began writing the proof for the Collat's conjecture. Do you think proving the Collat's conjecture is difficult? Chen Zhongce asked. Everyone answered in unison yes. Haha, it seems some of you did get the right idea. But not many, around 7 or 8 of you. Your scholar Pan is one of them. However, his proof in steps 7 and 12 lacks rigor with some oversights in the range of values. That needs correction. Pan Pengfei's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He quickly picked up his answer sheet and examined the 7th and 12th steps Chen Zhongce had pointed out. Indeed, the arguments were not rigorous, just as Chen Zhongce had said. My God, this young man has such profound attainments in mathematics. With his marker never pausing, Chen Zhongce continued, the Collatz conjecture is hailed as the simplest of the world's mathematical mysteries, which is why I chose it for you. For physics students, failing to solve it is excusable, but for math students to fail, that's a bit hard to justify. For all math majors present today, who didn't solve it, go back and copy this proof 100 times. He'll check in a week. Oh, by the way, there's a shortcut to proving the Collatz conjecture. If any of you are adept at programming, you could write a program that iterates about 1/8 times to brute force the proof. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already solved the second problem. His speed was simply inconceivable. No one present had ever witnessed such an astonishingly fast problem-solving rate. Even if given the correct answer to copy, it would hardly be this quick. Moreover, Chen Zhongce explained his reasoning as he wrote. Whether or not he had solved these before, it was clear he had thoroughly mastered all the related knowledge, handling it with ease and without any hesitation. While everyone was still absorbed in the crisp, clear solution to the second problem, Chen Zhongce had already begun tackling the third. Before solving this one, I have a question for you all. Huh? You're this impressive and you still want to ask us something? Everyone present was full of confusion. Who was it earlier that wanted to explain a physics problem to me? Was it about a sliding block or force analysis? Chen Zhongce asked with a sharp tone. A guy timidly raised his hand. Chen Zhongce glanced at him. All right, I've got my eye on you. The guy trembled in fright, his face turning pale, barely managing to hold himself together. Then turning his gaze back to the whiteboard and ignoring the guy, Chen Zhongce said, to be honest, this problem is a bit of a disadvantage for physics majors. It involves a fair amount of mathematical knowledge and model construction. So coming up with a viable approach is already quite impressive. However, when I walked around, I only saw 3 or 4 students with a slight clue, but they were almost clueless on how to proceed. I suppose I'll pass you all. The students mentioned felt a bit embarrassed. They had merely proposed a direction without even finding the entry point, and that was enough to pass. But at this moment they were more eager to see how Chen Zhongce would solve this problem. This one is a bit complex. It involves trajectory simulation in turbulent flow plus relativistic effects, since these particles are essentially moving at near light speed. So we can plug this into the Navier-Stokes equations, run a simulation under given conditions to calculate the particle trajectories in classical mechanics as a simple rough reference. Simultaneously, we need to incorporate the relativistic scenario for a refined simulation of their motion at high speeds. This should allow us to fit a more realistic particle trajectory. As for solving the Navier-Stokes equations, I assume I don't need to teach that. The proof was published not long ago. Just use it as a reference. Chen Zhongce placed the marker back into its holder with the same ease and grace as a legendary swordsman sheathing his sword. 19 minutes. Solving and explaining the problems simultaneously had taken him only 19 minutes in total. Good heavens, who exactly is this master? How could anyone possess such extraordinary ability? Seeing the others still puzzling over the third problem, Chen Zhongce asked, "What's wrong? Is there something about the third question you don't understand?" The fellow who had boasted about teaching Chen Zhongce physics hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sir, how did you think to use the Navier-Stokes equations to solve it? Without a very deep mathematical foundation, this is unsolvable. Besides, isn't the proof and solution process for the Navier-Stokes equations barely out? How can you wield it with such proficiency?" A faint smile curved at the corner of Chen Zhongce's mouth as he asked an unrelated question. "Have you all signed your non-disclosure agreements? Are you all ready to take on this classified work?" "Signed," they answered in unison. "Oh, that's good. No harm in telling you then. You all know Lu Merong, the one who proposed the proof for the Navier-Stokes equations, right?" "Yes, of course. She's brilliant in academics and quite beautiful too. She's been dubbed the goddess of mathematics," a female student eagerly replied. Chen Zhongce muttered inwardly, "My senior sister has become the goddess of mathematics now, or it won't be easy to mooch off her milk anymore." "Goddess Lu must have mentioned someone before, right?" Chen Zhongce asked. The question mark. She said that person didn't want to show their face, only saying a famous line, "This world deserves a question mark." Chen Zhongce awkwardly rubbed his nose. Had just said it offhandedly, and now they'd taken it seriously. "What's the matter, sir? You don't happen to know the question mark, do you?" Under everyone's gaze, Chen Zhongce pointed at himself. "I am the question mark." Dead silence. Everyone was stunned. They never imagined the legendary question mark would be so young. Then the whole room erupted in uproar. The young man they'd all assumed was just a second-generation rich kid fresh out of high school had not only solved all the problems in 19 minutes right before their eyes, but now he was telling them he was the question mark. Was the world this surreal? Many couldn't snap out of it. The shock was simply too overwhelming. All right, enough of that. You pride of heaven, have you all understood the solutions to these 3 problems? Chen Zhongce knocked heavily on the whiteboard 3 times. Thump, thump, thump. Each knock seemed to strike directly on their hearts, delivering a tremendous impact. Pride of heaven. Before this, they had all used that term to crown themselves. But today, facing Chen Zhongce, several years their junior, yet so profoundly accomplished in academics, they could only feel their faces burning. The phrase now sounded more like an insult than a compliment. And so from then on, everyone in Chen Zhongce's team used pride of heaven to mean fool. All right, since there are no more questions, that fellow who wanted to teach me physics, do you still want to give it a try now? No, no, I'll pass. The fellow stammered, his lips twitching as he forced out the words. Fine then. To cultivate a humble scientific character, and you please run 20 laps around this hall. In the future, when you encounter questions or people you're not familiar with, think carefully before you speak. In research, we must hypothesize boldly, but verify meticulously. Chen Zhongce spoke earnestly, and the others nodded. This leader before them was clearly no ordinary rich kid, or even if he was far from the typical sort. Now that fellow who said head, eat the exam paper. Where are you? Step forward, Chen Zhongce said with a wry tone. Pan Pengfei, being a straightforward and bold man, stepped right up, took the exam paper and answer sheet from the staff, and prepared to chow down. Hold on. Chen Zhongce stopped him. What's up, boss? Pan Pengfei asked, confused. I recall someone also said they'd give up the title of associate researcher, didn't they, eh? Chen Zhongce looked at him with a half smile. Haha, boss, you're such a big shot now. Surely you can let this one slide and just give it to me. Pan Pengfei said with a cheeky grin. Clearly his skill at wheedling and throwing tantrums was nothing to sneeze at. What a character. My reputation, Chen Zhongce's, is forged in gold. What I promise I deliver without discount. For those who solved 2 problems just now, I will put in a request for an exceptional promotion to associate researcher. The official appointment should reach you all within the hour. But I want you all to cultivate a humble and meticulous academic style. Today Pan Pengfei serves as a perfect negative example. Today he lost face. But what about next time? If you're not careful, what you'll lose is your academic career and your future. Chen Zhongce spoke sternly, an involuntary authority carrying through his words. These geniuses, who usually styled themselves as the pride of heaven, now stood there like school children who had done wrong, obediently listening to Chen Zhongce's reprimand without daring to utter a word. After all, whether it was academic ability, academic achievements, or position, Chen Zhongce towered over them, an outright crushing dominance. They had no room to speak. All right, the scolding is over. From now on, we'll all be eating from the same pot. Settle down and go meet your deans and mentors. See what expectations and requirements they have for you. In a little while we'll have a welcome banquet more lavish than you can imagine. Chen Zhongce had already slipped back into his warm spring breeze demeanor. If not for the commanding presence they'd just witnessed, you'd think he was just the boy next door. Dear leaders, both deans, please come out and meet our newly recruited students. Chen Zhongce called out toward the second floor. For people appeared before them on the second floor under the tight protection of guards. Chen Zhongce introduced them one by one. This is Elder Zhai, the overall head of the nation's military industry. You should all be familiar with Elder Zhai. Elder Zhai? Good heavens, that was one of the top figures in the military hierarchy. This is Secretary Chu, the secretary of Elder Shun. Elder Shun? Could it be that Elder Shun? Everyone was astonished, even somewhat awestruck. These two I believe you all know very well. You've probably had plenty of contact with them, President Wan Qiulin of the Academy of Sciences and President Tao Chun of the Academy of Engineering. Many students who came from the Academy of Sciences and the Academy of Engineering looked at their own presidents. So these two had been seeing them off at the exam, hoping they'd do well. Fortunately, they hadn't let down the president's earnest expectations and had been successfully selected. Since Secretary Chu had come with Elder Shun's entrustment, he spoke first. Everyone today, Elder Shun knew that Director Chun was recruiting here, but due to his busy schedule, he couldn't come in person. So he specially entrusted me to come and see you all. I hope you can each contribute your strength to the development of our country. The future of this nation needs you. Elder Shun, it really was Elder Shun. Everyone was too moved to speak. So their selection had been personally approved and arranged by Elder Shun himself. Elder Zhai spoke in his signature Sichuan accented dialect. Welcome all you young scholars, welcome you all to contribute to national defense. If you have any problems, you can go to your General Chun. If he can't handle it, you can come to me. Elder Zhai's speech was down to earth, nothing like a big shot who held the reins of the nation's military industry. Everyone was deeply moved. They never imagined they'd receive such attention. Moreover, they'd also heard 2 titles for Chen Zhongce, Director Chun and General Chun. What exactly was going on here? President Wan Qiulin then spoke up. I should thank you all. Under extreme pressure and temptation, you held fast to your academic integrity. You will surely receive all the glory you deserve. As for those who were eliminated, I can only feel regret for them. President Tao Chen followed up. Children, I can only say congratulations. History will surely leave an indelible mark of your presence. You can almost be said to have a brilliant future already. Go for it. Seeing that all the leaders had spoken, Chen Zhongce said, I know you might be curious about my identity, so let me give a brief introduction. Chen Zhongce, Director of the National Fusion Energy Bureau, Major General of the nation. Welcome all of you to step into the game. No one said anything sentimental, but everyone felt their hearts swell with gratitude beyond words. 10 years later, half of the brightest talents in the nation's physics and mathematics circles would trace their origins to Chen Zhongce's tutelage. A galaxy of stars. After holding a secret yet lavish welcome banquet, Chen Zhongce led the 163 newly recruited individuals to the southeastern hinterland. Here he would preside over the construction of the Hua Kingdom's most advanced defensive position, the Tianxia defense. A total of 164 people, including Chen Zhongce, boarded a military transport plane specially arranged with several fighter jets escorting. Later generations, upon learning this detail, would break into a cold sweat for that decision, for if anything had happened to that plane, the future of the Hua Kingdom would have been grim. The course of development would have been delayed by at least 3 decades. Thanks to the maturity of controlled nuclear fusion technology, many weapons that previously existed only on paper now had the possibility of actual manufacture. Take for example the defensive array that Chen Zhongce was currently presiding over. This array, also known as the Earth Cannon, was composed of a series of electromagnetic railguns, which when properly laid out, could achieve uninterrupted artillery coverage. According to the design draft submitted by Chen Zhongce to the General Armament Department, when at full firepower, it could achieve a rate of 297 rounds per minute with a speed of Mach 91 within the atmosphere, covering a range of 50 kilometers in radius. Moreover, these electromagnetic cannons required no cooling time. As long as there were enough shells and sufficient energy disregarding equipment, where they essentially provided an infinite barrage. The so-called first island chain and second island chain would be mere ornaments under such ferocious firepower, easily torn apart. Previously, such technology could only remain on paper because the weapon required an enormous amount of electricity. The existing power grid could hardly handle the ultra-high power demand of the electromagnetic cannons unless an independent power station was built specifically for them. However, such a target would be too conspicuous, rendering it rather useless. But fortunately, controlled nuclear fusion technology emerged. With a stable, sustained, and high-power electrical system established, the electromagnetic cannons could have sufficient energy for their structure, and the Tianquan defense array would finally take shape. After Chen Zhongce arrived with his team, they quickly integrated with the military team. It must be said that the engineering corps were exceptionally adept at such infrastructure projects. The geological conditions in the southeastern hinterland of the Hua Kingdom were quite complex, with many Danxiao landforms completely unsuitable for large-scale civil engineering operations. Yet these officers and soldiers of the engineering corps overcame all difficulties finding suitable sites under various challenges and were now working intensively to commence construction. Every time he saw the projects completed by this unit, Chen Zhongce felt a profound admiration. It was they who, with their youth, sweat, and even lives, built a modern version of the Great Wall for the Hua Kingdom. During this period of entry, the 163 students from top-tier universities were utterly awed by Chen Zhongce. The legendary controlled nuclear fusion, which was always said to be 50 years away, had actually been accomplished by this man, and could be directly put into commercial operation. For the Hua Kingdom, this was tantamount to rebuilding an energy system. For human civilization, it was the fourth industrial revolution. Only at this moment did these students truly realize the weight of Chen Zhongce's words. Welcome to step into the game. The crowd had seemingly become participants in history. Across the ocean in the Migwa, the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office of the Migwa, was primarily responsible for round-the-clock all-angle reconnaissance and surveillance of the entire blue planet using satellites. Report to Director Qiqing: we have recently observed that along the coast of the Hua Kingdom many new factories have been established extracting large amounts of seawater daily. After our prolonged observation, we have found that their activities have already had some impact on the local hydrological conditions. Here is the relevant report for your review. An official in charge of high-resolution satellites noticed some clues and was reporting to Director Qiqing. Oh. Director Qiqing took the analysis report handed over by his subordinate, frowning as he read. 117 seawater factories. What are the Hua people trying to do? They are not like those Gulf countries that are so short of fresh water. What purpose is there in building so many seawater factories? Is there any way to obtain some hydrological information near them? Since they are factories, we need to understand what exactly they are up to. All right, Director. I will notify the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, right away. I believe they can get first-hand data. After all, our intelligence system spends a vast amount of money across the entire blue planet every year. We should be able to obtain this data. The responsible official said confidently. Director Qiqing said nothing, waved him away, and looked at the report submitted by his subordinate, frowning. With professional sensitivity, his intuition told him that the sudden appearance of so many seawater factories along the coast of the Hua Kingdom was no simple matter. Half a month later, 2 reports were simultaneously placed on the desk of the director of the Migwa CIA. One was from the Reconnaissance Office, and the other from the Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Both reports pointed to the same issue: the Hua Kingdom had set up so many seawater factories along the coast, seemingly preparing for a major move. Director Qiqing, you discovered this issue first. Tell us, what do you think the Hua Kingdom is doing? Asked the CIA director. Director Bokenshi, during routine reconnaissance of ground structures across the entire blue planet, our reconnaissance office discovered over 100 seawater processing factories along the coast of the Hua Kingdom. After comparison, we found that they have all appeared in the last 5 months. Half a month ago, there were 117, now it has increased to 133, and it seems they are still under construction. The director of the reconnaissance office reported to the CIA director, his tone evidently serious. Dixia, as the director of the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, tell us, what did your Closian intelligence reveal? The CIA director then asked the director of the Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Through our replicated agencies, we obtained hydrological information and some chemical analysis data near the completed seawater factories, and we got a startling result. What result? Near the Hua Kingdom's seawater factories, the deuterium content in the seawater has significantly decreased. After calculation, it is only 23 of the original level. What? The CIA director and the reconnaissance director exclaimed simultaneously. As heads of intelligence agencies, they knew all too well what this meant. Director Dixia, are you sure? We obtained data through 3 different channels, and they are basically consistent. It can be confirmed. Obviously, even though Director Dixia was a female director, her professionalism was beyond doubt. What is the Hua Kingdom trying to do? The CIA director rubbed his forehead, clearly perplexed. Could they be mass-producing hydrogen bombs? The reconnaissance director asked tentatively. Not likely. Not to mention that the Hua Kingdom has always been cautious and would not massively expand nuclear weapons at this time, adding uncertainty to the global situation. Moreover, if they were manufacturing such weapons, they would need a large amount of electricity and centrifuge equipment data, which we monitor every month, and there have been no significant fluctuations. The CIA director said. What exactly are they up to? They need so much deuterium, or rather so much fusion fuel. Could it be that they have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology? The CIA director uttered these words, then immediately shook his head. Unlikely. This technology involves too many technical difficulties. It's absolutely impossible to have broken through so quickly. There's a saying in the Hua Kingdom, better to believe it exists than to risk it doesn't. So arrange for our external information channels to vigorously create a public narrative claiming that the Hua Kingdom has already mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology, and see how they react. A sinister glint flashed in the CIA director's eyes. Regardless of whether there was fruit, he would strike first. At a base in the southeastern hinterland, in Chen Zhongce's office, the classified phone rang. The moment Chen Zhongce heard the first sentence from the caller, his expression immediately turned solemn. Zhongce, the Migwa people have set their sights on our seawater factories along the coast. Chen Zhongce had anticipated that the Migwa would notice the Hua Kingdom's arrangements, but he had not expected it so soon. According to the current progress, both Tianxia defense and Tianxia attack would require at least a year to complete equipment and delivery, and the man-machine integration would need additional time. Time was pressing. Zhai Lao, is the information reliable? Do they have any specific knowledge of our progress in controlled nuclear fusion? Chen Zhongce first confirmed the actual situation. One must remain calm in the face of great events, never panic in crisis. According to our mole's current intelligence, they do not have solid evidence to confirm that we have mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology. But they are now trying to pressure us through public opinion to see how we react, and thus find clues. Zhai Lao said. Zhongce Shun Lao suggests that you come to Yindu, so we can have a face-to-face discussion on how to handle this. Zhai Lao said seriously. Yes, Zhai Lao, I will leave for Yindu immediately. Chen Zhongce replied succinctly. After a pause, Chen Zhongce suggested to Zhai Lao, to counter this round of offensive, I would like you to help summon someone. He is a professional in this area. Who? Zhai Lao asked with some confusion. Rear Admiral of the Navy, Director of the Strategic Deception Bureau, Zhang Zhaozhou. Chen Zhongce silently recited to himself, the Strategic Deception Bureau, it's time to move. After hanging up, Chen Zhongce made brief arrangements for his current tasks and immediately set off for Yindu. This was a confrontation with audible words, yet its true peril lay in what remained unspoken. This time the meeting was not at Jianshan Pavilion, but at the General Staff Department. This was also the first time Chen Zhongce had visited the nation's Information and Intelligence Center. Under the guidance of a designated officer, he was led to a confidential meeting room. There, Elder Shen, Elder Zhai, and 2 heads of the Secret Intelligence Front were already waiting. Elder Shen, Elder Zhai. Chen Zhongce greeted them, then fell silent, knowing he must speak cautiously in such a setting. Both of you please share the information with Major General Chen, Elder Shen instructed. He placed great importance on this meeting, even addressing Chen Zhongce by his official military title. The 2 intelligence heads glanced at Chen Zhongce, their surprise evident but fleeting. They had never seen such a young major general. Chen Zhongce took the top-secret paper documents and read them word by word, unwilling to miss a single detail. Such classified materials were typically kept only in paper form, with no copies or backups allowed. The few thin pages felt as heavy as 1,000 June in Chen Zhongce's hands, for they contained a story of breathtaking danger. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhongce finished reading the entire intelligence report. To ensure nothing was missed, he quickly scanned it again, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and then returned the documents. Zhongce, you've read it all. What are your thoughts? Elder Shen asked solemnly. Chen Zhongce did not answer immediately, but paused to gather his thoughts. I believe the U.S. does not have confirmation of our breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. This is a probe. A probe? Elder Shen asked. At the same time, a sharp glint flashed in the eyes of Elder Shen, Elder Zhai, and the 2 intelligence heads. How did he know? Yes, Elder Shen. As I mentioned in my earlier work report, our large-scale seawater plants would inevitably raise U.S. suspicions, but I didn't expect them to act so quickly. My conclusion that they lack solid evidence is based on inference. If they clearly knew we had mastered controlled fusion, they would be attempting to seize the technology through various means, or imposing comprehensive blockades and sanctions. Not this loud, but toothless probe. Elder Chen and Elder Zhai nodded. This young man was not only a technical expert, but also a strategic thinker. Elder Chen spoke up. Just 5 minutes before you arrived, Major General Chen, we received an unverified report that they intend to use the pretext of our damage to the marine ecosystem to demand an investigation of our territorial waters. This shows they need more concrete information about our situation. Zhongce, do you have any suggestions for a solution? Chen Zhongce pondered for a moment, then said, Elder Chen, before I came I had a rough idea that I mentioned to Elder Zhai. It's to activate the Strategic Deception Bureau that I proposed earlier. Let professionals handle what they do best. Let them manage the public opinion front. The Strategic Deception Bureau? Elder Chen asked. Yes. This department was established on your recommendation. Now that you mention it, I recall that Zhang Xiaozhong is indeed a talented man. I observed him for a while. He's quite adept at propaganda. Elder Chen nodded in approval. All right, Zhongce. As the deputy director of the bureau, I'm entrusting this response to the U.S. probe to you. This is your bureau's first battle. Make it a resounding success. Elder Chen stood up and said sternly. The general staff's work must not be relaxed either. Coordinate with the security department to maintain a posture of outward calm but inner vigilance. We cannot allow any leaks from within. His voice was as harsh as autumn wind, leaving no doubt about his decisiveness. Furthermore, Zhongce, the projects you're responsible for must also be accelerated, especially the construction of the fusion reactor and your ongoing engineering work. Maintaining our absolute lead and strengthening our own foundation is of utmost importance. Elder Chen said with deep earnestness. Chen Zhongce rose to his feet, nodded firmly, and declared with conviction, I guarantee I will complete the mission, Elder Chen. Good. The future of China rests on your shoulders. Elder Chen patted Chen Zhongce on the shoulder. The words seemed light, yet they weighed heavily on Chen Zhongce. At the Strategic Deception Bureau's temporary office, Chen Zhongce met the figure revered by countless military enthusiasts. He gave a sharp salute. Director Deputy Chen Zhongce reporting for duty. The director returned the salute formally, then his expression softened. Comrade Zhongce, I'm just a retired old man. What do I know? Call me whatever you like, but let's work together on this. Chen Zhongce studied the director with his immaculately combed hair and formal attire. Anyone else would never guess this was China's renowned director. They'd mistake him for a retired neighbor. As Chen Zhongce sized up the director was doing the same to him. Before officially taking this post, the director had been permitted to review some top-secret files, most of which concerned this young man before him. These files stirred a maelstrom in the heart of the old general in his 60s. Such achievements were a service to the nation and to history. If anyone alive today could rival the legendary Chen Qiqing, it was Chen Zhongce. If China had a national destiny, then this incredibly young top-tier scientist was its embodiment. Director, how do you plan to proceed with this task? Chen Zhongce asked. Haha, I've familiarized myself with the situation and have a general plan in mind. But some details need further discussion with our great scientist, the director said. As long as it doesn't involve classified information, tell me what you need from me, or what you want to know. Chen Zhongce cooperated readily. After all, when it came to strategic deception, no one in the world surpassed the director. The two then held a secret meeting for a day and a night. On the third day, the director appeared on his military program, Defense New Watch. Lao Zhang tells it like it is. You don't know, but once you hear it, it's truly amazing. The host's customary opening paired with the director in his pink shirt and slick back hair was a guaranteed ratings winner. Hello everyone, welcome to this episode of Defense New Watch. With the classic opening remarks, everyone's attention was drawn. The host said, what does old Zhang have to say today? Let's take a look. Recently, the US has been frantically hyping that our China has mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology and claiming that our large-scale activities along the coast have severely impacted the marine ecology. They say they will file a lawsuit against us at the United Nations. General Zhang, what is your take on this? The director sat solemnly across from the host and began to explain. First of all, let me explain to our viewers what controlled nuclear fusion is. Some might say, haven't we already achieved nuclear fusion? Isn't a hydrogen bomb exactly that? Why do we now claim to have mastered fusion technology again? Was what we had before fake? No, that's not it. The hydrogen bomb is uncontrolled fusion. It explodes with a bang, causing only devastating destruction. If such a massive amount of energy could be controlled and harnessed for humanity, what a meaningful achievement that would be. So this brings us to the concept of controlled nuclear fusion. Under temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees and pressures of millions of atmospheres, performing regular steady fusion that releases energy uniformly and stably. That is our goal. It can be said that controlled nuclear fusion is the ultimate energy source humanity has dreamed of, virtually inexhaustible. The host then asked, General Zhang, could you explain how controlled nuclear fusion is connected to our seas? Host, it's like this. One of the main raw materials for controlled fusion is deuterium, which exists abundantly in the ocean. Statistics show that if all the deuterium in 1 liter of seawater were extracted and used in fusion, the energy released would be equivalent to that of 300 liters of gasoline, the director explained vividly. Good heavens. Then based on our current energy consumption structure, extracting all the deuterium from the ocean would last us tens of thousands of years, the host exclaimed, playing the perfect straight man. However, controlled nuclear fusion currently faces a huge problem. You can hold boiling water at 100 degrees in a bowl, but how do you contain temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees? Indeed, General Zhang, that seems impossible to even imagine. So host, the difficulty is extraordinary. Think about it. Engineering, control materials, power generation mechanisms. All of these are completely different and require entirely new research. How could it be accomplished so quickly, as if with a single puff of breath? After a pause, the host asked, General Zhang, what do you think about the U.S. claim that China has mastered controlled nuclear fusion? Chen Zhongce's heart tightened. He knew this was the crux of the matter. The director shrugged slightly. As I just said, how could we have achieved it with a puff of breath? Based on the information I've received, controlled fusion is indeed a key part of our national energy strategy. We do plan to pursue it. Look at the East Experimental Advanced Superconducting Tokamak on Sun Island in Luzhou and the Divine Light System in the southwest. These are our national controlled fusion projects. But look, have we succeeded? Furthermore, the fusion we've been working on recently is not what the US means by controlled fusion, nor what the Russians mean. It's a type of engineering reactor that sits between fission and fusion, which requires deuterium to operate. I don't know how it got twisted into us having mastered controlled fusion altogether. If the US and Russian concept of a controlled fusion engineering reactor is version 4.0, then our current engineering reactor is at best a 3.1 or 3.2, basically just a modified fission design. As I always say, how could we have achieved something so difficult with just a puff of breath? At these words, many Chinese people who had held high hopes for this instantly shed tears. They were all people with sincere hearts wishing for China's true prosperity and revival. If China had mastered controlled fusion, it could drive the fourth industrial revolution and stand at the pinnacle of the blue star, unmatched by any other nation. Yet it all seemed to be nothing but a bubble. The host continued, then why does the US say that the deuterium levels in the seawater around China are far below normal? That is utterly absurd. If factories in China could cause such a significant drop in deuterium levels across such a vast expanse of sea, then the deuterium we've accumulated would be immense, meaning our fusion reactors are already ready for direct commercial use. But that's also why I say China cannot possibly have mastered controlled fusion. I've been saying it, impossible, impossible. Following China's consistent approach, we wouldn't choose such a radical path. The first 1 or 2 fusion reactors would only be used for experiments, then we'd build 1 or 2 small commercial reactors, and finally large-scale commercial ones. How could we bite off more than we can chew? In such high-precision cutting-edge fields, our country has always adhered to the principle of small steps, fast running. What if we finalize mass production and then technological innovation comes along? Wouldn't that be a massive waste of resources? Watching on various video devices, those concerned Chinese people felt increasingly disheartened upon hearing this, their hearts heavy as if dead. The director's reasoning was so sound, so logical and well-founded. Even if one tried to find a flaw, not a single one could be spotted. Besides, if we had already mastered controlled fusion technology, why would we still invest so much money into our domestic fusion research institutes? Not to mention, just last month we increased our investment in the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor ITR project. Isn't that all money? Does everyone think our country's money just blows in with the wind? The director asked with a sly smile. With every word, people's hearts grew colder. This series of facts told them that it was simply impossible for China to have mastered controlled fusion at this point. Chen Zhongce stared in shock at the director on the TV screen, who was speaking nonsense with a straight face, or rather following orders to deceive. If he hadn't personally witnessed him sign the confidentiality agreement, and then personally told him that they had achieved controlled fusion, he would have genuinely believed the director didn't know China had mastered the technology. The director continued, as for the marine environment, don't listen to their nonsense. We invest so many resources into environmental protection every year. What have they done? Our coastal waters are China's territory. Why should they be allowed to investigate? Who do they think they are? Our territory, not an inch shall be given up. How resolute. Chen Zhongce was utterly convinced by the director. Truth and falsehood, concealment and revelation. He hid what needed to be hidden without a trace, while blasting away with full force on everything irrelevant to the core. The next day, many people saw the director's video and article. While feeling his toughness, they were deeply disappointed. China ultimately had not mastered controlled fusion. The US, Russia, Gaul, and Britain all conducted in-depth analyses of the director's remarks and found not a single flaw. His logic was clear, his reasoning sound. How could China possibly have mastered controlled fusion? China had still failed to exceed everyone's expectations. In this battle, the Strategic Deception Bureau, brilliant. In this battle, the director, legendary. Chen Zhongce deliberately waited for the director outside the studio. He was still immersed in the shock of what he had just witnessed, never having imagined that someone could elevate strategic deception to such an art form. Director, I am truly in awe of you, Chen Zhongce said with heartfelt admiration. Ha! The director smiled with an inscrutable air. Comrade Zhongce, beyond what you've told me, there's something else I must share with you. The director continued his smile, still enigmatic. What is it? Chen Zhongce's curiosity was instantly piqued. Have you ever read a policy document concerning the layout of China's electric power and energy sector? The director asked. Chen Zhongce recalled a paper led by Elder Su and his team, then nodded hesitantly. Regarding the military operational aspects and the conversion of military energy within that document, I participated in the feasibility studies and provided my signed approval, the director said with a smile. Wait, what? Did this mean the director had already deduced that China had mastered controlled nuclear fusion back then? Before Chen Zhongce could fully process this, the director's expression turned serious. Although I'm just an ordinary retired old man now, please allow me to express my deepest respect for you, Comrade Zhongce. Thank you for bringing the possibility of a great leap forward to our nation. For all these years, how much humiliation have we endured? Finally, as he spoke, Chen Zhongce saw tears welling up in the director's eyes. At their parting, the director spoke earnestly. Strategic deception is merely a scheme. What truly matters is possessing the strength that no one dares to bully. For having a sword and not using it is fundamentally different from not having one at all. Comrade Zhongce, the future rests on your shoulders. Chen Zhongce nodded firmly. To secure an absolute advantage, Chen Zhongce decided to personally oversee the construction of the commercial fusion reactor project. As for the Tianxia defense project, Chen Zhongce had already identified the perfect person for the job. Academician Ma Mingwei, the man who by himself had outperformed the entire global field of his peers. He had once boldly declared that if he were to surpass anyone, it would be the United States. And he had truly done it. The application of electromagnetic catapult technology to weaponry was initially a concept proposed by the Americans. After years of research, they had only managed to develop a primitive model combining alternating current with mechanical energy storage, leading the world to believe that electromagnetic catapults were mere science fiction, impossible to realize in reality. But then that man appeared. In just 10 years, without exorbitant research funding, he accomplished this feat, comparable to the 2 bombs 1 satellite project, essentially by setting up a rudimentary test site in his own laboratory. Academician Ma suddenly received a confidential order to assist in the development of electromagnetic catapult-related technology. At the time, he was puzzled. Assist in development. He thought to himself, is there anyone in this world who understands electromagnetic cannons and catapult technology better than I do? Ask around the world, how could there be a need for me to assist in this? In this field, it's always been others assisting me. And so with a head full of questions, Academician Ma arrived at a secret base nestled in the southeastern hinterlands, where someone was already waiting for him. Academician Ma, hello. Chen Zhongce greeted him warmly. Hello, where are your superiors? Ma looked around, seemingly not spotting any official in charge. Chen Zhongce was momentarily embarrassed. Academician Ma, I am the person in charge here. You can direct any matters to me. His face quickly regained its composure. Ma was taken aback, but out of politeness said nothing more. When Ma's gaze fell upon the single star adorning Chen Zhongce's shoulder, his pupils contracted sharply. A single star? Good heavens, am I seeing this right? This young man before him bore the rank of a major general. Are you Major General Chen? Academician Ma asked tentatively. Yes, do you have any questions, Academician Ma? Ma let out a sharp intake of breath. It was truly astonishing. When had anyone ever seen such a young major general? What kind of extraordinary feat could have earned him this rank? Did this young man perhaps assassinate the emperor of the island nation? He dismissed the thought. Suppressing his shock, Ma said, Major General Chen, it's an honor. I received orders to assist you with the electromagnetic cannon technology here. How shall we proceed with the work ahead? Seeing that Ma was merely surprised and not overly perturbed, Chen Zhongce began slowly. The reason I've called you here is that there's a significant project requiring your expertise. I have already completed the design for the electromagnetic cannon, but due to my current workload, I was hoping you could oversee the construction progress. I wish to see it strengthen our national defense as soon as possible. Ma's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. This young man was young in age and high in rank, but his audacity was truly something. An electromagnetic cannon. I old Ma ask you, is there anyone on this planet who can surpass the electromagnetic cannons I've designed and built? He says he's designed it, but is too busy, so he wants me to handle the construction. Could it be this young man got a project he can't finish and called me in to save his skin? With this thought, Ma suppressed his irritation and said, let me see your design first. If it doesn't measure up to mine, then I see no point in building it. We'd just be wasting each other's time. Building the ones I've recently designed should be more than sufficient. He waved his hand dismissively. Chen Zhongce was taken aback, realizing that these top-tier experts indeed had their own formidable pride. Seeing Ma's demeanor, Chen Zhongce felt a sudden urge to jest. All right then, if you would be so kind, Academician Ma, please review our design and see if it meets your exacting standards. Lead the way then. Ma said, clasping his hands behind his back as if on a casual tour. Chen Zhongce deliberately led him through several fundamental research labs where young masters and doctoral students were conducting basic electromagnetism experiments. There was no sight of the massive electromagnetic arms Ma had envisioned. Not even basic electromagnetic cannon equipment, and he wants to research them. Ma was becoming increasingly convinced that this young man had gotten in over his head and had pulled strings to get him here to clean up the mess. A flicker of disdain crossed Ma's mind. After taking a deliberately longer route, they finally arrived at Chen Zhongce's office. Academician Ma, my office contains the design blueprints for the latest electromagnetic cannon, so it's classified as a restricted area. Most people don't come here. Chen Zhongce explained. Ma pursed his lips, unconvinced. What top-tier electromagnetic cannon could a young whippersnapper like you possibly design? Chen Zhongce pulled up the blueprints on his computer and displayed them on the large screen for Ma to see clearly. An expert's eye discerns mastery at a glance. The moment the blueprint appeared, Ma was utterly stunned. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap, your cannon is bigger than mine." Academician Ma gazed at the design blueprint displayed on the large screen by Chen Zhongce, as if it were a priceless treasure, barely resisting the urge to reach out and touch it. Communication between experts is effortless. The moment Chen Zhongce presented his design, Academician Ma could tell it was the work of a true professional. The level of detail and the fluidity of the design were far beyond a rough draft or a trial version. This was the final blueprint ready for immediate mass production. Without waiting for Chen Zhongce to demonstrate, Academician Ma grabbed the mouse himself and began examining every detail of the design. Commander Chen, with an energy storage device this large, this system should be able to reach incredible speeds, right? Academician Ma inquired. The theoretical maximum speed within the atmosphere is Mach 91. Oh, what? Mach 91. Academician Ma was instantly stunned. Yes. And what about its attack range, Commander Chen? A three-dimensional space spanning 5,000 kilometers. What else? This slide rail appears to be replaceable, and it also has a cooling system. Is this to enhance its rate of fire? As a true expert, Academician Ma could immediately discern the purpose of every crucial component in Chen Zhongce's design. Yes, Academician Ma. The theoretical maximum rate of fire can reach 297 rounds per minute. A sharp intake of breath. As a leading figure in military research, Academician Ma had a clear understanding of the firing rates of various artillery pieces. Apart from anti-aircraft guns, no conventional artillery could achieve such a high rate of fire. At best, they could manage only a few dozen rounds per minute. Commander Chen, does your electromagnetic cannon have any other unique features? Academician Ma, now somewhat overwhelmed, decided to ask Chen Zhongce directly and get it over with. Chen Zhongce brought up the projectile design schematics and began to explain. Academician Ma, my projectiles have some special characteristics. I'd appreciate your expert opinion. I've designed several types of projectiles for different purposes with a basic weight ranging from 50 to 90 kilograms. Since they don't require propellant charges, the combat effectiveness of the warhead is several times greater than before. You could say that these projectiles are almost entirely high explosive. One shot is equivalent to 8 from a conventional cannon. A sharp intake of breath. With this kind of yield, even standard armor would stand no chance. Academician Ma shot Chen Zhongce a strange look. Was this young man's obsession with firepower this severe? Seeming to read Academician Ma's thoughts, Chen Zhongce replied directly, Academician Ma, when it comes to weapons, the bigger the yield, the better. Academician Ma pursed his lips. This was an extreme approach, wasn't it? Chen Zhongce continued, inside this projectile, I've also reserved some space. In normal circumstances, it can be filled with explosives. When needed, a guidance system can be added, giving the projectile terminal guidance capabilities. A sharp intake of breath. Academician Ma was utterly speechless. This young man had taken the country's fine tradition of weapons manufacturing to its absolute extreme. That legendary artillery shell, with a range of 170 kilometers, an accuracy error of 400 meters, and the ability to correct its course even when fired wildly, had now been directly incorporated into this electromagnetic cannon. He was leaving no room for anyone else. A top speed of Mach 91, a rate of fire far exceeding conventional artillery, a staggering range of 500 kilometers, and terminal guidance on top of that. Even medium-range missiles aren't this capable. And you call this an electromagnetic cannon? Academician Ma hesitated, then asked, Commander Chen, do you think it's fitting to call this an electromagnetic cannon? Chen Zhongce was taken aback, but quickly replied, it's perfectly fitting. Why wouldn't it be? It's absolutely fitting. I ask you, is its projectile a cannon shell? And is its launch power source based on electromagnetic principles? Academician Ma, if this isn't an electromagnetic cannon, what is? Academician Ma let out a sigh. Young people these days have no sense of propriety, do they? It seems he was indeed getting old. Academician Ma made one last attempt. Commander Chen, I heard you've named this weapon system Tianqiaqan, Guardian of the Realm. At the mention of the name, Chen Zhongce felt a bit embarrassed. It was indeed somewhat theatrical. Yes, Academician Ma. I want to ask you, Commander Chen, is it common to defend yourself by pressing a bayonet against the enemy's heart? Academician Ma said with exasperation. Forget about defense apart from those damned Americans who on Earth possesses such overwhelming military force. With this ultimate weapon in place, which of Waxia's neighbors would dare to bare their teeth at us? Within that three-dimensional space of 500 kilometers, even many low-orbit satellites and space stations would fall within the defensive range of your Tianqiafang. Once this weapon system is fully deployed, nothing short of the legendary planet-destroying cannon would be able to threaten Waxia's security. Academician Ma sized up the young man once more, sighed, and thought to himself how formidable the younger generation has become. Academician Ma. Chen Zhongce, unsure of the meaning behind Ma Ming Weiss, Sai asked tentatively. Don't call me Academician Ma. Just call me Xiao Ma. Compared to the system you've built, my previous work is nothing but child's play. Academician Ma shook his head. Chen Zhongce felt a bit awkward, realizing that his impressive display had inadvertently disheartened one of Waxia's top scientists. No. You are the senior here. There is much I still need to learn from you, Chen Zhongce said modestly. In the presence of these veteran scientists who had contributed so much to Waxia's rise, no one could fail to show them respect. By the way, Zhongce, may I call you that? Academician Ma's tone softened considerably. Of course, please go ahead. From what I can see, you plan to put this electromagnetic cannon into mass production right away. But where in these bases will you find such a powerful and abundant power supply for them? Are we going to have to connect them directly to the power grid? That would make it too conspicuous a target and highly vulnerable to attack. As a top scientist from the military industry, Academician Ma immediately identified the hidden problems. Academician Ma, allow me to keep a little secret for now. But I can promise you this, once you help oversee the mass production of these electromagnetic cannons, I will guarantee an ample energy supply. We're only planning to deploy a little over 100 of these cannons here initially. Even if we were to deploy 1,000, I could supply them all without issue, Chen Zhongce declared with bold, unrestrained confidence. Excellent. Old Ma will take on this task for you, Commander Chen. He'll make sure it's done flawlessly. Academician Ma replied decisively. Having already demonstrated his capabilities, although Ma Mingwei couldn't yet fathom how Chen Zhongce would solve the power supply problem, the academician had never placed such absolute trust in a young person's expertise before. Academician Ma harbored a flicker of doubt. Logically, seeing this project through to completion would have been a tremendous boost to Chen Zhongce's political career. Now that Chen Zhongce had finished the blueprints, assembled the team, and was himself well-versed in the field, finishing the project was merely a matter of time. Why would he hand over such a crucial task? Comrade Zhongce, I must ask, are you truly all right with handing me this project? It's no small achievement. If I may be so bold, let me call you Old Ma. Old Ma, I truly don't hold such achievements in high regard. No matter who claims the credit, as long as our nation gains tangible benefits, I believe it's for the best, Chen Zhongce said earnestly. What magnanimity! Academician Ma felt a pang of shame. His initial perspective upon arriving had been narrow-minded, having judged a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. Comrade Zhongce, then what will you be doing? If it involves matters of secrecy, you need not tell me, Ma added casually. Haha, aren't you worried about the energy problem? He'll go solve that power supply issue for you. Old Ma, I have just one request. Can you manufacture and calibrate all these electromagnetic cannons within a year? Chen Zhongce asked seriously. Zhongce, given your spirit of selflessness, I'll pledge this old frame of mind to you for a year. Academician Ma declared boldly. Chen Zhongce was moved, standing ramrod straight, and rendered a military salute to Academician Ma that, while not perfectly crisp, was sincere and heartfelt. In Hanjiang City, Handong Province, Pei Ning, the father of Qingli, had been feeling restless these past 2 days, a mix of worry and joy. He was delighted that his daughter remained exceptionally brilliant even at Yendu University, a rare woman of wisdom, vision, and beauty, making him profoundly proud. Yet he was also troubled. After her display at the graduation ceremony, finding her a suitable match would become difficult. Although the young man she liked was also a talent from Yendu University, Pei Ning had only met him a few times. He came from an ordinary family and now worked in confidential fields. If his daughter married him, her life would be hard, and Pei Ning doubted he could ever approve. However, Pei Ning now needed to compose himself. Today he received a confidential notice from his superiors requiring his punctual attendance at an important meeting that afternoon. The notice was bafflingly brief, omitting any mention of the meeting's agenda. This left Pei Ning utterly perplexed. As the top official responsible for Hanjiang City, a region spanning 800 li and a figure within the provincial ranks, he typically received advanced briefings on such meeting topics to facilitate decision-making. But this time was strangely different, and he was expressly forbidden from inquiring elsewhere. Could this involve military secrets? He was left with nothing but questions. At Hanjiang City's confidential military airport, the atmosphere was tense with numerous fighter jets circling overhead in an escort formation. On the ground, several powerful figures waited seemingly to receive a VIP. After more than half an hour escorted by 8 fighter jets, a private plane appeared in everyone's sight. As the plane touched down, the hearts of all present tightened. The cabin door opened, and the first to emerge were not the expected VP, but a stream of Special Forces elites who swiftly exited to survey the surroundings and ensure security. Following them, Zhang Yang, the commander of the Special Forces unit, appeared at the doorway. After another security confirmation, he used his radio to signal the cabin, arranging for the VIP to emerge. Those waiting on the tarmac were the top leaders of Handong province. Even someone of Pei Ning's stature was not qualified to be in the welcoming party. Sha Ruijin and Li Tianquan of Handong province, along with Commander Liu of the Central Theater Command, were notably present in the reception line. In total, only a mere 5 or 6 individuals were permitted to be there. Sha Ruijin and Commander Liu exchanged eager glances, privy to some inside information and fully aware of the significance of the arriving guest and the project he brought. Only the visitor's title was known: the chief engineer of the nation's controlled nuclear fusion project, the man credited with the breakthrough. The assembled crowd waited with excited reverence. Finally, a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old came into view. No way. Shock rippled through the crowd. Could this youth be the one they were all waiting for? Though all were seasoned veterans with impeccable composure, they couldn't conceal their astonishment. Chen Zhongce walked up to them and said, "Leaders of Handong province, thank you for coming to receive me. I told them in Yandu this wasn't necessary." The assembled dignitaries were stunned momentarily, forgetting the practiced etiquette of greeting. Only then did they confirm that this young man was indeed the legendary chief engineer of the nation's controlled nuclear fusion project. Incredibly young, Sha Ruijin and Commander Liu snapped out of their stupor and stepped forward. "Welcome, Chief Engineer, to Handong Province, to guide our fusion work and bring quality energy to our 6 million residents. Haha, it's my duty. As a citizen, I should contribute to my country. For security reasons, I won't introduce myself. For verification, feel free to confirm my identity with the authorities in Yandu. You may all refer to me by my code name 031, Chen Zhongce replied briefly. Sha Ruijin keenly noticed a very subtle Handong Province accent in Chen Zhongce's speech, almost imperceptible unless one listened carefully. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Zhongce got straight to the point. "Please gather the colleagues in charge of the relevant areas. We should arrange a meeting as soon as possible to push the work forward." The officials were surprised again. This incredibly young leader was clearly action-oriented, focused solely on work. "Understood. We made arrangements before coming. An energy meeting for Handong Province is scheduled for this afternoon, with only key personnel in attendance. Including us, it should be no more than 20 people." "Good." Chen Zhongce nodded. In the classified conference room of Handong Province, Pei Ning sat in the audience watching the influential figures of the province file in one by one. Besides high-ranking officials like Sha Ruijin and Li Tianquan, there were also those of Pei Ning's standing. The top leader of the energy sector was present, along with several powerful leaders from the electric power system. Additionally, a few individuals in work uniforms identified by their badges as top engineers from the power industry were in attendance. The atmosphere in the venue was unusual, with heavily armed special forces stationed outside, signifying an extraordinarily tight security perimeter. Pei Ning had only witnessed such a formidable display during visits by top national leaders. He wondered silently who could be the subject of such an elaborate arrangement. The seating arrangement was also intriguing. Typically at meetings of this level, Sha Ruijin and Commander Liu would sit together at the head of the table almost as equals. Today, however, there was a difference. An extra chair had been placed between them, clearly marking the true seat of honor. Over 20 attendees stared at that chair on the podium, their eyes filled with confusion and speculation. The silence in the room was deafening. Sha Ruijin scanned the audience, cleared his throat, and announced, "Since everyone is present, I will now declare the start of the meeting. Due to the extreme confidentiality of today's session, no official records will be kept. Upon entering, you have already surrendered all electronic devices. Now, in accordance with confidentiality protocols, we must conduct another check to ensure no one has so much as a piece of paper." Sha Ruijin's voice was stern, carrying an air of grim severity. As he finished speaking, several security officers in military uniform entered with detection equipment, meticulously scanning each person, even checking their pockets. Sha Ruijin and Commander Liu were not exempt. All paper and writing instruments found were confiscated and taken away. The officers left only after everyone had been checked. Not a word was spoken throughout the process. Someone noticed that the officers' gazes remained indifferent, offering no form of communication. This further heightened everyone's awareness that today's meeting was far from ordinary. This was likely the same level of secrecy as the nuclear weapons program back in the day. "All right, please take your seats," Sha Ruijin said solemnly. "What I am about to tell you must be kept in your hearts, and you must fully cooperate. Any leak, no matter how small, will be treated as high treason." Each word from Sha Ruijin grew colder. Pei Ning felt a chill run down his spine, his face tense. Participating in such a meeting was both a great honor and an immense burden. "First, I have an announcement. Our nation, Huaxia, has achieved controlled nuclear fusion." "What?" A wave of gasps and the screech of chairs scraping against the floor filled the confidential meeting room. The sounds came from those so shocked they shifted in their seats, causing the furniture to protest. Even the attendees seated at the edges of the podium were visibly startled, though their reactions were more subdued. The most intense reactions came from the leaders of the energy and power systems and the engineers. Sha Ruijin glanced at the audience and thought, these officials with technical backgrounds really have a narrow view. Even I wasn't this shocked when I first learned the news. What he failed to realize was that only those with a technical background, especially in the energy and power sectors, truly understood the monumental difficulty of such a breakthrough. If this technology were to bring about a global revolution, they would be the first to sense the impending change. Recently, there had been rampant rumors in the United States that Huaxia had mastered controlled nuclear fusion. As insiders, the energy and power officials were fully aware of Huaxia's current research capabilities and believed it was nearly impossible to achieve this feat first. Yet they still harbored a sliver of hope, desperately wishing the rumors were true. However, a statement from a prominent commentator had extinguished that glimmer of hope. His arguments were logical and compelling, and being in the field, they understood all too well the immense challenges that had to be overcome to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. When they heard Secretary Xia announce that Huaxia had achieved the technology, everyone from the energy and power sectors thought they had misheard. Could it be true? They all looked at Xia Ruijin with hopeful eyes yearning for confirmation. I can confirm to you all that not only have we achieved controlled nuclear fusion, but it has also passed technical validation and is ready for commercial application, Xia Ruijin stated, firmly meeting their fervent gazes. While he didn't fully comprehend their technical passion, he understood their profound, heartfelt emotions. Despite the inappropriateness of the setting, 2 or 3 individuals shed tears on the spot, while others had moist eyes. Pei Ning, as the head of Hanjiang City, was also slowly digesting this staggering news. Could it be that we've been summoned here to initiate the commercial operation of controlled nuclear fusion in Hanjiang City first? This is a golden opportunity for the city's rise. Pei Ning's mind raced, already envisioning the industrial restructuring and the ensuing economic boom for Hanjiang and the entire Handong province once the technology was deployed. Next, we will invite Chief Engineer 031 of the Huaxia Fusion Project to address the meeting and outline our work plan, Xia Ruijin said, with a brief introduction, effectively handing over the meeting to Chen Zhongce. Xia Ruijin could clearly sense that many attendees were no longer paying attention to his words. Their minds were solely focused on how the technology was achieved and how it would be commercialized. As Xia Ruijin's voice trailed off, a young figure emerged from behind the podium curtain and walked directly to the central seat. What? All eyes fixed on Chen Zhongce, expressions of utter disbelief on their faces. As the chief engineer of the Huaxia Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project, he was essentially the father of the technology, implying that he or his team single-handedly achieved the breakthrough. Everyone assumed this chief engineer would be a gray-haired scientific elder, or at least a seasoned elite in their 40s or 50s. How could it be a man who appeared to be around 20 years old? It was simply unbelievable. A wave of shock, astonishment, and delight surged through the researchers present, leaving them momentarily speechless, unsure how to process their emotions. Chen Zhongce's opening words were, "Secretary Xia has already briefed everyone on the relevant situation, so I won't go into further detail. They'll just say this to all of you: Huaxia has mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, and it is already relatively mature, ready for direct commercial deployment." His tone was calm, but to those present it struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone in the audience rose to their feet, involuntarily, applause thundering through the hall. Chen Zhongce could feel their fervent devotion to Huaxia, and he joined in the applause. A full minute passed before the applause gradually subsided. Chen Zhongce raised a hand, a gesture for everyone to sit down. With approval from the capital, we have been authorized to construct a new controllable nuclear fusion reactor in Hanjiang City. The initial unit is designed to supply all residential and industrial electricity for the city. Once the second, third, and fourth phases are completed, 10 units will jointly power the entire Handong province, replacing the existing thermal and some hydroelectric supplies. Everyone was stunned. Handong province, blessed with abundant water resources, currently operates 1789 hydroelectric stations and 1126 thermal power plants of various sizes. It even hosts the world's largest hydroelectric facility, the Three Gorges Dam, within its borders, all of which barely suffice to meet residential and industrial demand. This young chief before them claimed that a single fusion station with 10 units could replace all of that hydro and thermal capacity. The generating power required would be staggering. Seeming to read their doubts, Chen Zhongce elaborated, "The entire project is divided into 4 phases. We need to complete the first phase within 1 year, primarily to supply electricity to Hanjiang City's residents, while also accumulating operational data to inform subsequent construction." Even so, the attendees remained astonished. The ambition and the technology defied all expectations. Some time ago, I had the capital's planning commission convey to Handong province the intention to build an additional large-scale thermal power plant. On the flight here, I reviewed the project's progress. The preliminary preparations are essentially complete, so we can proceed directly. Pei Ning's heart tightened. The capital had been planning this all along. The land acquisition for that thermal plant had been organized under his own supervision. A trail of subtle threads laid far in advance. There were capable minds within the establishment who had designed this scheme from the outset. As Pei Ning listened, watching the impossibly young chief engineer seated in the primary position, he detected a faint trace of the Hanjiang dialect in Chen Zhongce's speech. Could it be that this engineer was from Hanjiang? Was that why the city had been granted such a golden opportunity? It was merely speculation with no way to confirm. Beyond that, Pei Ning sensed something familiar in the chief engineer's voice. He couldn't quite place where had heard it before and dared not be certain. After the first phase is completed, we can select sites in other cities across Handong province for the second, third, and even fourth phases. The total timeline is estimated at 5 to 8 years. The second phase will focus on supplying electricity to key industries to ensure uninterrupted production. Chen Zhongce, like everyone else, carried no materials whatsoever, relying purely on his formidable intellect and memory to chart the project's development path. As the chief engineer's clear blueprint unfolded, the assembled leaders could almost visualize Handong province's energy landscape taking shape in the years ahead. The heads of various departments mentally matched the framework Chen Zhongce outlined against their own core resources and found that his plan wasn't just loosely compatible, it was perfectly aligned. Almost no major adjustments would be needed to fully harness this new wave of energy. Xia Ruijin and Li Tianquan were especially eager. If what Chen Zhongce described came to pass, Handong province would possess abundant, high-quality, and remarkably cheap energy within 2 to 3 years. That would significantly cut costs for businesses operating in the province, giving their products a competitive edge under the same material inputs. Within the nation, Handong province would become the most business-friendly destination, and its rise was imminent. If Xia Ruijin and Li Tianquan could successfully see this fusion plant built during their tenure, it would be a monumental achievement, one that could well propel them to the next level. After analyzing the fusion plant's construction at the strategic level, Chen Zhongce turned to the operational details. Regarding the site selection for this fusion station, it's located on the outskirts of the city at a moderate distance from the urban center. That's ideal, not too close, not too far. There's one point I need to communicate in advance to the non-technical leaders here. This fusion plant is fundamentally different from the nuclear power stations you may be familiar with. Fusion reactions require extremely demanding conditions to sustain. If those conditions aren't met, the reaction automatically shuts down, making accidents like Chernobyl or Fukushima absolutely impossible. In this regard, there should be no "not in my backyard" concerns, so I want all non-technical leaders to be confident in this before proceeding with your work. After a pause, Chen Zhongce added, once this meeting concludes, I'll walk everyone through the principles of controlled nuclear fusion and the handling of its byproducts. That should help with your respective roles. To persuade others, we must first persuade ourselves. Naturally, for security reasons, we won't be publicly identifying this as a nuclear facility during construction. My intention here is simply to put everyone at ease so you can carry out this work without any hesitation. Chen Zhongce's detailed and measured explanations were designed to align everyone's thinking and build consensus. Without that, the work would be impossible. He then went on to provide thorough analysis and answers on environmental protection, personnel allocation, and long-term maintenance, covering every conceivable angle. Finally, this astonishingly young engineer began assigning specific tasks to each department. From component assembly to trial operation to final grid connection, Chen Zhongce broke down every stage with precision, establishing strict and rigorous milestones. He even designated responsible individuals for critical junctures. The meeting stretched on for over 6 hours, from 1 in the afternoon until past 7 in the evening. Chen Zhongce spoke almost continuously, his throat going dry, draining pot after pot of water. Initially, everyone marveled at his command of every project detail. By the end, they'd gone numb. Was this even human? Civil engineering, you know it. Mechanical assembly, you know it. Grid integration, you know it. Even public relations, you understand it. Organization and coordination, you've mastered that too. The finest minds in the world could scarcely match this. He could only be described as a prodigy. Alright, let's call it here for today. Tomorrow we'll hold a separate session with the technical team to finalize the remaining engineering details. My team should be arriving by then. Once the technical side is fully integrated, we'll be able to move much faster. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. By now they were utterly won over by this young man. Surrounded by Xia Ruijin and Li Tianquan, Chen Zhongce stepped down from the podium, greeting each attendee in turn, laying the groundwork for the work ahead. After everyone had been properly attended to, Chen Zhongce quietly made his way to Pei Ning, who stood off to the side, and said in a low voice, "Uncle Pei, hello. I'm standing right here before you. Tell me, how much of the past do you see in me now, eh?"